Captain, the transmission to the star domain has been successful. Our vessel has reached the periphery of the U-53 star system. The cloaking device remains operational, and the main control system has rebooted, currently assessing the surrounding conditions. Within the command room of the reconnaissance ship, an operator, after reading the data on the screen, turned to report to a young man on the elevated platform behind him. Despite still adjusting to his new role, Tang Hao rose from the central command console, striving to maintain an air of composure while meeting the gaze of numerous eyes below. He nodded, feigning calmness as he said, "Maintain close vigilance on the surroundings." After speaking, Tang Hao's face flushed slightly. The sharpness of his tone and that first word had been somewhat jarring. Thankfully, the soldiers, well-trained, alleviated his embarrassment. Clad in the military uniform of the Divine Kingdom's fleet commander, Tang Hao, at the tender age of 21, held the title of captain of the reconnaissance ship under the 5th Fleet of the Divine Kingdom, with no formal rank. This was his current identity. Life often unfolds in dramatic fashion. Mere moments ago, he had just taken his graduation photo, and now he found himself the captain of this reconnaissance vessel. For Tang Hao, a citizen of the Era Divine Kingdom, witnessing the transformation of his homeland from a stellar-level power to a galactic-level one within just 5 years felt surreal. Indeed, nothing could astonish him further. Until just minutes ago, he departed from Ire Star and traversed a distance of 10 million light-years to arrive here. A high-achieving student in electromagnetic technology, he now found himself a graduate in energy technology's astronomical studies, which he accepted with relative ease. However, the newly understood concept of interstellar transmission had completely reshaped his worldview, leaving him momentarily dazed. Beep, beep, beep. With the restoration of the main control system and the issuance of Tang Hao's orders, the operators below the command platform busied themselves once again, a cacophony of alert tones echoing around them. Data from the detection devices was continuously organized and analyzed, leaving Tang Hao, the nominal captain, with a rare moment of leisure. At this juncture, the door to the command room swung open, and a short-haired female soldier, appearing quite refreshed, entered. Her features were delicate, her eyes both lively and obedient, though her expression bore a hint of coldness that evoked a sense of distance. Yet, clad in military attire, she exuded a striking demeanor, every movement resonating with the essence of a soldier. With her right hand carrying a cup, she approached Tang Hao and gently set it down beside him, her expression unchanging. "Captain, your beverage." "Yuna, thank you," Tang Hao replied, feeling a twinge of nervousness and awkwardness, his hands unconsciously fidgeting with the armrests of his chair, betraying his discomfort. As Tang Hao's aide, Yuna said nothing in response, merely stepping back to stand behind him, her demeanor unchanged by his gratitude. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tang Hao rubbed his nose, only to be interrupted by a waft of fragrance emanating from the cup. His fingers hovered in midair as he glanced at the tea leaves within, before his gaze ultimately settled on the white military uniform adorned with blue and gold embellishments. Lost in thought, his eyes gradually grew vacant. Time slipped away, and Tang Hao was roused from his reverie by Yuna's voice. "Captain! Captain!" Startled, he turned to her, puzzled. "What is it? Is there a situation?" Tang Hao's expression shifted to one of urgency as he glanced at the operators below, his tone quickening as if fearing he might miss crucial intelligence. After a brief moment of suspended tension, one operator stood and saluted. "Captain, preliminary scans within 1,000 light-years have been completed. No signs of intelligent life have been detected. Should we disengage stealth mode or conduct a short-range jump?" With a deep breath, Tang Hao released the discomfort he had been harboring. Upon reopening his eyes, he appeared transformed, as if he had finally embraced the mantle of captaincy. "Relay the situational data for this region," he instructed, slightly bowing as he pressed his hands on either end of the console, his eyes locked onto the expansive virtual screen ahead. "Yes, sir." Soon, a clear female voice responded, and a torrent of text and images began to materialize on the screen before him. However, even the vastness of this virtual display could not encapsulate the entire situation within 1,000 light-years at once. Thus, alongside the initial overview, more detailed information gradually emerged as per Tang Hao's command. As the captain of this reconnaissance vessel, Tang Hao was acutely aware of the purpose behind their journey across millions of light-years and the mission he bore. This universe was not solely inhabited by the Era people. There existed other races, humans, as spoken of by the Divine Emperor of the Divine Kingdom. The Emperor himself hailed from distant star systems. It was said that humanity might occupy the vast expanse of the cosmos. While Tang Hao struggled to fathom this reality, he had faith that their eternal emperor would not deceive them. Not every star system under human dominion would revere life as the emperor did. War was raging in 3 neighboring star systems, claiming countless lives. The divine emperor had personally stepped onto the battlefield, and Tang Hao was compelled to contribute to the divine kingdom's cause. He had no time to acclimate to his new identity. He could only steel himself to fulfill his responsibilities. The data acquired by the reconnaissance vessel indicated no signs of intelligent life. However, several star systems captured Tang Hao's attention. While the data from other systems within 1,000 light-years appeared normal, 5 star systems exhibited peculiarities, all aligned in the same direction. Tang Hao refrained from issuing further commands, his gaze fixated on the screen ahead as his fingers deftly glided across the console, accessing and querying relevant data with the highest authority. No one disturbed him, not even Yuna, the vice captain, who merely signaled for the others to continue their work. This mission entailed the search for intelligent life in other star systems. Despite Tang Hao's earlier faux pas, no one aboard could rival his expertise. He was among the first graduates of the prestigious First Academy of the Era Divine Kingdom, a cohort of only 115, excluding those from military academies. The atmosphere in the command room was unusually tranquil. Aside from the gentle taps of Tang Hao managing the control panel, the only sound was the rhythmic beeping of data processing. The reconnaissance vessel had traversed from Ire Star to this location in mere minutes, yet they had lingered for nearly an hour and a half. The elliptical star system held many areas requiring exploration. If Tang Hao emerged without any findings, it would undoubtedly be a wasted endeavor. Yet no one held the authority to halt his pursuit. They could only hope for discoveries from him. Star systems measured in the thousands of light-years across, while the reconnaissance vessel's scanning radius could only extend 1,000 light-years, with precise scans limited to 100 light-years. Even without probing the core of the star system, exploring the periphery was no quick task. This mission was destined to be monotonous, reliant on repetitive data organization and analysis. A breakthrough discovery from their captain during the initial reconnaissance would be a boon for all. As time steadily passed, the anticipation among the crew dwindled, their captain remaining reticent about his findings, lost in his own world of diligent inquiry. "Captain, it has nearly been 3 hours. You must establish contact with Base Ma 1 immediately, or they may fear something has transpired here." Ultimately, it was Yuna, the first officer, who shattered the silence, reminding Tang Hao that their foremost task was to communicate with Base Ma 1, rather than becoming entranced by the data displayed on the screen. Yuna had scrutinized that data for over 2 hours, yet she was at a loss as to what insights could be gleaned from the particulars of these star systems. Indeed, the data indicated that one star system harbored a potentially habitable planet, yet there was no sign of intelligent life. Even if such life existed, the reconnaissance vessel's objective was not to engage with beings lacking mastery over electromagnetic forces. As Tang Hao's first officer, Yuna could not reproach him even if he lingered for an entire day. She could only accompany him in silence. However, it was imperative for the reconnaissance vessel to establish contact with the newly formed Base Ma 1, lest the fleet of the Divine Kingdom descend upon this star system. Upon hearing Yuna's reminder, Tang Hao realized how much time had elapsed. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, he rasped, Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. He then rose with considerable effort and addressed the dozen or so operators below. Based on this origin point, execute 5 random jumps within a radius of 10,000 light-years. Upon completion of each jump, conduct preliminary scans. If there are no indications of intelligent life, disengage stealth and contact Base Mall 1. Understood. After nearly 3 hours of inactivity, the command room buzzed with activity once more. The starry expanse surrounding the reconnaissance vessel began to warp and shimmer. Yet this illusion lasted only a few seconds before the cosmos regained clarity. Having traveled 5,000 light-years from the last jump point, the reconnaissance vessel commenced a series of exploratory operations on the star system. 2 minutes later, an operator who had finished analyzing the data stood and reported, "Captain, no anomalies detected. We are ready for the next jump." "Captain, no anomalies detected." "Captain, no signs of." "Captain, no." After executing the 5th and most distant jump from the origin, an urgent alarm suddenly blared throughout the command room, reverberating in the chests of all present. The ensuing red light illuminated faces filled with alarm. This system had been specially configured for the mission. The activation of the alarm signified the detection of intelligent life or beings capable of harnessing electromagnetic waves. However, such electromagnetic signatures would not trigger an alarm this intense, nor would they cause the control room to flicker with the ominous red light typically associated with enemy attacks. A dozen soldiers rushed into the control room, staring, like Tang Hao and the others, at the massive ship approaching at the speed of light on the central screen. The reconnaissance vessel measured approximately 500 meters in length, yet the simulated ship on the screen extended to 10,000 meters and soared to 4,000 meters high. In stark contrast to the formidable and fearsome appearance of the Divine Kingdom's warships, this vessel resembled an enormous oval egg, devoid of any visible weaponry. Its exterior appeared as a seamless whole, meticulously shielding its interior. This colossal entity bore resemblance to a mothership of species, gliding silently through the depths of space at light speed, emitting no wavelengths to signal its presence, as if it sought to isolate itself from the entire universe, wishing to remain undetected by anyone. Chapter 2. The Alien Ship. Throughout the extensive history of the aliens, they have been solitary beings, humorously referring to themselves as the divine rulers of humanity, rarely experiencing the visitation of extraterrestrial entities. However, the divine ruler is far too familiar a concept for the aliens, so familiar that none perceive him as an outsider, thus eliciting little astonishment. Life itself harbors a fear of the unknown, yet simultaneously possesses a profound curiosity towards it. Tang Hao and his companions fervently hope to discover intelligent life in this place, eager to extol the greatness of their divine ruler using the technology of their celestial realm. Indeed, the alien divine kingdom, as divine beings, even if there were outsiders, the aliens would still exist as godlike entities. Yet, the immense spacecraft that vanishes into the starlit sea at light speed undeniably conveys to Tang Hao and his companions that the celestial realm is not alone, nor is it invincible. Fortunately, upon hearing Yuna's voice, Tang Hao was immediately jolted back to reality, recognizing the gravity of this unexpected event. He felt the veins on his forehead pulse and bellowed with all his might, "Shut down all detectors immediately, activate optical camouflage at once." Yes. With the issuance of Tang Hao's command, the reconnaissance vessel's once black exterior seamlessly melded into the vast cosmos. Even the blue tail fins at the rear disappeared without a trace, leaving no evidence of their existence. Yuna let out a slow sigh of relief. Fortunately, the captain beside her was not a coward and had responded correctly, albeit imperfectly. Thus, Yuna reminded him, "Captain, we need to prepare for combat and inform the celestial realm of our situation." Tang Hao turned his head, forcing a smile. "As I said, the combat system of the reconnaissance vessel is under your command. You know I am not well versed in this." Observing Tang Hao's slightly trembling fingers and legs, while Yuna maintained a calm facade, she began to harbor a slight change of perception towards him. Nodding gently, she regained her military composure and addressed the dozen soldiers who had rushed in. "All personnel, level 1 combat readiness. Activate all weapon systems and prepare the fighters and mechs for immediate battle." The reconnaissance vessel, staffed by a mere 30 civilian personnel, had over 50 combat personnel, making Yuna, as the deputy and first officer, essentially the true leader of the ship. However, Tang Hao felt no concern about being overshadowed by this parachuted captain. Perhaps this was the confidence of the subjects of the Divine Kingdom after its unification. Naturally, aside from combat matters, other decisions still fell to Tang Hao. So after Yuna's reminder, he promptly ordered his subordinates to deploy the Star Domain communicator into space. This way, even if the reconnaissance vessel were destroyed, they could relay news of their situation to the celestial realm at the last moment. Yet, for now, there was no need for exposure. As long as the alien mothership was not as formidable as imagined, the reconnaissance vessel remained safe. 2 minutes had passed since the reconnaissance vessel jumped to this location, and Tang Hao clenched his fingers tightly, patiently awaiting his subordinate's report, praying that the alien ship had not detected them. At 2 minutes and 11 seconds, the first report reached Tang Hao. The alien vessel had not deviated from its course and showed no signs of slowing down, indicating that it had likely not discovered them. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, new data was processed, confirming that the reconnaissance vessel had not detected any spatial data akin to that formed by a Mia space corridor, suggesting that the alien mothership was indeed moving at the speed of light. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, supplementary data appeared on the screen after logical deductions and system analyses, revealing that the ship had undergone photonization, devoid of rest mass, and that a unique gravitational vortex seemed to have formed around it, leaving its original form unchanged. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, with 15 minutes and 7 seconds remaining until the alien ship's approach, a frantic Tang Hao ordered the reconnaissance vessel to retreat and to destroy the already distant Star Domain communicator. At 2 minutes and 52 seconds, the communicator was destroyed. The Star Domain jump device activated, and the reconnaissance vessel regained its external detection capabilities. At 2 minutes and 55 seconds, the gravitational energy shield was engaged. Spatial data calculations were completed, and the gravitational engines operated at full power, initiating a Star Domain-level space jump. At 2 minutes and 56 seconds, the jump failed. At 2 minutes and 57 seconds, abnormal spatial data appeared on the screen, and a disoriented Tang Hao slumped helplessly. At 3 minutes and 5 seconds, Yuna approached Tang Hao, coldly observing the panicked crew below from the command platform, and stated, "According to protocol, I am assuming command of the reconnaissance vessel. I order an immediate request for support from the celestial realm and the destruction of all data within the main system. We cannot allow the aliens any opportunity to learn about the celestial realm or to master our Star Domain, jump technology, and energy systems." As the crew below regained their composure to respond, Tang Hao suddenly stood up, shouting, "No, we cannot contact the celestial realm." Yuna, filled with anger, turned her head, saying, "Tang Hao, I am the captain now." Tang Hao shook his head, a look of determination emerging on his pale face that Yuna had not anticipated. It was as if, even if she seized command from him, he would not allow her to contact the celestial realm. "I said the command of combat belongs to you, but everything else is under my purview, for I understand these matters better than you," Tang Hao stated firmly, word by word. At that moment, the control room door swung open, and several soldiers, unaware of the situation, entered, casting glances at Yuna and Tang Hao, or rather, at Tang Hao. Yuna, unperturbed by Tang Hao's derision, calmly said, "Take Captain Tang away to rest." The soldiers exchanged glances and, after a moment of hesitation, approached the command platform. As they were originally Yuna's subordinates and noted that the captain seemed in need of a break, Tang Hao did not expect matters to escalate to this point, nor that Yuna would treat him, the captain, so sternly. He placed his hope in the dozen operational personnel below, wishing that these civilian soldiers would stand up for him. However, he quickly realized that the entire reconnaissance vessel was comprised of Yuna's original subordinates. Who would speak up for this parachuted captain? After all, he had no accomplishments to earn their respect. With a wry smile, Tang Hao looked at the de facto captain and said, "We have 10 minutes left, so I hope you can grant me some time to explain." Yuna remained silent, while two soldiers placed their hands on Tang Hao's shoulders. A flicker of despair crossed his face as he lowered his head in resignation. Just then, one of the operational personnel suddenly stood up and said, "Deputy Captain Yuna, I hope we can give the captain some time to explain." As the first voice spoke, a few others followed suit, standing in solidarity. "I too wish to hear the captain's explanation. I believe the captain has his reasons. We cannot become sinners of the celestial realm." Yuna gazed in disbelief at these former subordinates. For a newly appointed Tang Hao, they were opposing her decision. Cough, cough. Captain Yuna, I believe the captain is correct. He does possess a bit more expertise than us. Another slightly overweight operational personnel stood up, apologetically looking around. Yuna hesitated, but ultimately relented, releasing her grip on Tang Hao, frowning as she said, Captain, I hope I can understand what you have to say. Once free, Tang Hao felt no fear of the aliens. Instead, he was filled with pride for the celestial realm. These individuals were not opposing Yuna for his sake, nor out of fear of death. Of course, he himself did not fear death. From the outset, his opposition was merely against contacting the celestial realm, not against Yuna's decision to self-destruct the reconnaissance vessel. Everyone aboard was devoted to the celestial realm, including Yuna herself. Tang Hao retracted the faint smile from his face and addressed the assembly with a serious demeanor. Currently, our understanding of the alien vessels is limited. However, one fact is well known to all. This intelligent race possesses the ability to traverse at light speed, a feat even our divine nation cannot achieve. At this juncture, Tang Hao utilized his authority to project relevant data from the divine realm onto the screen and continued. The alien people have always struggled to accelerate their ships to light speed, resorting instead to utilizing stargates to warp space, thereby allowing interstellar travel to bypass certain distance constraints. Nonetheless, we alien have mastered the capability to annihilate stars and have established dominion over the entire alien star system. Since the establishment of the divine nation, the divine emperor and Professor Tali have instructed us on harnessing energy and manipulating gravity. This knowledge has granted us, beyond the stargates, the ability to navigate through the Mia space corridors at light speed, as well as capabilities for medium and short-range spatial jumps, long-distance spatial gate technology, and the current technology for traversing millions of light years across star domains. Yet, even now, our divine nation remains unable to genuinely travel at light speed throughout the cosmos. Before us lies a civilization that navigates the starry seas in a manner beyond our comprehension. Who among you can assure that such a civilization cannot discern our presence, or, through our connection with the divine nation, acquire its spatial coordinates? Who among you can guarantee that, aside from light speed travel, this civilization cannot traverse the spatial distances to reach our divine realm? As a member of the Divine Emperor's retinue on Aelin, Yuna was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding star domain jumps. The Divine Emperor had once jested that suffering a defeat was inconsequential. He had merely been forced into perilous jumps near a black hole while being pursued by enemy forces, unexpectedly arriving in the Aelin star system. If he could endure defeat, then Yuna and her companions could as well, for the paramount concern was survival. The reconnaissance vessel's failed jump had resulted from the alien ships disrupting the spatial integrity of the region. In essence, the alien vessels functioned akin to miniature black holes. The Divine Emperor had succeeded in his jump with imperfect technology, while they had faltered. Thus, Yuna felt increasingly convinced that the aliens had indeed discovered them and regretted her rash decision. If these aliens possessed technology surpassing that of the divine nation, Yuna would bear the burden of guilt for the entire divine realm. Upon this realization, Yuna's expression shifted, and she inquired with a hint of trepidation, Captain, do the alien vessels resemble black holes? Tang Hao nodded thoughtfully, responding, one could say so, due to their light speed travel. The current alien vessels can be likened to moving black holes. However, based on the data we've gathered, they differ from black holes in significant ways, as we have never accelerated matter to light speed. Thus, much remains unknown. Nevertheless, one thing is certain, these alien vessels indeed affect the surrounding space, whether actively or passively. Yuna gazed at Tang Hao with keen eyes, then bowed slightly, murmuring an apology. Captain, I regret my earlier offense and am willing to accept military justice. Chapter 3. Detection data during the coup. Yuna left Tang Hao utterly disconcerted. Her apologies only deepened his confusion. Moreover, witnessing Yuna's genuine emotions for the first time stirred something within him, her captivating eyes lingering in his thoughts. As for the incident that nearly led to his confinement, Tang Hao was hardly concerned, as he never truly regarded himself as a legitimate captain. He hastily assisted Yuna to her feet, lowering his head, feeling the flush rise to his cheeks. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze and said, It's nothing at all. It was my fault. Your actions were entirely justified. Yuna had intended to say more, but upon meeting Tang Hao's expression, she glanced down, her demeanor shifting. The military uniforms of the divine nation were standardized, differing only in patterns and colors. These uniforms were not merely attire. They embodied the pinnacle of the divine nation's technology, capable of protecting all areas except the head and feet. Thus Tang Hao could not see anything of significance. Yuna refrained from elaborating on Tang Hao's discomfort or insisting on any so-called punishment. Her humble posture was an apology in itself. Since the transfer of power was not imminent, she directly inquired, "Captain, if we cannot notify the divine nation, how shall we convey the situation here?" Upon her question, any flicker of turmoil within Tang Hao vanished. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "If the Ma 1 base has not received our message, how long until the divine nation's fleet arrives?" "According to protocol, we should establish contact with the Ma 1 base within 3 hours of our arrival, with a special allowance for a half-hour extension under extraordinary circumstances. Should 3.5 hours pass without contact, a small fleet of 15 ships from the 5th Fleet would promptly set out. Similarly, if this small fleet does not establish contact with Ma 1 within half an hour, a detachment totaling 2,000 ships would descend, lifting any restrictions and permitting direct communication with the divine nation. If the situation escalates, the divine nation would declare all-out war, as they would never abandon a loyal citizen." As Yuna concluded, her entire demeanor transformed, her eyes radiating pride, her voice imbued with fervor. The divine nation would abandon no one, and every individual was willing to sacrifice for their homeland. This spirit forged a recently unified divine nation into an indomitable entity, a solid and indivisible sacred empire. Yuna's words evoked memories within Tang Hao. Gazing at the simulated alien ship on the screen, he felt no fear, only a smile that was difficult to articulate. The divine emperor spoke of the distant cosmos, where the Era kin were engulfed in strife, and he sought to halt this war, prompting the Era to unhesitatingly join the cosmic fleet. The divine emperor mentioned that many of their kin resided in the cosmos, and that other races might exist as well. The divine nation aimed to avert impending calamities. Hence Tang Hao assumed the role of captain of a reconnaissance vessel, a position shared by many like him. The divine emperor once proclaimed his ambition to unify the entire universe, even if this entailed conflict and war. However, no one doubted that their divine emperor sought personal gain, for he was not a madman enamored with warfare. Rather, he cherished life above all and had repeatedly placed himself in peril to save others. How could such a divine being perceive the sacrifices of the Era merely as digits? The divine emperor offered no rationale, yet the Era required none. The divine word was an oracle, the Era oracle, unifying the realm. Tang Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The divine nation's grand aspiration was to unify the cosmos, rendering a silent universe meaningless to them and to Tang Hao himself. As a newly appointed captain, Tang Hao was unfamiliar with the specifics of this mission. Inquiring with Yuna, he learned he had half an hour to address the imminent alien vessel. Otherwise, the coordinates of the divine nation's base would be jeopardized. Following Yuna's earlier orders, he immediately initiated the deletion of any data containing divine nation technology and prepared for self-destruction in case of an invasion. Concurrently, he ensured that the data on the alien ship was saved in a backup stasis chamber, with access restricted to the fleet's unified command. After transferring the data, it would be directed towards coordinates 35, 21, 5, guaranteeing that the divine nation could obtain this information. With a hearty laugh, Tang Hao declared, "Let us take this opportunity to thoroughly observe this colossal entity. There is no need to fear exposure. We have nothing to lose. Utilize all instruments at maximum power. I wish to uncover the true nature of this alien ship." The control room fell silent. Even Yuna cast a disapproving glance at Tang Hao. How could a reconnaissance vessel retain any data on the divine nation's technology? All that existed were the instruments and devices. Since Tang Hao ordered the data to be deleted, how could those instruments still function? The operators, coordinating the data purge, hesitated, their fingers trembling as they withdrew from the controls, fearful of inadvertently triggering a command during the transition of authority and data deletion. "Captain, shall we still proceed with the data deletion?" One operator stood, bewildered, gazing at Tang Hao. To discern the particulars of the alien vessel, they faced the risk of system infiltration. Although the likelihood of remaining undetected was negligible, facing an unknown alien race capable of light-speed travel magnified this risk. After all, the Divine Emperor had previously breached the core database of the Star God race. However, without acquiring the vessel's true information, their efforts would be futile. For the Divine Nation needed to understand the aliens' capabilities. Otherwise, even with their fleet's arrival, they would merely be spectators. Tang Hao felt akin to a thief armed with a key, standing before a door, apprehensive that opening it might reveal an armed homeowner prepared to seize his amassed fortune. Nevertheless, he was not one to hesitate. Entering the door was the optimal choice, albeit fraught with peril. Yet, Tang Hao was no true thief. He merely sought to survey the area. If entry was unfeasible, could he not play the part of a passerby and observe the scenery through the window? After only a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Hao reached a decision. There is no need to erase all data. Simply isolate the instruments and systems used for detection, and purge the data processing systems within them. I require only the data obtained from the detection. Afterward, you shall record all this data and present it to me for organization and analysis. Our time is limited, so let us commence. Understood. Tang Hao's words invigorated the team, plunging them into urgent action. A tale from the Divine Emperor's homeland recounts that people once sought to ascertain the weight of an animal called an elephant without means of measurement. Ultimately, one individual transported the elephant onto a boat and marked the waterline on the hull. Then, using lighter objects, they placed them onto the boat until the waterline matched the previous mark, calculating the total weight of these objects to deduce the elephant's weight. What Tang Hao was undertaking was not merely weighing an elephant. It resembled an ancient individual possessing a scale but unwilling to allow it to be taken from him, thus dismantling the display to secretly reassemble it when no one was watching. Of course, Tang Hao's actions were even more audacious. He not only disassembled the display but also the scale's processing unit, calculating even the data from resistance changes himself. However, the consequence of Tang Hao's actions resulted in an incessant influx of densely packed paper records, each originating from distinct instruments, with varied computational methods dictated by their respective functionalities. Fortunately, portable computers were available to assist him in processing this data, equipped with programs sufficiently capable for Tang Hao's needs. With merely 2 minutes remaining before the arrival of the alien spacecraft and 22 minutes until the Mile 1 fleet's descent, the first results finally manifested on the portable screen. Although it merely consisted of a series of symbols and numbers, Tang Hao comprehended its significance. Almost all of the spacecraft's mass was concentrated in a small area beneath it, while the remaining majority of the volume registered a nearly negligible mass. This was an unexpected and incomprehensible outcome for Tang Hao. He even doubted the accuracy of his calculations. Yet, time was no longer on his side, leaving him no choice but to proceed with the current results and manage the other data, lest he be forced to start anew. In light of this outcome, Tang Hao eliminated the massless areas of the spacecraft and began calculating the mass of the small region at the bottom using variations in the gravitational field. With less than a minute until the approach of the spacecraft, Tang Hao obtained a figure that he could scarcely believe. The mass at the bottom of the spacecraft was equivalent to that of a neutron star of the same volume. The notion of a neutron star traversing the cosmos at the speed of light felt like a dream to Tang Hao, a surreal vision on the brink of cosmic annihilation. The alien vessel, having been photonized, advanced at light speed, which already transcended Tang Hao's comprehension. Now, to inform him that a colossal mass akin to neutron material could accelerate to light speed would provoke his ire towards the ignorance of the messenger. Yet, as the result emerged from his own calculations, Tang Hao was left with only a sense of helplessness and defeat. He refused to accept this as reality, attributing it instead to his own miscalculations. On his very first day at the Divine Kingdom Academy, Professor Tali had personally lectured them on the distinctions between gravitational and electromagnetic civilizations, inevitably touching upon interstellar navigation technologies. I know you are all intrigued by the jump technology of the Divine Kingdom battleships, but you may not realize that since my arrival here, my keen interest lies precisely in the stargates that you now so disdain. The application of such magnetic fields is beyond my imagination. The hall was filled with smiles as the audience applauded in gratitude for Professor Tali's words. Following the opening remarks, Professor Tali formally commenced his lecture, while the screen displayed the history of human space exploration alongside the names of contributing scientists. Humanity could not transcend the limits of light speed. Hence we devised various methods to overcome spatial constraints. It was only after mastering energy extraction technology and developing gravitational engine technology that we first circumvented spatial limitations to navigate the universe at light speed. We refer to this technology as the Mia subspace channel, or simply the subspace channel. This channel is akin to your stargates, but is comparatively more rudimentary. The Mia subspace channel cannot be described as a distortion of space. Rather, It is a compression of space, with numerous restrictions. Primarily, the acceleration pathway must be devoid of substantial matter, and it can only allow linear travel. The patterns on the screen shifted once more, revealing an isosceles right triangle alongside a rectangle missing its top line. Following the Mia subspace, we uncovered interstellar jump technology and the existence of dark space. You may conceive dark space as the realm beyond the universe, or interpret it freely, as our understanding of dark space is almost non-existent. Dark space represents yet another form of spatial distortion, albeit this time involving the distortion of the spacecraft's own space. Do you see the triangle beside me? The hypotenuse represents our universe, where the speed of light is an absolute constraint. However, the two sides lack speed limitations. So the fastest route from one point on the hypotenuse to another is through the two straight edges. Dark space is represented by the apex of this triangle, and reaching that point requires only the energy and time to distort space. Similarly, I can illustrate this using the adjacent rectangle. Yet I hope you remember one thing. The point representing dark space need not be fixed in one location. Just as in this rectangle without a top, both points above are dark space, devoid of spatial and positional restrictions. Now, I will erase the straight lines on the sides of the triangle and rectangle, leaving only the points in the bottom line. Do you believe these two images are identical? Professor Tully smiled, adding, I recall there is a saying in your mathematics, points form lines, lines form surfaces, and infinite accumulation yields space. Points are omnipresent, lines extend indefinitely, and surfaces appear as though void of substance. Therefore, Captain, Tang Hao's reverie was abruptly interrupted. Turning his head, he noticed the grave expression on Yuna's face, alongside a cacophony of exclamations from the control room, followed by hushed whispers tinged with panic and fear. The operator who had initially called out to Tang Hao was now scrambling to the command platform, exhausting his strength to bellow, Captain, the alien spacecraft, has come to a halt. Chapter 4. The messenger of used this cannot be right. There must be some mistake. On the side, Yuna once again found herself engulfed in deep turmoil, uncertain whether to seize power or to awaken Tang Hao. Captain, our primary concern should be addressing the alien vessels, not analyzing irrelevant data. Yuna never anticipated that Tang Hao would be preoccupied with data at such a critical moment. A surge of anger welled up within her. Given the current circumstances, it was plausible that an alien assault could occur at any moment, leaving no time for calculations. Tang Hao was acutely aware that his behavior was rather peculiar given the current situation. However, he had just formulated a bold hypothesis. If this hypothesis proved correct, the alien ships before them might not be as formidable as they appeared. To prevent Yuna from acting impulsively and seizing control, Tang Hao swiftly articulated the pros and cons. I understand the gravity of our situation, yet we have no means of escape or defense against the aliens. We are currently in a passive position. Therefore, rather than remaining idle, I implore you to allow me to obtain the data I require. This would be beneficial for both us and the divine nation. There are no downsides, so please do not hinder me. Yuna took a deep breath, shaking her slightly dizzy head. Tang Hao had spoken so rapidly that she hadn't fully grasped his words until now. Indeed, even if Tang Hao refrained from analyzing the data, what else could they possibly do? Surely, they could not recklessly charge at the aliens. With that thought, Yuna let out a self-deprecating sigh and gazed out into the depths of space, where the alien ship was currently stationed, the closest point to the alien route and reconnaissance vessel. Although Yuna was merely a fleet officer, she was not entirely ignorant. After all, she was the deputy captain of the reconnaissance vessel. If not for the astonishing technology of the alien forces, she would have been capable of managing many situations. As time ticked away, with only 17 minutes remaining until the Divine Nation fleet's arrival, the alien ship remained motionless, seemingly wary of the reconnaissance vessel. Otherwise, with their light-speed travel technology, it would have been impossible for them to remain at such a distance for this long. Biting her lip, Yuna hesitated over whether to launch the fighters and whether to permit an attack on the alien ship. She feared not the aliens' assault, but rather their continued silence. For the reconnaissance vessel felt minuscule against the distant behemoth, as if it could be swallowed whole at any moment. This anticipation of death was unsettling. However, as long as the aliens exhibited no hostility, Yuna dared not issue attack orders, nor would she readily communicate with the aliens. For any exchange of information would disrupt the precarious balance, and no one could predict the outcome. With 16 minutes remaining until the Divine Nation's arrival, Yuna still had not reached a decision, and the reconnaissance vessel remained as silent as the distant alien ship. The only difference was that the reconnaissance vessel continuously gathered data, whereas the alien ship remained genuinely silent. Of course, if this silence was merely a form of observation undetected by the reconnaissance vessel, then the alien's actions would not be far off. I understand now. The sudden eruption of Tang Hao's voice startled everyone in the silent control room. Yuna instinctively tightened her grip on her energy pistol. Upon realizing it was Tang Hao, her pale face regained a hint of color. I understand. So it is this way, it must be this way. Ha 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 ha. With a manic grin, Tang Hao tossed the stack of papers into the air, shouting incomprehensible phrases, before turning to grasp Yuna's hands, tears in his eyes, exclaiming, Yuna. They are a bunch of deceivers, despicable tricksters. Now we can finally unveil their true nature. Releasing Yuna's hands, Tang Hao faced the operators with exuberance. I will explain everything to you. Immediately restore all systems on the reconnaissance vessel and report to the Divine Nation that we have discovered an alien ship near the CY-155 star system in the U-53 galaxy. The alien vessel has not displayed any hostility. We shall attempt contact with them. The danger posed by the aliens is minimal, and I request that the Divine Nation fleet refrain from jumping into the vicinity. With a smile, Tang Hao added, remember to send the coordinates based on the jump origin. Otherwise, the Divine Nation fleet will waste time locating us. However, Yuna's reaction was unexpected. Instead of opposing Tang Hao, she angrily commanded the insubordinate operators. Execute the captain's orders immediately. Thank you. Tang Hao replied with a grin. You could have allowed me to explain my reasoning first, but you did not. Yuna, do you comprehend what you are doing? I only know what you are doing. You are a madman. A madman who disregards the lives of comrades for the sake of victory. Yuna, come forth. You are free. The commander will not hold you accountable, and no one will mention your past. In the Divine Nation of Era, there exists a seldom discussed battle, the Battle of the Kexida Stargate. This conflict stands as a classic in cosmic warfare, as well as one of the few significant defeats for the Divine Nation during its mid-period. Nearly 70% of the Divine Nation's 5,000 warships were lost at the Kexida Stargate, along with 3 life-bearing planets that had already been brought under their dominion. The commentary on this battle is succinct. It was a war of attrition that should never have occurred. Tang Hao was unaware of Yuna's past. Thus his heart swelled with joy and pride. For the first time, he felt a sense of identity as captain, realizing he was the superior of all present. Aside from Yuna, no one could contest his decisions. The alien vessel before them did not traverse the cosmos at light speed. They had been deceived. Though he had yet to fully comprehend how this was achieved, he was certain that the alien ship posed no threat to the Divine Nation and would soon become its subjects. Gazing at Yuna with a hint of smugness, Tang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that the data he had calculated was accurate, including the neutron star material at the bottom of the alien vessel. Without needing to speak, a rather portly young man appeared on the screen. After saluting, the young man, with a serious expression, addressed Tang Hao and Yuna. I am Yuz, the commander of the 8th Fleet of the Divine Nation. I require you to provide me with all information regarding the aliens. Tang Hao, feeling nervous and awkward, saluted and replied, Commander Yuz, I have just acquired relevant data about the aliens and am currently unable to provide you with detailed information. I apologize. In the Divine Nation Fleet, ranks and positions are nearly synonymous. Aside from the basic 5 ranks for ordinary soldiers, the lowest ranks are left and right soldiers, with the left soldier being the captain and the right soldier being the deputy captain. Generally, the Divine Nation collectively refers to all as captains, without distinguishing ranks. A commander typically oversees around 1,000 warships, with personnel numbering approximately 500,000. The commander used before them was indeed donned in the attire of a fleet commander, which is why Tang Hao addressed him as commander rather than using the broader term for a commanding officer. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Commander Yuz glared at Tang Hao, his fierce gaze betraying a hint of murderous intent. The alien warship you refer to is a colossal entity capable of distorting gravitational fields. Yet you report to the Divine Nation that this alien poses no threat? Are you fully aware of the implications of your words? Tang Hao had just begun to explain when Yuna interjected, saying, Commander Yuz, we possess a deeper understanding of the alien species beside us, and we are acutely aware of the consequences of exposing the Ma-1 base. However, all information regarding the alien species resides solely within the captain's mind, rendering our ship temporarily incapable of providing you with detailed intelligence. Furthermore, the system holds significant gaps in its information on the alien species, which is why it has not been reported to the Divine Nation. According to regulations, I am entitled to take command of your reconnaissance vessel. I now require you to cease all interactions with the alien species, and before your captain offers me a satisfactory response, I demand all records from the past few hours. Hughes remained unfazed by Yuna's abruptness. After his initial anger dissipated, he calmly issued orders to both individuals. His initial fury stemmed not only from Tang Hao's actions, but also from the fear that the aliens before them could seal off space, rendering the 20 warships he commanded a mere farce. Tang Hao, unaware of the reconnaissance vessel's main system access password, watched as Yuna relinquished all data to use. This data encompassed not only the navigation details of the reconnaissance vessel, but also everything that had transpired within the command room, including the moment Yuna seized power. Once the data transfer was complete, Yuna lifted her gaze and spoke firmly to Hughes. Commander Hughes, I wish to understand why it is you who has arrived here, rather than personnel from our 5th Fleet. Hughes's expression shifted slightly on the screen. After pausing for 2 seconds, he replied slowly. You are aware that your 5th Fleet is responsible for exploring the 5-colored star sphere, correct? 5 days ago, the reconnaissance vessel was assigned to the final area lost contact. 2 hours ago, Commander Wei discovered the wreckage of the reconnaissance vessel, and half an hour ago, communication with the Mall 1 base and Commander Wei was severed. Now, the warships of your 5th Fleet stationed in the Divine Nation have already moved to investigate, while I only just arrived at the Mall 1 base and received your message. However, I do not bring many warships with me. Both Tang Hao and Yuna were taken aback by Yu's words. They had only been in the U-53 star system for a few hours, and the Divine Nation had undergone such drastic changes. An unknown enemy had emerged in a system nearing completion of exploration, and this system lay adjacent to U-53. Tang Hao suddenly felt a pang of regret for underestimating the alien species before him. He could scarcely fathom the calamity that might ensue if the aliens here were connected to the 5-colored star sphere. Chapter 5. The voyage of the Starship during the month-long exploration of the surrounding star systems, the Celestial Kingdom, despite not discovering any extraterrestrial civilizations, adhered strictly to the protocols governing interstellar exploration. These regulations were designed not only to avoid revealing the kingdom's presence, but also to prohibit any form of conflict upon the discovery of alien races. Depending on the level of civilization of these extraterrestrial beings, the protocols categorized interactions into direct and indirect contact. The 5-color star system had yet to encounter any alien species, allowing for frequent communications with the Celestial Kingdom. However, once the reconnaissance ship lost contact, the kingdom received no further intelligence regarding foreign races, indicating that the ship had likely been suddenly attacked by an extraterrestrial entity. The ability to detect a stealth reconnaissance vessel in the vastness of space and instantly neutralize its defenses suggested an alien race that not only harbored hostility towards the kingdom, but also possessed weaponry capable of inflicting significant damage. Not every extraterrestrial civilization shares the kingdom's inclination towards peaceful coexistence. The dynamics of strength and weakness, survival and annihilation, instill a perpetual wariness in life when confronted with the unknown, exemplified by the fate of the reconnaissance ship in the 5-color star system. According to the established protocols, although the reconnaissance vessel made unexpected contact with an alien race, upon the latter's voluntary docking, the ship should have assessed the aliens as non-threatening and initiated direct communication, especially since the aliens exhibited no subsequent aggressive actions. However, the arrival of the envoy, SUSI, with news from the 5-color star system raised concerns due to its proximity to the U-53 star system, suggesting potential connections between the two. The reconnaissance vessel, unaware of the circumstances surrounding its destruction, could no longer operate under the usual regulations. This shift was crucial not only for the safety of Tang Hao and his crew, but also to safeguard the kingdom's technological secrets. Both the kingdom and the aliens had the capacity for disguise. The destruction of the reconnaissance vessel left the fate of the kingdom's technology uncertain. The timing of the alien ship's appearance in the U-53 star system was remarkably fortuitous, bordering on improbable, yet following the intelligence from the 5-color star system necessitated heightened caution. The possibility of a ruse or trap aimed at extracting sensitive information from the kingdom had to be considered. Although SUSI had personally intervened to halt Tang Hao's orders, he remained positioned 1,000 light-years away, harboring expectations regarding this alien encounter. With no intelligence from the 5-color star system, it was imperative not to relinquish the opportunity presented by the current alien presence, a sentiment Tang Hao fully understood. Thus, while Yusi reviewed the system logs, Tang Hao diligently organized data and accompanying explanations. After 5 minutes and 16 seconds, he completed the compilation and presented the information to Yusi. In this communication, Yusi's demeanor had shifted markedly. He praised Tang Hao and Yuna for their contributions to the kingdom and assured that no repercussions would befall Yuna for her actions before severing the connection. 9 minutes and 7 seconds later, Yusi reappeared on the reconnaissance ship's screen, his expression weary yet his countenance stern, making it difficult for Tang Hao to breathe. Captain Tang Hao, I trust your judgment. However, as you mentioned, our understanding of alien races is limited. Therefore, in our forthcoming interactions, I implore you to regard them as adversaries. Should they extend goodwill, I permit you to utilize the kingdom's electromagnetic technology to exchange essential intelligence. If they spurn our overtures, I command you to infiltrate their vessel. We require all pertinent information regarding this alien race. I shall dispatch 500 warriors and 30 mech to assist you. But you must understand this. I cannot provide direct support. Should their civilization exceed your assessments, terminate the operation immediately. The kingdom needs more than just information on these aliens. We require the survival of every citizen of the celestial kingdom. In the light of Ayla, the kingdom endures. A flicker of change crossed Yusi's stern visage as he uttered these words, his gaze both devout and fervent beneath the unique military salute of the Ayla people. Wherever our warships traverse, we shall surely shatter the stars. Yuna suddenly exclaimed, saluting loudly, seemingly oblivious to the serious discourse between Yusi and Tang Hao. Yusi's expression momentarily shifted, but he quickly regained his solemnity and declared, the eternal God Emperor of the Ayla people. In the Ayla kingdom, the God Emperor is an everlasting presence. Thus, there are no cries of long live the kingdom or 10,000 years for Ayla. As such proclamations are opposed by the God Emperor himself, nor are there any oaths of absolute loyalty for the kingdom or to die for the God Emperor. Though the cosmos is vast, the kingdom shall fill it. After terminating the communication, Yuna cast a sidelong glance at Tang Hao and remarked, Captain, while your statement holds truth, it is a sentiment better suited for the kingdom's exploration of the cosmos. Yusi's words are tantamount to a declaration of war against the alien race. Were it not for me, you would have put the envoy in an awkward position. Tang Hao responded with a pause. Yuna smiled slightly and continued, the elusive Right Minister, amidst his busy schedule, still finds time to concern himself with our reconnaissance fleet. How considerate, though it does pose challenges for our captain. Tang Hao's expression shifted as he glanced around, whispering, do not jest about the Right Minister. Refrain from such remarks in the future. Understood. In response to Tang Hao's concern, Yuna refrained from further debate, recognizing the gravity of the situation. With Yusi's orders, Tang Hao, for the first time as captain, addressed the entire crew through the ship's intercom, apprising them of the current circumstances, and concluded with a raised fist, exclaiming, for the Ayla kingdom. In every corner of the reconnaissance ship, regardless of the presence of others, each crew member raised their fists in fervor, chanting, for the Ayla kingdom. Though merely 4 words, they encapsulated profound meaning, serving as the simplest and most direct slogan of the kingdom's fleet. The energy shield is fully operational, no anomalies detected. Coordinates of the alien ship, right 357, A134. The reconnaissance ship's course is normal. The Mia space channel is being established. Gravitational engine status is stable. Energy engines at full power, preparing to accelerate into the subspace channel. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. The spatial structure stabilized, with an estimated arrival time of 3 minutes and 4 seconds at the designated location. The alien vessel remained inert, and the reconnaissance ship's disengagement proceeded without threat. As the operators executed their tasks, the stealth reconnaissance ship's exterior was enveloped in a blue energy shield, adjusting its position in space. Once the vessel faced the distant alien ship, the space ahead began to warp slowly, coalescing into a radiant ring of various colors. Subsequently, the blue tail fins of the reconnaissance ship rapidly expanded as it accelerated into the ring, vanishing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Within the command center of the reconnaissance ship, the scene outside was vividly visible, resembling a turbulent flow of colors, a view characteristic of the Mia space channel. A compressed segment of the universe. Tang Hao gazed upward at the spectacle outside, proclaiming, I understand that many of you harbor questions regarding the alien vessels, such as how they surpass the lightspeed barrier or why their ships possess such immense mass. Yes, I once shared your fears regarding their technology. Yet look at our current state. Are we traversing the universe at light speed? No, we are not. We are merely stationary within subspace. Regardless of our acceleration, it bears no significance to subspace. It only influences our speed upon exiting, without altering the time required for our journey. Tang Hao displayed the materials that Na and others had no time to review on the screen and began. I have analyzed all the data following the cessation of the alien spacecraft, and they exhibited no deceleration. They transitioned directly from the speed of light to a complete halt. Such an impossible occurrence can only imply one possibility. They were not traversing the cosmos at light speed, but rather existed within subspace, akin to our current state. Similarly, even if we deactivate our energy engines while in subspace, we would retain our original velocity upon exiting subspace due to inertia. This velocity would not be zero, nor would it be particularly low. The MIA space corridor and our stargates fundamentally compress space. Thus, our first priority in entering this corridor is to ensure the integrity of the spacecraft. We have previously employed electromagnetic barriers and now utilize energy shields to prevent our vessel from disintegrating within the spatial conduit. Furthermore, we require an exceptionally high initial velocity to ensure the spacecraft can seamlessly enter subspace in a short span of time. Yet the alien vessel before us lacks such initial momentum. This suggests that the alien craft entered subspace almost at a standstill. It did not possess sufficient power to accelerate such a massive entity. It is indeed peculiar to construct a colossal spaceship, yet lack the requisite propulsion to navigate it. Equally strange is the photonization of the alien spacecraft's surface. Even after ceasing to travel at light speed, its exterior still exhibits a photonized state. We understand that as matter accelerates, its inertial mass increases. However, matter does not spontaneously augment. Thus, the so-called increase in mass is better described as a transformation of matter into energy once it surpasses a certain velocity threshold, akin to our past experience with nuclear fusion. Unlike nuclear fusion, which can only extract a portion of a substance's energy, the transformation of matter at elevated speeds can result in various energy states. And once the velocity exceeds a specific limit, this transformation becomes irreversible. The speed would rapidly approach that of light, and the matter itself would manifest as cosmic waves, with visible light being one such example. Initially, we believe the photonization of the alien vessel served as evidence of light speed travel. Yet we overlooked that this spacecraft continues to exert influence on the surrounding space, even affecting our spatial jumps. This indicates that the vessel has not entirely photonized while traveling at light speed. It still harbors a considerable rest mass. Moreover, I compared the spatial effects of both entities at light speed and discovered that their data were nearly identical. Tang Hao elucidated on how he derived these calculations, then remarked with a smile, "The MIA space corridor resembles an artificially created vacuum. It can indeed be compressed, but this compression has limits. We cannot instantaneously reach another point within MIA space, and we can only traverse the cosmos at light speed. Light speed represents the fundamental rule of the universe and is an absolute value under all circumstances, as light itself is the sole reference frame of the cosmos. There exists no relative, only absolute. We are aware that the universe remains in a state of continuous expansion, suggesting that if an absolutely stationary point existed, selecting different reference frames could yield relative speeds exceeding that of light. Yet, in terms of the surrounding space, its speed would only reach light speed. Being within subspace, we are akin to such a point. Our own speed is inconsequential. What matters is our relative velocity. We have not detected signs of a MIA space corridor near the alien vessel, yet we neglect that the alien craft itself could serve as this unique point. It is, in essence, the MIA space corridor. We can detect warships within MIA space because the variations in the spatial gravitational field are perceptible to us. However, theoretically, an alien craft traveling at light speed while maintaining its form would manifest as a black hole-like entity, and upon tearing through space, it would create a vast layer of spatial turbulence. Yet, the gravitational field of the alien vessel before us is not indicative of this. While it indeed possesses black hole characteristics, we forget that its inherent mass can achieve such effects, and it is not that photons cannot escape, but rather that their trajectory is inherently directed towards the alien vessel. As the reconnaissance ship exited the MIA space corridor, the vast cosmos reappeared before them, and Tang Hao gazed into the empty void, a subtle smile gracing his lips. We have all been deceived by the aliens. It is now time for us to confront them. Chapter 6. the space fleet deep within the vast expanse of the starry sea, aside from the swiftly traversing reconnaissance ships. There was naught but silence. The only anomaly was a particular section of the starry sky that appeared to be devoid of certain celestial bodies. Captain, at our current speed, we will reach the vicinity of the alien vessel in approximately 5 minutes. Captain, there is a data anomaly that I suspect may be a system recording error. I hope you will take a look, said an officer. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, opening the document transmitted by the operator. A series of figures were steadily decreasing, indicating the mass monitoring of the alien vessel. The operator had also included another set of data that clearly displayed the fluctuations in the gravitational field of the ship. After acquiring the gravitational technology brought by the Divine Emperor, the Kingdom of Gods had discarded previous methods of calculating distant celestial bodies via spectrum, temperature, and magnetic fields, opting instead to estimate their mass using gravitational fields. This was deemed the most accurate method. Any object possessing mass generates gravitational pull, and with the discovery of energy particles and the activation of gravitational engines, it was established that all matter possesses gravity. This revelation enabled human civilization to attain a deeper understanding of the cosmos veiled from view, facilitated by a relatively mature gravitational framework. Humanity was able to discern the various celestial bodies within the universe and identify habitable planets for colonization, subsequently modifying the gravitational conditions of previously inhospitable worlds to make them suitable for human life. Tang Hao was acutely aware of the precision of gravitational detection. Thus, the possibility of such an outrageous error was unfathomable. He fell into deep contemplation, even contemplating whether to command the reconnaissance ship to halt its advance. Captain, could it be that the aliens can manipulate gravity? I know that in the homeland of the Divine Emperor, such tactics are employed to confuse enemy conventional warfare. Yuna suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide as she leaned closer to Tang Hao, offering her interpretation. Tang Hao gazed at Yuna, speechless, and replied, Yuna, I have already considered the possibility you mentioned, but I regret to inform you that the gravitational field of the alien vessel shows no signs of alteration. The sole change observed is the diminishing gravitational attraction of the alien ship, or rather, as our reconnaissance vessel approaches, the alien ship's pull on us lessens. You may not fully grasp the significance of the symbol following the mass change data. The variation in the ship's mass is not derived from gravitational field calculations. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yuna stood up and moved to stand behind Tang Hao, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Tang Hao shook his head gently. In just a few hours of interaction with this beautiful deputy captain, he had witnessed her various facets. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He jumped up a few times before coming to a profound realization: mass, inertia, gravity, centrifugal force, structure, space. Yuna interjected. Captain, please be direct. What is causing the decrease in the alien vessel's mass, and what should we be wary of? There is no time for a detailed explanation. Well, how shall I put it? To draw an analogy, it is akin to the tactics our warships employ to deceive the enemy. However, when our warships alter the gravitational field, they produce an equivalent gravitational attraction, which intensifies as proximity increases. Yet, the alien vessel operates differently. As we draw nearer, its gravitational attraction diminishes. I calculated that if we were inside the alien ship, the gravitational attraction would be equivalent to what we experience aboard our warship, indicating that the alien vessel also generates gravity, and it is remarkably suitable for us. Are you familiar with the three-body problem? This issue first revealed the existence of spatial structures, and the aliens before us have utilized spatial structural forces to artificially create a gravitational environment. Do you know that we once contemplated using centrifugal force to generate gravity? Ultimately, we discovered this to be a flawed notion. This idea is akin to connecting two objects with a string, causing them to act as a single entity. Creating a gravitational environment through centrifugal force only affects the matter itself. In the floating expanse of space, we cannot truly become one with a space station. The moment we leap, we lose centrifugal force, and inertia could lead to disastrous consequences. Tang Hao continued, following closely behind Yuna. A massive galaxy is not a singular entity. All stars are drawn toward the galactic core and its clusters. However, in relation to other galaxies, the interaction force is that of the two galaxies as wholes. This is akin to how you and I are not a single entity, yet, in terms of the overall mass of the warship, we comprise a singular unit. The aliens' artificial gravity operates similarly. they have employed some method to connect substantial masses, making them a cohesive whole in the eyes of external space. Yet, as we approach, this unity begins to fragment and influence each other, just like centrifugal force. The closer we get to the core, the weaker the centrifugal effect becomes. As we approach the alien ship, its attraction towards us diminishes. I am uncertain how they achieved this, but it is indeed a remarkable discovery. Yuna shot Tang Hao an exasperated glance and addressed the nearby operators. Encrypt the communication with the envoy. The aliens have shown no reaction. We are preparing to enter the alien vessel. Request assistance. In the cosmic expanse, 1,000 light-years away, 150 warships, each over 2,000 meters in length, floated in formation. The envoy has received a message from the reconnaissance ship, reported an officer in the command center aboard the warship. The envoy halted communication with the Kingdom of Gods, picked up the record file presented by the aide, squinted, and then set the electronic chip aside. Let us proceed. With the envoy's command issued, the doors on either side of all warships opened in succession, unleashing a continuous stream of mech warriors and space fighters, coalescing into a massive shadow. As this formation advanced, a colossal black ship gradually revealed itself within the cosmos. The ship measured over 3,000 meters in length and approximately 700 meters in height. However, unlike the warships, which maintained a complete exterior, the central sides of the black vessel appeared hollow, exposing the vast interior space. Upon reaching the black ship, the shadow swiftly divided into two torrents, each entering one side of the vessel. Inside, orderly fixed mechanisms awaited. As the mechs and fighters landed, they were immediately secured to the ship's surface. From the moment the envoy issued the command to the complete entry of the mechs and fighters into the black ship, merely 2 minutes elapsed. 2 minutes later, the exterior of the black ship was enveloped in a blue energy shield, vanishing from sight amidst rippling spatial waves. The location of the black ship's jump was also not in close proximity to the alien vessel. 2 minutes and 3 seconds post-jump, the black ship materialized alongside the reconnaissance vessel, and one by one, mechs and fighters surged forth, filling the vastness of space surrounding the reconnaissance ship. I am Alice, the temporary commander of the ground forces of the Space Fleet, dispatched to receive orders from Captain Tang Hao. Please advise. I am Ilu, the temporary commander of the fighter squadron within the Space Fleet, dispatched to receive orders from Captain Tang Hao. Please advise. Tang Hao stared in astonishment at the war machines outside the reconnaissance ship. He recalled that the envoy had initially stated there were only 500 ground soldiers and 30 mechs. What was happening before his eyes? Although he had just assumed the role of captain and lacked military rank, Tang Hao recognized the insignia and meaning of the two individuals' uniforms. One was a private from the ground forces, and the other was a private from the air forces of the Space Fleet. Privates were commonly referred to as general. However, typically, the position of deputy governor was a retirement post. Large-scale terrestrial operations were rare within the Space Fleet. The first-class soldier of the fighter squadron finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Even if he were to ascend to the rank of air marshal on land, he would still have no position within the Space Fleet. Nevertheless, the air marshal is still entitled to command a small fleet, which might be the only solace in this situation. Ultimately, aside from the ground forces and the fighter squadrons, the only promotion channel for first-class soldiers aboard warships leads to the position of captain. However, most ordinary soldiers will serve on a single warship until their retirement. Given the current state of the divine nation, the future remains highly unpredictable. In the context of the Space Fleet, the true ordinary soldier is, in fact, the captain. After all, warfare only accounts for the losses inflicted upon enemy vessels, showing little concern for the number of personnel aboard one's own ships. Thus, even a first-class soldier is subordinate to the captain, as the latter is the one who ultimately determines the fate of the warship, while the first-class soldier can only await orders aboard the vessel. That said, Tang Hao, as a captain without a military rank, now finds himself tasked with commanding two generals, which certainly adds to his mental turmoil. As Tang Hao's mind wandered, Yuna interjected, I am Yuna, the vice-captain of the reconnaissance ship. According to Captain Tang Hao's orders, I hold the command authority in battle. Therefore, I shall assume command over the two generals. Is there any objection? On the screen, both men were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they had grievances about being commanded by a captain. Now, with a vice-captain leading them, they were at a loss for words. However, given Yuna's assertive declaration, they had little choice but to comply. First-class soldier Eris accepts the command of Vice-Captain Yuna. IRU accepts the command of Officer Yuna. Yuna replied calmly, report the specific numbers. Eris hesitated for a moment. He had assumed this was merely a formality. With Tang Hao or Yuna nominally in command while he made the decisions. To his surprise, it seemed Yuna genuinely intended to lead them. After a brief pause, he spoke up. Including the elite squad, there are a total of 21,104 ordinary soldiers and 2,075 mechs. IRU quickly followed suit. The fighter squadron comprises 783 aircraft. Yuna nodded gently, her dark eyes appearing exceptionally profound, accentuated by her elegant brows, giving her an air of remarkable charisma. Aside from the elite squad, organize the remaining soldiers into groups of 5, with 5 groups forming a small squad. 10 squads constituting a team, and 10 teams making up a battalion. Confirm the personnel for each battalion and report back to me. For the mechs, organize them into groups of 10, with 10 groups forming a team. From within, select 2 individuals to coordinate directly under my command. Turning her gaze to IRU, she pondered briefly before stating, you will be responsible for the safety of the reconnaissance ship and the transport vessels. For now, I have no immediate use for you. But please allocate 100 fighter aircraft into a team, as I have a task for you. IRU. Chapter 7. The Assault Captain. I hope you can devise a means to unveil the true nature of the alien vessel. Otherwise, our operational capabilities will be significantly hampered. Furthermore, I expect your immediate report on the implications of the alien ship for the ensuing battle. Yuna did not overlook the silent Tang Hao nearby. After severing communication with her 2 subordinates, she issued a direct command to him. Indeed, even though Tang Hao was ostensibly Yuna's superior, he could only play a supporting role at this moment. The matters of combat were under Yuna's command, and Tang Hao had resigned himself to this reality, though he had not anticipated becoming an auxiliary in the battle. This was a far cry from his initial expectation of casually sipping tea while encountering the alien threat. Meanwhile, aboard the reconnaissance ship, as Tang Hao and his team busied themselves, Private Eris, while attending to Yuna's directives, discreetly established contact with the envoy Yusu. As one of the staff officers of the subfleet, Eris was indeed able to communicate directly with Yusu. However, after hearing Eris's words, Yusu expressed considerable irritation, insisting that Eris must comply with Yuna's orders, adding that Yuna was not as straightforward as one might think, before abruptly ending the communication. Perplexed, Eris could only provide himself with a rationale and then fully immerse himself in the orders issued by Yuna, casting aside any lingering doubts. 1,000 light years away, Yusu, feeling somewhat apologetic, addressed the individual on the screen. My lord, it appears my subordinate does not quite agree with my command, but I have already cautioned him. Based on my understanding of him, I assure you there will be no further issues. He then inquired, however, do you really not require me to ensure the safety of Lady Yuna? My lord, you are aware of her background? The rather youthful Right Minister jestingly glanced at Yusu. Yusu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, you jest, my lord. Your initial command merely instructed me to transfer command to the reconnaissance ship. It was only after my subordinate contacted me that you mentioned Lady Yuna, even instructing me not to inquire further. How could I possibly know her background? She is merely a vice captain now, not even the vice captain of a warship. Just act as if nothing has occurred. Proceed as you must, and do not concern yourself with her safety. To me, her survival is of no consequence. So you need not take any additional actions, understand? The Right Minister regarded Yusu with a calm demeanor. Yusu, drenched in cold sweat, nodded in agreement. Ensure Lady Yuna's safety remains known only to you, and do not let her discover it. At that moment, the screen before Yusu suddenly lit up, and the young Right Minister smiled as he remarked, it seems you have undertaken unnecessary actions? Yusu, taken aback, stammered, my lord, aye. The Right Minister waved his hand, smiling lightly, I do not mean to reproach you. Merely, one must avoid excess. She is indeed special, but not extraordinarily so. Had it not been for the aliens, I would not have cared at all about her well-being. After yet another disconnection, Yusu realized he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, saved only by his loyalty to the divine realm. Simultaneously, a voice within him suggested he was likely to ascend in rank, causing his pallid complexion to twist into a difficult smile. The alien vessel had remained utterly silent thus far, even as Tang Hao and his team approached. It continued to maintain its cloaked state. Tang Hao attempted to shine a detection beam upon the alien craft, yet there was not a glimmer of reflected light, rendering the vessel's appearance obscured. This would inevitably pose significant obstacles to their subsequent maneuvers. After all, boarding an alien ship equated to an invasion, and the likelihood of a counterattack from the aliens was substantial. There exists a stark contrast between a visible enemy and an invisible one. Mechs and fighters could not rely solely on system assistance in combat. Thus, it was imperative to compel the alien vessel to reveal its true form before any entry. However, the alien ship's ability to absorb visible light and refrain from reflection rendered it virtually unassailable. I require the external structure of the alien vessel. Tang Hao instructed the reconnaissance ship's operators. Launch a synchronized probe. I shall operate it personally. Captain, but should the aliens destroy the probe, you may sustain damage as well. One operator cautioned, alarmed. Tang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had nearly overlooked that detail. Captain, there is no need for such complications. I have already commanded the teams to commence their operations. At that moment, Yuna approached, conveying the news of the operation's initiation. But the alien ship remains invisible to us. Tang Hao began, but Yuna interrupted him. Captain, since we must approach the alien ship, it makes no difference to us. You may now take a moment to rest. With that, Yuna ascended to the command platform and commanded all personnel, immediately enter a state of combat readiness. Transition the reconnaissance ship systems to flagship command, identifying all combat units in the vicinity and integrating them into the main system. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The reconnaissance ship's operators had undergone several simulation trainings precisely for such contingencies, so when Yuna issued her orders, no one was uncertain of their roles. Tang Hao raised his head, observing Yuna's calm and composed demeanor, along with her innate authority, and sighed internally, realizing he lacked the qualities expected of a captain. Yuna, perceptive to the gaze fixed upon her, slightly tilted her head in curiosity. Captain, is there something on your mind? No, nothing at all. Tang Hao quickly averted his gaze, his insides trembling as he thought, Yuna, why are you tilting your head like that? At this juncture, all external circumstances had been displayed on the three-dimensional holographic projection before Yuna, encompassing not only the positions of the mech formations, but even the simulated image of the alien vessel. Yuna's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the approaching mech formations and the alien ship gradually ensnared by the encirclement. She had done all that was required. Now it was merely a matter of observing the alien's response. Suddenly, Ilu appeared on one side of the holographic display, saluting, Commander Yuna. The gravitational disruptors have been deployed around the alien ship as per your orders. Yuna nodded, understood. Shortly thereafter, Eris also contacted Yuna, his expression serious. Commander Yuna, the surveillance devices we deployed lost contact as they approached the alien vessel and disappeared from our view. Yuna's expression shifted slightly, then she responded calmly. Halt the advance, continue deploying surveillance devices, and I authorize the use of mini-nuclear warheads. Yes, Eris saluted. After severing communication, Eris halted the advance of the mech formation while continuing to deploy surveillance devices towards the alien ship. An array of surveillance devices surged towards what appeared to be an empty expanse, but soon after, these devices seemed to lose control, their original trajectories abruptly shifting. When this deviation occurred across all surveillance devices, it resembled a flock of birds dancing in the air, albeit far more chaotic and disordered than a mere avian display. Not long after this tumultuous shift, the foremost surveillance devices vanished from sight, with not a trace of signal transmitted back, as if consumed by an unknown entity. Eris did not panic over the erratic deviation of the devices, for Yuna had already informed them of the alien vessel's peculiarities. This was merely a consequence of the abnormal gravitational forces near the ship, akin to devices being drawn into a planet's gravity. Yet, the complete disappearance of the devices was a matter that warranted further inquiry. The surveillance devices near the spacecraft dwindled to a mere few, meticulously prepared by Eris as per command. These devices did not attach themselves to the vessel but maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters from the detected ship. They had neither vanished nor succeeded in gathering any intelligence. One by one, these monitors gradually approached the spacecraft before dissipating into the vastness of the universe. Eris transmitted the footage of their disappearance to Yuna while simultaneously launching an assault on the alien vessel. The mechs opened their flanks, unleashing a barrage of miniature nuclear missiles that surged forth with dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of a meteor shower descending upon a planet or the reverse of a fireworks display. Although a similar fate befell the missiles as they neared their target, they ultimately coalesced into a blinding orb of light. However, an explosion did not ensue. instead. A signal indicating the disappearance of the missiles was received. In that fleeting moment, Eris made a decisive choice. Seizing control of all the miniature nuclear missiles to trigger an early detonation, the once fading sphere erupted in a radiant explosion, illuminating the surrounding cosmic expanse. As countless fragments scattered from the center, cascading towards all nearby mechs. The blue energy shield enveloping Eris's mech flickered incessantly, signifying the impact of fragments colliding against it. Yet the mech remained steadfast, unyielding in the void of space. Within the reconnaissance ship, Yuna observed the unfolding scene on the screen, accompanied by data concerning the alien vessel. Much like the mechs, the alien spacecraft exhibited no signs of alteration. Even its surface remained unscathed. It seemed as though the alien ship functioned as a portal to another dimension, effortlessly devouring all matter without retaliating, appearing lifeless in its demeanor. Captain, this is the footage captured by the optical detector, the operator reported, mindful of including Tang Hao, who was beside Yuna. Tang Hao paid little heed to this detail, fixated instead on the images displayed above. Similar to the monitoring devices, the miniature nuclear missiles vanished upon contact with the ship's surface, as if a black sheet of paper gradually enveloped and ultimately consumed the missiles. Furthermore, upon contact, the missiles ceased to function, as though their systems had been infiltrated in an instant. I believe the surface of the alien vessel resembles something, Tang Hao remarked, removing his hand from his chin. Yuna cast a cold glance at him, uttering not a word. Oblivious to his role as the commander of the reconnaissance ship, Tang Hao hurriedly continued, I think it closely resembles our energy shields. As you are aware, an energy shield is a compressed force field. It is not material in itself, but generates certain material attributes through energy. We can permit any matter to pass through, just as we can exclude all matter, including light. Although no energy shield has been detected on the alien ship's surface, it likely possesses similar capabilities, as we have already identified a photonized state on its exterior, which may signify a form of energy shield distinct from ours. What do you propose we do now? Yuna pondered, her brow furrowed slightly. Tang Hao offered an awkward smile. Faced with an adversary equipped with an energy shield, their only recourse lay in depleting the enemy's shield or, upon close proximity, assimilating it. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the alien species before him. Yuna, recognizing her misstep and seeking advice from Tang Hao, shot him an exasperated glance. Aware of his position as captain, nonetheless, Tang Hao's words served as a subtle reminder for Yuna. If the alien ship indeed possessed some form of protective shield, they could not penetrate the vessel's interior without first dismantling this barrier. Yet, they must access the ship's interior unless the aliens resurrected and were willing to communicate with the reconnaissance craft. Initially, Yuna had feared that the Divine Nation's energy weapons might obliterate the alien vessel, thus precluding any understanding of the alien circumstances. If the alien ship truly had a protective shield, Yuna would have no choice but to destroy it. Upon receiving the command, both Eris and Ilu issued orders for an attack. The initial strikes were merely exploratory. Upon confirming that the alien vessel had sustained no damage, they gradually intensified their assault, with nearly all mechs joining the fray, while a portion of the aircraft coordinated attacks from afar. If the miniature nuclear missiles resembled countless comets, then at this moment, it was as if innumerable blue lightsabers pierced the body of a terrifying behemoth. Countless blue beams illuminated the void, relentlessly targeting the location of the alien vessel. Chapter 8. The Kingdom of Ella. Initially, energy attacks penetrated the alien vessel much like monitoring devices and miniature nuclear bombs, instilling a sense of helplessness in all observers. However, as time progressed, the alien ship began to exhibit a peculiar transformation. The first indication was the emergence of residual energy waves. The surface of the alien craft, which had been expected to absorb the energy, instead began to radiate it. Initially, small blue ripples appeared, but as the onslaught continued, these visible waves coalesced, ultimately revealing the overall silhouette of the alien ship. At this moment, the vessel resembled a reflection in water, shimmering dreamily amidst the waves. The mechanized assault did not cease. However, under Yuna's command, the majority of the mechs retracted their energy cannons, leaving only a few to engage in low-frequency attacks. The blue energy shockwaves did not dissipate with the reduction in attacks. They merely shifted from blue to a lighter shade, continuing to envelop the alien vessel. Energy strikes continued to bombard this layer of waves, ultimately transforming into new dispersive waves. Just when everyone thought the situation would remain unchanged, an explosion occurred. A brilliant white light erupted above the alien ship, dispersing all residual energy waves. Once the tumult subsided, a grayish-white, 10,000-meter-long vessel came into view. The explosion's glow had yet to fully fade, but all present held their breath, gazing at this colossal creature of deep space. A battered alien ship. Indeed. The 5-meter-wide crater from the explosion was but a trivial wound on the craft, which bore a multitude of scars of various sizes. The most significant of these wounds stretched several thousand meters and measured 100 meters in width, seemingly close to piercing the vessel entirely. Yuna and her companions, having witnessed the brutality of war, instinctively held their breath at the sight of the alien's plight. They could scarcely fathom the ferocity of the battle this alien had endured, and even now, it had yet to mend the wounds inflicted by that conflict. Where had their king gone? Who were their enemies? Video footage revealed that the rear of the alien ship had nearly turned to rubble. Amid the charred remains, the original structure was barely discernible. This was the main propulsion engine, now utterly destroyed, which explained the ship's painfully slow approach. The alien vessel had lost its ability to navigate through the cosmos, unless it were to re-enter a state akin to the Mia space corridor. Yuna inhaled deeply and commanded, "Attempt to contact the aliens. Inform them that we harbor no hostility. Prepare to board the alien ship." Yuna closed her eyes, reluctant to confront the aliens directly, especially this battered one. But she felt she had no choice, as the aliens had not afforded her the luxury of options. Obeying the order, Eris launched a small number of monitoring devices once more, needing to ensure that no further absorption would occur before getting closer to the alien ship. Even though its original form was now visible, this time, the monitoring devices landed securely on the vessel, initiating scans and recordings of the ship's interior. Simultaneously, mechanical arms extended from the devices, extracting a portion of material from the ship's exterior for subsequent analysis aboard the reconnaissance vessel. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crew. Once a passageway to the interior was opened, the most challenging obstacle would be surmounted. "Captain, the external photonization of the alien vessel has dissipated, but there are some anomalies in the data. You may want to take a look." "What is it?" As a graduate of the Divine Nation Academy, Tang Hao thrived on identifying and solving problems, confronting the unknown, a testament to his spirit of exploration. He soon found himself momentarily stunned. Having never anticipated witnessing such a phenomenon here, he even questioned his own vision. His exclamation drew the attention of those around him, including Yuna above. "Silver Angel. Angel Gold." Tang Hao managed to articulate, struggling to grasp the existence of Angel Gold in this context. Although he found it difficult to accept, the data on the screen closely mirrored his experimental findings, instantly conjuring the term Angel Gold in his mind. Even in the homeland of the Divine Emperor, it was considered a non-renewable precious metal, with only a small fragment residing in the laboratories of the Divine Nation. Tang Hao was incredulous to see an entire 10,000-meter ship enveloped in this metal from 10 million light-years away. Angel Gold, a highly coveted metallic compound, also referred to as natural nanorobots, was not ideally suited for use as a material, particularly for the ship's exterior, as it liquefies upon energy infusion. It could serve as a one-time repair material for ships, but was certainly not a permanent exterior solution. If it truly was Angel Gold, then the recent energy attack. Tang Hao mused aloud. Suddenly, Eris transmitted an urgent communication, his face contorted in alarm. "Commander Yuna, the alien ship has consumed the monitoring device and the ship." Truthfully, there was no need for Eris's communication. The optical sensors of the reconnaissance vessel had captured the scene, revealing a sight that filled everyone, save for Tang Hao, with dread. The alien ship was alive. Yes, it moved as if it were a living organism, the entire vessel writhing like an enormous worm, instilling a sense of revulsion and terror. No one could calmly accept this revelation, for they were facing an alien entity. A ship that resembled a living creature, eliciting a chilling response and an instinctual desire to flee. Yuna frowned, her annoyance palpable. "I detest insects, particularly ones of such magnitude. Move the reconnaissance vessel farther away. It's revolting." Tang Hao recognized that Yuna's words aimed to alleviate the group's fear. Hence, as someone acutely aware of the situation, he approached her and said, "Let me handle this." Observing Tang Hao's calm demeanor, Yuna felt a pang of curiosity. However, recalling his earlier mention of Angel Gold, she quickly stepped aside. Tang Hao disregarded the screens displaying Eris and Ilu, instead utilizing his authority to broadcast across all channels. "Greetings, everyone. I am Captain Tang Hao of the reconnaissance vessel, a graduate of the Divine Nation Academy. I know that the warriors of the Divine Nation fear no being, for our nation stands as the most formidable presence in the universe. After a 2-second pause, Tang Hao continued, You have all witnessed the alien vessel's peculiar condition. I must inform you that I encountered such a phenomenon 3 years ago and have studied it extensively. Indeed, within the laboratories of the Divine Nation, I witnessed this entity firsthand. It is known as the Silver Angel or Angel Gold, a type of natural microrobot, just like the current alien vessel. Its exterior has transformed to silver. Upon energy infusion, Angel Gold activates and can fabricate most known materials. I believe our recent energy attack has precisely triggered the activation of Angel Gold, thereby transforming the alien vessel into a gigantic manufacturing facility. I cannot ascertain the command the aliens have given to the Angel Gold, but I suspect we may soon witness a complete alien vessel. It is prudent for us to refrain from approaching the alien spacecraft, for the Angelium possesses the capacity to consume all matter and transmute it into the materials it requires. However, it is worth noting that the Angelium loses its potency after a single use. Thus, the alien entity before us must be quite affluent, willing to expend such a significant amount of Angelium, for even the repair of an alien vessel does not necessitate such an abundance of this substance. The Kingdom of Era, Tang Hao exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. In unison, everyone aboard the reconnaissance vessel, including Yuna beside Tang Hao and Alice on the screen, raised their right fists and shouted loudly. After concluding communications with everyone, Tang Hao exhaled deeply. This was even more nerve-wracking than delivering a speech at the academy. Fortunately, he had managed to convey everything he intended to say. Well done, my esteemed captain, Yuna remarked with a half-smile as she looked at Tang Hao. This was the first time Tang Hao felt such an absence of distance between them, and after shaking his head and smiling, he found himself momentarily lost in thought before sinking into a chair. Yuna, unfazed by his occupancy of the command seat, inquired, Captain, you mentioned that Angelium consumes matter. What will happen to the Angelium on the alien vessel now? Tang Hao glanced at the distant alien spacecraft and replied casually, I am unsure of the programming commands the aliens have infused into the Angelium, but I suspect it requires the consumption of matter to repair the vessel. If there is no surplus material, then after the Angelium devours a certain amount of the spacecraft's hull, it will attempt to transform into the external structure of the vessel. During this process, fission, decay, and various chemical reactions will release considerable heat and radiation. Consequently, we might witness an alien vessel that is not white, as the depleted Angelium may become partially intertwined with the materials of the spacecraft's hull. After a moment of contemplation, Yuna asked, in simpler terms, We shall not encounter the previous situation of being consumed again, correct? Indeed, Tang Hao nodded. The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat somber, to the point where Tang Hao felt uncomfortable. He glanced at Alice and the others, who wore peculiar expressions, and then at Yuna standing beside him, perplexed. Finally, Yuna could no longer contain herself and, with slight annoyance, said, Captain, could you perhaps allow me some space? Tang Hao. Yuna, somewhat irked, took a seat but soon stood again, her face flushed with a hint of intensity. Alice and the others on the screen, unable to stifle their laughter yet reluctant to do so, found the dynamic between this pair of companions aboard the reconnaissance vessel to be truly unique. One who did not resemble a captain and another who did not embody the traits of a vice captain. With an indescribable rapport between them, Yuna's expression swiftly regained its composure as she began to orchestrate the next steps of their mission. Although the alien vessel did not require intricate tactics in the context of space warfare, Alice and the others recognized Yuna's serious deliberation with each step. Therefore, even though everyone was already aware of the precautions Yuna mentioned, they listened attentively to her commands. Tang Hao, having become somewhat of an idle observer, did not find the freedom he had initially anticipated. He looked around and felt as though he was the only one without a task, as there was little left for him to analyze regarding the alien vessel. With the alien ship now revealing its battered exterior, a simple probing of its internal structure was feasible, and such tasks did not necessitate his involvement. With a slight sigh, he approached the command console to conduct inspections, occasionally standing behind an operator to observe their progress and inquiring about their activities, such as how to categorize the external mech formations while ensuring that commands were transmitted to everyone without causing confusion. Captain Tang Hao, Yuna finally exclaimed, unable to endure any longer. Could you please refrain from wandering in front of me and asking pointless questions? It was a rare occurrence for a vice captain to address a captain in such a manner, yet for Tang Hao, this seemed inconsequential. The alien vessel eventually cooled down in the frigid void of space, and its previously scarred exterior was completely restored by the Angelium, making it appear as if it had just been fabricated, boasting a sleek form and several large thruster ports at its rear. As anticipated by Tang Hao, the alien vessel was no longer grayish-white, but had transformed into a lustrous silver. A massive, sealed silver egg devoid of any visible weaponry, this was the true visage of the alien spacecraft. Elite Team 1 had entered the vessel's gravitational field and was advancing towards the hatch. Elite Team 2 was on the verge of entering the vessel's gravitational field, heading towards the propulsion chamber at the rear. Elite Team 3 had already entered the gravitational field and was approaching the designated location. Captain, we have an urgent situation. The alien vessel is exhibiting unexpected behavior. We may soon face an attack. At that moment, the reconnaissance vessel was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of alarms. And as the blaring sirens echoed, the once smooth exterior of the spacecraft erupted with numerous black dots, from which various artillery emplacements emerged, covering the entirety of the vessel's surface. A multitude of missile-like objects surged forth from the spacecraft, propelled by massive crimson tail fins into the cosmos. Observing this from the rear of the elite formation, Alice immediately activated the mech's full-channel communication, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, prepare to engage the enemy." Chapter 9. The rescue operation. No one anticipated that the alien race would launch a sudden attack, or that they would strike at this precise moment. The alien spacecraft had remained eerily silent for far too long, leading many to believe it was deserted. But now it stirred. The movement was swift and fierce, as if intent on devouring all surrounding foes in one fell swoop. Outside the alien vessel, due to Yuna's tactical deployment, apart from the elite team and Alice's squad, the remaining 2,000 mechs did not cluster together. Instead, they formed a spherical grid, encircling the alien ship, ultimately halting approximately 100 kilometers away. This grid formation not only mitigated the risk of concentrated attacks, but also maximized their offensive capability against the spacecraft, eliminating potential blind spots resulting from a dense formation or the ship's position. As the aliens launched their surprise assault, the counterattack from the mech formations was equally swift and resolute. The 2,000 mechs unleashed a barrage of micronuclear bombs and various missiles, which, although less devastating in the vastness of space, proved particularly effective against the aliens' missile onslaught. Certainly, in the realm of cosmic warfare, energy attacks are the most efficient means of inflicting damage, as nothing surpasses the speed of light, and energy assaults can approach that velocity. Even if their speed diminishes to half the speed of light for the sake of potency, they still eclipse all conventional weaponry. Thus, as the mech formations launched their missiles, they simultaneously raised their arms, and with a rapid transformation of their appearance, streams of energy attacks sliced through the void. Before the recently fired missiles could drift far from the mechs, the alien vessel was engulfed in a cascade of white light. For instance, if a single mech could obliterate 4 targets per second, in that fleeting moment, over 8,000 alien missiles turned to cosmic dust. This disparate method of attack rendered the once formidable alien onslaught almost absurd. However, war is not merely a matter of numbers. It also entails significant personnel losses. Intercepting the alien strike was not the primary objective. Safeguarding our troops was the essence of the conflict. If we failed to safely extricate these small teams, the battle would be deemed a failure. The mech teams 3 and 5 covered the retreat of the elite team, while 7 and 11 were responsible for Team 2 and 12, simultaneously ordering Alice to withdraw immediately, allowing the remaining combat units to engage. As the battle erupted, 2 mech coordinators received Yuna's orders and swiftly relayed them to all mech formations. "Why must we retreat?" Alice questioned vehemently, his mech's right arm swinging down in confusion. His squad had already dispersed to rescue the forward teams. Was pulling back not tantamount to abandoning their comrades? Yet, as a soldier of the divine nation, Alice, with reddened eyes, issued the retreat command after slamming his hand against the cockpit door. The speeding mech, after a brief acceleration, arced away from the alien ship. However, as they withdrew, Alice immediately sent a communication request to Yuna. "Commander Yuna, why must we retreat? We are the closest mech formation to the elite team. Only we can rescue them in the shortest time possible. Why must we withdraw?" "Because time is of the essence, and your presence would hinder other formations' attacks. If you still regard me as your commander, do not interfere with me during battle. There will be no second chances. After addressing Alice's outburst, Yuna turned to Tang Hao, who was diligently occupied in the command chair. Do we have data on the alien missiles? The alien technology remained a mystery to the Divine Nation, and facing unknown missile capabilities, Yuna had prepared for the worst. Fortunately, Tang Hao provided timely answers. However, with an enemy capable of interstellar travel, Yuna could not place complete trust in Tang Hao. Any underestimation could lead to dire consequences if the aliens wielded more advanced weaponry among their missiles. The alien missiles traveled at a staggering speed of 16 kilometers per second, and the reconnaissance ship was merely 200 kilometers away. Yuna could not afford to be complacent due to Tang Hao's reassurances. After all, the aliens had chosen the most opportune moment to ensnare Yuna in a dilemma, leaving her unable to fully assist or command a retreat. Confronted by such a treacherous foe, Yuna scoffed, then let them come. Her tone bore an undercurrent of anger. Although military strategy often involves deception, the aliens were practically toying with the Divine Nation. Ignoring communication and utilizing the Divine Nation's attacks as energy to repair their ship before suddenly launching their own offensive was an audacious move. Yet, if the aliens could withstand her wrath, then none of it mattered. Relay the command to the entire army. Should even one of our personnel fall, we will immediately strike the alien vessel, and I will assume full responsibility. Tang Hao, startled, ceased his work and looked up urgently. But we need to gather intelligence on the aliens. Yuna cast a disdainful glance at Tang Hao, her icy demeanor sending a chill down his spine. Then we shall extract it from the debris of the alien ship. Several elite teams, trapped within the gravitational field of the alien vessel, found their deceleration and maneuvering processes further delayed by their proximity. Fortunately, the aliens were not solely targeting these elite teams, allowing the mech formations to provide assistance, ensuring the teams remained unscathed for the time being. However, as time progressed, the battlefield would soon be littered with debris and missile fragments, and even the mech formations could inadvertently inflict friendly fire. Moreover, the alien onslaught was not limited to these elite teams, which meant the mech formations could not concentrate all their firepower near the elite teams. They needed to intercept incoming missiles, even those that appeared less threatening. Therefore, it was imperative for the elite teams to evacuate swiftly, outrunning the missiles before the mech formations could provide support. Yet, these elite teams remained perilously close to the alien ship, and amidst the dense missile barrage, only the mechs designated for protection could withdraw immediately. The small ships, carrying nearly 100 personnel, found it exceedingly difficult to escape the missile strike zone, even as they attempted to change direction, for the surrounding space had become a battleground. Shortly after the battle commenced, although the elite teams had sustained no injuries, the surrounding area had morphed into a quagmire. A rapid retreat seemed a distant hope. Apart from the mech and ship systems, no one could discern direction amidst the blinding flashes of light. Alice gazed despairingly at the chaos unfolding before him. As the battlefield grew increasingly complex, the synchronized load imposed by the mech systems intensified. Alice was uncertain how much longer he could maintain precise fire. He knew that someone in the mech formation would soon falter, if not for the fear of hitting the elite teams. Driving the mech would not impose such a heavy burden. If the alien attacks were not relentless, the mech systems would not operate at such high speeds. If visibility had not been compromised, synchronization would not be so thorough. If it were not to avoid redundant strikes, mental energy would not deplete so rapidly. If only there were no ifs. Alice roared, desperate to vent his pent-up frustration. Since becoming a mech pilot, a proud soldier of the Divine Nation, he had never fought with such restraint. He wanted to rescue his subordinates, but he could not. He wished to engage the alien ship directly, but he could not. He felt powerless to act, forced to watch helplessly as events unfolded before him. He loathed himself for not being the commander of this battle, for being unable to lead his subordinates to rescue their distant compatriots, and for merely engaging in the futile game of launching missiles. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a combat order was suddenly received by Eris's mech, directly syncing with his mind. Aside from astonishment, he was left with nothing but embarrassment, feeling foolish for his earlier outburst. Clearing his throat, Eris attempted to alleviate his awkwardness. In the command room of the reconnaissance ship, Ilru saluted vigorously, reporting, "Commander, all aircraft have reached the designated location and are making final adjustments." Yuna glanced at the situation of the mech formations nearby and stated, "We must enter the attack position within 5 seconds and commence firing." "Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished," Ilru affirmed decisively. In the depths of space, distant from the spaceship, Squadrons of fighter jets lined up neatly along its sides, accelerating toward the vessel. Blue energy beams emanated from the noses of these aircraft, piercing through the space alongside the alien ship, obliterating a multitude of enemy missiles. These seemingly eternal energy beams intersected and began to oscillate rapidly, layering upon one another in a swirling spectacle, relentlessly annihilating every missile launched from the ship. It was as if two blue circular fans had been superimposed, intercepting all objects attempting to pass through this luminous barrier. On the opposite end of the battlefield, numerous mechs began to converge, ultimately connecting shoulder to shoulder to form various sized rings. These mech rings, from small to large, resembled the ripples created by a stone cast into water, coalescing upon a single plane. Gradually, these rings began to rotate, gaining speed until they transformed into an array of phantoms. Countless energy attacks surged toward the alien ship, coalescing into a colossal blue beam that obliterated all approaching enemy missiles. Within the passage of this beam, explosions erupted continuously. Simultaneously, 2 massive circular fans and 5 enormous beams appeared on the battlefield, a sight of extraordinary splendor. This was the passage that Yuna had specially crafted for the 5 elite squads, a marvel achievable only by the divine realm. Though such a display, born from unrestrained expenditure, could not sustain for long. Yuna had already notified the elite squads within the passage and arranged for the remaining mechs to clear away any missiles ahead, rendering the passage nearly devoid of threats for them apart from a few lingering missiles at the rear. Missile fragments and debris? For a spaceship equipped with an energy shield, it merely meant a slight increase in energy consumption, hardly slowing its velocity, while the alien missiles trailing behind were hopelessly outpaced by the rapidly advancing vessel. Moments later, the 5 elite squads emerged unscathed from the passage. Although there were no cheers, every member gazed upon the scene with profound excitement and joy. This was the realm of the era, the very existence they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect. Undoubtedly, it was also the deity they would eternally follow. Everyone, retreat. The battlefield afforded no time for the soldiers of the divine realm to reflect. To rescue the 5 elite squads, numerous alien missiles were already drawing near. They needed to distance themselves from these potential threats immediately, even if it were proven that these missiles posed no real danger. None would be foolish enough to test that theory personally. Yuna finally exhaled in relief, a smile gradually forming on her lips. She had ensured that no one was sacrificed this time. She had accomplished what she had longed to achieve. Regrettably, there was no one beside her to share the moment. Casting a glance at the still busy Tang Hao, she pondered and asked, "The alien ship is unharmed, right?" Of course, it is unscathed. The mech's attacks did not synchronize with the aircrafts, so the mech strikes could not reach the alien vessel. As for the explosions of the alien missiles, they caused minimal damage due to the distance involved. Yuna felt it prudent to refrain from pressing Tang Hao further for the time being. The reconnaissance ship and transport vessel had temporarily distanced themselves from the alien vicinity. Before dealing with those troublesome missiles, Yuna was not prepared to approach the alien ship again, and the aircraft and mechs required energy replenishment. She was unconcerned about the alien ship escaping, given its position under gravitational interference. Observing the distant battlefield with countless lights and continuously blooming fireworks, it was truly a magnificent spectacle. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the direction of the reconnaissance ship's retreat. Yuna watched the fleeting notification on the screen and smiled faintly. Finally, they have arrived. Chapter 10. The Assault Command. After the spatial disturbance, no trace of the Divine Nation fleet appeared. Instead, a small white spacecraft slowly approached the reconnaissance vessel. On the screen before Yuna, a soldier of the Divine Nation saluted, stating, "Commander Yuna, I have been ordered to deliver the Black Gravity Ball. Please give your instructions. Launch the Black Gravity Ball and eliminate the pests behind us." Yes. The launch port at the front of the small spacecraft gradually opened, revealing a blue-golden sphere adorned with circular pits at its apex. However, in the next moment, this sphere vanished from view, leaving only a faint shadow traversing toward the position of the alien vessel. When the blue-golden sphere re-emerged into sight, it had already reached a distance of 50 kilometers from the spacecraft. The sphere began to rotate slowly, its speed increasing rapidly. In the vastness of space, there was no wind, yet a visible vortex formed around the sphere, drawing in countless particles of dust that swirled around it, resembling the storm clouds of a planet. Tightly encircling the eye of the storm, this vortex appeared akin to storm clouds but more closely resembled a disc-shaped galactic model. It swiftly consumed everything in its vicinity, fragments, dust. Alien missiles, all helpless against the pull of this vortex. Even the missiles that had approached the reconnaissance vessel were unable to maintain their speed of several kilometers per second, dramatically slowing down before being yanked into the vortex, accelerating beyond their previous velocities. The all-consuming vortex resembled a colossal storm cloud, with countless bolts of lightning ravaging within, emitting dazzling bursts of light amidst the thunderous roars. It also resembled a miniature disk galaxy, where countless stars flickered their last vestiges of color, illuminating the entire galaxy. Soon, the vast vortex stood as the sole barrier between the alien vessel and the reconnaissance ship. Despite the continuous missile launches from the aliens, none could escape the vortex's grasp. Even missiles from the opposite side of the alien ship faltered and tumbled into the swirling tempest. The blue-golden sphere, known as the black gravity ball, or gravity bomb, operated using a rapidly collapsing gravitational field to draw in all surrounding matter, much like a black hole, consuming everything in its vicinity. However, the larger an object, the more stable its state in the universe, which meant the sphere could only affect smaller entities. It was akin to a whirlpool formed when draining a pool. While it could sweep away impurities from the surface, it struggled to displace the stones at the bottom. This collapsing gravitational field was ultimately but a small stream, not the torrential flow of a black hole. The most common use of the black gravity ball in the Divine Nation was for battlefield cleanup or the removal of space debris, seldom employed as a weapon. The creation of large black gravity balls was exceedingly difficult, and they did not distinguish between friend and foe, making it challenging for the Divine Nation fleet to avoid collateral damage. If the sole purpose was to annihilate the enemy fleet, the Divine Nation had alternative methods that did not require such a ruthless weapon to prevent the aliens from stealing their technology. Reconnaissance and transport vessels were only equipped with conventional weapons, lacking even large energy cannons, let alone unconventional weapons like the black gravity ball. From the current outcome, it was evident that Yuna's decision was undoubtedly astute, utilizing resources to their fullest extent. For the black gravity ball, as a cosmic janitor, this was perhaps the highest praise. The seemingly useless black gravity ball of the Divine Nation had now become a symbol of despair for the aliens, a touchingly ironic yet stark reality. Tang Hao glanced at the images transmitted by the optical detector, furrowing his brow. Yuna, it seems the aliens have not ceased their attack. In response, Yuna quickly turned her head, her expression slightly grave as she looked at Tang Hao. Have the aliens made any new moves? No, they are still launching missiles, Tang Hao replied, his serious gaze revealing a hint of confusion, as if pondering why the aliens would engage in such futile efforts. Yuna nearly gasped for breath, thinking that if the aliens wished to continue firing missiles, they could do so. Could she not see that? Even if she did see it, could she compel the aliens to halt? Well, it was true that Tang Hao had just recently assumed the role of captain. She could only blame herself for being the deputy captain of this reconnaissance vessel. With that thought, Yuna forced a smile, glancing at Tang Hao and slightly bowing. Captain, you must be weary. Would you care for some tea? In this moment, amidst such circumstances, her words were laden with veiled intent. Yes, if only Tang Hao could comprehend. Tang Hao responded, thank you. Beside him, Yuna blinked, seemingly momentarily dazed, appearing rather oblivious. Calm, composed, tranquil, collected, relaxed, smile. These words drifted through Yuna's mind, culminating in a mental elevation. Watching Yuna's retreating figure, Tang Hao smiled. His role as captain was not in vain. His deputy was indeed kind to him. A cup of fragrant, dark tea, infused with green leaves, was placed before Tang Hao, the aroma dispelling the fatigue born from continuous contemplation. Yuna held a cup of strong tea as well, though she did not particularly enjoy the sensation it imparted. It was the only means to ease her at that moment. After taking a delicate sip, Yuna's gaze returned to the screen before her. The Divine Nation needed to quickly gather intelligence on the aliens, but despite the passage of time, she had yet to infiltrate the alien ship, rendering her, in a sense, a failed commander. Haunted by the guilt of sacrifice, she had yet to escape the shadows of her past. She was a competent firefighter, but not an ever-victorious general. Stealing a glance at Tang Hao, a flicker of self-deprecation washed over her. Perhaps she was not his equal after all. This is it, my final battle. Yuna lifted her head, sweeping away negative emotions as light rekindled in her eyes. She was Yuna, the fleet commander of the Divine Nation. Nothing more. Yet this was enough. The alien missile attacks finally ceased completely, and the black gravity ball fulfilled its purpose, coming to a halt and ultimately transforming into a massive sphere of debris. All units, follow my command. Target the alien vessel and turn about. Yuna gazed resolutely at the screen, which marked the location of the alien ship, her final battleground. This time, she would surely attain victory, with no other possibility. The reconnaissance vessel's thrusters erupted with blue light, its massive form slowly pivoting in the vastness of space, ultimately facing the position of the alien ship. After the turn, the engines at the rear of the reconnaissance vessel roared back to life, propelling it towards the alien vessel alongside a larger transport ship. Fully charged mechs and fighter jets began to leap out of the transport ship, entering the expanse of space outside, swiftly forming formations to flank the reconnaissance vessel. At this moment, within the cockpits of these Divine Nation soldiers, Yuna was broadcasting to the entire fleet. For the safety of the Divine Nation warriors, we are retreating. But this does not signify our defeat, for the alien ship remains, and this time we shall not retreat. The operational deployment had been sent to your systems, and I have but one request: to breach the alien ship's interior in the shortest time possible. All units engage. The thrusters of the mechs erupted with brilliant blue light, and the assembled mech formations surged away from the reconnaissance vessel, transforming into 20 torrents racing toward the alien ship. Behind the swiftly advancing mechs, 50 fighter jets connected to the mechs swiftly closed in, quickly surpassing the mech formation as they raced toward the aliens. Since it is necessary to enter the alien spacecraft, the most effective course of action is to launch a swift and forceful assault, devoid of any intricate strategies or slow approaches. The objective is simply to rend the alien vessel apart with the utmost violence. Overthinking can often lead to indecision. For instance, the initial elite squads are no longer required by Yuna. Her singular focus must be on creating a breach in the alien ship. The timing of sending personnel in, whether deploying mechs or elite soldiers, is a consideration for later. For now, the priority is to swiftly tear open that entry point. Eris, the captain of this assault operation, crouched atop the aircraft, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching alien vessel. Action! He bellowed from the cockpit, releasing his grip on the aircraft's wings. 50 mechs, having detached from the craft, maintained the high velocity granted by their carrier as they swiftly closed in on the alien ship. Just before impact, the engines of the mechs roared to life, enveloping them in a blue glow that heralded their descent as they struck the alien vessel with the force of celestial meteors. In the void of space, devoid of air, this awe-inspiring spectacle felt somewhat diminished. Eris, piloting one of the mechs, shared this sentiment. The mech's gravitational engine absorbed all the impact, silencing even the faintest tremor, leaving Eris, a proud mech warrior, feeling discontented. Extracting his feet from the ship's exterior, Eris soared from the crater, confirming his position with the monitors before accelerating towards their target. Just before the convergence of the 50 mechs, a sudden explosion erupted from the rear of the alien vessel. Seeing this, Eris's expression darkened, and he barked, "Hurry up. I don't want that Bradaluna showing off in front of me, or I won't hold back." "Boss, then you better move quickly. The brothers are ready to work," came the jovial retort. "Exactly." Eris snapped back. "Get your heads in the game. This isn't a game." As his words faded, Eris reached the designated location, where 30 mechs had already assembled in a square formation against the ship's exterior. Each mech held a silver metal box, sequentially embedding these boxes into small recesses. Without uttering a word, Eris found his spot and commenced the installation of the energy barriers. Following the system's guidance, he pressed the metal box against the ship's hull. After a slight tremor, he removed the box, excising the pre-cut section of the ship's exterior, and gently placed the box within. As the metal box settled into the recess, its surface began to melt, seamlessly bonding with the ship. After completing this task, Eris glanced at the system data, which indicated that 5 energy barriers remained uninstalled. With a growl, he shouted, "Move faster. Boss, we're almost there. Just a moment." Finally, the last energy barrier was installed, and Eris promptly initiated the barrier's activation. Upon witnessing the blue glow of the energy barrier, he hastily sent a message to Yuna and commanded his subordinates, "Pull." 50 mechs simultaneously placed their hands upon the ship's hull. As the boxes melted and penetrated the surface, the mech's energy engines surged to full power, dragging a square fragment. Measuring over 100 meters on each side, from the ship's exterior, had sound been able to travel in space, the air would have been filled with a cacophony of noise. Although the energy barrier could sever the ship, This unique method of cutting left the fragment still somewhat tethered to the vessel. Even with 50 mechs, extracting the fragment proved challenging. The fragment, now protruding a dozen meters, revealed severed wires and the ship's structure, though it appeared to be only a portion of the whole. As the length exposed reached 30 meters, unfamiliar hollow structures began to emerge. At 35 meters, a coalition of mech from the Divine Kingdom arrived to assist Eris and his team in extracting this colossal remnant. At 50 meters, a geological pattern manifested, and as the fragment separated from the ship's surface, a cascade of granular materials trickled down. At 70 meters, various pipes and synthetic materials came into view. At 80 meters, the entire fragment seemed to be ejected, swiftly carrying the mech warriors away from the ship, only to gradually descend under the vessel's gravitational influence. Within the reconnaissance ship, Yuna remained silent, her gaze fixed on the images displayed on the screen. The visuals depicted the vast passage she had personally orchestrated and ultimately unveiled, yet at the end of this passage, not a glimmer of light emerged. There were no aliens in sight, no counterattacks, only an eerily profound silence. Chapter 11. The mysterious shadow Eris directed the light into the profound passage. Yet aside from a few tendril-like shadows, nothing else materialized before his gaze. The interior of the entire spacecraft appeared exceedingly desolate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Eris piloted his mech into the corridor. However, he dared not venture too far. This was not the time for personal heroics, and he had no desire to become the one in need of rescue. With all lights prepared, Eris sent a message to every mech outside the corridor. Illuminate. 2,000 mechs activated their searchlights simultaneously, creating a vast expanse of white light directed into the passage. Eris gazed into the interior of the spacecraft, hoping to discern its inner space, but what met his eyes remained a shroud of darkness, alongside an indistinct, colossal shadow. It seemed that no matter the intensity of the light, it would be absorbed, perpetually obscuring its true appearance, much like the exterior of the spacecraft initially. As Eris hesitated on whether to delve deeper, a continuous stream of small probes darted past his mech, heading towards the parts of the spacecraft shrouded in darkness. Within the reconnaissance ship, Tang Hao, now back at work, excitedly touched the screen and began relaying his analysis to Yuna. However, Yuna was not in the mood to listen to Tang Hao's words at that moment. The mechs of the Divine Kingdom stood uniformly at 8 meters high. While they offered high safety, they also imposed significant limitations. Unless forcibly dismantled within the alien ship, many areas remained inaccessible. The soldiers of the Divine Kingdom were naturally the best choice, yet their individual protective capabilities were alarmingly low, posing a risk of casualties. Suddenly, the incessant chatter in her ears ceased, prompting Yuna to turn towards Tang Hao, frowning and inquiring. What happened? Tang Hao's voice was low and restrained. The signal from the probes has vanished. This is the last image received. On the screen, the previously indistinct shadow finally came into view. It was a series of withered, gigantic vines, roughly 15 meters in diameter, adorned with several remains resembling human skeletons. Although emotionally difficult to accept, Tang Hao understood that these were the kin of the era people mentioned by the Divine Emperor, some long-deceased humans. Yuna's expression darkened considerably. She had contemplated countless possibilities for the interior of the spacecraft, but had never envisioned this one. Tang Hao, equally perplexed, shook his head. The probes only gathered data on the spacecraft's exterior. We have these few images of the interior. Moreover, the disappearance of the probe's signals was not simultaneous. They all vanished upon entering the spacecraft at the corridor's end. With her brows knitted tightly, Yuna found herself unable to resolve the predicament before her. This had nothing to do with her command abilities. Suddenly, a determined Eris appeared on the screen. Commander Yuna, allow me to take a team inside to assess the situation. Perhaps years ago, Yuna would have hesitated not at all. But now, she found herself faltering. As a former fleet commander, she had ruthlessly denied requests for support from her subordinates, watching helplessly as their fleet perished in the cosmos. For Yuna, such sacrifices were essential and worthwhile. Those who remained steadfast and ultimately fell in battle were a source of pride for her. However, after that failure, Yuna descended into deep self-reproach, becoming lost in the murky waters of worthiness and unworthiness. Even though she could still remain in the fleet, she chose to depart in silence. Yet she had erred. From the very beginning, she had not moved on, merely cloaked her past with various justifications, deceiving herself. In her cautious dealings with the alien races, she might find some explanation. But now, Facing the fervent heiress, Yuna finally recognized her own stagnation. Still ensnared in that vortex, Heiress's request was met with silence as Yuna abruptly severed the communication, not uttering a single word. This left Heiress feeling quite awkward. Believing he had intruded upon Yuna's thoughts, a twinge of guilt gnawing at him. Little did he know that once the communication was cut, Yuna's first question was directed at Tang Hao. What do you think about allowing Heiress to lead a team into the spacecraft? Yuna's demeanor was no longer frosty. She resembled a student seeking guidance from a teacher, her eyes filled with confusion and her tone exceedingly soft. Tang Hao, taken aback by her sudden shift, realized there seemed to be no other answer to such a straightforward question. That could work. Why? Yuna's expression grew increasingly pitiable. Her inquiry tinged with a hint of melancholy. Tang Hao shivered, feeling a sense of discomfort akin to being caught between two romantic interests, even though he had none. He cautiously regarded Yuna and murmured, are you all right? Yuna quickly regained her composure, her expression gradually normalizing, though a faint sorrow lingered in her features. Thank you, she said, a trace of a smile gracing her lips, embodying both resignation and relief. Observing Yuna's demeanor, Tang Hao felt a surge of resolve, stating earnestly, if needed, I can accompany Heiress into the alien spacecraft. After all, there are many matters I can address in the shortest time possible. Absolutely not. Yuna interjected decisively. At that moment, she seemed to revert to the calm, decisive commander she once was, fixing her gaze on Tang Hao and articulating each word with conviction. Everyone can enter the alien ship, but you cannot. You are the most valuable asset to the Divine Kingdom. Taking risks is not your responsibility. Tang Hao chuckled happily. I don't intend to enter personally. You know that for the reconnaissance mission, Professor Tali specifically prepared synchronized robots for us, right? I plan to use those. Even if the robots are destroyed by the aliens, the worst that will happen is a few days of rest. Yuna felt an urge to throttle Tang Hao, her eyes reddening with indignation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Hao, suddenly scolded, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the difference between stating it sooner or later. The synchronized robots lacked combat capabilities. They were not needed in the preceding battle, and now that the corridor was open, sending in soldiers seemed the more prudent choice. Yuna's frustration was not genuinely directed at Tang Hao. Rather, she had long been trapped in a misconception, believing that acquiring intelligence from the aliens necessitated sending in soldiers. However, synchronized robots were not merely machines. They were connected to human consciousness, unlike the remote operation of probes. Thus, the reconnaissance robots could potentially gather valuable information without the risk of signal loss, and if the synchronized robots were destroyed, sending soldiers in would yield a similar outcome. The concept of consciousness had always been a philosophical dilemma, lacking a satisfactory explanation even to this day. What truly delineates intelligent robots from sentient beings? Consciousness is akin to light. It exists, but the answer eludes us, at least for now. Yuna, shedding all traces of her earlier hesitation, even began to mock her own folly. Why had she never considered this? There was no need for sacrifice or danger. Was this not precisely what she required? How many synchronized robots do we have? She inquired, genuinely cheerful, almost wishing to bestow a kiss upon Tang Hao's cheek to express her emotions. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment, Tang Hao had lost the opportunity for a tender kiss. Upon hearing Yuna's question, he extended 2 fingers, saying, 2. Didn't you know? Is that all? Yuna's tone brimmed with anticipation. Tang Hao blinked, appearing to question the very reality of the Yuna before him. With only 2 available, one for primary use and the other as a backup, it was you who informed me of this. Tang Hao felt quite perplexed. Just a few hours ago, it was clearly Yuna who had conveyed this to him. How had it suddenly transformed into a question he needed to ponder himself? All right, fine. I will accompany you inside. Yuna exclaimed with immense excitement, relieved that she no longer had to grapple with indecision. Heiress received Yuna's command once more, feeling increasingly frustrated with his earlier impulsive actions. He must have disturbed Yuna again. Indeed, he lacked the finesse required and could only charge ahead recklessly. After a resigned sigh, Heiress gathered his spirits once more, dispersing the mech units around the spacecraft as per Yuna's orders. He personally led a team to greet the impending reconnaissance vessel, silently vowing to prevent any alien interference with it at all costs. The synchronized robots, functioning as a form of remote-controlled machinery, had stringent spatial requirements. The farther they were from their target, the less efficient their synchronization became, akin to a state of groggy awakening. Conversely, proximity allowed for seamless control, akin to that of a mech, without any discomfort. Thus, in preparation for the exploration of the spacecraft, the reconnaissance vessel would approach the alien ship under the protection of the mech units and warplanes. This was an undeniably perilous decision, but for Yuna, it was the optimal choice at that moment. Even if the aliens launched another attack, the reconnaissance vessel was shielded by the mechs and aircraft. Moreover, as a vessel of the divine realm, the reconnaissance ship possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Compared to sending mechs or elite soldiers into the fray, allowing the reconnaissance vessel to approach posed a significantly lower risk. At the very least, the reconnaissance vessel remained outside the alien ship, rather than venturing into the interior, which had yielded no results thus far. If the aliens possessed the means to obliterate the reconnaissance vessel, then the mechs inside would surely meet the same fate. A simple deduction. The reconnaissance vessel, escorted by the surrounding aircraft and mechs, gradually approached the alien ship, coming within a mere 1,000 meters, practically adjacent to the alien vessel. Given such proximity, maneuvering became exceedingly difficult, prompting the reconnaissance vessel to immediately initiate turning procedures upon arrival, ensuring an expedient retreat in the event of combat. Just then, an unforeseen event unfolded, catching everyone off guard. The alien ship, which had been silent since the missile launch, suddenly initiated an offensive. A colossal black chain shot forth from the vessel, crashing heavily onto the adjacent reconnaissance ship. At such a close range, the reconnaissance vessel had almost no time to react. Almost simultaneously with the alarms blaring, the chain, resembling an arrowhead, pierced the energy shield of the reconnaissance vessel. The tremendous impact caused the vessel to shift slightly, and the outer energy shield transformed from pale blue to a lighter hue. As astonishment gripped the onlookers, another massive chain sprang forth, striking the reconnaissance ship like a whip. Eris reacted swiftly. His thoughts barely formed when the mech's energy weapons severed the two enormous chains. This marked a moment of unprecedented synchronization for Eris with the mech, to the point where he found it difficult to believe, even experiencing a surreal sensation. On this occasion, Eris refrained from further assaults, as the mech systems had assessed the power of the black chains. He felt confident enough to stand there and endure the alien lashes. After the initial shock subsided, an absurd scene unfolded before everyone, eliciting laughter from many. The aliens, in their attempt to strike the reconnaissance vessel, had unleashed 5 enormous chains, each approximately 5 meters in diameter. After Eris had severed the first 2, 3 chains remained intact, approaching the reconnaissance vessel unharmed. These chains either aimed to stab at the energy shield, as the first one had done, or, like the second, ensnared the reconnaissance vessel tightly after striking. Moreover, the spectacle was far from over. Following their attack, the chains emanated a bluish glow, pulsating rapidly and ominously, akin to a series of electric shocks transmitted through the chains to the energy shield. Despite the absence of sound, it resembled the crackle of lightning, inflicting no damage upon the reconnaissance vessel. Yet, the aliens remained oblivious to the ineffectiveness of their assault. Certainly, while the alien attacks appeared ludicrous, their persistence began to wear on the nerves, prompting Yuna to grant them a much-deserved respite after their futile efforts. Following this brief interlude, the collective anxiety regarding the aliens diminished slightly. Inside the reconnaissance vessel, Yuna turned her head and exchanged a smile with Tang Hao, who lay in the adjacent synchronization chamber. "Are you ready?" Tang Hao surveyed the tangled wires on his hands, took a deep breath, and nodded slowly at Yuna. "I am ready. Then let us embark." Yuna gently lifted her right hand and pressed the red button above, then slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 12. Entering the spaceship, a pungent aroma, a blend of metal and oil, assaulted Tang Hao's senses. He instinctively attempted to frown, yet his face felt unnaturally rigid, as if it had turned to stone, devoid of any sensation. In a state of drowsiness, Tang Hao gently brushed his hand against his face, and a horrifying tactile sensation surged through his palm. It was neither his hand nor his face, but the chilling feeling of cold metal grinding together resonated vividly in his mind. Like someone jolted awake from a nightmare, Tang Hao trembled and shouted as he sat up. "You're awake?" A melodious, bell-like laughter echoed nearby, striking a familiar chord in Tang Hao's memory, yet he could not quite recall who it belonged to. With lingering fear dissipating, Tang Hao felt a sense of relief knowing he was not alone. Despite his still foggy mind, he turned his gaze in the direction of the voice. The voice that felt so familiar belonged not to a person, but to a robot nearly the same height as an average human. its eyes glowing red as it stared motionlessly at him. The synchronization rate seems quite high. Yuna mused with intrigue. She had encountered scenes similar to Tang Hao's on multiple occasions, but the humanoid robot magnified the intrigue far beyond the larger mechs. Upon hearing the term synchronization rate, Tang Hao finally emerged from his dreamlike state. A cascade of memories flooded back, and the surroundings began to take on a palpable reality. How long have we been here? He wondered as he descended from the mechanical platform, cautiously testing the floor beneath him. Has it only been 20 seconds? Though he had studied the synchronization system of the mechs in the divine realm, experiencing it firsthand revealed the profound sensation of time stretching infinitely, surpassing even the depths of slumber. However, more than the perception of time, Tang Hao was acutely aware of the metallic shell enveloping him, which made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Every movement felt stiff and unnatural. I need to adjust, he thought, recognizing the necessity of entering the alien spaceship promptly, though his current state was evidently unfit for action. Yuna's synchronization robot nodded in understanding. She was well aware that Tang Hao was a novice and would not be as accustomed to this peculiar sensation as she was. At the same time, Yuna was also adjusting the robot's sensory system, for this was her first experience with such technology. The mechs were designed for combat, thus lacking intricate tactile senses, with only a measure of pain sensitivity to detect damage. In contrast, the synchronization robot was crafted for infinite anthropomorphism, closely mimicking human-like senses in smell, sight, hearing, and touch, aside from its appearance. The metallic touch Tang Hao had initially felt was not nearly as nuanced in the larger mechs, which, at the very least, could not convey temperature. While the system could facilitate tactile adjustments, it made familiarizing oneself with the robot's operations quite challenging. Hence, the divine realm had configured many functions to be manual. However, manual here did not imply traditional hand-operated controls. Once synchronized, human and machine became nearly one, with these tactile adjustments executed by the mind. In simple terms, one's thoughts would manifest as sensations. For instance, when gripping a soft object, one could only perceive the changes in that object, while a rigid mechanical hand would not yield to minor deformations. By envisioning the mechanical hand as a real human hand, the system would automatically compute the corresponding sensations based on the force applied and the degree of deformation, allowing the mechanical hand to replicate the tactile experience of a genuine hand. Thus, the mind's intent became reality. This was the essence of the synchronization robot, founded entirely upon consciousness. Of course, while this was easy to articulate, executing it proved immensely difficult. It was akin to experiencing sleep paralysis, where even the slightest movement felt insurmountably challenging. After a minute had passed, during which he felt drenched in sweat, Tang Hao finally acclimated to his body. He raised his arm before his eyes, and the mechanical limb now resembled a genuine arm, then gently touched his cheek. Everything felt astonishingly real. With immense satisfaction, Tang Hao was left with only a slight discomfort, the cold floor and his own slightly chilled body. Imagining shoes and clothing in his mind, he finally dispelled that last vestige of discomfort. Yuna, I'm ready. We can depart, Tang Hao exclaimed exuberantly. This was his first experience using the synchronization system, and he was pleasantly surprised by his adeptness. He felt like a superhero. Yuna, taken aback by Tang Hao's swift adjustment, pondered whether scholars had a natural affinity for such tasks. Yet, she merely responded, "Then let us go." Just as Yuna took a step, Tang Hao's urgent voice interrupted her. "Wait." Yuna glanced at Tang Hao, who had raised his mechanical arm to halt her, puzzled about what else he could need. "What is it?" she queried, her tone laced with confusion. After a few heavy strides, Tang Hao jogged to Yuna's side, grinning. "Let us synchronize." "You rascal," Yuna exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation lacing her words, abruptly cutting off Tang Hao. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence, as if the two robots had frozen in place. Tang Hao, realizing he had been scolded without understanding why, found it difficult to speak under the circumstances, lest he worsen Yuna's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yuna recognized her misjudgment of Tang Hao. Yet, the thought of him knowing her vulnerable state rendered her ears aflame, wishing to vanish into oblivion, making it impossible for her to speak. Nevertheless, the situation demanded efficiency, and after a few seconds of silence, Yuna's delicate voice broke through. "Please wait a moment." Tang Hao remained silent, but instinctively turned away. Yuna, determined, she resolved never to engage with the synchronization robot again. Had she not expended so much mental energy on adjustments, she would never have made such a blunder. It was infuriating. Finally, after a vexing wait, Yuna donned her original Captain-S uniform, which still exuded her striking presence. The bashfulness that followed her earlier embarrassment added an enchanting charm to her demeanor, harmonizing beautifully with her fierce appearance. Indeed, Tang Hao shared this sentiment after the synchronization. The coldness of the moon, the beauty of blooming flowers. Together they created a harmonious blend, a picturesque scene. This was the first time Tang Hao felt a closeness with Yuna, a bridge over what had seemed a perpetual chasm. "Let us go," Yuna said, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident. Ding! As the hatch opened, Tang Hao, wearing a faint smile, followed closely behind Yuna, his casual attire transforming into a Captain-S uniform. "Captain, Vice Captain." Several soldiers outside saluted the two, unable to distinguish between them, but knowing it was always appropriate to address them together. "Yuna, have the weapons been prepared?" Tang Hao inquired. The foremost soldier, maintaining military decorum, replied, "Report to the Vice Captain. They have been delivered aboard the spaceship." After nodding in acknowledgement, Yuna proceeded toward the command room. Before entering the spaceship, she needed to converse once more with the envoy, UC. On a command ship 1,000 light-years away, UC's expression was one of bewilderment as he asked, "What is happening?" UC was not always aware of distant events. He only knew that a reconnaissance ship had approached the alien vessel moments earlier. But subsequent developments remained a mystery to him. Thus, when two robots stood before him, he was left astonished and confused, unable to discern who was who. Yuna saluted and reported, "Commander, there exists an unidentified substance within the alien spacecraft. We are currently unable to obtain information from inside the vessel. Therefore, upon Captain Tang Hao's suggestion, we are preparing to utilize synchronized robots to explore the interior of the ship. Additionally, to ensure the safety of the reconnaissance vessel, I will temporarily transfer command to General Alice." Commander Hughes was somewhat displeased with the delays exhibited by the two, yet he refrained from showing his dissatisfaction, maintaining an air of extreme patience. However, upon hearing Yuna's words, he expressed his confusion, questioning, "Why not send in mechs or soldiers? It's just the two of you. Will the subsequent operations be feasible?" Hughes struggled to comprehend Yuna's approach. Traversing such a vast spacecraft with only two individuals would consume considerable time, especially given their lack of familiarity with the interior. How long would it take for the Divine Nation to acquire information about the aliens? Nevertheless, due to Yuna's esteemed position, Hughes could only broach the matter subtly. Yuna was acutely aware of the inconveniences posed by their limited numbers inside the spacecraft. However, they were akin to scouts, and once they confirmed the absence of significant danger, she would undoubtedly send soldiers of the Divine Nation inside. In response to Commander Hughes's inquiry, Yuna decisively stated, "Commander, the aliens are exceedingly cunning and enigmatic. Thus, Captain Tang Hao and I are willing to take the lead, gathering more intelligence regarding the interior of the ship for the Divine Nation, ensuring that our subsequent actions are more assured." Since Yuna had articulated her position so clearly, Commander Hughes refrained from further comments. After offering encouragement to the two, he promptly severed the communication. Were it not for the current inability to destroy the spacecraft and the inherent risks of capturing their warships, Hughes would have leaped into action, charging into the alien vessel to confront those mute foes. This was not due to a lack of patience, but rather the escalating conflict within the five-colored star system, which had rapidly intensified, resulting in minor casualties within the Fifth Fleet. Other fleets of the Divine Nation had dispatched personnel for reinforcement, and naturally, Hughes's thoughts had already flown to the fray. Unfortunately, the multitude of enigmas surrounding the aliens prevented him from departing. Upon assuming command, Alice found little joy in the responsibility. He had interrupted Yuna twice, only to discover that she still entrusted this significant task to him. Reflecting on the disparity between himself and Yuna felt akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. This was not a matter of Alice submitting to Yuna's leadership. Initially, he had looked down upon her as merely a deputy captain. However, the subsequent events had rendered his arrogance a mere jest, and in comparison to other more capable commanders, he feared losing face before Yuna. With the burden of command upon him, Alice's first task was to escort Yuna to the spacecraft. To express his gratitude for her trust and recognition, Alice became wholly focused, his mech's head swiveling incessantly as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Were it not for the absence of ocular sensors, one might have imagined his mech's eyes bulging with intensity. Yuna, having just descended from the spacecraft, nodded gently before strapping on the weapons prepared within. After Alice departed, Tang Hao remained inside the ship. Overwhelmed by the multitude of items, unable to emerge swiftly, the interior housed not only weapons but various instruments, all of which were rather cumbersome. Even though Tang Hao fancied himself a strong man, the inherent power of the synchronized robots made the task laborious, leaving him fatigued and uncomfortable. Observing Tang Hao's labored breaths, Yuna remarked with exasperation, "Can you not dispel the sensation of muscle strain?" To which Tang Hao replied, his chest heaving, "No, I'm not accustomed to it." Yuna shot him an incredulous glance and asked, "Then why don't you activate the small gravity engines?" "Oh," Tang Hao exclaimed in sudden realization, a faint blue aura enveloping him as he nimbly exited the spacecraft. Although the synchronized robots lacked combat capabilities, they were still equipped with a protective system far more valuable than the standard, allowing them to alleviate the burdens of the instruments through the manipulation of gravitational forces. "We ought to provide feedback to the Divine Nation. This small spacecraft possesses too few functions," Tang Hao lamented as he placed the instruments onto an automatic trailer outside. Yuna, somewhat at a loss for words, found it exceedingly challenging to interact with this captain, as it felt far removed from the camaraderie of the Divine Nation's fleet. The icy demeanor she typically embodied was replaced by that of a Na'vi girl. At 19, Yuna stood alongside 21-year-old Tang Hao. This was the inaugural day of their acquaintance, yet they remained oblivious to the significance this day would hold for them. The silhouettes of the two were swallowed by the darkness of the spacecraft, leaving only a faint glimmer to attest to their existence. Chapter 13. The dark space in the depths of a shadowy passage. Two flickering lights disrupted the stillness. A dim white glow swept across, gradually revealing the obscured visage hidden in darkness. Yet, before clarity could manifest, an air of uncertainty enveloped them. "What is this?" Yuna halted her steps, gazing quizzically at the ground beneath her. Under the illumination, a substance resembling black sand appeared before them. "I don't know," Tang Hao communicated silently to Yuna, his expression grave as he bent down to gingerly scoop up some of the sand. Upon closer inspection, aside from its dark hue, it was merely slightly cool to the touch. No significant findings emerged. Given the peculiarities of the alien spacecraft, and after determining there was no immediate danger, Tang Hao gently released the sand. It cascaded down his palm, transforming into a flowing stream, as if it possessed substance, devoid of any sensation of quicksand. Tang Hao's expression shifted subtly as he grasped another handful of sand. The same black stream fell from his hand. It was not a mere illusion. The absence of reflective light created this disorienting effect. "Is there something wrong with this?" Yuna's voice echoed in Tang Hao's mind once more. "Nothing at all," he replied, shaking his head. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao sighed inwardly, conveying to Yuna, "It seems to be a highly light-absorbing material, though I cannot ascertain its purpose aboard the alien vessel." "Then let us proceed," Yuna replied with a calm demeanor. "Indeed." Exercising caution, they chose to remain silent, communicating through their mental link, an exchange of thoughts akin to donning headphones. Naturally, one could speak to oneself without fear of being overheard. Yet if one wished to convey information, the other would grasp their intent. Once more, they set forth. They had only traversed 50 meters. Time could not afford to be wasted on this peculiar sand. However, after walking a mere dozen meters, Tang Hao abruptly halted, a serious look directed at Yuna. "Do you not feel it has become slightly colder?" "Colder?" Yuna furrowed her brow. She perceived no change in temperature, but since Tang Hao had spoken, she too paused. In the face of the alien vessel, this bookish fellow Tang Hao evidently held greater significance. It was prudent to exercise caution. After all, they had only these two robots. Tang Hao approached the automatic cart behind them, searching for necessary instruments. Current temperature, 21. 7C. Current temperature, 21. 6C. Current temperature, 21. 5C. Indeed. The temperature continued to drop. Tang Hao's senses were not deceiving him, and the robot's temperature readings were equally reliable. Initially, the detector recorded a temperature of 25. 5C. In a brief span, the temperature within the alien spacecraft's passage had plummeted significantly. You can even detect such a minor temperature variation. Yuna stood beside Tang Hao, marveling at the data displayed on the instrument. "Of course," Tang Hao replied with pride, "my major is astrophysics, so I am naturally sensitive to changes in temperature." Yuna smiled faintly, teasing, "What I meant is, we're all the same robots. How can you have such sensitivity?" "Humph." Tang Hao, feeling a twinge of irritation, glanced at Yuna's smile and inwardly grumbled, "We're operating on the same computational systems. Why haven't you become any smarter? Calming himself, Tang Hao took a deep breath. Maintaining composure, Yuna, with a bright smile, addressed him sweetly. Captain, if there are no issues, shall we continue? Wait. Tang Hao turned his attention back to the instruments. He sensed that the temperature fluctuations aboard the ship concealed some inexplicable danger. The divine energy barrier surrounding the vessel was akin to the fusion glass of a warship. Theoretically, there should be no thermal radiation diffusion. Thus, even if they had created this vast passage, the temperature within would not plummet rapidly due to the cold of space. In other words, even without breaching the ship's hull, the temperature would remain as it was now. Tang Hao's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke to Yuna in a hushed tone. There must be some changes occurring within the alien spacecraft that we are unaware of. Yuna inhaled deeply, her tone normalizing as she inquired, "What shall we do next? We cannot linger here indefinitely, can we?" Just as she spoke, a gentle breeze, carrying a hint of chill, suddenly swept by them. Simultaneously, an ethereal sound, faint yet distinct, emerged from the depths of the darkness. It resembled the howling wind rushing through a canyon or the soft murmurs of water flowing within a cave. This mixed sound was subtle, if not for the surrounding silence. It would have almost gone unnoticed. Tang Hao shuddered involuntarily, feeling an intense discomfort from the oppressive noise. If it were merely the strange sounds, it would not be so disconcerting, but combined with the surrounding darkness and the gradually declining temperature, an inexplicable sense of dread settled in. "We must hasten our pace," Yuna declared with a serious expression, uncertain of what the aliens had done. Grasping her weapon, she tossed an energy gun to Tang Hao, whispering, "Do you know how to use this?" Tang Hao nodded. "Stay close behind me." Yuna tightened her grip on her weapon and advanced step by step. Tang Hao, intending to follow, felt his legs stiffen slightly. After muttering a few words, he hurried to catch up. As a citizen of the Ayla Divine Kingdom, Tang Hao was not one to fear supernatural beings. Even if a demon were to emerge, he would dare to confront it. Yet, he dreaded this ominous atmosphere. Indeed, it was not the terror itself he feared, but rather the chilling winds that accompanied it. Much like how death may not frighten some, but the wait for it can be profoundly unsettling. "Be cautious. There are a few small pits nearby," Yuna cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a tug from behind, quickly stabilizing herself to avoid toppling backward. A mix of anger and embarrassment colored her cheeks. Tang Hao gasped for breath, his heart racing. "You scared me." After taking a moment to compose himself, Tang Hao wiped his forehead, sensing cold sweat forming. In a moment of heightened tension, stepping into an empty space would startle anyone. Thankfully, Tang Hao's reflexes had saved him from falling flat on the ground. "You, let go of me." Yuna seethed through clenched teeth, glaring at Tang Hao. She longed to turn and shoot the fool behind her, who, despite her warning, had managed to step into a pit. As if that were not enough, he had the audacity to grasp her. After regaining his composure, Tang Hao finally noticed the sensation in his hand. It was the texture of the captain's uniform from the Divine Kingdom. Yet, that was not all. Beneath the fabric, he felt warmth and softness. With a sudden thud, Tang Hao found himself on the ground, the sharp pain striking his mind like a jolt. Yuna turned, her eyes ablaze with anger, observing as Tang Hao slowly rose. Embarrassment etched across his face, a stream of blood trickling from his nose. Yuna's exasperation was palpable as she regarded him, at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she parted her lips, murmuring, "Let us go." Tang Hao quickly dabbed at his nose, cautiously following her. As they ventured deeper into the spacecraft, Yuna inwardly cursed, still venting her earlier frustrations. That lecherous old fool. It had been approximately 3 minutes since they entered the passage. After accounting for the delays along the way, the corridor, which measured over 80 meters, now only had about 10 meters left. However, it was peculiar that even at this point, the end remained elusive, and not even the massive vines could be seen, an evident anomaly. Eris could see the vines outside the spaceship, and the probes detected them at the terminus. It was illogical for them to be invisible here. Both Yuna and Tang Hao harbored this question in their minds, yet neither spoke, choosing instead to continue their silent advance. After a few more steps, Tang Hao's anxious and concerned voice suddenly broke the silence behind Yuna. "Yuna." Startled by the panic in Tang Hao's tone, Yuna tightened her grip on her weapon, her mind racing with thoughts of what could be wrong. "Are you in front of me? Am I in front?" she queried, turning around only to be met with a veil of darkness. Tang Hao was nowhere to be seen. Instinctively, she called out, "Hey!" Tang Hao felt a surge of joy. Yuna had responded, her voice resonating right in front of him. To avoid any unintended contact, he cautiously replied, "You know, I'm here, but I can't see you, so I'm slowly moving towards you." However, after taking just 2 small steps, something struck his outstretched hand. You know, unable to discern whether Tang Hao was genuinely oblivious or attempting to take advantage of her, smacked his hand with her energy gun, her irritation directed at him. "Don't you know how to activate the robot's night vision? How do I do that? I had no idea this was even a feature." Tang Hao replied innocently, having already attempted to see clearly, yet failing miserably. Realizing that Tang Hao was not a mecha pilot and likely unfamiliar with the synchronization system, Yuna understood that he might not be capable of accessing the internal viewing system. In her perspective, aside from Tang Hao's infrared senses, there were numerous texts and data resembling a gaming interface. Accessing the main system was a mentally taxing endeavor, and the more complex the auxiliary functions, the greater the mental strain, leading to fatigue and, in severe cases, even fainting. Thus, even Yuna had only engaged the infrared system rather than the more precise gravitational field scanning. "Can you imagine the system interface before you?" Yuna inquired. "I'll give it a try." But soon, Tang Hao's voice was laced with exhaustion. "My head feels heavy, and there's a bit of a sting." Yuna's expression shifted, and she hurried to his side, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Stop immediately. That's the system warning you." "What should I do?" Tang Hao understood the consequences of proceeding and hesitated to continue. The Emperor of the Divine Kingdom had fallen into a coma for nearly a month due to overclocked mecha combat. Yet, with the bizarre substances ahead, Tang Hao felt utterly helpless without any visibility. "Follow me." A cool, gentle sensation filled Tang Hao's mind. Although he couldn't see, he sensed Yuna was preparing to guide him forward, a complex array of emotions washing over him. As Yuna's soft hand exerted a pull, Tang Hao lifted his foot and silently followed. Darkness was the source of all fears, yet at that moment, only tranquility remained. The synchronization of robots and mechas belonged to a mental synchronization operating system, which could be simply likened to a virtual reality helmet, akin to Sword Art Online, albeit with slight differences. To elaborate on mechas, the synchronization system operates with a synchronization rate coefficient, similarity being the essence. The higher the synchronization rate, the easier it is to control the mecha. Conversely, a lower rate renders even walking a challenge. The unity of man and machine is the minimum standard for a mecha pilot. Below this threshold, one might as well employ an automated mecha. The origins of mechas trace back to unmanned combat weapons, such as fighter jets and tanks. With technological advancement, automation gained popularity. Yet this brought about issues concerning the logical frameworks of their intelligence systems, which still required human intervention during unforeseen events. Additionally, any data tampering could yield dire consequences. To mitigate such issues, various branches of warfare technology emerged, focusing not only on optimizing intelligent system logic, but also enhancing remote control capabilities. To better operate these weapons, data input evolved into simulation systems, which, through continuous optimization and experimentation for realism, gave rise to the mental synchronization or virtual reality systems, ultimately leading to the current mecha synchronization system, thereby transforming warfare back into a contest of human prowess. The advent of mechas can be deemed miraculous, and the emergence of elite mecha warriors reshaped humanity's self-perception. Precision targeting and predictive attacks were within the analytical capabilities of these mechas. Yet when human consciousness fused with the system, the mecha acquired judgment and cognitive abilities, akin to society's understanding of intelligent robots versus sentient beings. Human thought is constrained by the physical body, yet mechas unlock this potential. However, being bound by hardware, they undergo inexplicable upgrades post-synchronization. Scientists attribute this to cognitive hierarchy. For instance, a computer perceives one as code, while a human perceives it simply as one, much like how humans can instinctively differentiate between animal species. While a system's comparative calculations depend on accuracy, this notion remains largely unverified. Warriors with higher synchronization rates share a more profound bond with their mechas. Akin to transitioning from playing a game on a screen to being within the game itself, they possess enhanced combat capabilities and can operate without a system interface, akin to the distinction between controlling an arm versus controlling cells. However, this can lead to a blurred sense of reality, where individuals perceive themselves as mechas. Such discernment is unrelated to synchronization rates, but rather tied to the individual. Consequently, warriors with high synchronization rates are rare, and those who maintain consciousness are even fewer. Moreover, a higher synchronization rate indicates a stronger mental capacity, enabling prolonged engagement in mentally taxing overclocked combat, much like the disparity in energy levels between children and the elderly. The Divine Kingdom periodically assesses the mental state of mecha warriors, since even ordinary mecha soldiers can exhibit conditions similar to elite warriors, often leading to early retirement upon detection. With the preceding context established, let us conclude with the synchronization robots relevant to this narrative. Synchronization robots represent a different interpretation of synchronization systems, aimed at the pursuit of immortality. They encompass all known sensory modalities to ensure maximum realism. In truth, synchronization robots impose no requirements on synchronization rates. They function similarly to the transfer of operational programs between two machines, reliant solely on compatibility. While anyone can utilize them, some individuals experience phenomena akin to sleep paralysis, delaying their ability to move. Conversely, those with higher synchronization rates adapt to their new bodies with ease, encountering no impediments in mobility. Thus, synchronization robots operate almost entirely through consciousness. One must become familiar with and differentiate these sensations to adjust various senses, allowing for usage akin to one's bodily functions. If one cannot discern these differences, the initial peculiarities will quickly diminish, resulting in a mere small-scale mecha. In such cases, it would be more convenient to wear combat suits. As aside from the immortality research aspect, these robots exist for specialized missions, such as delving deep into the spaceship's interior, where the absence of tactile sensations makes obtaining accurate information exceedingly difficult. For data is seldom as intuitive as experience. Furthermore, as a reconnaissance vessel equipped with synchronized robots, it is outfitted with several auxiliary systems, although most of these systems operate independently of sensory input. For instance, the internal energy engine is not akin to a heart. It merely requires your intent for the system to assist you. Beyond these auxiliary functionalities, there are several common features, such as the initial synchronization between Tang Hao and Yuna, which includes a form of mental communication between them. It is worth noting the external synchronization that was previously understated. After various sensory systems have been anthropomorphized, the synchronized robots can achieve a mutual understanding. You simply need to envision how the other perceives you, while they simultaneously contemplate your essence, and through verbal synchronization, a semblance of real human interaction is achieved. Initially, a sense of dissonance is introduced to differentiate between the two entities, which must later be mitigated to prolong the experience, a unique configuration of the synchronized robots. Even the mobility of the robots is regarded merely as explosive potential, with their sensory systems automatically calibrated to a level that humans can comfortably adapt to. You will feel as if you possess superhuman abilities without experiencing any disorientation. Beyond this, there are specialized capabilities, such as infrared vision and the ability to summon the system panel. However, these functions are not as casually accessible as those of mechs, due to the excessive anthropomorphism. One cannot easily detach oneself from the robot. You may perceive your body within the cockpit, but the synchronized robot does not share this perception. This distinction in direct sensory experience also prevents you from effortlessly summoning the system panel as you would in a mech. Only someone like Yuna, who has experienced such sensations, can do so with ease, while Tang Hao, who has never piloted a mech, would expend significant mental energy attempting to summon it under complete synchronization. This sense of disorientation cannot simply be resolved by imagining oneself wearing infrared goggles. For the synchronization system fundamentally engages with human consciousness, and deeper synchronization intensifies its impact on awareness. Mobility may be diminished through sensory perception. Thus, even when exerting full effort, Tang Hao, while envisioning himself as a strong man, would still only perceive the strength he can genuinely manifest, never truly feeling like a crane. However, infrared vision, being a visual perception that operates on consciousness, necessitates prior experience or differentiation. Otherwise, one risks blindness. This explains why even for Yuna, who perceives it as akin to wearing glasses, it still demands substantial mental energy. Typically, wearing glasses does not induce such fatigue. The synchronized robot enhances the synchronization rate of the mech. Any sense of dissonance will invariably influence reality. Thus, the essence of the synchronized robot remains oneself. Should future enhancements occur, they would merely align increasingly with one's real-world self, devoid of any superpowers. This represents the preliminary research of the Divine Kingdom regarding immortality. Consequently, while the synchronized robot boasts numerous auxiliary functions, their usage is strictly regulated. Tang Hao received a warning from the system, and Yuna promptly intervened to halt him. Do you know how many words I've written for you? Just so you can hold my hand. Damn it, give me some face. I've done everything I can. Haha, this has grown rather lengthy and somewhat disorganized, as I haven't fully established the narrative here. This isn't a case of writing as I please. All my settings are grounded in specific logic, albeit with a degree of flexibility for additions and deletions to allow for future writing space. I have primarily outlined the framework, with the remaining elements undergoing minor adjustments within that structure. The supplementary details regarding the synchronized robot may not be exhaustive. Should there be any questions, please inform me, and I shall strive to maintain the logical consistency of this science fiction work. Thank you. Yuna remained silent, and Tang Hao did not inquire further. Ahead lay the terminus of the corridor, beyond which he could discern nothing. Here, it seemed, not only visible light, but even invisible wavelengths were absorbed. Yuna halted, her words tinged with a hint of despondency. With no visibility, they could only resort to energy field detection. However, this would limit the time Yuna could remain active. Tang Hao felt an inexplicable sadness. Though he held no expectations, the transition from ambiguity to normalcy was undeniably discomforting. Yet, he could not deny that this vice captain, whom he had come to know not long ago, was indeed quite remarkable. In every conceivable sense. After a momentary adjustment of his emotions, Tang Hao regained his previous composure. Confronting the current predicament, he resolved to fulfill his responsibilities. The Divine Emperor had remarked that every situation is a matter of capability. Only by becoming formidable can one become the architect of rules. In circumstances where one might fall into water and could only save one person, such a scenario would never transpire in the Divine Kingdom, which would afford no one such an opportunity. As a student of the Divine Kingdom Academy, in a certain sense, he was not meant to encounter insurmountable obstacles. A surge of determination welled within him, and he confidently communicated, "Wait a moment. Once we ascertain what surrounds us, we will find a solution." Yuna's initially gloomy disposition brightened at Tang Hao's words. She placed her trust solely in him, unwilling to withdraw and leave the soldiers of the Divine Kingdom to face danger alone. Though she was not in peril, the soldiers would be. However, the habitually conflicted Yuna could not resist posing her concern. What if we cannot uncover anything in the short term? Cannot uncover anything? Tang Hao pondered briefly before responding with a confident smile. Then we shall deploy a black attractor ball. I can adjust the relevant parameters without it affecting us. Yuna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I will have them send one in immediately. It seems that electromagnetic waves are also being absorbed here. Then I will go out right away." Yuna, ever the proactive one, released Tang Hao's hand. "Wait." Tang Hao quickly grasped her arm, fully aware of the terror of being left alone. But more importantly, he had merely been speaking hypothetically, embellishing a bit. He hadn't anticipated that Yuna would take him seriously. Yuna, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Tang Hao appeared flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I need a bit of time to modify the black attractor ball. How long? I'm not sure." Yuna, already adept at cultivating her energy, felt a strong urge to kick Tang Hao for his lack of urgency. Had he not been the captain and she his direct deputy, she would have ensured that he perished several times over in the hours to come. Yet, despite the words on the tip of her tongue, Yuna ultimately offered gentle encouragement. "Then you must resolve the current issue swiftly." After a moment's thought, she added, "I believe in you." "Yes, rest assured." Chapter 14. The disappearance of signals. At the moment when the two were engulfed by darkness, the reconnaissance ship also lost their signals. Everyone was taken aback. This time, it was not a mere probe that had entered, but their captain and first officer. Logically, after the signal was severed, the two in the synchronization pod should have awakened. However, not only did they fail to wake up, but they also remained in sync. No one aboard the reconnaissance ship understood the principles of the synchronization robots. And for a moment, they were at a loss, only able to relay the situation to Eris, who was temporarily in command. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eris hurried to the reconnaissance vessel. Stepping out of his mech, clad in a striking black and white military uniform that accentuated his rugged features and robust physique, he exuded the aura of a seasoned general. Like a fierce tiger at his side, he commanded a formidable presence. Upon entering the command room, Eris asked directly, "What is the situation?" "The first officer and the others are experiencing the same condition as the probe. We are uncertain if they have been attacked, but they have yet to awaken." Initially, the probe could still see the vines at the end of the passage, but just a moment ago, we could no longer see them. Eris furrowed his brow. He was adept at leading charges but struggled with analytical reasoning. Just tell me if Commander Yuna is in danger. I don't know. The operators had chosen Eris precisely because of their indecisiveness, so he could hardly expect an answer. However, Captain Tang had mentioned that they might encounter such a situation and instructed them not to worry. Another person stood up, looking extremely conflicted. Eris, slightly irritated, retorted, "Then why are you panicking?" A female operator explained, "Commander Eris, synchronization robots are not the same as probes. Although the captain mentioned this, they should have awakened by now." "What else did your captain say?" Eris inquired. "He just told us not to worry. Did he not mention the current situation?" Eris exclaimed in frustration. "No." Eris then understood why Yuna was responsible for combat command. If this captain were in charge, the personnel below would be left bewildered by his orders. Just like now, should these operators be worried or not? Sighing, Eris realized that the circumstances were not suitable for disturbing Yes Ling. For what use were these commanders otherwise? Since he could not seek help elsewhere, he would have to rely on himself to resolve the issue. "I don't care what methods you use. I need to obtain the situation within the passage immediately and then inform my direct fleet to enter the passage and search for Commander Yuna." With a steady leader now in place, the previously panicked crowd felt considerably more at ease. More terrifying than an incompetent general is a leaderless mob. An incompetent leader can still fight. A headless dragon descends into chaos. In fact, even before Eris issued his command, the group had already prepared the necessary equipment. However, this was a fleet, and they could not make decisions unilaterally, or else it would lead to major problems over time. 10 mechs descended upon the entrance of the passage like meteors, simultaneously activating their searchlights as they moved cautiously inward. Shortly after their entry, a long-tailed probe also surged into the passage. The Divine Nation's wireless communication technology extends beyond mere electromagnetic means. It also encompasses short-range quantum entanglement and long-range spatial microwave communication, culminating in interstellar energy leap technology. The most developed among these is electromagnetic communication, which has yet to reach its peak and possesses substantial room for growth. Quantum communication, rooted in quantum entanglement, is limited by distance, and due to the small volume of individual information, it can only serve as a base station. With a real-time communication range of approximately 5,000 light-years. Long-range microwave communication typically operates within 1,000,000 light-years, while energy leap can cover tens of millions of light-years. Of course, each communication method requires a carrier, which is why the Divine Nation predominantly employs electromagnetic communication. It is technologically mature, cost-effective, and sufficient for most situations. The probes and mech monitors of the Divine Nation utilize electromagnetic communication, encompassing many types of electromagnetic waves, not merely electrical signals. The synchronization robots, due to the uniqueness of their synchronization systems, rely not only on electromagnetic, quantum, and microwave communications, but also on the particularly special sixth sense communication. Sixth sense communication, named for the sixth sense, has many interpretations or scientific names, such as broadly defined consciousness synchronization technology, or more simply, brainwave communication. The operator's fear regarding the disappearance of the synchronization robot signals stemmed from this very fact. If the probe's signal were to vanish, it could mean destruction or interference. However, if the synchronization robot severed its signal while retaining only the sixth sense, there could be only one explanation: interference. The unease among the operators was not solely due to concern for the two individuals' safety. They also feared that this interference stemmed from a more advanced communication technology possessed by an alien race. This possibility was known to all, yet no one dared to voice it. "Commander Eris, the mech signal has vanished. The probe has also disappeared." The loss of mech signals could be explained, but the probe's disappearance was another matter entirely. After taking a deep breath, Eris said in a low voice, "Order everyone to prepare for battle." 80 meters away. If it was merely some unknown interference, then once they found Yuna and the others, they would quickly obtain information. If it were something else, Eris chose not to dwell on it. Overthinking would lead to excessive options, which he was ill-suited to navigate. Should the situation exceed expectations, he would directly request support from Yes Ling. The Divine Nation was unwilling to disclose its technology and would not abandon anyone. Simple and direct. Conflict, yet not contradictory. At the end of the alien ship's passage, Yuna tirelessly handled the instruments. According to Tang Hao, as long as she had these devices, she would be able to analyze the surrounding materials and subsequently devise a solution. Thus, in order to spare her subordinates from danger and with unwavering faith in Tang Hao, Yuna became a laborer, carrying the equipment without complaint. However, as she continued, Yuna suddenly halted, her eyelashes quivering slightly. With an expressionless face, she approached Tang Hao, holding the instruments, and asked in her mind, "Captain, I have a question I hope you can answer. What is it?" Tang Hao scanned the surroundings. Although it was pitch black, he could still hear faint footsteps. "Since you cannot see, how do you intend to use these instruments?" Tang Hao realized this was indeed a question. Suddenly, a heavy object fell heavily to the ground, followed by Tang Hao's anguished scream. "Ah, Commander! Commander! What happened to you?" "Commander Yuna, we're here. Hold on." Yuna turned around, a hint of sorrow on her face. They had ultimately arrived. Tang Hao also heard the voices approaching from behind, but the synchronization robot enhanced his sense of touch. Although the pain was momentary, he still gasped in shock. His face pale, mumbling incessantly. "Stop calling out." Yuna, flustered, shouted at Tang Hao internally. "Commander, hold on." The sound of mechs grew closer. Tang Hao could not hold on and immediately closed his mouth. After a brief moment of despondency, Yuna regained her composure and called out loudly to the mech soldiers coming to their aid. "I'm over here." In less than a second, a gust of wind swept in. Although nothing was visible in the darkness, it was evident that the mech soldiers searching for them had arrived. "Commander Yuna, what just happened? Were we attacked by the alien race? What is the situation?" "It's nothing serious, merely a slight issue with my captain." After a brief outburst of emotions, Yuna inquired of the others, "How did you get in here?" "Commander Yuna, your signal was lost momentarily, and Captain Eris sent us to check on the situation." Upon hearing this, Yuna felt a stirring in her heart and replied, "Inform Eris that we are fine and there is no need for concern. However, the internal circumstances of the ship are complex. It would be best for you to retreat for now." "Commander Yuna, Xiaolei has already gone out to inform the captain. Let us stay and assist you." "It's too dangerous here," Yuna insisted. "Commander, the warriors of the Divine Kingdom fear no danger." A new mech pilot also pleaded, "Commander Yuna, let us stay. The situation here is too intricate, and most of our detection capabilities have failed. We can only rely on sound waves and gravitational waves to find you." "Indeed, Commander. With us here, it will be more convenient for you. Allow us to remain." Faced with such soldiers, Yuna's eyes reddened slightly. She found it difficult to utter the words, "This is an order." Moreover, she genuinely needed them. Yet, if they stayed, what would be the meaning of her earlier arrival? Yuna had no answers. Her selfishness could not eclipse her loyalty to the Divine Kingdom. She had exerted herself, but found herself at an impasse. "Let them accompany us. Even without this black mist, we will need some time to descend," Tang Hao suddenly interjected. Although the reconnaissance ship had detected the general spatial structure of the ship's interior, the results were not precise. To avoid damaging the ship and the potential ensuing combat, the passage was chosen in the spacious mid-front area, where the structure was uncomplicated, resembling an eggshell rather than a honeycomb, alleviating concerns about explosions from creating a passage. Originally, the terminus of this passage should connect with the ship's interior ground. Even if it did not, the height difference would not exceed 10 meters. However, when Tang Hao had previously explored the edge with a rope, he discovered a height difference of at least 60 meters. Unaware of Yuna's situation, Tang Hao did not wish to squander time on the journey. With these mech warriors, not only would it be more convenient, but their combat strength would also be bolstered against any alien encounters, providing a foundation for negotiation or conflict. "You may stay, but you must strictly obey my command, understood?" Yuna was not solely influenced by Tang Hao's rationale for allowing these individuals to remain. She had already relinquished command to Eris, and strictly speaking, she was no longer their direct superior. "Yes," the mech warriors exclaimed with excitement. Since they were permitted to stay, Yuna needed to promptly arrange their actions. Lingering here for even a moment could heighten their peril. However, before Yuna could speak, Tang Hao interjected. "You can control the energy shield, correct?" "Yes, Captain Tang." "Then try activating the energy shield, ensuring you expand it outward from the surface." "Captain Tang, we have done as you instructed. What next?" "Can you see your mechs?" "Yes, I can see mine. So can I." A smile adorned Tang Hao's face as he continued. "Merge your energy shields, but remember to do so gradually, then expand to a radius of about 50 meters. The surrounding darkness was dispelled, revealing 9 majestic mechs of the Divine Kingdom before the two. Tang Hao turned to Yuna, his expression bright with mirth. "Commander Eris, A pale-faced operator stood up, seemingly having witnessed something horrific, his voice piercingly sharp. "What is happening? Speak." Eris, already at the command console, demanded. "Debris. There is something on the debris." Eris was greatly agitated. He had no knowledge of any debris and, with irritation, insisted, "Clarify." "Commander, I will send you the visuals. You need to see what this is." The operator trembled as he transmitted a live monitoring feed to the screen before Eris. The image on the screen drained the color from Eris's face. For the first time, he felt a surge of fear. The muscles in his face seemed to move of their own accord as he issued a distorted command. "Everyone, battle stations." A segment of the ship's shell had been stripped away, and a massive rectangular fragment plummeted beneath the spacecraft, with all attention directed at the passage. No one noticed the floating ship's exterior shell, except for the reconnaissance ship operator, Runaz. Runaz was originally tasked with monitoring the ship's exterior. For instance, the initial photonization results were his findings, and he had since employed various instruments to analyze the ship's material properties. Following the appearance of this fragment, it was natural for him to take on the analysis task. This was a straightforward assignment, so Runaz paid it little mind. He merely dispatched a probe and then shifted his focus back to the ship's interior, which was the most pressing matter at hand, as the fragment was already tangible, and the analysis did not require his immediate attention. Before long, he heard the news about the vice captain entering the ship. Thus the fragment being analyzed by the probe was further forgotten, and he didn't even glance at the data, concentrating entirely on the ominous passage. However, until two individuals entered the passage, he had not gleaned any useful information, and since Captain Tang had brought instruments with him, there was no longer any need for him to do anything. He felt a twinge of regret, believing he had not been of help to his vice captain. Nonetheless, aside from gathering detection information, the reconnaissance ship was also a command vessel, and as an auxiliary member of the wartime system, he could still contribute to the safety of the reconnaissance ship. Although the mechs were advanced, their systems were ultimately less comprehensive than the reconnaissance ship's. Especially since distance could not be gauged by sight, even a magnifying glass would prove futile. If a mech was not positioned correctly on the defense line, it could still affect operations. He needed to ensure maximum protective capability. When the vice captain's signal was lost, he shared the same anxiety as others, but fortunately, Commander Eris had sent someone in, which provided him with a measure of reassurance. Hearing that the vice captain was unharmed, Runaz exhaled slowly, then recalled the fragment beneath the reconnaissance ship. He was a soldier of the Divine Kingdom reconnaissance ship, and he had always remembered this. A multitude of detection data filled his view, and Runaz furrowed his brow slightly. At first glance, he noticed something unusual. The temperature of the fragment was rising. This area was far from the star. Although there was light, such a phenomenon should not occur, particularly on the shadowed side of the fragment. Runaz extracted the signals from the probe, and the massive fragment appeared before him, seemingly without anomalies. In the next moment, the enormous fragment appeared to tremble slightly. Runaz was certain he hadn't seen it. He did not believe it was a malfunction of the probe. The fragment had indeed moved. Had the ship's gravitational field shifted? Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The fragment, which had shown no signs of abnormality just moments ago, began to melt. Vast amounts of steam were rapidly drawn away by the vacuum, and countless bubbles began to roil. Red molten lava flowed over the surface of the fragment. At this point, the fragment was no longer a cuboid. It had contracted into an oval shape, and it seemed as if something was stirring within. The external molten lava bizarrely undulated, reminiscent of a larva on the verge of breaking free from its shell, sending shivers down Runaz's spine. This is not normal. This fragment is problematic. Runaz immediately prepared to report, but the next second, he was frozen in place. What he beheld was a sight he could never have anticipated. What is life? What is matter? Can a stone come to life? Can a fragment of a spaceship transform into a living being? As if a nascent creature has emerged from its shell, a colossal paw, resembling the forelimb of a reptile and adorned with black scales and spines, breaks through the rapidly solidifying layer of molten magma. In the most profoundly striking manner, it announces to the world its glorious arrival. Chapter 15. The astonishing transformation upon receiving the combat orders. The mech warriors immediately entered a state of readiness, activating their energy weapon systems and locking onto the alien vessel before them, prepared to counter the impending assault. However, the reconnaissance systems of the mechs detected no abnormalities. Just as their confusion mounted, a more precise command was relayed through the system. It was not the alien ship that had initiated movement, but rather the fragments that had been ejected from it. A transformation had occurred. What manner of entity was this? How could it emerge from within? This was the collective question of all present. A dozen mech warriors deviated from their course, heeding the orders of Eris as they set their course toward the fragments, regardless of what lay before them or how it had manifested. One thing was certain, it was a remnant of the alien presence aboard the ship. The Divine Nation needed to ascertain information regarding this beast. Capturing it alive would be even more advantageous. Urgently, they informed Commander Hughes and requested combat orders. Eris soon regained his composure. As the highest commander present, he could not afford any hesitation. This was a battlefield, not a game, and he bore the responsibility for the lives of all his subordinates. After dispatching the message to Hughes, Eris gazed upon the formation of mechs outside. Even in the face of such an anomaly, the majority of warriors remained focused on the alien ship, which filled him with a sense of relief and pride. This was the spirit of the Divine Nation. In just 3 seconds, the visibly agitated Hughes appeared before Eris. Capture the alien immediately. I will send reinforcements at once. Although Hughes was taken aback, he remained oblivious to the nature of the alien's emergence. Thus, upon witnessing the scene, he promptly contacted Eris. Yes, Commander. The long-hidden alien had finally revealed itself, inciting great excitement in Hughes. The Divine Nation was willing to communicate, but if the alien refused, they would not hesitate to act decisively. The sooner they completed their mission, the sooner Hughes could proceed to the 5-colored star system. A smile crept onto his face at this thought. However, it was imperative to report the alien's condition to the Divine Nation. Hughes reviewed the information once more. He had only seen the image of the alien, and he needed to comprehend the preceding details before reporting. Yet, the more he scrutinized, the more his expression shifted to one of horror. The emergence of the alien had exceeded his expectations. It was not simply concealed within the massive black sphere, but seemed to have been birthed from the colossal fragment itself. An occurrence that was utterly incomprehensible and terrifying. At present, the Divine Nation was not at the point of retreat, but the peculiarity of the aliens, coupled with insufficient combat strength, posed a risk. If he could not reach the battlefield in time, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary casualties. Was it not reckless to worry about technological leaks at such a critical juncture? It was a gamble. He could jump directly to the battlefield to ensure sufficient combat power. But this could lead to even greater losses for the Divine Nation. The Divine Nation's confidence and advantage lay in its energy technology. Should the alien acquire it through unknown means, the nation would then face adversaries of equal caliber. Nevertheless, abandoning the alien vessel was not an option for the Divine Nation. All ships, heed my command. Target the alien vessel and prepare for jump. Hughes resolved without hesitation, ordering the fleet toward the alien ship. Between two harmful choices, one must select the lesser evil. Yet for the Divine Nation, there was no choice to be made, nor would they ever choose to abandon anyone. Those who considered the number of lives saved were unworthy of being called citizens of the Divine Nation. Commander Eris, the research vessel dispatched by Commander Hughes has sent word. They will directly jump to the vicinity of the ship and inquire about our spatial conditions. Ask them what they are in such a rush for. Do they seek death? Eris retorted angrily. Commander Hughes' fleet is about to initiate their jump. We must prepare for spatial channel defense. After a brief moment of shock, Eris's expression turned serious. Send the precise coordinates to General Illu. He is responsible for securing the spatial passage and must ensure the fleet's safe arrival. Eris had not anticipated that Commander Hughes would come directly. This indicated that the situation was far more severe than he had imagined. Commander Eris. The alien fragments appear to be cracking. Since assuming command from Una, Eris had not experienced a moment of respite. Every task demanded his attention, one after another, leaving him more drained than in any previous combat. While he had led battles before, he had never faced such overwhelming chaos. For instance, just as he had dealt with Hughes' matters, another issue arose with the alien fragments. He could no longer discern whether the movements were caused by the mechs or the aliens within the fragments. All he knew was that the alien fragments seemed poised to split. Did this matter? Not really. He simply yearned for a moment of peace. Commander Eris, the alien ship has shrunk by 10 centimeters. Another individual rose, panic etched upon their face. Eris inhaled deeply. While this information was somewhat useful, revealing that the alien was indeed undergoing changes, it was also frustrating as there was little he could do in the moment. Yet, the ominous feeling of an impending storm weighed heavily upon him. Is there any other situation? Exhausted, Eris surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming there were no additional issues, finally had a moment to address the fragments. As the massive hand emerged from the molten core of the ship's fragment, it lay still, resembling a lifeless object. Even as the exterior cooled, the hand remained unchanged. The mech warriors, anticipating the alien would emerge from the magma, initially refrained from action. However, the alien, seemingly poised to escape, remained immobile. Due to the frigid conditions of space, the surface of the fragment quickly solidified under thermal radiation. Yet the owner of the colossal hand showed no signs of life. The mech warriors, tasked with capturing this alien, could not stand idly by. Soon, several warriors approached the massive hand, preparing to pull it outward together. At first, it seemed a simple task, but after pulling it a mere meter, the gigantic hand suddenly moved, retracting rapidly. The mech warriors could not allow the alien to retreat, so they increased the engine's power, ready to extract it forcefully. However, just as they made a slight advance, the massive fragment trembled violently beneath them, believing it to be an alien attack. The mech warriors hastily released the hand and activated their energy shields, retreating from the fragment. No attack followed, but the exterior of the fragment underwent a dramatic transformation. Red and black fissures spreading across its surface in an instant, pulsating with the vigor of a heartbeat. The method of the alien's emergence was already terrifying. Now, this fragment, resembling a heart, instilled a profound sense of dread in all observers. If the demons of mythology were to exist, they would surely embody this horror. Eris felt a constricting discomfort in his throat, an indescribable sense of suffocation. He no longer felt fear. He simply believed such an alien should not exist in this world. Commander Eris. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the command room, devoid of the previous trepidation, which was disconcerting to Eris. After taking a sip of tea, Eris asked, "What is the situation?" I retrieved several temperature fluctuations recorded by the detector and noticed a significant drop in temperature within the spacecraft after we opened the channel. However, I recently instructed the detector to measure at the channel entrance again, and it indicated a notable rise in the internal temperature. Additionally, the detector on the ship's exterior detected a certain degree of thermal radiation. I am uncertain about what transpired aboard the alien vessel, but I felt it necessary to inform you. Eris nodded. Although this intelligence may not be immediately useful, it was evident that some change had occurred within the alien ship. At that moment, Eris finally understood why Yuna had prevented him from entering the alien craft. Waiting is an arduous process, particularly when one is passively waiting, which is a torment in itself. Eris merely hoped that the envoy would arrive soon, at which point he would be more than willing to rush into the ship. He was truly reluctant to remain in this command position any longer. The command room fell silent again. There were no further changes from the alien vessel, apart from the debris below that continued to pulse. 2 minutes after the envoy's message, the imposing and orderly fleet of the Divine Kingdom emerged from subspace, appearing one after another 300 kilometers away from the alien ship. Although the alien vessel was massive, it now seemed as insignificant as an ant beside the fleet of warships. The ship measured merely 10,000 meters in length, while 5 warships could easily match that span. There was only one alien ship, yet the envoy had expanded the fleet to nearly 1,500 vessels. This visual dominance created an indescribable momentum that dispelled all anxiety among the onlookers. The pretentious alien presence was overshadowed by the arrival of the Divine Kingdom. "What about you?" "Commander, yes," Eris exclaimed with fervor as he saluted. The envoy nodded solemnly on the screen and inquired, "What is the status of the alien vessel?" Eris promptly relayed all pertinent information, including the temperature readings, to the envoy and ensured that the relevant data records were transmitted. Upon hearing Eris's report, the envoy, possessing overwhelming military might, felt no more at ease. Although there was only one alien ship at present, who could ascertain the true nature of this alien entity? Moreover, what had caused such horrific scars initially, and who was responsible for all of this? The envoy had brought the entire fleet not only to bolster their own strength, but, more importantly, to warn the aliens that the Divine Kingdom was not merely equipped with reconnaissance ships and mechs. Any provocation would incur consequences. Ideally, an amicable exchange of information would be best. However, if that were not possible, the Divine Kingdom would not shy away from any threat. "Commander, yes. Vice Captain Yuna and her team are still aboard the ship, but considering the elapsed time, they should not be far. Since we have captured an alien, should we not allow them to exit?" Eris inquired. "Are they not utilizing synchronized robots?" It would be beneficial for the Divine Kingdom to acquire more information. So why do you pose such a question? I still have 9 subordinates inside. Eris chuckled sheepishly. The envoy glanced at his old subordinate, nearly succumbing to the urge to reprimand him. But he restrained himself, recognizing that the situation might not be as he had presumed, given that they had already entered. Should they not be allowed to leave? The envoy pondered for a moment. Eris's reasoning had merit. Their objective was merely to gather information from the aliens. And since a target was already available, there was no need to risk sending anyone else inside for either hostage purposes or to extract information directly from the alien's mind. Just as the envoy was about to speak, the highest authority's direct communication on the command ship's screen suddenly illuminated. The envoy quickly rose and saluted, speculating which officer had contacted him with such authority. Soon, a robust, handsome young man with white hair appeared on the screen, his expression exceedingly grave. Envoy, in my capacity as the Marshal of the Third Fleet of the Divine Kingdom, command you to immediately evacuate all personnel from the alien ship. Furthermore, by any means necessary, you must ensure that the aliens do not depart before my arrival in 10 minutes. Yes, Marshal. The envoy could hardly fathom that this alien had drawn the attention of Marshal Maishaluo, who remained behind in the Divine Kingdom, and that the first order was to evacuate everyone. What kind of entity was this alien that necessitated the presence of a marshal? However, there was no time for the envoy to dwell on such matters. He needed to arrange for everyone's evacuation immediately, lest some unforeseen danger arise. What? Evacuate? But the vice captain and others are still inside. Why must we leave? Rolanus stood up, perplexed, and questioned Eris. Yes, we will not retreat until the captain and crew are out. The Divine Kingdom will not abandon anyone. We will not leave. Eris, though puzzled, recognized that the order had been given, and they needed to comply. However, as Eris was no longer the commander, he found himself at a loss regarding the situation with the reconnaissance ship. Moreover, the reconnaissance ship belonged to the 5th Fleet, while they were part of the 8th Fleet. Although the envoy had the authority to issue orders to the reconnaissance ship, such commands must be reasonable. Otherwise, the reconnaissance ship could disregard the envoy's orders. Yet now, the envoy's command was resolute, indicating that remaining here posed a perilous threat. Eris could not ignore them, so he asserted, "This is an order. The 8th Fleet has no authority over us." Rolanus stood firm, refusing to yield. The vast fleet nearby had already begun to jump, leaving only 15 warships, including the command ship, stationary. Meanwhile, the mechs and aircraft that received orders were boarding their transport ships, preparing to depart at a moment's notice. At that moment, only their reconnaissance ship remained inactive. Eris, why has the reconnaissance ship not evacuated? The envoy inquired through the screen with authority. Before Eris could respond, Rolanus interjected loudly, "Commander, our 5th Fleet will not abandon anyone. You have no authority to command us to leave." The envoy had not anticipated that the reconnaissance ship would invoke the 5th Fleet's name, effectively signaling their unwavering stance against evacuation. "Aren't your captain and you not aboard the reconnaissance ship?" the envoy asked. "Commander, yes, it is not that we do not wish to leave." But after the captain and others entered, the state of the synchronization chamber became very strange. We are unable to sever the connection with the reconnaissance ship. If we distance ourselves from the alien vessel, we do not know what may occur. The envoy was taken aback. Yuna's initial insistence had inadvertently led to such consequences. He found himself in a most troublesome situation. The marshal had commanded him to evacuate everyone from the alien ship, but he could never allow any lives to be sacrificed. He could only hope that the shadow warriors, who had just departed from the Divine Kingdom, would arrive swiftly. Having reached this point in the discussion, there was no justification for anyone to remain, especially since the shadow mechs were among the rarest assets of the Divine Kingdom. If they could be dispatched, what was there to fear? "Commander, yes, I can stay." Eris volunteered. "Envoy, I am more familiar with the reconnaissance ship and wish to take responsibility for the vice captain's evacuation. Please grant me permission." Rolanus, with unwavering determination, stepped forward and bowed before the screen. "You all must evacuate immediately. This is Marshal Maishaluo's command." No one expected that this order to evacuate originated from a marshal of the Divine Kingdom, and specifically the highest-ranking marshal, Maishaluo. Rolanus felt deeply ashamed. He had leveraged the 5th Fleet against the envoy, yet only now did the envoy invoke the marshal's name. Yes, Rolanus lowered his head, despite his desire to remain. He found himself devoid of any rationale. The reconnaissance ship had entered autopilot mode, prompting all personnel to commence evacuation procedures. However, Before they could board the escape vessels, an unexpected event unfolded. A mech from the Divine Nation inexplicably remained behind, positioned at the entrance of the corridor, bending down as if engaged in some peculiar activity. Under the dim light, the mech's movements were agonizingly slow, as if it were searching for something, creating an eerie atmosphere. Most of the mechs in the process of evacuation were oblivious to this strange sight until one mech warrior cast a glance towards the corridor's entrance. That single glance abruptly halted the entire evacuation operation. Rather than witnessing the mech's bizarre behavior, the pilot beheld the horrifying scene of the mech being gradually engulfed by an alien vessel. At the entrance of the corridor, only a small area remained unshrouded by the black mist, and that space rapidly began to dissolve. The white hull of the ship transformed into molten red lava, pulsating like a living entity as it consumed the mech. The mech appeared to struggle for escape, yet countless tendril-like appendages clung tightly to its form. New streams of lava surged towards it, reminiscent of melted human arms, entwining around the mech in a terrifying embrace, slowly dragging the helpless machine into the depths of the molten mass. The mech warriors of the Divine Nation witnessed the final moments of their comrade being devoured. They yearned to render aid, but found themselves powerless, for the mech's identification signal had vanished, marking the first casualty in the conflict between the Divine Nation and the alien forces. The mechs of the Divine Nation, yet to board the transport ship, instinctively charged towards the alien vessel, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks that shattered the ship's exterior, revealing a terrifying layer of molten material within. As the debris flew, it was interspersed with various black objects, reminiscent of dismembered biological forms, evoking feelings of disgust and dread. "Cease fire immediately," Commander Hijacking, witnessing this scene, bellowed with reddened eyes. "Evacuate at once. This is an order." The Divine Nation was permitted to retaliate against the alien vessel upon suffering casualties, a directive initially given by Commander Yuna. Yet, the mech warriors were unaware that this evacuation was the Marshal's command, and in their fury, they forgot that their comrades remained aboard the ship. A collective, pent-up cry of frustration erupted from the mech warriors. This sound, meant to be private, resonated throughout the vicinity, reaching even the distant ears of Hijacking, who heard the anguished and bizarre exclamation. This cry encompassed a multitude of incomprehensible roars, resembling the howl of an unknown beast, resonating with a disconcerting frequency that sent chills down the spine. Even more alarming was how this sound transcended medium and distance, directly infiltrating the minds of all present. At that moment, the enormous oval fragment had completely shattered. A colossal creature, cloaked in black scales and adorned with vestigial spikes, brandished 3 scorpion-like tails, raising its head to roar at the Divine Nation soldiers above. This alien beast measured 50 meters in length, its head resembling that of a tiger, its horns akin to a bull's, and its mouth reminiscent of a toad. Beneath its lizard-like forepaws, it clutched the massive hand that had initially breached the fragment. After its resounding roar, the alien beast consumed the giant hand, its eyes glowing red as it gazed upon the onlookers above. Another thunderous roar erupted, plunging everyone into a hallucinatory state, as if their very spirits were being drained, leaving them on the brink of collapse. "Evacuate!" Hijacking, pale-faced, strained to shout, as if those 2 words had depleted his entire strength. Yet, it was too late for evacuation. One after another, the mechs of the Divine Nation surged forth from the roiling red lava, propelled by their familiar energy trails towards the gathering of their kin. Chapter 16. Inside the spaceship, having resolved the immediate dilemma, Tang Hao was taken aback to find Yuna in a less than cheerful mood. He felt a tinge of grievance. The 9 mech warriors paid no heed to Tang Hao's sorrow, for they could perceive only 2 robots. Once the surrounding dark mist was dispelled, someone immediately inquired, "Captain Tang, why does the interior of the ship appear this way? What exactly surrounds us?" Indeed, someone understood him. Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with tears as he cleared his throat. "Ahem. Well, I am currently uncertain about that." After uttering these words, he quickly shifted the topic, adopting a serious demeanor. "Now is not the time for such discussions. Since we can finally discern our surroundings, it is imperative to swiftly gather intelligence on the alien race." Yuna did not anticipate Tang Hao's words. Her surprise was quickly overshadowed by a sense of shame for her own hesitation. This was not her, nor should it be. Even if she could not escape the shadows of her past, she must not repeat the same mistakes. "Our time is limited. Everyone prepare to depart." Yuna lifted her head, her gaze resolute. This was her redemption. "Wait!" Tang Hao suddenly exclaimed. The 9 mech warriors were astonished. Although the energy shield isolated external communications, Yuna had just issued a command, and he was interrupting. Was he still a soldier of the Divine Kingdom? Isn't that the captain? A sound resembling metal grinding or tightly clenched teeth emanated slowly from Yuna. Tang Hao was unaware that Yuna had clenched her fist. Thus he could not fathom the implications hidden in her calm voice. Captain, what troubles you? Tang Hao asked, scratching his head with an awkward smile. I wish to collect some of the dark mist for study during our journey. Yuna furrowed her brows. With the mechs at her disposal, Tang Hao's significance had shifted. Without the mechs, she required his assistance, even if it meant wasting time, which was worthwhile. However, with the mechs and the dark mist dispelled, Tang Hao seemed somewhat superfluous. They were not a research team. Any time wasted would exacerbate the dangers ahead. Hurry. Yuna initially intended to refuse, but upon speaking, she found herself perplexed. Reduce the energy shield. I need the dark mist. Tang Hao hastily approached the trailer, clutching a bag and rushing toward the shadowy edge. He understood they should not delay. Yet the dark mist was different from the sand they had encountered earlier. It seemed to permeate the entire interior of the spaceship. And he needed to ascertain the nature of these substances. A bag full of dark mist, now within the visible range of the energy shield, could no longer be described as merely black. It resembled an entrance to another realm, evoking a sense of trepidation. Yuna joined Tang Hao, observing the array of instruments. We cannot bring too many items. Identify what you need, and I will have them assist you in carrying a few. I understand. Tang Hao nodded. Initially, they were unaware of the reason for the detector's losing signal, so they planned to place the instruments at the passage's entrance to see if they could monitor the entire spaceship and aid their subsequent actions. Now that they understood the cause, the instruments had naturally become obsolete. The energy shield's range was limited, even if the automated trailer could fly. Most of the instruments were unsuitable to bring along. This will suffice. Tang Hao lifted a delicately crafted instrument, approximately half a meter in size, and gently placed the bag containing the dark mist inside. The lights on the instrument flickered to life, indicating that it had commenced operation. I will take a few smaller items. Tang Hao glanced at several boxes nearby, filled with various small gadgets, such as compact detectors, single-use energy shields, previously misused sonic particle devices, numerous automatic light orbs, energy rings capable of cutting through most materials, and the Divine Kingdom's latest electromagnetic gloves. As Tang Hao began to pack these items into a bag, Yuna's expression darkened. What do you intend to do with those? Initially, without the mechs, it was understandable. But now that he had them, what purpose did these items serve? Better safe than sorry. Tang Hao seemed lacking in confidence when confronted with Yuna's inquiry. Hurry. From the moment Tang Hao expressed his desire for the dark mist to now, scarcely half a minute had passed, yet Yuna was growing increasingly impatient, uncertain if such a delay was justified. Right away. Tang Hao hastened his movements, but as he continued to gather items, he suddenly paused. This was something he had brought from the academy. He never expected to find it here. This is for you. Tang Hao endeavored to keep his tone calm. What is this? Yuna inquired, puzzled. Having served as deputy captain for so long, she had never encountered this exquisite pink box. It's a personal flying device, created by a friend of mine. Tang Hao's demeanor darkened slightly, yet his tone remained even. A flying device? With a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Yuna carefully opened the box. In the next instant, her porcelain-like cheeks flushed a vivid red. With a sharp clap, she snapped the box shut. Yuna? Her gaze flitting around nervously and her ears slightly warmed, whispered in indignation. You expect me to wear this? Tang Hao was taken aback by her intense reaction and momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly opening his own box. Why don't you try this one instead? Absolutely not. Yuna rejected Tang Hao's suggestion without a moment's hesitation. It was not merely a matter of preference. It was a question of Tang Hao's sanity. The pink flying device was one thing, but it was adorned with delicate ribbons, resembling an accessory fit for a fairy in a myth. How could she possibly wear such a thing in public? Fuming, Yuna handed the box back to Tang Hao and communicated telepathically. The synchronized robots have levitation devices. This is unnecessary. The internal levitation in synchronized mode consumes significant mental energy, and I believe this device would be more convenient. Tang Hao silently accepted the gift box Yuna offered. The last time he had failed to present it, and now, although it was not intended as a gift, the outcome was hardly better. There was no bitterness, no sense of loss. Within him, a calmness prevailed. Wait, you only need to wear it on your limbs and back. Tang Hao's expression brightened with excitement as he demonstrated, appearing quite pleased. This is my friend's research achievement. While it may not match the mech's or energy armor, it automatically detects mental fluctuations, requiring no synchronization. This new innovation is in its infancy but promises applications in both civilian and military domains, effectively filling a gap in the Divine Kingdom's lightweight flying devices. Originally, Yuna had merely thought that reducing mental energy consumption would aid their future endeavors. But now her arms trembled, and her face was filled with astonishment. If what Tang Hao claimed were true, then the device's appearance was of little concern. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Yuna donned the flying device, following Tang Hao's example. Once equipped, Yuna lifted her arm to examine it, feeling a profound sense of discomfort and embarrassment. She had only intended to listen before making a decision, yet unexpectedly found herself wearing it. The combination of the silver mech and the ribbon-adorned flying device struck an odd and comical figure. The mech warriors, who had previously found the duo's disjointed conversation perplexing, were now utterly bewildered by their peculiar adornments. One mech warrior, attempting to suppress a chuckle, peered at the festive Yuna and curiously asked, "Commander Yuna, what is that you are wearing?" Yuna's heart skipped a beat as she turned to face him, her expression earnest. It's a simple flying device that minimizes mental energy expenditure and can be used without synchronization. The mech warriors gazed in astonishment at the small devices adorning Yuna. In the Divine Kingdom, aside from mechs, only specialized energy armor could ascend, and both required synchronization devices for operation. Yet, these diminutive gadgets seemed to operate independently? Could they truly fly? Another voice expressed disbelief. Yuna's expression shifted slightly. "Let me give it a try." In the next moment, she floated gracefully in midair, her colorful fabric billowing around her like a princess of the robotic realm, albeit not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Tang Hao also ascended into the air, his black and white flying apparatus paired with a flowing white cloak, presenting the image of a gallant general, exuding an air of authority. However, the backpack slung over his shoulder somewhat disrupted the otherwise striking ensemble. The mech warriors were utterly astonished. A lightweight flying device that did not require synchronization could revolutionize terrestrial warfare if mass-produced. Yuna understood the implications of this innovation, and it was precisely why she intended to don it. Mental synchronization and consciousness reading are distinct concepts. The former encompasses the latter. Yet consciousness reading is devoid of any connection to synchronization. Consciousness reading merely lacks the medium of language. Fundamentally, humans and machines remain separate entities. Mental synchronization, however, transcends this, allowing the human mind to communicate with the system while simultaneously relaying the system's analysis back to the mind. Although the Divine Kingdom has researched both concepts, its technological shortcomings have hindered significant advancements in consciousness reading. The spatial requirements for a mental synchronization system are substantial, resulting in energy armor being the smallest flying device available. Naturally, this so-called small mech, or energy armor, was not originally designed for flight, and due to cost-effectiveness and synchronization rates, it has never been mass-produced. Consequently, ordinary soldiers in the Divine Kingdom, while equipped with enhanced energy weapons and improved defensive capabilities, have not experienced a significant transformation in their combat capabilities. Many missions still necessitate the use of hover vehicles, or mechs. Now, the emergence of a simple and lightweight flying device heralded a new era, a realization understood by all but Tang Hao. For instance, during this operation, although the synchronized robots possessed hover capabilities, the excessively high synchronization rates led to internal conflicts with consciousness, resulting in a considerable drain on mental energy. Given that the mission required acute awareness of the surrounding environment, the frequent use of hover devices was impractical, presenting significant challenges. The simplistic flying device, on the other hand, posed no such issues. It did not deplete the user's mental energy and reduced spatial constraints, undoubtedly enhancing the likelihood of success for this operation. As the mech warriors gasped in awe, Yuna, poised mid-air, suddenly declared with urgency, "Do not linger. Since we are prepared, let us depart immediately." They had already delayed significantly, while the outcomes thus far were rewarding. The need for expediency was paramount. Yes, the 9 mechs promptly responded, forming a protective formation around Yuna. Tang Hao, still processing the situation, was taken aback. Why had they all dashed off so suddenly? "Wait for me," he called out, hastily pursuing them, eager to escape the encroaching darkness behind him. Chapter 17. Mecha Warriors. At the end of the passage, there lay an opening that directly connected to the inner space of the spaceship. Due to the energy shield's range extending to 50 meters, The interior of the ship came into view shortly after Tang Hao and the others left the passage. Just as Tang Hao caught up with the group, he overheard the astonished voice of a mecha warrior beside him. Are those the initial shadows? Turning his head, Tang Hao noticed the mecha warrior looking at him, nodding solemnly in affirmation. Ahead, a colossal gray vine erupted from the darkness, gradually revealing itself within the energy shield. As they advanced, this vine, stretching upward from the depths of the shadows, expanded to an impressive height of 50 meters, seemingly endless. The energy shield, to be precise, was a controllable force field equipped with the ability to discern its surroundings, while it allowed a few fundamental gases to pass through. It could also morph or permit certain materials to enter, as evidenced by the enormous vine appearing before them despite the black mist obstruction. Due to their trajectory, Tang Hao was unable to see the bones upon the vine, though he was curious to understand the phenomenon. Tang Hao's departure caused Yuna to furrow her brow. Turning to reprimand him. What are you doing? Reporting, Commander. I observed Captain Tang moving forward and took the liberty to expand the energy shield's range. I assure you, I shall not repeat such an error. I merely wished to collect a sample of the outer layer for analysis. Yuna felt her temper flare. They had only just left the passage and now he was causing trouble. Were they here for an adventure? However, Tang Hao's actions were unpredictable, if deemed reasonable. They were valid, and if not, they were erroneous. Yuna was vexed, for her rationale only intensified her frustration. Tang Hao's actions did not hinder their progress. Rather, it was Yuna's reprimand that brought them to a halt, making it even more challenging to seek resolution. You're not wrong. I'm referring to him, Yuna declared. Her piercing gaze fixed on Tang Hao as she shouted, Next time, regardless of your intentions, you must inform me. Understood. Tang Hao recognized his mistake, especially under Yuna's intimidating glare, and refrained from further comment. The interior of the alien spacecraft was an enigmatic realm, fraught with the potential for danger or sudden attacks from extraterrestrial beings, and the energy shield was their sole protection. The energy shield undoubtedly consumed energy. Thus, after dispersing the black mist, they entrusted one of the mecha warriors with its control. Should that warrior deplete too much energy or mental fortitude, others could take over. To activate the shield for everyone would be an undeniably foolish act. Although Yuna was angered by Tang Hao's conduct, she understood he was merely a recent graduate, hence refrained from further rebuke after her initial admonishment. The group continued their descent, but their pace slowed, as if they had encountered an obstacle. The warrior managing the energy shield was nearly at a standstill in the air. What is happening? Yuna's expression grew serious. Commander, the mecha's energy field has detected numerous objects. I am unsure whether to allow them in. The system is still discerning, but they appear to resemble solid structures. And there are many. How far have we descended? Commander Yuna, approximately 40 meters. What is the detection range of your energy field? Due to the black mist, precise detection is limited to around 30 meters. Beyond that, we can only estimate. Yuna pondered for a moment. Initially, Tang Hao had mentioned the spaceship's floor was about 50 meters from the passage, with a radius of 25 meters for the energy shield. Their current descent of 40 meters meant the shield's base had actually descended to 65 meters, as the detection radius was 30 meters. This indicated that at least 5 meters below them was not the spaceship's floor. Should they continue flying at their present height or investigate below? Yuna found herself hesitating. Their objective was to gather information about the alien species, yet they had encountered neither extraterrestrials nor clarity about their surroundings. What if valuable resources lay below? Or if alien beings concealed themselves within those structures? Hesitation persisted. Yuna's eyes narrowed, and she grit her teeth. All personnel, prepare for combat. No need for further detection or analysis. Expand the energy shield's range. I want to see everything below. Understood. The 9 mecha warriors activated their lights, ready to confront any sudden developments. The abrupt tension startled Tang Hao, prompting him to grip his energy gun tightly as he focused on the area below. The energy shield's range swiftly expanded, encompassing all objects beneath. Yet, the sight that unfolded astonished everyone. Beneath the massive vine, the black mist concealed alien structures, revealing a desolate ruin. Collapsed buildings, shattered walls, countless charred craters, and scattered debris lay strewn about. No one could fathom the calamity that had befallen this place. Only the bones of those who once inhabited this land seemed to narrate the solitude and sorrow following the devastation. What had transpired here? Tang Hao gazed incredulously at the remnants of the ruins. Why did the interior of the spaceship bear such a bleak scene? Did the alien presence still linger aboard this vessel? No one possessed the answers. Commander Yuna, do we need to descend further? The mecha warrior's tone was heavy, seemingly influenced by the apocalyptic vista before them. Unnecessary. Yuna shook her head. The ruins below no longer warranted their attention. The disaster they witnessed belonged to the aliens, not to the divine realm. Her aim was to acquire information about the extraterrestrials, not to mourn their plight. Without delay, the group pressed onward toward their target passage. To maintain their speed, the previously expanded energy shield remained uncontracted, while an additional shield was created to encompass all personnel. This allowed them to observe their surroundings while alleviating immediate safety concerns. Of course, sustaining such a shield within the black mist environment was immensely taxing. Nonetheless, Yuna needed to ascertain the extent of the conflict's reach, identify any intact structures, or discern traces of alien existence. For this short-term expenditure, the cost was justified. Along the way, they encountered the remnants of fierce battles, the ruins of buildings and scattered bones, alongside fallen gigantic vines, evoking a sense of heaviness and desolation. The central area of the spaceship, spanning approximately 5,000 meters in length, had its passage located at the forefront, meaning they were merely 1,500 meters from the detected entrance. Even for a slower vessel, traversing this distance would not take long. Within seconds, a massive door, standing 25 meters tall and 15 meters wide, emerged ahead. This grand hatch remained firmly shut and under the mecha's illumination. Inscrutable symbols and patterns carved into its surface exuded an air of mystery. However, there was no time to ponder these details. Upon landing, without needing Yuna to speak, two mecha warriors stepped forward, preparing to open the hatch. Wait, Tang Hao interjected, his expression gravely serious. This time, Yuna did not frown but instead regarded Tang Hao with utmost seriousness, inquiring, "Is there an issue?" The mecha warriors could not perceive the anomaly on Tang Hao's face. Only Yuna understood he had detected something. Before his screen had fallen, he had already sternly warned, "Be alert to your surroundings." The virtual screen was merely a small metallic strip, thus it made no sound as it fell to the ground. Yet, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation and immediately activated their energy weapons to safeguard the two individuals. Yuna hastily approached Tang Hao, observing the dazed expression on his face, and exclaimed loudly, "What is the matter?" Startled by her voice, Tang Hao's features contorted in distress as he grasped Yuna's arms. His voice sharp and urgent as he urged, "Quickly, go outside and inform them to leave at once. Hurry, hurry." Sensing Tang Hao's trembling, Yuna could no longer suppress her emotions. She wrenched her arms free and retorted angrily, "What are you afraid of?" However, after her outburst, she regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Tang Hao, inquiring, "Tell me, what exactly is happening?" Tang Hao was not afraid, rather. His discovery was so horrifying that it defied verbal explanation, leading him to articulate his thoughts in a moment of agitation. Under Yuna's questioning, Tang Hao, now considerably calmer, hastily retrieved the virtual screen, recognizing the need for her to grasp the seriousness of the situation. The very event that the Divine Kingdom feared the most had transpired, and the cause remained unclear. "This is the astral compass of the Star God clan. I have already tested it several times on the way here. It can be used within the spacecraft, and just now. Prepare for battle." Yuna abruptly interrupted Tang Hao. She had seen the same things he had. Yet this revelation did not instill fear in her, but rather ignited her fury. Those were the detectors and monitors of the Divine Kingdom, currently hovering in several corridors behind the main door. The presence of alien entities aboard the spacecraft had always been a concern, and they had even pilfered technology from the Divine Kingdom. This was an affront to the Divine Kingdom. To acquire the information from these alien beings, contact was necessary, or they needed to obtain all data from the spacecraft system. To retreat now would be tantamount to betraying the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was founded on warfare, and how could you not truly fear sacrifice? If 9 mechs were insufficient, she would simply add more. It was imperative that someone exit to ensure the safety of those outside the spacecraft. Calming himself, Tang Hao spoke resolutely. "I am the captain. You must obey my orders." Yuna's gaze radiated a terrifying intensity, akin to a furious lioness prepared to rend Tang Hao asunder. Tang Hao retorted vehemently, "I am more acutely aware of the severity of this situation than you are. Have you not considered how many detectors are behind us? And how many we have already deployed?" Pointing towards the door, he inhaled deeply and continued, "Those detectors and monitors are not from the Divine Kingdom. They are manufactured by the alien entities. Do you comprehend what this implies?" In an instant, The enraged lioness transformed into a frightened rabbit. Yuna's complexion darkened. For if what Tang Hao asserted was true, then what technology exactly had the aliens acquired from the Divine Kingdom? The aliens' capabilities surpassed Yuna's expectations, and she was reluctant to take further risks. However, she did not wish for the Divine Kingdom to suffer losses without gaining anything in return. The decision to retreat or advance was a challenging dilemma for her. Tang Hao disregarded Yuna for the moment and turned to the mech warriors, asking, "What transpired after we entered? What happened before you came in?" Yuna was a being of contradictions, but Tang Hao was not. Once he regained his composure, his mind raced with thoughts. The technology exhibited by the alien entities was exceedingly paradoxical. They possessed the ability for deep space travel, yet wielded rudimentary weaponry. Despite their mysterious nature, they could not possibly be so bizarre. The Divine Kingdom was incapable of accurately detecting the interior of the alien spacecraft, due to the presence of external materials and internal black mist. Information transmission necessitated a medium, while there were methods for transmission without a medium. Such mechanisms still required a carrier, such as the fundamental particles of quantum entanglement. The aliens could not transcend the laws of this universe to directly infiltrate the reconnaissance or transport vessel's internal systems and relay information into the spacecraft. This indicated that the aliens must have directly stolen the data through some means. Initially, those detectors that had entered the spacecraft could not have done so without the aliens possessing angelic gold, which could only replicate material structures but not special procedural information. Thus, the only possibilities were that something occurred after Tang Hao and Yuna entered the spacecraft, or that the aliens' communication technology surpassed that of the Divine Kingdom. After Yuna issued the combat order, she fell silent. The 9 mech warriors were at a loss for what to do, increasingly horrified by Tang Hao's words. Their spirits weighed down by a heavy gloom. As Tang Hao furrowed his brow, another voice broke the tension. "Commander Tang, I observed several detectors connected by communication lines entering the corridor." "Absurd," Tang Hao exclaimed with anger. Did they not realize the implications of attaching a line to the detectors? If probing the spacecraft's interior was so simple, why would he have employed synchronized robots? Was he not concerned about the aliens directly accessing the reconnaissance vessel's internal systems? Tang Hao refrained from voicing his thoughts. Surely the personnel aboard the reconnaissance vessel had considered this. However, this was not the time to debate right or wrong. Now that they understood the reason, they had to eliminate this risk immediately, lest they remain ignorant of how much information might be siphoned off through the communication lines. A thief requires time to commit their act, especially if the owner remains oblivious. Thus, there was still time to act. Tang Hao fixed a serious gaze upon the others. He nodded. It was impossible for them to retreat at this juncture. The mech warrior, already fatigued from expending substantial energy and mental fortitude, was undoubtedly the best choice. "I entrust this to you," Tang Hao stated solemnly. The mech warrior saluted with determination, affirming, "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blue-tail fin vanished into the darkness. Chapter 18. Behind the hatch as the group watched the mech warrior depart. Their visible range once again shrank to a mere 50 meters. This proximity felt slightly claustrophobic for those who had just landed. However, Yuna remained silent, and the mech warriors responsible for regulating the energy shield hesitated to expand it without authorization. They were down to only 8 mechs, with no supplies left. Every bit of energy was precious, especially in light of the discovery of an alien presence, compelling them to conserve resources. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Instead of receiving an order from Yuna, the mech warriors heard Tang Hao's command. "Prepare 4 energy barriers to comprehensively cut through this hatch. The rest of you, maintain vigilance." Indeed, to them, Tang Hao was not a soldier of the divine nation, but merely a graduate holding the title of captain, having specialized in astronomy, which elicited a subconscious resistance among them. Nevertheless, Tang Hao was ultimately the highest authority present, as long as his orders were not utterly absurd. They had no choice but to comply. "Remember to deactivate the divine nation's identification system. This energy barrier must not allow any material to pass except for us," Tang Hao added to the 2 mech warriors already airborne. "Understood, Captain Tang." "Yes, Commander Tang." The installation and reconfiguration of the energy barriers required time, allowing Tang Hao's taut nerves to unwind slightly. Internally, however, his composure belied the turmoil he felt. Since detecting the information via the astrolabe, he had been in a state of extreme anxiety, only suppressing his emotions due to Yuna's impulsiveness and silence. Tang Hao glanced at Yuna, only to find her gaze fixed upon him. The expression of vulnerability and helplessness in her eyes tightened his heart. He wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to silence as he resumed scanning the situation behind the hatch with the astrolabe. Yuna was indeed engulfed in a fear she could not fully comprehend, stemming from the aliens' theft of the divine nation's technology. Yet, the mech warriors could not perceive her turmoil. Did Tang Hao not see it either? After a mere glance, he picked up the astrolabe. What did that signify? Yuna's eyes began to mist over, her lips pursed in a semblance of grievance, her helplessness palpable. In that moment, no one seemed to understand or comfort her. Are you all right? Tang Hao could not shake his concern for Yuna and paused his actions to inquire telepathically. Something's wrong. Yuna appeared flustered, her eyes reddening as she spoke directly. Her outburst startled the surrounding mech warriors on guard, who hurriedly turned towards her. Commander Yuna, what is the matter? Commander, what happened? Humans are indeed emotional beings, and for Yuna, her sentiments were particularly pronounced. She found herself gripped by fear of the aliens and her past. Yet such feelings could be diluted by other matters, such as Tang Hao's incessant provocation and the current presence of the mech warriors under her command. I was merely discussing matters with Captain Tang. There is nothing to worry about. Yuna donned her mask of pretense again, her tone calming as she sought to move past the earlier incident. Although it seemed strange, the mech warriors could not see the faces of either party nor hear their telepathic exchanges. Thus, after Yuna's clarification, they ceased to press further, assuming the two were merely deliberating the upcoming operations. Having weathered the brief crisis, Yuna, the former fleet commander of the Divine Nation and now the deputy captain, cast a fierce glare at Tang Hao. She felt as though he were a harbinger of her misfortunes. Ever since she encountered him, nothing had gone smoothly. In response to Yuna's predatory gaze, Tang Hao scratched his head and offered a goofy smile. P.S. smiling? Yuna's frustration boiled over. She was at a loss as to how to deal with Tang Hao, ultimately sighing softly to quell her anger. However, Tang Hao's unexpected demeanor snapped Yuna from her spiral of despair, restoring some of her spirits as she began to ponder their current predicament. What is the detection range of the astrolabe of the Star Spirit clan? Yuna approached Tang Hao, her gaze intent on the virtual screen in his hands. If the astrolabe could gather more information, it would undoubtedly aid everyone significantly. Tang Hao's gaze lingered on Yuna's profile, unable to look away for reasons he could not comprehend. The pain etched in her features and the glimmer of determination in her expression stirred something within him. It was his first time observing a girl so closely, particularly one as complex as Yuna. Why do you think the aliens have suspended those detectors behind the hatch? Yuna raised her delicate hand, reminiscent of soft jade, and rubbed her temples, appearing exasperated by the situation. Tang Hao felt a pang of guilt for his own thoughts. Given the gravity of the circumstances, he should not be distracted by the beauty beside him. Detectors cannot function within the black fog. So the aliens are likely waiting for us. Tang Hao provided his assessment. Yuna nodded, continuing her inquiries. What do you think we should do? Tang Hao pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. There are no better options. We cannot disperse our forces. We must take it one step at a time. We currently lack the initiative. Are you not afraid the aliens might set a trap for us? Yuna voiced her most pressing concern. Fearful indeed. Tang Hao replied firmly. But just as we cannot refrain from entering the battlefield out of fear of casualties, we cannot evade this situation. We must confront it. Such truths were not foreign to Yuna, but the impact of who spoke them made all the difference. Those from her past were too familiar, leaving her ensnared in her own mental bind. While Tang Hao was a stranger, his presence offered her considerable solace. Thank you, Yuna communicated telepathically. Tang Hao felt an unsettling discomfort at her gratitude. Perhaps it was the psychic link they shared, but he sensed a depth of emotion behind her words. She was his deputy captain, and he did not feel he had truly aided her. He wished not to hear her thanks. Choosing silence, Tang Hao focused on the virtual screen, reminding himself of his responsibilities. Captain, I would like to ask for your assistance. Yuna spoke directly, abandoning telepathy. Tang Hao lifted his head, his expression unreadable. What is it? With a serious demeanor, Yuna replied, I wish for you to scout areas beyond this passage as well. We cannot flounder about like headless flies. I hope to gain a general understanding of the ship's forward section, even if it is only within 100 meters. Tang Hao nodded. With the energy barriers still being installed, he had time to conduct this preliminary probe, which would be beneficial for their subsequent actions. However, as the astrolabe would also be affected by the black fog, assistance from the mech's energy shield would be necessary for probing the ship's front. In their current duo, the energy shield need not be extensive, it merely needed to disperse the black fog. However, given the vast internal space of the ship, Tang Hao could only mark a few key areas for a general assessment. What is the matter? Yuna inquired hastily. Upon landing on the ground, Tang Hao spoke in a low voice. The internal space of the spaceship is not a singular entity. The passage we have opened is over 70 meters from the bottom. Yet it is also only about 90 meters from the top. This seemingly expansive area is likely divided into distinct segments, and the space we currently occupy has a height of approximately 260 meters. The question that has long plagued Yuna has finally found its answer. This immense space is indeed not unified. However, it remains uncertain whether other areas share the same characteristics of black mist and ruins, or if alien beings inhabit those spaces. Tang Hao paused before continuing. I just measured the thickness of the top, which is roughly 10 meters, yet I cannot gather further information, likely due to the black mist. Without the mist, the star compass would yield more accurate readings. With it, energy detection reaches further distances. Nevertheless, in the face of our current predicament, the information available to Yuna is still too scant to fundamentally alter our unfavorable situation. Yuna raised her head as the energy device on the hatch was nearing completion, leaving her little time for contemplation. Perhaps, as Tang Hao suggested, they could only proceed step by step. All personnel, prepare for battle, Yuna commanded softly. Although the energy barrier had long been installed around the hatch, adjusting the system had consumed some time. Now, the energy barrier was finally operational. With a faint tearing sound, the arms of two mech warriors merged into the hatch, slowly dismantling it amid piercing noises. The other 6 mech warriors stood guard beside Yuna and Tang Hao, their energy weapons trained on the space beyond the hatch. With a resounding crash, as fragments of the hatch were cast aside, the conditions beyond finally came into view. Contrary to expectations, there was no brilliance. Only a blue energy barrier was visible. An unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere, which Tang Hao eventually broke, awkwardly apologizing. My fault. Yuna shot him a disapproving glance, exasperated by his lack of concern. If no material can pass through, how can we discern the situation beyond the passage? Now, even the star compass is rendered useless, she thought, feeling a tinge of irritation. Prepare to enter. Yuna raised her energy weapon, her eyes sparkling with determination. Unbeknownst to everyone, beyond the hatch lay a dilapidated gray passage, its surroundings marked only by scars from explosions. The once hovering detectors and monitors had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind an empty void. Meanwhile, at another hatch near the front of the spaceship, numerous detectors congregated, motionless and suspended in midair, resembling a still dragon awaiting its awakening. With a chime, the 6-meter hatch swung open, unleashing a violent airflow that threatened to expel all the air from the chamber. The lights of the detectors and monitors flickered to life, surging outward into the vastness of space like a swift, ferocious serpent. As these detectors rushed forth, a mech suddenly lowered its head and squeezed inside, its head swiveling as if searching for something. One mech, then another, and yet another appeared continuously through the hatch. With another chime, the hatch began to close slowly. Through the narrow opening, faint glimpses of explosive flames and a chaotic battlefield outside became discernible. Chapter 19. Independent coding. A mech warrior emerged from behind the energy shield, seemingly perplexed by his discovery, and slowly uttered, "Commander, there is nothing behind us." Nothing at all. Tang Hao and Yuna could hardly believe it. They had clearly seen those detectors. How could they have vanished in such a short span of time? Once assured that there was no immediate danger, Tang Hao and Yuna, with serious expressions, swiftly entered the energy shield. As the mech warrior had indicated, the detectors and surveillance equipment that had previously hovered in the area were nowhere to be found, leaving behind an empty corridor that appeared desolate under the dim lights. The corridor was marred by scorch marks and craters, clearly indicating that fierce battles had transpired here. However, unlike the ruins, this place had been meticulously cleared and was remarkably tidy. Yuna had no inclination to play hide-and-seek with the alien races. After surveying the corridor, she inquired, "How is the mech-S system recovery progressing?" The mech system had always been functioning well, but the detection and communication systems had been severely limited moments ago. Yuna wanted to ascertain if this corridor, devoid of black mist, would yield any improvement. Soon, a soldier provided her with the relevant information. The detection and communication systems of the mech were still influenced by the materials surrounding the corridor, but in the absence of corners and hatches, they were nearly equivalent to the external environment. If corners and hatches were taken into account, the detection radius would be approximately 230 meters. While the status of the communication system remained uncertain, though it would not be shorter than 230 meters. These revelations were undoubtedly positive. Holding the virtual screen, Yuna's expression shifted, and she promptly commanded, "Pair up into teams, dispersing 200 meters apart, and find the upward passage in the shortest possible time." The preliminary detection results indicated that this corridor resembled the intricate patterns of a leaf, orderly yet exceedingly complex. This posed a significant challenge in locating the upper passage, necessitating their dispersion rather than clustering together for safety. The front of the ship measured approximately 3,000 meters in length, and although its height and width diminished with length, the control center of the ship should lie within a range of 2,000 meters from their current position, given their 400-meter detection range. As long as they located the upward passage without encountering alien attacks, they should be able to find the ship's control center in a short time. Just as the 8 mech warriors were about to respond, the mech system emitted an alarm, and several ominous red words appeared before them. A mech warrior gasped, "Commander, it's a level 1 evacuation order." The sudden turn of events left everyone at a loss. The Divine Kingdom rarely faced defeats in battle, and a level 1 evacuation order signified the highest level of retreat. Regardless of the battlefield's circumstances, immediate withdrawal was imperative. But why had such an order reached the ship? "Commander Yuna, should we evacuate?" A mech warrior continued to inquire, aware that the black mist loomed behind them, and a full-speed retreat would not take long. Yet Yuna resolutely declared, "We cannot retreat." Initially, she had entertained the thought of retreat, but now such notions had vanished. Observing the 8 warriors around her, Yuna spoke with a grave demeanor, "We are currently unaware of what is transpiring outside. But the issuance of such an order by the Divine Kingdom indicates that the external situation is dire. Therefore, even if we must pay with our lives here, we must obtain information of value to the Divine Kingdom. Do you understand?" "Yes." Yuna nodded and continued, "Is it possible to establish contact with those outside?" "No, Commander." The Commander's instinct alerted Yuna to a lurking danger, though its implications remained unclear for the moment. "Maintain the original plan and proceed immediately." "Understood." The 8 mech warriors divided into 4 groups, one group assigned to protect Yuna and Tang Hao, while the other 3 groups rapidly advanced down the corridor ahead. Naturally, Tang Hao and Yuna did not remain stationary, maintaining a safe distance of about 200 meters from the forward team as they advanced slowly along the straight corridor. As they progressed, Tang Hao utilized the star compass to continuously scan their surroundings, periodically checking if the analysis results of the black mist and vines had materialized. "Commander, we have detected a storage room, but it seems empty. We found no anomalies in the right corridor. However, the left corridor has a hatch. Should we investigate?" According to Tang Hao, this corridor was positioned on the left side of the ship's midsection, suggesting that moving right would bring them closer to the ship's control center. However, when to proceed, right was a dilemma. Furthermore, the current information indicated that the front of the ship appeared excessively pristine, seemingly reduced to mere shell. As Tang Hao and Yuna advanced, the surrounding structures became increasingly complex, losing their previous order. Bins and open spaces began to emerge, and the number of compartments and hatches grew more numerous. The mech warriors attempted to open several compartments, but, as before, found nothing inside. Moreover, opening hatches not only revealed new doors, but also new forks in the path, and without Yuna's command, they dared not act rashly. What was even more perplexing was that after cautiously advancing over 500 meters, they encountered no attacks whatsoever, nor had they even glimpsed what the alien races looked like. The 4 of them halted at a curved fork in the path, which, according to Tang Hao's detection, was the most likely route leading to the upper levels. The corridor's sides were lined with numerous hooks, suggesting that it had once been laden with items, yet the scorch marks were few, lacking the signs of fierce combat one would expect. "Are you certain this corridor is the most promising route to the upper levels?" From Yuna's perspective, the path to the upper levels would naturally bear heavier battle scars, but the faint traces here rendered such possibilities seemingly minimal. Tang Hao understood Yuna's confusion, but could not provide an explanation. He could only submit his detection data to her. "I have scanned thoroughly from the energy shield to here. Currently, this is the most likely route to the upper levels. Generally, in large spacecraft,
The structures near the corridors become increasingly intricate, first, to ensure overall stability, and second, to facilitate the transportation and storage of materials. I noticed that this area has the most compartments, arranged in a fan shape, clearly indicating a central point. Commander, I believe I have detected mechs from the Divine Kingdom. Are you certain? A chilling dread surged from the depths of Yuna's heart. The support from the Divine Kingdom did not elate her but filled her with terror. Yes, there are 3. No, 5. No, there are more. Retreat immediately. Now. Tang Hao observed Yuna's suddenly pale complexion and asked, "What is wrong?" Yuna tightened her grip on her weapon, her dark eyes fixed on Tang Hao, and coldly stated, "Prepare for battle. Our enemies have arrived." The 2 perplexed mech warriors were about to inquire further when a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the left side ahead. Their excitement plummeted to an icy chill. Retreat. Yuna did not provide them with a moment to speak, directly propelling herself towards the passage that Tang Hao claimed could lead to the upper levels. The 8 bewildered mech warriors promptly followed suit, continuously deploying hidden explosives as per Yuna's orders, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yuna listened to the explosions echoing behind them and communicated with Tang Hao. "You explain the situation to them." Tang Hao hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding. While waiting for their reunion, Yuna had briefly outlined the circumstances, so he was well aware of what had transpired. Yet, his heart raced with anxiety. They cannot be matched from the Divine Kingdom. Tang Hao's voice resonated within the energy shield, his deep tone tinged with unease and gravity. First, their positioning is incorrect. Second, their timing is amiss. Third, they have failed to establish any communication with us. Thus, these mechs must be replicas from an alien race. The recent evacuation order from the Divine Nation likely stems from this revelation, suggesting that this alien threat may be even more formidable than we had anticipated. Although Tang Hao's explanation was blunt, everyone grasped the underlying implications, as the sound of continuous explosions from hidden recognition mines echoed behind them. A heavy pall descended upon the group, fueled by concern for their comrades outside and trepidation about their own precarious situation. Tang Hao suddenly inquired of the mech warrior beside him, "Is it possible to obtain their recognition codes?" The mech warrior, who had consistently assisted Tang Hao with the equipment, replied solemnly, "Sir, I shall attempt it. For safety reasons, all mechs from the Divine Nation possess an independent internal code, which, while not intended for combat, signifies the production batch of that particular mech. If this code aligns with the logical operations of the mech system, it essentially confirms that the mech belongs to the Divine Nation. However, for the Divine Nation, this code is seldom utilized, rendering its function largely forgotten by most." Yuna had not considered this aspect, as it seemed unnecessary when identifying an enemy. Conversely, Tang Hao required this information to ascertain the extent of the alien replica's capabilities. Code AL-2867535, belonging to the Eris Elite Squad. Code AL-2867535, belonging to. Code 2867535, Code 28. The instrument analyzing the black mist and vines suddenly exploded into countless fragments due to an overwhelming force, amidst a cacophony of alarms. Tang Hao's face turned ashen as he stood frozen, trembling hands collecting the debris, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "What are you doing?" The mech warrior, already halted, appeared oblivious to Tang Hao's reprimand, instead choking back tears as he lamented, "Commander Yuna, Bo-Wa. He has sacrificed himself. Those mechs are his replicas, Bo-Wa. All these mechs are Bo-Wa's replicas?" But he had just gone outside to warn the others. Despite the incredulity of the mech warrior's words, everyone understood the grim reality. Both Tang Hao and Yuna had surmised who Bo-Wa was. In particular, Tang Hao felt suffocated, for this individual had perished largely due to his actions. This overwhelming sensation was new to Tang Hao, filled with sorrow, guilt, and a profound sense of disorientation. "Commander, let us avenge Bo-Wa." "Yes, avenge him." At the fervent declaration from the mech warriors, Yuna's eyes blazed with fury as she retorted, "Who do you think you are? You are soldiers of the Divine Nation. Do you comprehend the situation outside? Do you wish to become the Divine Nation as traitors?" No sooner had Yuna spoken than several beams of blue light struck the energy shield, causing ripples to cascade across its surface. Retreat. They had only delayed momentarily, and already the aliens were upon them. Yuna felt compelled to urge her comrades onward without hesitation. The fiery explosions obscured their view of the situation behind them. However, The detection systems within the mechs indicated that at least 5 enemy mechs had reached this corridor. Yuna's words instilled a sense of calm among the mech warriors, who promptly followed her to another passage. Yet, Tang Hao remained rooted in place, frantically collecting fragments of the instrument and diligently recording data. Completely unaware of his imminent exposure beyond the energy shield, the crimson flames surged toward him with alarming speed, as if intent on enveloping him in their grasp. Tang Hao. Yuna's voice, laced with anger and concern, echoed in Tang Hao's mind. As he lifted his gaze, a tremendous gust of wind and flames surged perilously close. Chapter 20. Silver Angels. The surging flames rolled outside the energy shield. Yuna, retreating, furiously scolded Tang Hao in her mind. Do you even know what you're doing? Tang Hao, who had narrowly escaped disaster, showed little fear, but rather an indescribable melancholy. After hearing Yuna's words, he replied with a hint of determination in his eyes. We need these analyzed data. Despite the relentless attacks from the alien forces surrounding them and the urgent need to evacuate, he continued to gather fragments of the instruments. Take him and these fragments with us. Yuna hissed. Yes. A mech warrior lifted Tang Hao and the instrument fragments into the air with the energy shield and swiftly retreated down another corridor. Due to their brief halt, the alien mechs were now merely 50 meters away, but the explosions from the dark lightning had yet to come into view. At this point, shaking off the aliens seemed nearly impossible. Yuna cast a glance behind her, witnessing the increasingly dense barrage, feeling both helpless and suffocated. I told you. Let me know what you plan to do first. She transmitted angrily. Sitting within the energy shield and extracting data, Tang Hao apologized. I'm sorry. You need to check where we should go. Oh. Tang Hao quickly retrieved the star compass from his backpack and, a few seconds later, declared loudly, turn left. That path is the widest. Without hesitation, everyone flew towards the left corridor. Turn right, Tang Hao urged. Although he need not have said it, the group had already discovered that the right path was a dead end, but it still had 2 branches, providing some direction. The corridors here were even more complex than before, with many routes blocked or leading to dead ends. Indeed, as Tang Hao had indicated, the layout presented a fan shape. Yet, it resembled a labyrinth, making it difficult for them to find a path to the center. After several corners, the alien mech's indicators changed. They were no longer just following behind, but appeared from even farther directions. Commander, we are surrounded. Which path is closest to the center? Yuna urgently inquired of Tang Hao. Left, right, left, but still a dead end. Yuna took a deep breath. Reluctant to make this decision, but knowing she had to steel herself. Form teams of 2. I need 3 groups to hold this position for half a minute. Yes. The mech warriors understood what this order entailed, yet they felt no fear, for they were warriors of the divine kingdom. It was their duty, honor, and belief. 2 mech warriors remained at the corridor's bend, unleashing their full energy shields to attack the alien mechs behind them. At another corner, 2 more mech warriors guarded against the aliens from a different direction. This corridor, resembling a character 4, to do, made it impossible for the 3 groups to establish a complete defense due to the alien encirclement. Nevertheless, each mech faced foes several times their number. Half a minute might seem brief, but in mech combat, such frontal clashes could be fatal. Had it not been for the complex terrain and their rotations, the energy shields would have been destroyed long ago. In the battle, aside from the vast expanse of space, it was simply a matter of whose energy shield would falter first. There were no extravagant combat techniques. Only the swiftest attacks mattered. If these mech warriors wished to prevent the aliens from advancing, they could not hide behind the corridor, but had to withstand the alien onslaught head-on. The first skirmish erupted with the initial team, who barely entered the corridor when the alien mechs appeared in their sights. Damn it, these bastards. One mech warrior cursed, thrusting half of his body out of the corridor as his energy shield fully activated, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks. For Tabo was revenge. Another warrior leaped out, using the first mech shield for cover, launching an attack against the oncoming alien mechs without fear. Blue energy beams, countless solid missiles. An explosive firelight turned the narrow corridor into hell, with rolling heat waves seemingly melting everything in their path. However, the mech warriors' attacks were but a drizzle compared to the torrential downpour of the aliens' counterattacks. Within 2 seconds of the battle's onset, the mech's energy shield was shattered. Had it not been for the mech behind them re-establishing the shield, casualties would have already ensued. They're not retreating. Super-frequency, close combat. The 2 mech warriors communicated instantly, their power surging to its peak, enveloping them in an icy blue hue. Their duty was to obstruct the alien pursuit, but as the aliens pressed forward, they had no choice but to sacrifice their lives to halt the oncoming tide. Two streaks of blue light flashed through the corridor, followed by a violent collision with the alien forces. The narrow passageway caused the impacted alien mechs to explode, while the decelerated energy shields sent the remaining aliens crashing against the walls. Could the alien mechs directly discern the Divine Kingdom's mechs? After swinging their swords through the air, the two mech warriors relayed this information to their comrades, their hearts racing as they charged towards the displaced aliens. They could win this battle. They could prevail. These were the mechs of the Divine Kingdom. They were the masters. The two icy blue mechs almost instantly reached the corridor's end, their swords striking heavily against the clustered alien mechs. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Unprepared alien mechs exploded one after another against the wall. Kill, kill, haha, die. The mech warriors shouted in exultation, their energy shields capable of withstanding alien attacks, while the alien shields felt utterly insubstantial. How could this not ignite their excitement? However, the aliens were not content to simply endure the assault. Following the destruction of 4 alien mechs, their counterattack came swiftly. A relentless barrage of energy attacks struck the energy shields of the two mech warriors, forcing them to halt their actions. In the midst of heightened power, their reactions were not merely to evade but to seize 2 alien mechs, using them as shields against the onslaught. They needed these 2 aliens as hostages. Only then could they continue close combat with the aliens, lest they disregard their comrades' lives. As long as the aliens ceased their energy attacks, they could employ their richer combat techniques and experiences to win this unequal battle. Yet, to the two mech warriors' astonishment, the aliens showed no signs of halting their attacks due to the fate of their comrades. Without the slightest hesitation, they continued to unleash energy assaults upon them. Simultaneously ringing explosions followed as the molten alien mechs erupted at the corridor's end. In the next moment, the last remaining energy shield shattered under the barrage. The two mech warriors sought to evade but found no space to do so. They had no time to relay the situation to their comrades. As the blue energy shield vanished, blue energy beams flooded in, transforming icy blue into molten colors, and the explosive flames consumed their final fragments of reluctance. Commander, Yulan and the others have been breached. You must take their positions and exercise caution during close combat. Acknowledged. Yuna's expression remained unperturbed, her voice calm as she issued the combat orders. After the two mech warriors departed, Tang Hao silently followed Yuna, beginning the installation of energy barriers on the wall. Upon reaching the dead end, they attempted numerous energy attacks, yet this wall, less than half a meter thick, showed neither melting nor destruction. The marks left behind appeared remarkably shallow. This wall, much like the exterior of the spaceship, seemed capable of absorbing any form of attack. Indeed, it appeared that the entire interior of the ship was constructed in such a manner. Explosions echoed from the other passage of the dead end, and gritting his teeth, Tang Hao joined Yuna in installing the final 2 energy barriers. 3 seconds later, the energy barriers were fully installed, and 5 seconds afterward, they began to function. Retreat. Yuna commanded the last 5 mech warriors. 7 seconds elapsed, and the energy barriers completed their cutting task. At 9 seconds, the final 3 mech warriors arrived at the passage. 10 seconds in, the alien presence that appeared in the passage destroyed the last mech warrior, the explosion momentarily blinding Tang Hao. At 11 seconds, following a tremendous impact, fragments of the 9-meter-high wall plunged deeply into the black sludge. A cacophony of bizarre cries erupted within the bright, vast chamber. Tang Hao found himself at a loss for words to describe the piercing sounds he heard. It resembled the wailing of an infant, the shriek of a monstrous bird, and the roar of a creature from the depths. Aliens! It must be the aliens! Tang Hao frantically rummaged through his backpack for instruments, eager to analyze this repulsive life form. Attack! Without hesitation, Yuna aimed her weapon at the grotesque creature. There was no escape route leading upward, and faced with the relentless pursuit of the aliens behind them, they had nowhere to flee. Before leaving this place, she needed the aliens to pay a price. The energy gun's assault penetrated the creature's muddy form. Oh no! The alien let out a pained howl, then swung its various-sized arms toward Yuna while its body slithered away like a snail. In the half-meter diameter circular space, a third of it was cluttered with refuse. Remnants of battle, bed frames, debris, clothing, and other assorted detritus. Beside this chaos stood a small door, 2 meters in size, toward which the aliens seemed to be fleeing. After protecting Yuna and Tang Hao, the two mech warriors unleashed their fury upon the alien, relentlessly directing energy attacks into its body. The black sludge gradually transformed to crimson before erupting violently, revealing a probe from the divine kingdom that soared towards the distant small door. Bang! The energy attack pierced the probe, which crashed heavily onto the ground, seemingly melting into a silvery metallic slurry. Yuna surveyed the room littered with the corpses of aliens. Her inner fury still unquenched. With reddened eyes, she gazed at the ever-increasing number of alien mechs outside the door, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Eliminate them. The aliens had long sought to burst into the room, yet the energy shield prevented them from advancing. After the aliens within the room perished, the alien mechs outside finally launched their energy attacks, creating ripples across the energy shield. The remaining two mech warriors drew their vibrating long swords, stepping forward to swiftly plunge them into the alien mechs outside the energy shield. Explosions resonated beyond the shield, yet the aliens showed no sign of retreat, continuing to push forward in their attempt to breach the barrier. This is Tang Hao, holding the screen, felt his pupils dilate in disbelief as he gazed at the silvery metallic slurry in the distance, stammering, "Angel Gold." Chapter 21. The dark door. It was already unfathomable for a detector to leap from the body of an alien, but now, after its destruction, it transformed into angel gold. Tang Hao felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Yet, this was no dream. Before his very eyes, the detector undeniably morphed into angel gold, that wondrous metal whose origins remain inexplicable to this day. A dryness enveloped his throat as he sensed he had stumbled upon something significant. Yet he could not grasp that pivotal point. Why was the alien spacecraft so battered? What kind of adversary were they battling? Why was the wreckage cloaked in black mist neglected, while the front of the ship remained pristine? Why did the photon-infused exterior of the alien vessel transform into a multitude of silver angels after being subjected to energy attacks? Why were the aliens within the ship so colossal and grotesque? How did they fit within, and why were there detectors inside, alongside the heaps of debris? How did the aliens manage to fabricate these detectors and mechas in such a short span? Tang Hao gazed at the alien mechas beyond the energy barrier, pondering why those mechas did not transmute into angel gold upon destruction, while this detector within the alien's body did. Wait, why was the detector inside the alien? He swallowed hard, contemplating the small door that could only be traversed by humans. Where were the aliens attempting to flee, and why did only the detector escape? If the detector had always resided within the alien, why did it only depart at the end? If not, then from whence did the detector originate? From inside the alien? Angel gold? Was there angel gold within the alien, leading to the creation of this detector, which then transformed back into angel gold upon destruction? Could it be a matter of reuse? Countless heaps of debris filled a third of the space. What purpose did they serve? If they were materials needed for the replication of angel gold, where was the angel gold? And why could the detectors and mechas replicated from angel gold be utilized directly? Who was controlling the mechas? Were they the kin of the skeletons in the ruins or the small, black slime-like aliens before him? How did the aliens achieve synchronization? Did this alien spacecraft belong to the aliens capable of replicating mechas, or to the human skeletons, who emerged victorious from that battle millennia ago? Commander, the energy barrier is about to shatter. You must flee. The mecha warrior discarded his destroyed longsword, gazing at the inferno outside the energy shield, which resembled hell itself, and the increasingly distinct shockwaves upon the barrier, engulfed by profound despair. They had entered without acquiring any useful intelligence, and even survival seemed a distant hope now. The small door, accessible only to humans, even if severed by the energy barrier, led to an insufferably narrow passage. The two mechas could not possibly traverse it, and with the energy barrier insufficient to cut through the top and bottom of this space, only Yuna and Tang Hao had a chance to escape, and only they could still fulfill the mission. Where else can we go? Yuna's heart was already steeped in despair since entering the room and eliminating the alien. She had abandoned the notion of continuing the mission. However, she could not voice these thoughts, especially before the two remaining warriors. She did not wish their sacrifices to be in vain. She had to proceed with the mission, even if it was merely to exit this room. In extreme anguish, Yuna suppressed her emotions and transmitted to Tang Hao, "Let us go." "Wait." Tang Hao regarded Yuna, his voice low. "We may still have a chance." Yuna's despondent expression instantly brightened with excitement as she inquired, "What did you say?" "I find it difficult to elucidate. as I scarcely believe my own judgment. As Tang Hao transmitted, he approached the Angel Gold, solemnly placing the vine skin from his backpack beside it. The original aliens aboard the ship must have vanished. What we face now is a far more terrifying entity. He retrieved his portable computer, infusing the program into the Angel Gold in the form of energy waves. Moreover, the original owner of this ship was aware of their enemies, which accounts for the ship's peculiar structure. Tang Hao aimed his energy gun at the Angel Gold and fired several times, then continued. The analysis of the black mist and vines remains incomplete. But from the data preserved in the fragments of the instruments, it seems the black mist was produced by the vines. And this alien must fear both the black mist and the vines. But what of the ruins? Yuna sincerely hoped Tang Hao's conjecture was correct. I do not know. But at the very least, those aliens similar to us should not have been able to dwell indefinitely within the black mist. The heaps of debris here have been untouched, while the ruins remain unbothered. I can only wager this once. Tang Hao shook his head. His speculation was already audacious enough, and thus lacked a comprehensive explanation. Beside the Angel Gold lay numerous remnants of the aliens. Tang Hao threw a substantial piece into it. The Angel Gold began to writhe, engulfing the alien remains whole, exuding steam, while a vine gradually emerged from the cooler interior. We have not seen the corpses of the alien mechas, have we? Tang Hao lowered his gaze at the Angel Gold and spoke solemnly. Thus, whether we can dispel those alien mechas remains uncertain. While the mecha warrior did not mention the situation regarding the alien mechas, it was plausible that in the intense combat within the cramped passages, the absence of alien corpses could occur. How could Tang Hao be so certain there were no aliens inside? He grasped a sizable piece of vine in his hand, while the Angel Gold beneath him had completely lost its efficacy. Lacking specific data, Tang Hao could not utilize the vine to create black mist. Thus, he felt uncertain about what would transpire if thrown outside the high-temperature energy barrier. Or should they be let in? With this thought, Tang Hao retrieved the sonic particle emitter from his backpack. Lacking a machine to pulverize the vines, he could only employ the sonic particle emitter to achieve a similar effect. Commander, the energy barrier is about to shatter. The two mecha warriors retreated to Yuna and Tang Hao's side. Yuna had already informed them. Since there were weapons against the aliens, they did not wish to sacrifice their lives to impede them. Yet, once the energy barrier shattered, could Tang Hao, armed only with the vine, fend off the aliens in such a short time? Certainly, the vine as a weapon seemed peculiar. Yet Yuna placed her faith in Tang Hao. They could only hope for this. The energy barrier is down. I am activating the sonic particle emitter. After adjusting the program for the sonic particle emitter, Tang Hao cast it beside the vine. The emitter, resembling a disc, hovered in the air, and as white lights flickered, its oscillation frequency intensified, reaching a peak rotation speed, rendering the entire disk's illusion increasingly tangible. The energy shield generated by the energy barrier ultimately ruptured under the aliens' assault, as hordes of alien mechas surged in, accompanied by molten debris and shattered mechas. The two mecha warriors activated their energy shields, not only to withstand the aliens' energy attacks, but also to protect against the indiscriminate assault of the sonic particle emitter. Otherwise, the sound could render them unconscious. As the alien mechas rushed in, the foremost mechas launched an offensive against Tang Hao and the others, with the shockwaves nearly affecting the nearby sonic particle emitter. An ever-growing multitude of mechas surged into the fray as the sonic particle emitter shattered the surrounding space, and the vine ultimately exploded into countless clouds of black smoke due to the concentrated sonic assault. These clouds, under the expansion waves of the sonic particle emitter, almost instantaneously enveloped the entire space. Darkness, reminiscent of that in the ship's core, once again descended upon the room. The assault of the alien mechs has ceased, and even those that had not entered the energy shield remain motionless. Commander, we have succeeded. Two mech warriors shouted in exhilaration. Although the outside of the energy shield was shrouded in obscurity, they could detect the situation of the alien mechs, all of which lay defeated on the ground. They had triumphed. Commander Tang Hao, you truly. One mech warrior gazed excitedly at Tang Hao, only to find that he had collapsed on the ground. Beside him, Yuna's robot had likewise fallen. The two mech warriors' elation dissipated in an instant. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend how their commanders had suddenly succumbed. Did the black mist not only affect the aliens but also have a similar effect on Tang Hao and Yuna? Yet, in the middle of the ship, beneath the black fog, Tang Hao and Yuna appeared to be fine. What shall we do now? One mech warrior inquired of his companion. I don't know, replied the other, his expression grim. Though they had vanquished the alien threat, they were at a loss regarding whether to stay or leave. To depart would mean abandoning their fallen comrades, yet to remain would lead them into uncertainty. The undestroyed sound wave particle generator continued to operate, and the black mist gradually thinned with the vibrations of the particle generator. The two mech warriors stood vigil beside Tang Hao and Yuna, hoping that they would awaken once the mist dissipated. Meanwhile, they did not neglect the fallen alien mechs nearby, one by one. They extracted long blades from the alien mechs and plunged them into the cockpits, releasing their pent-up emotions with each strike. The alien mechs did not explode upon the direct intrusion into their cockpits, yet there was no trace of blood. The two mech warriors exchanged glances and proceeded to dismantle an intact alien mech, only to find the cockpit eerily empty. One mech warrior bellowed, his energy cannon discharging in a fit of rage as he unleashed a barrage upon the alien mechs. After a series of explosions, the room was littered with the remnants of the alien mechs. Yet, despite their destruction, no sense of satisfaction filled them. They had lost 7 comrades. But what of the aliens? One mech warrior knelt on the ground, howling as he relentlessly struck his right fist against the floor, the sound echoing incessantly. The other mech warrior refrained from comforting his brother, his own heart heavy with grief, yet he needed to remain vigilant, unable to indulge in his brother's emotional outburst. The rhythmic thuds against the floor abruptly ceased. Wait, there seems to be something here. The vigilant mech warrior quickly approached, following his companion's gaze to discover a distinct trace of a hidden passage on the ground. The concealed door had blended seamlessly with its surroundings, yet the mech's strikes had revealed its outlines. The material here is unusual. I cannot detect what lies beneath. Let's open it cautiously. Understood. The mech warrior integrated his hand into the floor and, with a gentle force, the half-meter-sized hidden door swung open. As it did, black mist surged forth from the underground passage, swirling like a shadow within the room. At that moment, an energy attack leapt from the passage, striking the energy shield of the mech warrior. You all go ahead. I will hold him off. A new alien mech emerged from the passage, relentlessly assaulting the few individuals within the room. Only one. I will assist you. The mech warrior cradled Tang Hao and Yuna, casting them into the hidden passage. A one-on-one confrontation was uncertain, but in a two-on-one scenario, they certainly held the advantage. The mech warrior chose not to enter the passage with Tang Hao and Yuna, but instead opted to aid his companion. However, as he exited the room, an explosion illuminated the distance. I will kill you. The mech warrior's eyes reddened as he entered a state of supercharged combat. A blue streak surged toward the alien mech, but upon close proximity, the icy blue mech remained motionless, as if a lifeless object, and was swiftly destroyed by the alien's sword. Under the blaze of the explosion, the alien mech surveyed the room for a few seconds before departing the passage. No comments. It appears I must directly compose the narrative of the spaceship. A sense of inexplicable sorrow washes over me. However, as I have not been banned, there remains hope for a conclusion. The first part concludes here. A brief tale. Chapter 22. Finding a way out, the piercing cold wind whistled past, sharply contrasting with the warm, soft sensations enveloping Tang Hao. As he gradually opened his bleary eyes, he found himself surrounded by nothing but a hissing sound. The emptiness was profound. Where am I? This was Tang Hao's first question. What has happened? This was his second. What is on me? This was his third inquiry. Yet, before he could ponder the first 2 questions, the third overwhelmed him entirely. A gentle, warm breath brushed against the junction of his chin and neck, a sensation he had never experienced before, sending shivers down his spine. Tang Hao shamefully wished for time to freeze at that moment, but beneath the Earth's crust, molten magma surged, and tectonic plates shifted, raising a mountain high into the sky, enveloped in jade-like mist. At that moment, Yuna also regained consciousness. Although the apocalyptic life had receded, her innate vigilance remained intact. The instant her awareness returned, she detected an unusual sensation. Yet, before she could react, she was abruptly flung away, crashing against a wall, and then tumbling onto a rapidly moving track. Tang Hao gasped for breath, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Had Yuna awakened in that moment, she would have surely killed him. The synchronization with the robot was disturbingly lifelike, too much so. It had actually thrown him aside. The pain in his head and body persisted, but Yuna's inner rage and humiliation intensified. Biting her lip, Yuna understood what had transpired. She clenched her fists, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Suddenly, Tang Hao's heart raced. He had instinctively tossed Yuna away, although he heard the sound of impact. He was oblivious to the circumstances in the darkness. He could feel the track beneath him moving. But what if Yuna had been thrown off it? With this thought, Tang Hao hurriedly reached to his right. Fortunately, the soft, jade-like sensation remained, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Their hands remained tightly clasped, and Yuna blinked in surprise, ultimately opting not to break free from Tang Hao's grasp. Yet, his hand released her on its own accord. Once the strange feelings subsided, Yuna's expression darkened. Both she and Tang Hao were uncertain as to why they had arrived here, what had transpired within the room, and the whereabouts of the two mech warriors. If all 9 mech warriors had perished aboard the spaceship, Yuna was at a loss as to how to confront her own emotions. However, the environment of the spacecraft offered her no time for anguish or guilt. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, she and Tang Hao simultaneously fell onto the sandy ground. Surrounded by darkness, Yuna struggled to rise from the sand, pausing momentarily before silently transmitting to Tang Hao, "Where is this place?" Tang Hao instinctively flinched. He had no idea when Yuna had awakened. He stammered, "I don't know." Yuna approached the track, felt the walls around her, and slowly spoke. "Can you continue forward?" "What do you mean?" Tang Hao found it challenging to ascertain Yuna's position. Now, only the two of them remained on the spaceship. He needed to report the situation regarding the black mist to the Divine Kingdom, and she needed to press on. Yuna moved beside Tang Hao, handing him her energy gun, suppressing her sorrowful emotions, and asked earnestly, "Can you do it?" "No." Upon hearing this, Yuna's voice turned harsh. "What did you say? Do you understand why we lost consciousness?" Tang Hao had already suspected something earlier and continued to communicate with a sigh. "The soundwave particle device is employed by the star god race to subdue the populace. It can induce unconsciousness through various sensory manipulations, with auditory stimuli being the most convenient. I had thought the energy shield would protect us, but I forgot that we maintained a connection with the reconnaissance ship. The energy shield cannot sever that link, yet the soundwave particle device can disrupt it. Could it not be that the reconnaissance ship moved away from the spacecraft?" Yuna found this notion difficult to accept. "But we are still within the ship." Tang Hao handed the energy gun back to Yuna. Once Yuna received the energy gun, she could no longer stifle her emotions and collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. This was a scene Tang Hao had never anticipated. In his eyes, Yuna had always been the composed and mature vice captain, able to command with calmness in the face of alien attacks. But why was she like this now? Her sobs gradually transformed into whimpers, tightening the knot in Tang Hao's heart. "We can still get out." Tang Hao was uncertain how to console Yuna, but if her sorrow stemmed from her inability to contact the Divine Kingdom, there remained a chance for them to escape. "This should be the middle of the spacecraft. We can locate the passage through which we entered." Yuna's cries subsided as she sniffled. "Really? Is that true?" "Yes. But I cannot see." After the intense emotional upheaval, Yuna could no longer activate the system's programs. At that moment, she resembled the pitiful girl she once was, even more helpless and weaker than before. Tang Hao felt a deep sense of compassion for her and gently reassured, "All we need to do is fly to the right to find it." After a brief period of rapid flight, Tang Hao suddenly collided with an obstacle. Yuna, trailing closely behind him, merely pressed against him, sharing his sadness. Due to the synchronization of their systems, she felt no pain. "Are you all right?" Yuna inquired with concern. Tang Hao touched his nose, suppressing the pain, and smiled. "I'm fine. Let us continue." However, this time, he hesitated to follow the wall, opting instead to ascend at an angle towards what he sensed was the right direction. Yet, before long, he crashed into something again, becoming ensnared within a significant obstruction. Yuna collided with Tang Hao's back once more, but this time she offered no words of concern. Instead, she was amused by Tang Hao's repeated misfortunes. He. After a brief, soft laugh, Yuna momentarily forgot her troubles and teased, "Be careful." Hearing Yuna's melodious laughter lifted Tang Hao's spirits considerably, enduring the pain. He extricated himself, but as he attempted to speak, the sensation of weightlessness caused him to plummet, startling him into a cry. Feeling a sudden pull from her hand, Yuna was alarmed and quickly tightened her grip on Tang Hao, but she was still pulled away due to his abrupt descent. Initially intending to use her flying device to pull him up, she felt a tearing sensation in her arm from the force and, without further thought, accelerated downward, embracing Tang Hao and gradually reducing her speed until they landed softly on the debris below. "Aren't you going to let go?" Yuna huffed. "It seems the flying device is damaged," Tang Hao explained. Yuna cast a disgruntled glance into the darkness, reflecting on the various trivialities since entering the spacecraft, and began to suspect Tang Hao had done it on purpose. What do we do now? Yuna asked Tang Hao. Now, not only was Tang Hao's flying device broken, but he was also at a loss for direction. How could they possibly navigate out of the spacecraft? However, after her outburst of tears, Yuna felt a significant release of emotion, and coupled with the earlier lighthearted moments, she could now think clearly rather than being overwhelmed by negativity. Why not let you go first? Tang Hao understood they needed to relay the information they had to the Divine Kingdom promptly. Where should I go? Yuna replied, her voice rising in frustration. After a brief pause, Tang Hao spoke. While we were coming here, I observed that the debris forms mostly short cross shapes. If we can detect the structure of this debris, we can at least rule out two directions. Then why not just fly randomly? Yuna discovered that Tang Hao could sometimes be utterly foolish. Perhaps this would expedite matters. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Just as Yuna was about to unleash a tirade, she suddenly heard the distant sound of an explosion, followed by the activation of the energy shield enveloping them. The alien race had infiltrated the midsection of the spacecraft. Were they not afraid of the dark mist? Come here, Yuna shouted loudly. Tang Hao quickly followed her voice and embraced her. The mech's assaults would not be able to withstand their energy shield for long. Although the means by which the aliens had pinpointed their location remained a mystery, at least they had been provided with a direction, which was the sole piece of good news. The spacecraft could manage a satisfactory speed with one individual, but with two, particularly in the presence of a robot, the pace slowed significantly. We must find cover. Tang Hao, shielded by Yuna's embrace, had thus far evaded the aliens' attacks. But he could distinctly feel that within a mere moment, their energy shield had sustained 5 assaults. If this continued, they would never locate an escape route. We're almost there. Yuna showed no sign of slowing down. Tang Hao, in a panic, reached for the flight apparatus in Yuna's hands and forcefully yanked it away. What are you doing? Yuna seethed internally, frustrated that they had finally determined their direction only for Tang Hao to act recklessly. Tang Hao, having felt the 8th impact, retorted with equal fury, if you perish here, it might very well be the end. Does this action hold any significance? Indeed, it holds no significance. Yuna's demeanor softened instantaneously. Though she remained silent, Tang Hao sensed their dissent. Turn around. Your energy shield cannot endure much longer. Tang Hao urgently communicated, gritting her teeth. Yuna finally redirected the flight apparatus. As several energy assaults struck their backs, they finally touched down on the ground, yet the alien attacks showed no signs of abating, relentlessly bombarding them. Tang Hao understood that the alien mech had ascended into the air, and upon landing, he retrieved a one-time use energy sphere he had previously grasped. The spherical energy shield expanded from a small size to approximately 3 meters in diameter. He then produced a floating light sphere, for the robot's illumination was still too dim. The alien attacks were temporarily thwarted by this energy shield. However, the current circumstances remained perilously precarious for both of them. The one-time use energy sphere could withstand a maximum of 50 assaults, and its protective capabilities rendered it immobile once utilized. They had to devise a plan or find a hiding place within this brief time frame. Otherwise, it would amount to waiting for death. Yet, with the limited energy weapons they carried, how could they possibly triumph over a mech? We must fight. Yuna gazed at the rippling waves of the energy sphere and raised her energy gun, unleashing a barrage toward the aliens, simultaneously scolding Tang Hao. What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to die? After being chastised by Yuna, Tang Hao ceased contemplating the nearly impossible escape and retrieved a foldable energy gun from his backpack to join her in the assault against the aliens. In truth, their efforts were futile against the mobile alien mech, as the two of them were unable to lock onto a target. The alien attacks continued to rain down upon the energy shield, showing no sign of relenting despite their actions. Just as Tang Hao was on the brink of despair, bracing himself and Yuna for their impending demise, the alien assaults abruptly ceased. Chapter 23. Slaying the alien race. The weapons wielded by the two individuals were utterly incapable of dismantling a mech. Yet, why did the alien assault suddenly cease at this moment? Could it be that the two mech warriors had survived and were hastily approaching? Tang Hao and Yuna exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. At that moment, an eerie laughter, devoid of discernible gender, resonated from beyond the energy shield. Greetings, Commanders Yuna and Tang Hao. The voice, shrouded in black mist, shattered their hopes, its unsettling tone far more chilling than any horror film soundtrack. carrying an unsettling quality akin to that of a novice speaker. A shiver ran down Tang Hao's spine as he exclaimed, "Who are you? Weren't you always searching for us?" The voice from the black mist grew increasingly coherent with each utterance, yet the stark contrast to its initial tone rendered it even more spine-tingling. The aliens had not concealed their identity. In truth, Tang Hao and Yuna should have realized that even if those two mech warriors were alive, they could not possibly arrive at this juncture. The energy attacks were nearly soundless, particularly within the enveloping black mist. They should not have harbored such illusions. Alien race, perish. Yuna, who had remained motionless until now, hurled all her grenades towards the source of the voice. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions reverberated close at hand, causing ripples across the energy shield. Yet, Tang Hao understood that this would have no effect on the mech. It merely served as an outlet for Yuna's frustration. Following the explosions, the alien's voice, tinged with mockery, came through. "Your technology is quite impressive." "Indeed, and there is even more to behold," Yuna retorted, her anger manifesting in a laugh. "I know, it truly is remarkable, which is why you are able to survive," the alien continued. With resolute determination, Tang Hao donned his electromagnetic gloves, suppressing the agony in his mind as he synchronized. "You charge out, and I will hold him off." "What are you doing?" The electromagnetic gloves glimmered to life, yet Tang Hao did not waver in his synchronization. Yuna wished to scold him for his recklessness, but in this moment, what could she possibly say? After synchronizing, Tang Hao did not succumb to unconsciousness, alleviating Yuna's concern somewhat. "Hee, the electromagnetic gloves are ineffective without synchronization. I can control him for a few seconds. Your flyer is still operational, so hurry and find an exit." Despite his pale visage, Tang Hao's gaze remained steadfast. "Shall we make a deal, commanders?" the alien proposed. Tang Hao gestured to Yuna to flee, but she shook her head and communicated telepathically. "Let us hear what he has to say. It might be of use to us." While the reasoning held merit, every second spent increased the peril. Tang Hao wished for Yuna to depart promptly, especially since he was prepared to risk his life. Yuna fixed her gaze on the black mist and inquired, "What deal?" The alien appeared to ponder for a moment before responding in a deep voice. "My race does not wish to be enemies. It benefits neither of us." Yuna's expression shifted slightly as she replied, "And what of it? I can guarantee your safe departure from this vessel, but you must ensure our safe exit as well. Have you mistaken us for someone else? I believe you hold them in high regard. This is your kind's notion of equitable exchange. Apologies, but we are not that significant." Upon uttering these words, Yuna, slightly agitated, communicated to Tang Hao, "It seems the situation outside is not as dire as we imagined. I sense a problem." "This alien is too straightforward," Tang Hao remarked, his brow furrowed. The alien's voice suddenly turned frigid. "What are the two of you discussing?" Both Tang Hao and Yuna were taken aback. Could this alien overhear their conversation? Electromagnetic gloves. Yuna swiftly cradled Tang Hao against her chest, and he instinctively extended his hands, forcefully closing in on the space ahead. Soon enough, the sensation of the alien mech was felt within the electromagnetic gloves. With veins bulging, Tang Hao summoned all his strength to manipulate the material, bending the mech's arm inward to prevent it from launching an attack as they attempted to escape. In the cosmos, all forces rely on matter, and electromagnetic force is the most tangible of all, whether it be tensile, compressive, or frictional forces. Electromagnetic force is more prevalent and diverse compared to gravity. Moreover, while both act upon matter, electromagnetic force is often more efficient in certain aspects. From simple magnet applications to the advanced electromagnetic gloves of the divine nation, capable of manipulating most materials, such as the mech now entangled in the black mist. "You shall not escape." The alien attempted to break free from its restraints, but found itself unable to exert force, provoking both surprise and fear within it. If the two managed to leave the vessel, how would it justify this to its superiors? Fortunately, this feeling of powerlessness lasted only about 3 seconds, and the duo's spiritual forms had not strayed far. The alien calmed itself while contemplating its next move. It could not allow the pair to escape the ship. The previous dialogue was factual yet inconsequential. What mattered was that regardless of the negotiation's outcome, it needed to force the two into that confined space. There was still an opportunity. As long as its superiors could leave the ship, these peculiar beings would pose no threat. Yuna questioned why she was embracing Tang Hao as they departed. Perhaps she wished to prevent further loss of life, or perhaps she believed they could escape together. Or maybe she had begun to trust the alien's words. Regardless, it was undoubtedly not a prudent decision for either the divine nation or herself. Tang Hao, however, felt differently. Although he feared not death, he also wished to avoid it. Yuna's ability to bring him along was a source of joy. Since the alien claimed the divine nation held the advantage, it seemed he would not need to make an unwarranted sacrifice. Surviving was undoubtedly the best outcome. The divine nation would not abandon any of its members, and Tang Hao felt vindicated in this belief. Yet, before they could soar far, the alien's attack descended upon Yuna's body. Let me down. Tang Hao feared he might have to sacrifice himself. You carry me. Yuna did not relinquish Tang Hao, instead turning her body as before, using him as a human shield. Tang Hao felt warmth against his chest and a relentless pounding against his back, an uncomfortable sensation. Unbeknownst to them, the alien was perilously close, nearly pressing against Tang Hao's back to launch an attack. Although its potency had diminished significantly, the alien's energy is depleting. Tang Hao communicated excitedly. He had endured this long without being destroyed. Do not speak. Yuna, her consciousness fading, struggled to discern direction. To accelerate their escape, she had activated the ship's internal levitation device. Yet, silence would have served her better. Upon speaking, she drained her last vestige of mental energy and fell into unconsciousness. The alien, lurking behind them in search of the opportune moment, instinctively reached out to catch the rapidly descending pair. Fortunately, they stabilized their fall. Yuna. Tang Hao anxiously called out, clutching her as he realized what she had just done. With no time to consider leaving the ship or the alien threat, he gently lowered Yuna, but in the obscured black mist, they collided once more with an object. This time, however, Yuna absorbed the impact for him. Yet Tang Hao's heart was consumed with anguish and guilt. Not everything could be controlled, such as the alien race aboard the ship or their current descent location. The expression on the alien's face within the mech turned grim. He had altered the course of their journey and was on the brink of expanding the energy shield to corner the two individuals. Yet the question lingered. What should be done now? The alien race was at a loss. Tossing them directly into the fray posed too great a risk. However, activating the energy shield at this moment was futile, as the mecha's power reserves were insufficient for what lay ahead, and there was no guarantee the two would comply. If this race were to obliterate the spacecraft, they could escape, but who would ascend to become their new leader? From the very beginning, they should never have awakened. Or perhaps they should never have assimilated that particular race. Tang Hao incessantly called out Yuna's name, but she remained unresponsive. The only solace for Tang Hao was the faint sensation of her breath through their synchronization. At that moment, the surrounding scenery abruptly sharpened into focus, an array of robotic wreckage. Countless human skeletons and an assortment of weaponry, including abandoned war machines, littered the ground. In the distance, at the very center encircled by the base, a colossal vine over 30 meters in size emerged, revealing a silver core beneath its shell. This was no ordinary plant. No flora could possess such a core, adorned with what appeared to be protrusions resembling rooms. This was a scene they had never encountered during their journey. Tang Hao stood momentarily dazed. Was this still the space they had entered? Let us strike a bargain. The alien entity spoke from above. It was only then, struck by the bizarre scene, that Tang Hao realized the gravity of the situation. How could he perceive the surroundings clearly? Aside from the expanded energy shield of the mecha, was there anything else? What is this place? Clutching Yuna, Tang Hao fixed his gaze on the alien mecha in the sky. Whether they had been deliberately lured here by the aliens or had genuinely arrived at another layer of the spacecraft remained a mystery. The alien continued. You have long sought the heart of the spacecraft. The control center of the spacecraft was not located at the front. Understanding dawned upon Tang Hao. This was why the front of the ship appeared so peculiar. They should have never relied on conventional wisdom to assess the spacecraft. Had they explored the center from the outset, perhaps they would not have sacrificed so many lives. But there were no what-ifs. The grim reality was that among those who had entered the ship, only Tang Hao and the unconscious Yuna remained. What do you intend to do? Tang Hao pondered the alien's motives. I have stated before, my race does not wish to be your adversary. I trust you have seen my sincerity. Sincerity? It seemed there were ulterior motives at play. Your race possesses a rather intriguing trait, one I have encountered before. The alien mecha approached Tang Hao, aiming its cannon at Yuna, and remarked with a grin, I believe you would not desire her demise, would you? I'm afraid you've misjudged. Tang Hao felt a tightening in his chest, but his expression remained inscrutable. The alien, sensing the precariousness of the situation, retracted its cannon and chuckled. Captain Tang Hao, You truly lack appreciation for delicate beauty. A sense of dread gripped Tang Hao. How much did the alien know? He dared not speak further, fearing his thoughts might be laid bare. Yet, in his silence, the alien grew eerily quiet, an unusual tension permeating the air. Just as Tang Hao grappled with the uncertainty, a more astonishing event unfolded. The hatch of the alien mecha swung open, revealing a young man clad in military garb from the divine nation. His expression a twisted mask of hatred directed at Tang Hao. You will die. The alien's tone was sharp and grating, reminiscent of its original voice. In a surge of emotion, Tang Hao's blood raced, and his face flushed as he raised his hand in defiance against the alien. Blood splattered in an instant. In the darkness, he clenched his right fist tightly, gasping for non-existent air. Waves of nausea overcame him, and amidst the turmoil, he broke into a manic laugh before releasing his trembling hand. Regardless of the reasons, he had slain an alien, but now, where could he go? Tang Hao gazed into the shadows, where the heart of the spacecraft resided. Why had the aliens brought him here, and why had one emerged from the mecha so suddenly? Should he truly venture there? Chapter 24. Journey to the core. Had it not been for the earlier incident, Tang Hao would have unhesitatingly proceeded to the spacecraft's core. However, in the present moment, all he wished for was to escape with Yuna. Yuna had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the depletion of her mental energy, and Tang Hao himself was on the brink of collapse. He could not even discern his current direction, let alone gauge how long he could endure. Fortunately, this enigmatic alien race had provided him with a mech. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to depart from this place. With a weary expression, Tang Hao gently cradled Yuna and made his way to the side of the mech. After carefully setting her down, he took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and removed the primary flight device from Yuna's back. Now equipped with the flight device, Tang Hao held Yuna once more and slowly navigated to the cockpit of the mech. He had anticipated the sensation of repulsive flesh, yet was surprised to find the texture akin to metallic liquid. Had this alien transformed into angelic gold upon death? After a brief moment of contemplation, he lowered his head and carefully placed Yuna into the cockpit. Once again, after positioning Yuna beside him, Tang Hao gradually settled into the pilot's seat and initiated the mech's synchronization process, drawing upon his recollections. Amidst the tense anticipation, the mech's alert finally echoed. Warning, warning, unrecognized. Warning, unrecognized. This announcement doused Tang Hao with a bucket of cold water. The mechs of the Divine Kingdom were not designed for just anyone to operate. Being bound to a one-to-one system, Tang Hao had assumed that if the aliens could control it, so could he. Yet he found himself in this predicament. Were they to aimlessly wander with the flight device? But how could they escape the spacecraft in such a manner? The persistent alerts left Tang Hao in a state of confusion and despair. Perhaps he should never have proposed the synchronization with the mech. If not, he and Yuna would not have been ensnared in such a dire situation. At that moment, Yuna's frail voice suddenly pierced through the cockpit. Authorization, L8256. 55. Tang Hao's heart ignited with hope, and he asked with concern, Yuna, are you all right? He quickly silenced himself, fearing that this vulnerable Yuna might slip back into unconsciousness. Authorization granted, initiating temporary system. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the mech systems powered up, the cockpit door sealed shut, and a series of alerts filled the air. You, take charge. After uttering this, Yuna seemed to lapse into unconsciousness once more. Though the mech's systems had begun to function, the cockpit remained shrouded in darkness, and Yuna's current condition prevented Tang Hao from disturbing her. Thus, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding how to operate the mech. Just when he felt utterly helpless, the mech system spoke again. This time in a surprisingly human-like female voice, fifth-generation spirit of the Divine Kingdom, requesting temporary pilot instructions. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Can you dispel the darkness in the cockpit? Command unrecognized. Please reissue instructions. Just filter the air in the cockpit. Tang Hao had neglected the darkness's peculiar nature, and the intelligence system could not comprehend his request. Receiving instructions, proceeding with replacement. The air in the cockpit began to circulate, and the surroundings gradually came into focus. System attack detected, commencing clearance operation. Just then, the intelligence system issued a warning. Tang Hao's heart raced, and he quickly inquired, what's wrong? His concern was short-lived as the spirit on the screen spoke. System restored to normal, clearance operation completed. Please provide instructions. With a sigh of relief, Tang Hao suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. This was not the time for rest, so he quickly shook himself awake. With bloodshot eyes, Tang Hao addressed the system, expand the energy shield's radius, and present the external conditions in a three-dimensional format within the mech. Then, choose a direction and depart as quickly as possible. Insufficient energy. What radius should be expanded? The spirit inquired. 20 meters. No, make it 10. The energy shield has been expanded to 10 meters, proceeding with the next action. As the spirit spoke, Tang Hao felt a slight tremor from the mech, and the three-dimensional images before him began to shift rapidly. However, he found it odd that the alien mech was departing at a running speed instead of flying. Why not take to the skies? Tang Hao frowned. The hovering device has been commanded to self-destruct. Flight commands cannot be executed at this time, the spirit replied, her expression unchanging. What was this alien race scheming? Tang Hao's face darkened with trepidation. He felt as though every step he took was falling into their trap. Yet how did they know he would board the mech? Moreover, if Yuna remained unconscious, what was the purpose of their calculations? Yet, these concerns were secondary. The primary issue was how Tang Hao could locate the passageway. Even though this space housed the passage, it was situated several meters above the ground, rendering both the energy shield and detection capabilities inadequate at such an elevation. The situation had seemingly devolved into a deadlock. Activating the mech afforded him no means of escape. Numerous obstacles detected ahead. Would you like to change course? Please provide instructions. The spirit suddenly interjected. Tang Hao gazed at the massive screen in front of the cockpit, overwhelmed by a sense of being toyed with by fate, as it displayed the perimeter of the spacecraft's core. Surrounding him were dilapidated structures, strewn metallic debris, and craters. Having relinquished the choice to the mech's intelligence system due to his disorientation and belief in its capability to fly, he found that it had led him to a place he wished to avoid. The core of the spacecraft loomed near, the very purpose of their arrival. Should we truly proceed? Requesting instructions, the spirit continued. Advance, and further expand the energy shield to explore this area. Tang Hao was uncertain whether his decision was wise or misguided. With the mech as his sole means of escape, if he did not wish to perish here, he would have to gamble on the spacecraft's core. The aliens sought to lead them there, yet they themselves dared not venture. This did not necessarily spell doom. Entering the spacecraft's core might benefit the aliens, but it need not be detrimental to the Divine Kingdom. If he could uncover why the aliens refrained from entering, the Divine Kingdom might reap greater rewards. More importantly, Tang Hao was unwilling to await death in this place. He was not alone. Yuna was by his side. The Divine Kingdom would not abandon any soul. Thus, Tang Hao would not easily forsake himself and Yuna. It seemed contradictory, yet at this moment, he felt justified. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for the Divine Kingdom, but he required the kingdom to bear the consequences of his choices. For that was true equality. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, in the distance, amidst the black mist, another mech hovered silently, observing him. As the energy shield expanded to 50 meters, the surroundings became clearer, and Tang Hao began to scrutinize the alien military facility. However, as the mech delved deeper, the sounds of mechanical operations abruptly surrounded him, and several strange devices emerged from the ruins. Warning, mech has been locked onto by enemy forces. Warning, mech has been. Tang Hao's heart tightened. The weapon systems here were still operational. Was this the reason the aliens hesitated to approach? Tang Hao, tightly wound with tension, dared not relax. Nor could he contemplate the reasons behind his distress. If this state of alarm persisted, he feared he would soon lose what little lucidity remained. Maximizing the energy shield, he resolved to gain clarity about his surroundings. Rubbing his non-existent temples, he realized he could no longer afford to squander time here. The energy shield of the mech swiftly expanded outward, revealing a colossal vine structure to his left. He directed the mech towards the imposing cylindrical form with utmost urgency. Proceeding to the designated target, he articulated in terms the intelligence system could comprehend. As the mech accelerated toward its destination, its formidable presence was palpable. Any object in its path was either deformed or obliterated, embodying an unstoppable momentum. Warning, energy levels critically low. Please reduce the energy shield's radius. The ethereal voice of the fairy girl interjected. Tang Hao, momentarily forgetting the mech's dwindling energy reserves, quickly responded, constrict the energy shield to a 2-meter radius. Based on the previous scanning data, continue advancing towards the target location. Once the surroundings were adequately assessed, even if visibility were lost, the mech could still navigate safely. Continuing to waste energy at this juncture was unnecessary. Shortly after the energy shield was reduced, the fairy girl's voice chimed in. Arrived at the designated location. Please provide instructions. Drawing a deep breath, Tang Hao summoned the last vestiges of his focus and commanded, "Maintain the energy shield at 10 meters until all energy is expended." Upon expanding the energy shield, he frowned at the vine before him. He had initially believed it akin to an elevator of the Ayla people, only to discover there was no entrance beneath the vine, merely a metallic shell revealed by prior assaults. Tang Hao instructed the mech to circle the vine. But mere meters into the exploration, a massive gap marred the ground ahead. Observing the gaping hole, evidently formed by an attack, he declared, "Let us investigate further." As the mech ventured inside, Tang Hao at last discerned the subterranean landscape, confirming his suspicions. The entrance to this enormous vine indeed lay below ground. After a thorough scan of the opening, he directed the mech to leap into the void, landing atop the debris within. The chasm was not deep, leaving a couple of meters of the mech exposed above ground. However, this detail paled in significance to the fact that Tang Hao had finally located the entrance to the vine, a metallic door reminiscent of an elevator. He opened the cockpit door and, cradling Yuna, he instructed the system, "Lower us both down." The mech's arm extended before the cockpit, allowing Tang Hao to carefully step down onto the chaotic terrain. This vine was not a plant. It was merely an elevator ensconced in vegetation. Why was there no upward passage in the front of the spaceship? Perhaps such a passage existed solely here, within the immense vine that had initially captured their attention, yet had been overlooked. Clutching Yuna, Tang Hao pondered whether the alien elevator could still function. But having arrived at this juncture, he could only hope for a favorable outcome. Within the black mist-shrouded interior of the spaceship, dust was surprisingly sparse. Aside from the skeletal remains of humans, one might assume the battle had only just concluded. The elevator door before him bore numerous bullet holes. Yet flanking it were buttons akin to those of the Ayla, still discernible after the passage of time. With a silent prayer, Tang Hao pressed one of the buttons. After an indeterminate period of disuse, the button suddenly illuminated. Accompanied by a series of creaks, the door before him began to open slowly. As Tang Hao stepped inside, he beheld several skeletons and some heavenly gold. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured forward, still holding Yuna tightly. Chapter 25. The cycle of worlds. The light within the elevator was exceptionally bright, and the smooth, white partitions created an illusion of a brand new lift. An air of eeriness pervaded the surroundings. Tang Hao carefully maneuvered his feet, striving to avoid stepping on the scattered bones. When he raised his gaze towards the buttons inside the elevator, he was taken aback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This was the first time Tang Hao had encountered numerical symbols aboard the spacecraft, and they were identical to those used by the alien people. Although he had harbored suspicions upon first seeing the bones, the reality of this shared symbolism left him in disbelief. The alien had only recently departed from their star system. How had their kin arrived here? If the alien once possessed the technology to traverse the cosmos, why were there no traces left behind? With a history spanning millennia, where did these foreign races originate? Accompanied by a creaking sound, the elevator doors began to close slowly. Tang Hao shook his head vigorously. This was not the time for such musings. His mental fortitude was faltering, and the paramount objective was to locate the control center of the alien race. Therein lay the answers he sought. Yet, confronted with these familiar numbers, he felt uncertain about how to proceed. If each number signified a level, did one represent a chamber within the dark mist, or the protrusions akin to the rooms on the vine? Given the size of the vine elevator, it was implausible for this to be the sole one. How would elevators in other locations reach their intended destinations? Did every level possess an elevator exit? Or did different elevators lead to distinct locales? Tang Hao shook his head again, the red threads in his eyes multiplying. No more thinking, no more thinking. He chanted inwardly, then pressed the most fitting number, 5. However, upon doing so, the elevator reacted not at all. Even the buttons that appeared capable of lighting up remained dark. He pressed the number 9, yet the elevator still showed no response. "You are not of the Machin race." A voice, calm and unperturbed by their intrusion, resonated within the elevator as if merely stating a fact. "Who are you?" Tang Hao instinctively tightened his embrace around Yuna. "Star race, Machin race, Taishan race." The old man's voice remained flat. Tang Hao sensed a flicker of confusion within him and replied, "I am Alan." "Alan." The elder fell silent after uttering this word. After a moment's pause, Tang Hao, slightly anxious, said, "If you are descendants of the original race aboard this spacecraft, then we are not your enemies. We could even assist you in driving away those foreign entities. There are no living beings left here." The elder's tone wavered for the first time. "Then who are you?" I am the main control program of the spacecraft. Tang Hao's expression shifted from surprise to urgency, and he quickly inquired, what is the situation outside the ship? Are my compatriots safe? I cannot ascertain the external conditions. The star race has assimilated all auxiliary programs. Are the star race those foreign beings? Why do they not dare come here? What weaknesses do they possess? What manner of race are they, and how can we defeat them? You are not of the Machin race, the elder replied flatly. But I am not your enemy. Tang Hao's heart raced with urgency as he sensed he was on the brink of obtaining vital information about the alien race. After a brief pause, the elder spoke. Your mental state is quite poor. Your companion is also in danger. I have no time. Tang Hao implored. Please tell me everything about this alien race. His frustration boiled over, and he longed to smash the system at the control center. He was acutely aware of his and Yuna's precarious condition. But time was of the essence. The impotent rage surged in his mind, causing him a throbbing headache. Tell me. He gritted through clenched teeth, exerting every effort to remain upright. The elder remained silent, and suddenly, music filled the elevator. The melody consisted of simple tones, the source of which was indiscernible. Yet it exuded a gentle and ethereal quality. As time passed, it evoked a sense of relaxation, reminiscent of tranquility beneath the starry sky or the release felt while traversing the cosmic seas. The stabbing pain in Tang Hao's mind gradually dissipated with the music, replaced by an invigorating sensation akin to the revitalization felt after a restful slumber. The voice of time, a gift bestowed upon us by the Taishan race, the elder's voice intoned. Just as Tang Hao was about to respond, Yuna stirred in his arms and slowly opened her eyes. Where's this? She inquired. Her spirit evidently revived. Yuna, we are in the elevator of the alien spacecraft's central hub. Tang Hao expressed his relief. He had feared he might be left alone in this eerie place. Put me down. Yuna's cheeks flushed slightly. Tang Hao had been carrying her in a manner reminiscent of a princess. This is not the control center of the spacecraft. It is merely the defensive base of the second level, the elder corrected Tang Hao. As Yuna stood, her gaze sharpened like a blade as she surveyed the surroundings. Demanding, who are you? Tang Hao hastily communicated telepathically. He is the intelligence system of the spacecraft. Intelligence system? Yuna blinked at Tang Hao, bewildered. She had only dozed for a moment. What had transpired? You two have embarked upon this path. The elder seemed to sigh slightly. What path? Yuna asked, feeling perplexed. She furrowed her brow and then stated resolutely. I have no time for pointless banter. Since you are the intelligence system of this spacecraft, kindly inform me directly what has transpired here. Simultaneously, she inquired of Tang Hao telepathically, aside from this system, where have those foreign beings gone? Tang Hao hesitated, uncertain of what to disclose. The alien in the mech was killed by me. I am aware. It seems the original race aboard the ship is no longer. Only this intelligence system remains. Have you gleaned any useful information? None thus far. After a brief pause, Tang Hao relayed. After the mech activated, I brought you here. Hearing this, Yuna visibly relaxed. Even though Tang Hao had not evacuated her from the spacecraft, they had at least located the control center. The pressing issue now lay with the intelligence system before them. Without the mech's assistance, they might struggle to exit the elevator. Why are you silent? Yuna queried the elder. Are you afraid we are those foreign beings in disguise? You are not of the star race. Your mental states are too weak. What is the star race? A peculiar life form discovered by the Taishan race, which later evolved into the current star race. Those repulsive slime creatures are the star race. Why are you not speaking? It seemed the spacecraft system had been compromised by Tang Hao. After taking a deep breath, Yuna changed her approach. Can you take us to the control center of the spacecraft? Yes. As the elder spoke, the buttons on the elevator illuminated sequentially. 51,567. It turned out the elevator buttons were not solitary numbers, but rather a combination of digits. As the elevator trembled and mechanical noises echoed, both Tang Hao and Yuna felt a slight sensation of increased weight, accompanied by a sense of lateral displacement. At that moment, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he asked aloud, what was the final command given to you by the Machin race? What does our arrival signify for you? What shall we encounter? Tang Hao continued. The prison of the divine clan, indeed. What will transpire once we enter this prison? As Tang Hao remained engulfed in confusion and was about to pose further inquiries, the elevator gradually came to a halt, revealing the expanse outside as the doors opened. Beneath the vast, white dome above, towering structures lined the square, embodying a futuristic and technological aesthetic. Were it not for the tattered garments strewn about and the skeletal remains beneath them, Tang Hao might have believed he had traversed into the heart of an alien city. At that moment, a silver, spherical flying object flitted outside the elevator, its wings fluttering. Welcome to the city of eternal oblivion. In deep contemplation, Tang Hao had barely stepped out of the elevator when he heard Yuna's gasp of astonishment. Turning around, he furrowed his brow at the robot collapsed nearby, as well as Yuna, who was sprawling atop another robot. Yuna? Tang Hao communicated telepathically. Yet, Yuna remained unresponsive, calling out his name with a fierce glare. Then, as she beheld Tang Hao's face, she froze in bewilderment. You? Yuna glanced between Tang Hao and the robot beneath her, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Tang Hao, too, was engulfed in astonishment and uncertainty. Why had they emerged from the robot system? What did their current existence entail? How could they still discern each other's forms, and wear the same attire as before? Anticipating that their entry here might not be straightforward, he found himself reluctantly accepting the surreal scene before him. Would she, being non-corporeal, be trapped here? What do you know? Yuna glared at Tang Hao with narrowed eyes, her voice chillingly cold. A hint of guilt and an indescribable expression crossed Tang Hao's face as he lowered his gaze and spoke somberly. The alien race desires our presence here. And then, Yuna fixed her gaze intensely on him. We cannot leave. Tang Hao raised his head to meet Yuna's eyes, his own brimming with complex emotions. Resolutely stating, only by entering here do we possess a sliver of chance for survival. And now, Yuna, with tears in her eyes, wore a bitter smile, confronting the man who clung to life so desperately that he had reached this point. Why is she still here? Why does she exist in this place? At least you are still before me. Tang Hao inhaled deeply. He felt he had done nothing wrong. So I should thank you then? With a face twisted in hatred and anguish, Yuna lunged at Tang Hao, pinning him to the ground, her hands gripping his throat as she growled, "Die." Tang Hao offered no resistance, closing his eyes and awaiting the arrival of death. Is this the conclusion? A wave of sorrow surged within him. He might owe an apology to the divine realm, but he bore no guilt towards himself. Did you not truly harbor such hatred for him? A tear suddenly fell upon Tang Hao's face, trailing down his ashen cheek, the warmth and moisture prompting him to slightly open his eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Each droplet lessened Yuna's grip. Ultimately, she released him and, without uttering a word, sat beside him, burying her head in her knees. Cough. Tang Hao. His expression pained, rolled over, spitting out saliva and gasping for breath. Having escaped death, he felt little fear, only a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach towards Yuna. Yet, there lingered a flicker of exhilaration he could not quite comprehend. The intelligence system, which had observed the entire scene, finally broadcast its voice from the flying vessel. Are you ready? Have we truly perished? Tang Hao cast a remorseful glance at Yuna. He had intended to lead her to survival. But the unfolding events had surpassed his expectations. I cannot grasp your understanding of death, but for me, you have always existed in this state. What do you mean? Did we not emerge from the robots? For you, as spiritual entities, nothing has changed, and I cannot fathom your recent actions. So, was I on the brink of death just now? Tang Hao glanced at Yuna once more. No. Then what do your words imply? With that, the flying vessel soared outside the square, halting before a colossal white structure, awaiting the two of them. Yuna. Tang Hao was uncertain how to initiate conversation. Yuna glared at him with ire before rising and silently walking towards the flying vessel. Aware that Yuna was still incensed, Tang Hao followed suit without uttering a word. Within the edifice, several massive columns adorned with intricate carvings evoked a distinctly classical style. Please. The flying vessel hovered above a circular stone platform, beside which lay a skeleton. Yuna stepped onto the platform first, turning to display her desire to avoid Tang Hao's gaze. Tang Hao awkwardly touched his nose, standing beside her in silence. As the white stone platform ascended, an equally sized opening in the ceiling was unveiled. On the second level of the structure, more light beams and various screens abounded, yet the flying vessels were conspicuously absent, and an even greater number of skeletal remains lay scattered. Tang Hao and Yuna descended from the platform, curiously observing the surrounding instruments, including a silver machine slowly rotating in a blue pool, reminiscent of a gravitational engine. This pool was encased in glass, with numerous lines connecting the machinery around it. What is this? Yuna inquired. Good luck to you. The vessel's light gradually faded. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed within the chamber, startling Tang Hao. He was uncertain what would transpire once the countdown concluded, and the ship's system had provided no guidance. He was utterly at a loss. Ship's control center, ship's control center. If this is indeed the control center, it must harbor relevant data. If those numbers were not mere coincidence, then there must be corresponding text here, surely recording something significant. Check the clothing of those skeletal remains for anything useful, Tang Hao urged, disregarding Yuna's thoughts as he approached the instruments, hoping to uncover what he sought. The symbols are identical, the numbers match, and Tang Hao could comprehend the text on the screens. While he understood it, he was at a loss for operation. He yearned for valuable information without jeopardizing the system's functionality. Yuna tossed a manual before him, then began pressing various buttons frantically on the machinery. That was not all. After forcefully tearing apart various cables, Yuna seized a nearby flying vessel and slammed it against the screen with great force. Warning, operation invalid. Warning, operation invalid. The elder's voice echoed once more. While Yuna remained silent, wreaking havoc in the room, Tang Hao opened the undamaged booklet, densely filled with text despite the passage of time. On that night 35 days ago, a brief flash of white light illuminated the valley, which all regarded as a divine miracle. Except for us. Countless individuals flocked here to pay homage, all brimming with joy. This was the second anomaly we encountered after the divine clan, as people prayed for a better existence. Our pleas were denied by the envoy of the Mo clan, and the crowds gradually amassed. The scientific team from the main star entered the valley alongside the morning throng half a day later. The valley's inhabitants, clad in thick garments, spoke to the pilgrims, who bowed in reverence to the residents within the valley. They proclaimed this a miracle, asserting they were the chosen envoys of the departed divine clan. The residents of the valley began to decay, gradually slipping into a state of unconsciousness. The throngs of pilgrims erupted into panic, vocally cursing these inhabitants, believing it to be divine retribution for some transgression that had angered the gods. This was not the work of deities, but of demons. Outside the valley, people fled in terror, as one by one, the demons emerged from the depths of hell. Since the time of the Supreme Divine Clan, Tang Hao found his vision suddenly blurring, the words in his hand slowly fading away. All around him was a blank whiteness. The countdown continued. Yet Tang Hao could no longer comprehend the meaning of the two numbers. A wave of intense drowsiness enveloped him, drawing him into slumber. Middle chapter. What is reincarnation? Chapter 1. What is reincarnation? Did the gods withdraw them from the main star? Supreme Commander, the gods have left them in the divine realm. We were unable to extract them. What is the status of the space fleet? The situation is dire. We have already lost 5 planets, and the fleet has suffered over half its losses. Our troop numbers are substantial, but the production of warships cannot keep pace. Cannot keep pace? Surely some are being diverted to build escape vessels. Supreme Commander. Enough, the scientists. Who are you? Protect the Supreme Commander. As Tang Hao opened his eyes, he was suddenly forcefully pinned to the ground from behind, just as those present were about to interrogate him. A siren blared through the room. Warning, please cease destructive actions. Distracted by Tang Hao, the crowd failed to notice Yuna at the control console and could not prevent her sudden act of vandalism. In the ensuing chaos, several individuals drew small black weapons and aimed them at Yuna. Just as they prepared to shoot, the Supreme Commander barked, "Do not move." Yuna was startled by the voice behind her, when had another person entered the ship. The Supreme Commander, clad in golden attire, fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yuna, his expression shifting slightly as he slowly inquired, "You? Who are you?" Furrowing her brow, Yuna turned and saw Tang Hao, pinned to the ground, and exclaimed, "Release him." The Supreme Commander, his eyes dark and deep, glanced between Yuna and Tang Hao, then gestured for his subordinates to release Tang Hao. "Supreme Commander, release him." Understood. With a wary expression, Yuna cautiously approached Tang Hao and helped him to his feet. Tang Hao lowered his head and whispered to Yuna, "I fear." "I know," Yuna replied solemnly, her tone equally hushed. "Supreme Commander?" The onlookers were baffled by the Supreme Commander's words. Could these two sudden arrivals possess some significant background? The Supreme Commander, with a face ashen with anger, admonished the crowd, "Do my words carry no weight?" Understood. As Yuna helped Tang Hao stand, she observed everything with a contemplative gaze. The middle-aged man, referred to as the Supreme Commander, seemed to harbor suspicions about their presence, which explained his peculiar behavior. "Could we speak privately?" The Supreme Commander's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Tang Hao and Yuna. Certainly, they both nodded in agreement. Having suddenly arrived in this place, they found themselves with little choice. Unarmed, they could hardly hope to gain the upper hand. Given that the man before them bore no overt hostility, they refrained from acting rashly. The Supreme Commander's request caused concern among those present, who were wholly unaware of his reasoning. They attempted to dissuade him, but he quelled their protests. You are all warriors of Li Chen. The Supreme Commander cast a serious look around the room before stepping into an adjacent chamber. Tang Hao and Yuna followed amidst the hostile stares of the onlookers. The door closed behind them. The Supreme Commander slumped into a chair, a pained smile gracing his face as he gazed at the two. Yes, Yuna replied, observing the disheartened man before her. No wonder I feel so weary. The Supreme Commander shook his head with a smile and then sighed. Is the Li Chen clan faring well? Have they not yet eradicated the Star Clan? His expression shifted dramatically as he muttered to himself. Of course. You must be here seeking a solution. Indeed, that must be it. Yuna frowned. No need to explain. I will assist you. Worry not. Tang Hao and Yuna exchanged glances, both convinced that the man before them had lost his sanity. Yuna grasped Tang Hao's hand, her gaze cold as she regarded the Supreme Commander, ready to protect herself and Tang Hao should any danger arise. The Supreme Commander produced a semicircular ring, gently rotating it until it floated in the air. Supreme Commander. A figure materialized in the air. All personnel in the control room are under the Star Clan's control. Eliminate them immediately. Understood. Outside the door, a cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by the crack of gunfire. What are you doing? Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander entered the blood-soaked control room, addressing his subordinates with a somber tone. They were once our comrades. Let us bury them in the ruins. Understood, replied an officer, weapon in hand. The Supreme Commander offered no explanations regarding the situation, and the officer did not press for details. For the Li Chen clan at this moment, anyone could potentially be a member of the Star Clan. Their only course of action was to obey orders. Even if the one issuing them could also be a part of the Star Clan, they had no choice. Supreme Commander, who are they? The officer's gaze darkened as he scrutinized the oddly dressed Tang Hao and Yuna, prompting the soldiers around them to grip their weapons tightly. The Supreme Commander thundered. Insolence. They are the awakened of the Supreme Divine Clan. With a mix of excitement and confusion, the room's occupants dropped their weapons, kneeling in reverence before the two. Eternal light of the Supreme Divine. Tang Hao felt an increasing sense of dislocation. This scene seemed to exist solely within the realm of film. Its abrupt transformation devoid of rationale. The Supreme Divine Clan has not forsaken us. The Supreme Commander exclaimed passionately when the Star Clan consumed our world. The two Divine Lords awakened from the Supreme Divine Vessel and uncovered the Star Clan's infiltrators among us. We shall triumph over those demons from the abyss. Eternal light of the Supreme Divine. The crowd continued to chant. The Supreme Commander, eyes alight with fervor, gestured. Inform all the envoys to proceed to the Divine Hall at once, to welcome the return of the Divine Clan. Tang Hao and Yuna exchanged glances, both feeling an absurdity akin to being trapped in a dream. I can do no more for you, the Supreme Commander sighed, turning his back to the two after the crowd dispersed. Please, follow me. A staircase leading downward revealed itself in the wall to one side of the control room, and the Supreme Commander descended with heavy steps. Before them lay a scene Tang Hao and Yuna recognized. Countless flying vessels flitted back and forth. However, unlike before, this time there was a throng of people, visibly excited and at work, surrounding the previously unidentifiable machines. Eternal light of the Supreme Divine. The throngs knelt before them. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Divine Monarch and Divine Minister. The Supreme Commander strode towards the exit. Beyond the door lay a familiar square for Tang Hao and Yuna, where multitudes clad in diverse attire knelt amidst the music fountain, similarly calling out to the trio. Eternal light of the Supreme Divine. After weaving through the crowd, the Supreme Commander halted before a resplendent temple, his expression filled with nostalgia. 1,000 years ago, my ancestors became divine envoys here. Is this the ship of the Supreme Divine Clan? Yuna inquired. The Supreme Lord paused, turned his head, and gazed deeply at Yuna before finally smiling and saying, No, this is the divine vessel constructed for us. Here lies a temple built for the Divine Clan. What do you know? Yuna continued to inquire. Integration? She frowned. Your arrival is rather untimely. However, that is of little consequence now. You are of the Divine Clan, and that suffices. How do you know this is the last time? Why do you not suspect we are of the Star Clan? At that moment, a peculiar crowd clad in strange attire surged forth from within the temple, and spirited music resonated outside. The instruments, akin to horns, varied their tones, evoking a sense of desolation in the vast cosmos. yet mingled with an air of grandeur and mystery. The interior of the temple was adorned with various intricate patterns and divine hieroglyphs, depicting scenes such as a group of individuals kneeling with outstretched arms as if yearning to embrace the stars, or armed crowds confronting unarmed civilians, or countless stars undulating upon a vast ocean, while above, beings clad in beast skins wielded fishing rods. Neatly arranged columns surrounded the space, with tiered staircases resembling a grand stadium. Yet at the center, numerous circular stone slabs floated and swayed in the air. At the end of the passage stood a colossal stone tablet. The white tablet bore hieroglyphs and intricate tail-like patterns, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Beneath it lay a long stone bench, starkly devoid of adornment, contrasting sharply with the monumental tablet behind it. The Supreme Lord bowed respectfully and said, "Divine Lord, Divine Minister, please take your seats. Welcome, Divine Clan." Under the resounding horns, the temple attendants raised their voices in unison. Tang Hao and Yuna exchanged peculiar glances as they approached the stone slab and gradually seated themselves. Upon their seating, a dozen temple attendants encircled them, solemnly gazing down at the kneeling Supreme Lord, their voices deep and reverent. "Supreme Lord Mo Chun, please partake in the celestial rite of the falling star." At that moment, both Tang Hao and Yuna felt a tremor beneath them, witnessing the Supreme Lord's position suddenly descend, leaving only the circular slab beneath him suspended in midair. Lord Tingshan has entered, performed the celestial rite of the four rings. Outside the temple, a group of individuals had gathered, their expressions a mix of confusion and reverence. Yet all were flushed and panting as they approached the hall. Lord Lan Sha has entered, performed the celestial rite of the heavenly square. Lord Shiku has entered, performed the celestial rite of the earth origin. Each individual who entered was met with a stone slab before them, elevating them above Tang Hao and Yuna. Tang Hao felt an exhilarating sensation akin to ascension, while Yuna rolled her eyes at the bizarre spectacle. Lord Sun and has entered. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the temple. Unbeknownst to them, several assailants emerged from the side stairs, charging towards Tang Hao and Yuna, shouting, "Divine Clan, perish." An elderly temple attendant clutched his chest wound, crying out in his final moments, "Protect the gods." As Tang Hao and Yuna were surrounded, the attackers' initial assault failed to strike them, resulting in the death of the elderly attendant instead. Yuna's expression changed, and she intended to flee with Tang Hao. But the temple attendants encircled them tightly. "They are controlled by the Star Clan. Eliminate them." The Supreme Lord rose, his face a mask of fury and terror. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck the Supreme Lord's chest. He cast one last glance towards Tang Hao and Yuna, a look of relief crossing his face as he fell. "Divine Lord, Supreme Lord." Bang! 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 Chaos erupted, the sound of gunfire ringing incessantly. The expressions within the temple momentarily froze, as if time itself had halted, before gradually resuming its flow. In a control room filled with skeletal remains, a youthful voice echoed, "The spiritual entities remaining are 2. Mid-volume chapter. What is reincarnation? Chapter 2. The illusory world. The intertwining of dreams and reality often evokes a sense of disorientation, as experienced by Tang Hao and Yuna at this moment. "Divine Lord, Divine Minister, I beseech your forgiveness." The temple attendants slowly dispersed, kneeling on either side, their foreheads striking the ground heavily. Tang Hao lifted his gaze to the stone slab stained with sacrificial blood, where the lifeless Supreme Lord lay, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. "Supreme Lord." The attendants displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Without the Supreme Lord, how could they contend with the Star Clan? Who could command the remaining Mo Chen clan? At this juncture, Yuna, weary of this charade, stood and surveyed the diverse expressions of those present, declaring, "Immediately report the situation regarding the Star Clan. I have no time for your games." "Divine Minister, what do you mean?" The attendants looked upon her in panic, questioning whether their rituals displeased the Divine Clan. The lords, harboring concealed anger, gazed at Yuna, pondering her apparent insensitivity. "What is wrong with my words?" Yuna scanned the crowd, her demeanor frosty. "The Star Clan has infiltrated this place, and you still concern yourselves with welcoming the Divine Clan? Do you not find it laughable? Divine Minister, forgive us. But the Supreme Lord sacrificed himself for you. Do you have nothing to say?" A female lord rose, her tone apologetic yet direct in her reproach towards Yuna. "Shall I weep and lament?" Yuna coldly smiled, pointing at the female lord, stating, "We are not here to mourn. regardless of your status or position. I hereby strip you of all authority. Leave this place at once. You. The female lord stood, poised to curse, but refrained from doing so. Although she was one of the several lords of the Li Chen clan, she instinctively felt inferior before the divine clan identity of Yuna. One temple attendant, observing the stillness of the assembly, raised his voice. Will you defy the commands of the divine clan? Immediately expel the Li Shao lord from the divine vessel. Was Yuna truly so callous? In truth, she was grateful to the supreme lord, whose name she did not yet know. Yet that gratitude was insufficient. She needed to seize control of the situation swiftly for her and Tang Hao's safety, betting on how much her identity could influence events here. Stand down. The female lord glared at the surrounding soldiers, filled with rage and fear. However, her once formidable words held no sway, as several soldiers bound her and, under the gaze of the other lords, escorted her from the temple. Silence in the face of opposition equates to consent. Yuna felt her gamble had paid off. As the innocent lord was taken away, she smiled at the middle-aged temple attendant. You have performed admirably. Divine Minister. The attendant, his expression fervent, knelt before her. For the praise of the divine clan was an unparalleled honor. Countless temple attendants had spent their lives within the temple, never imagining they would encounter the divine clan in their lifetime. From this moment forth, this will serve as the command center for the Li Chen clan. Proceed with its transformation. Li Chen clan, heed the divine decree. The temple personnel knelt first, followed by the magistrates and soldiers. Regardless of their individual thoughts, Yuna's forceful demeanor left them no room for resistance, unless someone wanted to be the next sacrificial lamb. We require a brief respite after our awakening. During this time, deliver a report on the current situation to our chambers. As you command. Tang Hao cast an odd glance at Yuna, wondering how she had seized the initiative so swiftly, as if she were now in charge. Yuna turned her head, noticing Tang Hao's expression, and a hint of delight welled up within her, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, something quickly brought her back to reality, and her countenance darkened. Divine Scribe, Divine Sovereign, please follow me. A middle-aged temple staff member bowed respectfully, leading them toward a passage adjacent to the temple. Moments later, a resplendent and opulent bedchamber appeared before them. It seemed the temple still housed the residences of the former Tai divine race. Standing before a grand doorway, the temple staff member bowed low and announced, Esteemed Tai divine lords, these are your chambers. With those words, the staff member bowed and retreated, leaving behind two maidens to attend to their needs outside the room. Yuna's eyes twitched slightly. Was she to share a room with Tang Hao? But perhaps it was for the best. Separate lodgings might be unsafe. With that thought, Yuna stepped into the room and surveyed its interior. The chamber featured a reception area, various machines of unknown purpose, and a massive screen, along with seats and sofa-like furnishings. Aside from the lavish decorations, it seemed somewhat out of sync with the temple's overall aesthetic. Tang Hao, his breathing labored, entered with hesitant steps. It was the first time he had been in such close quarters with a woman his age. Divine Sovereign, Divine Scribe, please press the golden buttons if you require anything. With those words, the two maidens lowered their heads and slowly closed the door. After examining the room's layout, Yuna turned to Tang Hao. What are you thinking? Yuna asked, irritated by Tang Hao's flushed face, her own heart pounding. You fiend. I'm not thinking anything. Tang Hao protested innocently. Whose fault was it that the Li Chen race had provided only one room? It was a natural reaction, wasn't it? Tang Hao nodded eagerly. Since when had he begun to feel so secure when Yuna was by his side? As for his own sense of presence, Tang Hao, as a graduate, hadn't given it much thought. He had his own capabilities, and Yuna had hers. He saw nothing wrong with that. That's what I wanted to say as well. I will control these Li Chen race members, while you need to acquire all the information we need, Yuna affirmed. Tang Hao's presence was also reassuring to her, as she had never been much of a scholar, merely a commander who had come into her own later in life. You were quite bold earlier. Weren't you afraid at all? Tang Hao asked, recalling Yuna's cold-blooded demeanor. What, did you get scared? Yuna asked playfully. Then her expression shifted as she thought of the things Tang Hao had done. Her eyes darkened as she gazed at Tang Hao, biting her lip gently, and said, Don't worry, we won't die. Tang Hao had betrayed the divine kingdom but had brought her along. It was impossible for Yuna not to be moved by this. At least for now, they would pretend nothing had happened. They were simply here to gather information for the divine kingdom. What was it called when someone said one thing but meant another? Yuna was a prime example. Tang Hao, of course, was unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling within Yuna's mind. He smiled and said, Yes, I believe in you. Yuna gave Tang Hao a deep look. Was this man foolish or clever? Why did she always feel like she was at a disadvantage? We don't have to worry about being monitored yet, but from now on, we must act as if we are the Tai Divine race, understand? Yuna said with a solemn expression, not wanting them to say the wrong thing and put themselves in danger. Tang Hao nodded, his expression equally serious. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the world has become much more real since the death of that chief sovereign. What do you mean? Yuna asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Tang Hao looked at the surrounding decorations, his eyes deep, and said, to put it another way, the world here is constantly repeating. And the time when we appeared is the beginning of this world. That's why we have that sense of unreality. As for the reason, perhaps our existence is a kind of system error here, and what the chief sovereign did was to help us skip this system error. Now, this place is undoubtedly like the real world in some ways. Is that important? Yuna asked. But our goals are the same as theirs, Tang Hao said. Looking at Yuna, this was what Tang Hao wanted to say most. He didn't like the cold-blooded Yuna from before. Even if the people here were long dead, the Yuna who would do everything she could to save the soldiers of the Divine Kingdom was the one he liked. He hoped that the Yuna here would be the same. Tang Hao didn't know what kind of waves his words had stirred in Yuna's heart. Yuna had never been able to forget her past failures. On a larger scale, Yuna couldn't let go of those who had died. On a smaller scale, it was her self-reproach for her own incompetence. People always have their own selfish desires. If Yuna had been able to surpass herself back then, perhaps that disastrous defeat wouldn't have happened. Why had Yuna taken over Tang Hao's command of the mechs before? It was Yuna's selfish desire to prove that she could do better. She could avoid unnecessary casualties, but as a result, 9 mech warriors died. And the situation outside might have been even worse. The Mo Chun race was trying to save themselves. So could Yuna also redeem herself while saving the Mo Chun race? I understand. Yuna took a deep breath. Tang Hao didn't know what Yuna understood. He only hoped that Yuna had understood his words and would no longer treat the Mo Chun race before her as inanimate objects. At least here, he hoped that Yuna could do something truly meaningful for these long-dead Mo Chun race members while obtaining information about the star race. But did Tang Hao really care about these dead Mo Chun race members? Did his sympathy for the Mo Chun race outweigh his selfish desires for Yuna? But as he said, their goals were the same, and that was enough. There's one more thing I want to tell you. The information we currently have is not enough for us to pretend to be the Tai Divine race, but I think I already know something about the star race. Tang Hao said, gazing at Yuna with a serious expression. First, the star race was discovered by the Tai Divine race. Second, the star race obtained the technology of the Tai Divine race. Third, the star race does not have a fixed physical form. Fourth, the star race can transform into light containing information. Fifth, the consciousness or spiritual body of the star race can control others. Sixth, the star race can devour the technology of other civilizations and turn it into their own. Why do you say that? Yuna could accept the previous statements, but the last one was undoubtedly the worst news for her. Tang Hao had not said one thing, that the alien race hoped they would come here. Yuna was already confused by Tang Hao. No. Tang Hao looked at the rather adorable Yuna and smiled. The Mo Chun race and the star race cannot construct a complete world based on memory alone, so most of the space in this world is constructed by the system. In other words, the gravity, time, etc. that we are experiencing now can be changed. Butterfly effect? Why do you think that star race is definitely in this world? Speak human. Yuna instantly turned into an angry pufferfish, feeling that Tang Hao was mocking her intelligence. Tang Hao quickly spoke up. The Mo Chun clan will not permit a sentient star race to exist in this world, as it would eliminate any chance of victory for them. Yet, they require a genuine star race to gather information. Therefore, the only solution to this contradiction is to allow the star race to observe, or in some sense, to integrate them as part of this system. I understand. Yuna's eyes gradually brightened, and she adeptly deduced. Your seventh point can also be interpreted as the consciousness of the star race being unified, or that this star race was originally capable of controlling others. Quite clever. Tang Hao nodded in approval. Upon hearing Tang Hao's praise, Yuna initially felt delighted, but then her expression darkened as she coldly remarked, "But what use is that?" Tang Hao remained silent. In truth, his conjecture was not without merit. Yuna simply sought an outlet for her frustrations. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door, startling Tang Hao as he whispered, "Do you think they might have overheard our conversation? If they wanted to listen, do you believe we could keep it hidden?" Yuna replied, "But I fear those 2 girls outside might inadvertently hear us. This is the residence of the Supreme Divine Clan, if you were truly concerned." You should have kept quiet earlier. Yuna shot a disdainful glance at Tang Hao before striding over to open the door. Your Excellency, here are the materials you requested. The temple attendant bowed respectfully, holding a large stack of documents. Yuna took the papers filled with text and asked indifferently, What is your name? Your Excellency. I am called Bus Milk. You may simply call me Bus. Inform them that the Supreme Divine Clan appreciates your loyalty, and you shall accompany me from now on. Your Excellency, Bus will forever be a follower of the Supreme Divine Clan. Bus exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he knelt, but Yuna halted him. Neither he nor I enjoy being worshipped. You should convey this to others as well. But Your Excellency, there are no buts. Yes, Bus dared not speak further. The Supreme Divine Clan was untouchable, and whatever they commanded must be obeyed. As Yuna entered the room, she tossed the pile of documents in front of Tang Hao and said solemnly, We don't have much time to rest. Let us examine this together. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Hao's expression turned serious as he meticulously perused the materials. They detailed the situation following the emergence of the star race and included the predicaments currently faced by the Li Chen clan. Yuna fetched a glass of water from somewhere and gently placed it beside Tang Hao. Thank you. Tang Hao suddenly felt a sense of deja vu akin to being on a reconnaissance ship, though the Yuna of that time was far colder than she was now. Yuna took a sip of water and, while intently reviewing the information, remarked, The Li Chen clan is quite similar to us. While I handle external matters, this is entrusted to you. Tang Hao understood her intent and, glancing at the surrounding machinery, replied earnestly, Rest assured. Yuna chose not to respond further. The state of the Li Chen clan was dire, resembling a slow decline, which weighed heavily on her heart. In just 18 days, 5 planets had been devoured by the star race, and the remaining 7 were not in a favorable position either. Furthermore, due to the divine envoy's influence, the Li Chen clan was nearly in a state of fragmentation. Of the 36 envoys, only 16 remained on the ship. The others had fled into outer space. I must go out immediately. Yuna stood up, her face grim. She needed to consolidate the Li Chen clan's strength rather than waste time here. What happened? Tang Hao quickly inquired. Yuna handed the documents to Tang Hao. Her face flushed with anger. The Li Chen clan's dominion stems from their reverence for the Supreme Divine Clan. Yet, when the star race arrived, these high-ranking divine envoys fled to the temple to pray, while over half of the 36 envoys escaped. How can such a race hope to overcome the star race? Tang Hao shook his head and replied gravely, I believe you should finish reviewing these materials. Otherwise, what can you achieve by rushing out now? We need a fleet capable of withstanding the star race's assault, not to squander resources on building escape ships. An overwhelming fury surged within Yuna. We still have at least 17 days. Do you think a few extra minutes are crucial? Not important? Yuna laughed in exasperation. If you had not read this, how much time would you have wasted? Tang Hao extended a document towards Yuna, explaining, the Li Chen clan lacks interstellar travel capabilities. Their long-distance travel is reliant on the divine star tracks. However, fearing the star race would invade other planets through these tracks, they have destroyed most of them. Even if you could mobilize all of the Li Chen clan now, they would only end up fighting individually. The divine star tracks? Yuna examined the diagrams accompanying the materials. It depicted a peculiar space apparatus composed of 3 interconnected rings of varying sizes, surrounded by numerous conical protrusions and countless blue lights intertwining. Though the principles of the star tracks were not detailed, it noted that due to the arrival of the star race, most of the divine star tracks had been destroyed, with only a few remaining operational. You could rally the Li Chen clan, but have you considered what you would do if they asked you about the divine star tracks or begged you to create more? What then? Tang Hao stood up, gazing at Yuna with admiration and caution. I understand your perspective. As long as we gain their acknowledgement, our identity as the Supreme Divine Clan may not matter. However, for now, you must not reveal your identity. Yuna fixed her gaze on Tang Hao, asking, Why do you seem to comprehend certain matters more clearly than I do? Because you can be impulsive at times, while I too can act foolishly, Tang Hao replied, smiling back at her. However, as he gazed at her, Tang Hao felt his face flush, his heart racing, prompting him to hastily sit down and focus on the materials in silence. Yuna thought to herself, this fool is actually shy. Why? Noticing Tang Hao's slightly trembling fingers, Yuna furrowed her brow and then smirked. Forget it. Perhaps this fool is just embarrassed. But it is rather amusing. Hey, Yuna called gently. Tang Hao jolted upright, sitting up straight with a stiff expression. What is it? Thank you, Yuna said with a sweet, youthful smile. And no need for thanks. Tang Hao felt dizzy, thinking, Little Na, do you realize you were playing with fire? Yuna was certainly not playing with fire. She genuinely wished to express her gratitude, perhaps with a hint of vindictiveness for all the times Tang Hao had previously irritated her. This is definitely not teasing. It's not. Feeling a surge of joy, Yuna sat on the sofa, reviewing the materials, as Tang Hao had suggested, without fully understanding the Mo Chen clan situation. Certain impulsive actions were unnecessary and could pose risks. Yet, as she continued to read, her heart sank once more. She had not anticipated the Mo Chen clan's weaponry to be so outdated. The so-called space fleet still relied on hand-to-hand combat, and the most destructive weapon was a nuclear bomb? However, one statement caught Yuna's attention. The star race did not appear as invincible as it seemed. After the star race's arrival and the resulting civilian casualties, the Mo Chen clan had dispatched an envoy to the valley, initially achieving success by slaying numerous beasts. Yet, the tide of battle soon turned, mirroring the encounters faced by the Divine Kingdom, as the star race replicated the Mo Chen clan's weaponry. The valley where the Star Clan emerged resembled a spatial passage. Although the Machin clan initially eradicated a considerable number of the Star Clan, they soon found themselves overwhelmed by sheer numbers. At this juncture, the Star Clan made a grave error in judgment. They deployed a controllable nuclear bomb. While this weapon annihilated a significant portion of their own ranks, it also triggered a retaliatory strike. A deluge of nuclear bombs surged forth from the valley, their range inexplicably covering nearly one-third of the planet. In a fleeting moment, this world transformed into a living hell. Only then did the Machin clan realize the monstrous adversary they faced. Although Yuna felt sympathy for the plight of the Machin clan, her primary concern lay with the records of the Star Clan's casualties. Yuna inquired, "Do you mean to say that these Star Clans can split into two?" The system had indicated that the Star Clan was a peculiar life form discovered by the Divine Clan. Tang Hao nodded and added, "However, it seems that the data provided by the Machin clan lacks substantial information about the Star Clan. Are you suggesting they suspect us?" Yuna's expression shifted slightly. The envoy proclaimed that the calamity of the Divine Clan had arrived. This was the Star Clan, a malevolent race. Yuna rubbed her forehead and stated, "I need a moment to rest. If you uncover any useful information, please inform me later." "Understood," Tang Hao replied, his demeanor growing somber. Yuna had to confront the lurking dangers outside, while he remained confined to this place gathering intelligence. He regretted not attending military academy lectures. Nevertheless, he resolved to exert every effort to assist Yuna. These records were their talisman. She trusted him, and he would ensure her safety. In the middle of this chapter, titled "What is Reincarnation?", the fourth section focuses on the analysis of the data. The materials sent by the Machin clan were chaotic, seemingly the chronicles of this race's historians. Tang Hao patiently organized the timeline and marked significant details within the records. However, these accounts, when viewed in isolation, did not yield much insight. They required the context of currently available information for comprehensive analysis. The seeds left by the Divine Clan had sprouted, yet they could not allow further growth. As their clan had lost its final bastion, the Divine Ship became their last hope. When they could not conquer the Star Clan as described by the Divine Clan, the leader would guide the clan in search of a new homeland. We were all mistaken. Their target is the Divine Ship. There must be something of great importance here. The scientists of the Divine Academy had come under attack. They were the Machin clan's transgressors, utterly unaware of their actions. Aside from this information, the records sent by the Machin clan contained other accounts, which, while seemingly insignificant at present, Tang Hao chose not to focus on. His primary concern was ensuring that Yuna's disguise would remain undiscovered. The only exploitable information lay within the Divine Clan at the temple. Tang Hao pondered for a long while. He did not believe that the so-called Divine Clan still existed, yet the records suggested that the Machin clan held a different belief. The records documented the ages of several Machin clan members who had perished, none exceeding 100 years, indicating that the Machin clan had made no advancements in this regard. Thus, it was highly probable that the lifespan of the Divine Clan surpassed that of the Machin clan. However, why did such a race exist only within the temple? The Divine Clan had left the Machin clan the Divine Ship and the Divine Star orbit, but had offered no assistance in other respects. The Machin clan resembled primitive humans from the Stone Age, relying on the Divine Clan to step into interstellar society while still fighting with rudimentary weapons. The Machin clan did not suspect them due to their appearances, suggesting that the Divine Clan bore no significant physical differences and exhibited both male and female forms. Why then did such a long-lived race fail to leave descendants? Were they unable to assist the Machin clan out of unwillingness or a lack of time? Was the temple a bridge to communicate with the divine clan, or did the divine clan exist in some form within the temple? No. It could not all be speculation. Tang Hao rubbed his forehead in contemplation. He lacked crucial information, and mere conjecture would not guarantee Yuna's safety. At that moment, Tang Hao recalled the system's statements. Repetition? Yuna, who had been in a light slumber, opened her eyes upon hearing Tang Hao's words. Observing his fatigued expression, she hesitated to interrupt but eventually spoke softly. What is it? Oh, you're awake? Tang Hao was taken aback by her quick awakening. Yet he had not deduced the most vital information. I never truly fell asleep. Your words naturally roused me. Yuna explained calmly before inquiring about the earlier discussion. Tang Hao had no intention of withholding his thoughts and shared all his speculations with her. Two heads are better than one, he mused. While it was just the two of them, surely their combined insights would yield something. Do you think the divine clan exists in a spiritual form within the temple? Yuna contemplated Tang Hao's words and provided her interpretation. Tang Hao nodded. I share your belief. Yet there are still numerous ambiguities. Merely relying on this information is insufficient for us to masquerade as the divine clan. Yuna pondered and asked, why do you think that leader has not shared this information with us? It is said that one should assist others to the very end. If he is willing to risk his life to clear obstacles for us, it stands to reason that he would not leave vulnerabilities in such a critical area. The only explanation, then, was that the Machin clan itself was unaware of the divine clan's entirety. A slight smile curled Yuna's lips. As a commander of the divine kingdom, she prided herself on her battlefield analytical abilities. Do you remember the information we acquired from the ship's core? Tang Hao's expression radiated excitement, akin to a student who had just solved a challenging problem. What is it? Recall the intelligence system mentioning that they had discovered a peculiar life form in the cosmos. Do you think, given the technological capabilities recorded by the Machin clan, they could have retrofitted such a ship? Yuna's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as she coldly retorted, speak plainly. Tang Hao realized that his habits might take time to amend, yet he could manage a temporary adjustment. The Machin clan had not fully inherited the technology of the divine clan. Thus, the divine ship had remained unchanged from its inception to the present. Yuna did not interject this time, prompting Tang Hao to continue. Therefore, the intelligence system we encountered from the outset was indeed crafted by the divine clan. Yuna's expression was one of exasperation. Tang Hao's incessant chatter was becoming tiresome. He was not intentionally being vexatious. As an Aquarian, his thoughts often leaped about, and the clues were disordered, making it difficult to articulate a singular idea. Tang Hao pressed on. Do you remember? The intelligence system stated that the Star Clan was a unique life form discovered by the divine clan. The emphasis here is not on the uniqueness, but on the singularity. As he spoke, he began sketching on a piece of paper. Based on the information we have gathered thus far, the Star Clan can be regarded as asexual reproductive entities. Yet why would the divine clan claim to have discovered only one? Tang Hao pointed at the doodle of the divine ship. The divine ship was not constructed by the Machin clan. While we remain uncertain about the black mist, you have seen the black vines in the center of the square. Moreover, do you recall the black sand we first encountered in the passage? Clearing his throat, Tang Hao continued, from these points, we can speculate that the divine ship was originally built to fend off the Star Clan, or perhaps the divine clan sought refuge here. The Star race has evolved from a singular life form to its current state. Who do you think was its greatest ally? Tang Hao glanced at Yuna. Yuna replied, cough, cough. Initially, the divine race discovered only one star race, which suggests that the star race was not as formidable as it is now. They evolved into this powerful race with the assistance of the divine race. At that moment, Tang Hao sketched a jellyfish on paper and explained, we once found a peculiar creature in the ocean, which was mistakenly believed to be the immortal lighthouse jellyfish. This primitive organism bears some resemblance to the star race. However, if the star race were merely akin to the lighthouse jellyfish, I doubt the divine race would show such interest in it. Yuna then asked, why couldn't the star race have acquired the secrets of immortality from the divine race? Tang Hao shook his head, stating, from a plausibility standpoint, the star race cannot be a pseudo-immortal being like the lighthouse jellyfish, nor can its asexual reproduction be attributed solely to the divine race. An almost immortal life? Yuna found this hard to believe. Such a perfect being. Why has the divine race only discovered one? Where did it originate? Tang Hao replied, it may not necessarily be that way. He did not delve further into speculation, but instead stated directly, after discovering the star race, the divine race may have sought the secret of immortality, prompting them to study it. However, it is evident that a single star race could not sustain such research, leading the divine race to replicate the star race in some manner. So the star race's ability to transform into light, along with the angelic golden properties and spiritual forms, all resulted from this research. Yuna felt that Tang Hao's deductions were rather far-fetched. You seem to have forgotten something. What is that? There are many angelic golds in the homeland of the Divine Emperor, yet the Divine Emperor is not of the divine race. Yuna had always been aware that foreign races or star races would transform into angelic gold upon death. However, at this moment, she forgot what this implied. The attributes of the star race's angelic gold are innate, and there is not just one star race in the Divine Emperor's homeland. Why then does the star race only exhibit such terrifying characteristics in the realm of the divine race? Where have the star races from the Divine Emperor's homeland gone? And how did they meet their demise? Why has the divine race discovered only one star race? This conundrum lingered in Yuna's mind. Observing Yuna's expression, Tang Hao contemplated and said, I believe we need not dwell too much on this. If we could analyze the star race based solely on the information we have, our presence here would be unnecessary. After doodling on the paper, several indecipherable images appeared before Yuna. Data? Yuna tentatively inquired. Indeed, it is data, or rather a stream of consciousness representing another concept. Satisfied, Tang Hao continued, the intelligent life that once appeared in Ayla can, in a sense, be considered immortal. So, does our notion of consciousness equate to data in another sense? Speak plainly. Regarding why the Machin race had not acquired this technology, we cannot ascertain at this moment. However, I suspect the intelligent system aboard the ship may provide us with answers. That silent system? Yes, I believe this system may belong to the divine race. The divine race? Tang Hao nodded. Chapter 5. Encounters with the two. Yuna furrowed her brow and spoke. If the intelligent system is indeed of the divine race, then why would they act in this manner? I am uncertain of the reasons, but it never hurts to try. Do you think the Machin race has gone so long without information that this system would divulge it easily? No, we need not know too much. Tang Hao gently shook his head, then looked intently at Yuna, saying, we must simply understand what the divine race has left behind. What use is knowing this? Yuna suddenly realized, you wish to ascertain the cause of the Machin race's technological deficiencies? Precisely. The Machin race has not shared this information with us, which is crucial for us to uncover. Only the ship's system may hold the key. Rising with a resigned expression, Yuna said, but I am not fond of gambling. What if we cannot obtain the needed information from the ship? This is not gambling. We merely need to understand the divine race or the star race better than the Machin race. Even if we fail to acquire useful information, we still possess several advantages that belong solely to us. You mean the technological system of the divine realm? Yuna pondered, realizing that if the Machin race sought assistance, this might be the only solution. Tang Hao maintained his smile, saying, the Machin race has no records of the star race's demise. I believe this is our strongest trump card. The angelic gold. Yuna's eyes brightened. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Yuna shot a slightly irritated glance at Tang Hao. She had been troubled by the inability to guarantee their safety. After all, disguising themselves as an unknown race increases risks alongside the acquisition of power. However, with insight into the star race, even if they are not of the divine race, they would still be treated as honored guests by the Machin race. Tang Hao sighed. Generating energy takes time, and during this process, we need the Machin race to trust us. Yuna paused, feeling that her intelligence seemed to diminish in Tang Hao's presence. How long has it been? Or have I grown more reliant on him? Yuna sighed inwardly. Ever since meeting Tang Hao, her confidence had waned, which was unlike her. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Tang Hao had helped her recognize her shortcomings, namely, her lack of comprehensive consideration for matters. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Can she still firmly believe in her decisions? Is it not significant? Yuna, with a complex expression, lowered her head and said, if it weren't for me, you could survive here. But I cannot command the Machin race like you can. Tang Hao was unsure why Yuna felt this way, but he already had answers to her concerns. The technology of the divine realm is not something that can be conjured at will, and before that, how to stabilize the Machin race is a challenge that Tang Hao does not believe he can manage alone. If he were by himself, he could not maintain control over them as Yuna does. This is not a matter of intelligence. Being an emperor is not as easy as it seems. Employing people is not that simple. It is a delicate balance. Tang Hao believed he could be a good emperor, but he might not last long. He lacks the charisma to command authority. The door to the room slowly opened, and the temple maidens on either side bowed their heads, respectfully greeting, "Divine Lord, Divine Priest." Yuna stepped through the door without pausing, saying coolly, "Bring Bus here." "Yes, Divine Priest." As they approached the temple entrance, Bus rushed over, panting. Just as he prepared to kneel, he recalled Yuna's words, steadied himself, and bowed, saying, "Divine Priest, how can I assist you?" Yuna's expression shifted slightly, and she silently walked towards the temple's exterior. Bus gestured to the nearby temple attendants and hurriedly followed behind Yuna and Tang Hao, prioritizing their safety above all else. Outside the temple, the Machin race was held at a safe distance, under the protection of the surrounding temple personnel and soldiers. Tang Hao and Yuna relied on their memories to navigate to the location of the ship's control center. "Divine Lord, Divine Priest, may the divine light forever shine." Several envoys, upon receiving the news, were already at the entrance to greet Tang Hao and Yuna. Despite their numerous doubts regarding the identities of the two and the subordinates of the Supreme Lord, they understood the necessity of fulfilling their duties. Moreover, Yuna ordered them not to kneel, which alleviated the discomfort of the envoys accustomed to high status. "Do not follow us," Yuna stated expressionlessly, nodding to the crowd. Before locating the stone slab where the system had initially instructed them to stand, once Tang Hao and Yuna stepped upon it, the slab began to rise slowly. Just as it had before, the envoys bowed their heads, watching the two depart. Inside the control room, additional operators appeared, some kneeling and others bowing upon seeing Tang Hao and Yuna. "Divine Lord, Divine Lady." Yuna glanced at the crowd and commanded, "You may all leave. Without my orders, no one is permitted to enter here. As you decree." Soon, the doors surrounding the control room were shut, leaving only Tang Hao and Yuna within. Although the envoys felt uneasy, they refrained from making any moves, respecting the presence of the believers outside and waiting patiently. Within the room, Tang Hao surveyed his surroundings and spoke, "Come forth. I know you have been watching us." A young voice soon responded, filled with a hint of confusion. "Are you referring to me?" Upon hearing this emotionally tinged voice, Tang Hao felt more certain of his suspicions. Yuna, too, was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the system here truly belonged to the Divine Clan? However, having chosen to trust Tang Hao, she felt no need to voice her concerns. "Are you a member of the Divine Clan?" Tang Hao inquired. "You, like them, enjoy asking such meaningless questions." "Why do you say that?" "I am merely the system of the ship. The Divine Clan cannot achieve immortality, but I can. Can you tell us everything about the Divine Clan?" Tang Hao's heart sank as he asked, "Are you aware of what is happening outside?" "Of course, my core program has remained here. The outside is merely my ancillary system. Does time flow here at the same rate as outside? When I determine that the Star Clan can be exterminated, or when all here perish? What happens if one dies here? As long as you do not leave the divine ship, death for you is merely a memory." Reassured by the answer, Tang Hao felt a weight lift from his shoulders, even finding the leisure to observe Yuna's expression. Yuna shot him an irritated glare. In the eyes of the Divine Clan, matter cannot traverse time and space, but memories can. Tang Hao smacked his lips in disbelief, exclaiming, "Traverse time and space? That is impossible. Scientists have proposed numerous hypotheses, yet undeniably, these theories often stray from reality and are fraught with contradictions. Indeed, the Divine Clan has failed. They have created a world devoid of a future." Created a world? Tang Hao pondered the mathematical concept of limits. Realizing that this world is akin to a realm devoid of the notion of time, eternally stagnant. Parallel space? He recalled a well-known answer. Parallel space, an intriguing explanation. Perhaps for us, this world is merely another dimension. You? The youth chuckled. Isla is indeed a unique civilization, and your conjectures are remarkably close to the truth. As the two contemplated the youth's words, a boy clad in a loose white robe suddenly appeared before them in the control room. His appearance was peculiar, as though he were a fusion of countless individuals, with a starkly unnatural expression on his face. With an air of ancient elegance, the boy smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "I greet you, esteemed ones of the Divine Clan." "Why do you look like that?" Tang Hao was baffled by the youth's recognition of his identity. Yuna's face flushed with anger. Had the Divine Clan been toying with them from the beginning? The youth approached the control panel, turning his back to the two as he apologized. "I am the last hope of my kind. My previous silence was unintentional. You may understand it as my memories just being unlocked." The screen in the control room began to shift, displaying a series of images and texts before Tang Hao's eyes. The youth looked at the colossal beast depicted on the screen and explained. The Star Clan is referred to as an immortal life form because their spiritual essence has never existed in its entirety. A portion of their memories has always been sealed away, and as time passes, their spiritual essence weakens, yet the sealed part compensates for this loss. Replication? Tang Hao was astonished to learn that the Divine Clan's understanding of immortality was thus. Could it be that the spiritual essence or consciousness was akin to cells? The youth nodded at Tang Hao, then gazed nostalgically at the images on the screen. Mid-length volume. What is reincarnation? Chapter 6. The origin of the Star Clan. Tang Hao and Yuna simultaneously lifted their gazes toward the massive beast, approximately 5 meters tall, displayed on the screen. This creature was markedly different from the black, muddy alien they had encountered aboard the ship, aside from its scales and 3 tails. This Star Clan being resembled the mythical divine beast of legend. The youth reminisced, when my clan discovered it, it caused quite a stir, some even referenced ancient records, claiming it to be a descendant of the legendary Qilin. Both Tang Hao and Yuna were taken aback, never expecting that the Divine Clan would possess records of such a creature. The youth, unaware of their astonishment, clarified, indeed. The Qilin was an auspicious beast of my clan in ancient times, yet it is evident that this creature is not the Star Clan before us. Tang Hao struggled to articulate his thoughts. Although he had speculated on such matters previously, the realization stirred tumultuous emotions within him once more. He found it hard to believe the Divine Clan's claims of time travel, especially as this seemingly kindred clan appeared increasingly implausible. Following a brief moment of shock, Yuna glanced at Tang Hao, who stood frozen, and asked for the first time, "Is every Star Clan being like this?" Initially, they were indeed so, but due to our actions, they broke free from the shackles of their physical forms. "This is the gravest error my clan has committed," the youth stated. Shaking his head gently, his emotions remaining relatively stable, the youth lightly tapped the control panel, murmuring, "Over 10,000 years ago, my clan had just departed from our home planet, driven by a thirst for knowledge of the cosmos. Research teams ventured beyond our solar system, yet when they returned, 2 millennia had elapsed. By then, my clan had begun attempts at colonizing other star systems, but the return of the research vessel halted such endeavors, as all awaited news of the immortal beings. When the research vessel returned, it bore no members of my clan, only a Star Clan being locked in a cage, asleep." The youth chuckled self-deprecatingly as he continued, changing the images on the screen. Ultimately, the members of the research team could not withstand the passage of time. Despite possessing complete survival facilities and breeding systems, they left nothing behind except for the Star Clan being discovered in the nearby star system. Unyielding to hunger, ageless and immortal. This was the ultimate mystery of life, and the Star Clan represented such an existence for us at that time. However, the population capacity of my clan had reached its limit. The Star Clan posed both a boon and a bane, transforming our colonization plans into a grim extermination of inferior races. Naturally, for a lineage-focused clan like ours, this also signified the onset of war. The youth did not continue the topic, but rather shifted the conversation. Initially, we were unaware of how to awaken the Star Clan. However, during an extraction of Star Clan cells, it suddenly came to life, roaring and causing most individuals present to fall into a deep unconsciousness. At first, we could not comprehend the bizarre phenomenon until, days later, a researcher was arrested for his involvement in cell trafficking, revealing to us that the roar of the Star Clan could render those with weak willpower unconscious. The research on the Star Clan quickly bifurcated into 2 distinct paths. One focused on the souls we had previously explored, and the other on the analysis of the Star Clan's cells. The youth shook his head at this point, smiling as he remarked, "Our research on souls has yielded no progress. However, the scientific analysis of the Star Clan cells has brought us disheartening news. We once speculated about the potential forms of other races in the universe, with carbon-based and silicon-based life forms being the most plausible, while amino-based and boron-based life forms were deemed less likely. Yet, the Star Clan before us did not belong to any category we were familiar with. In a sense, the cells of the Star Clan encompass all known and unknown forms of life." The youth seemed still astonished by the discovery. Continuing, "I believe your race has conducted similar studies on life, and you must understand what such a life form signifies." Tang Hao solemnly replied, "Such a life form cannot exist stably. In other words, such life could not have originated in the first place." The youth nodded, smiling, "Indeed. The Star Clan was an incomprehensible existence to us at that time. The images on the screen shifted once more, this time depicting a gathering of spaceships. Thus, the research on the Star Clan continued aimlessly for decades until the initial leaders departed, allowing our race to once again turn its gaze toward the cosmos. Of course, whether studying the Star Clan or exploring the universe, for us at that time, it was a path without an end in sight. Our technology, much like our research on the Star Clan, stagnated. Despite our utmost efforts, we could not break free from the shackles of space, and interstellar migration remained an interminable journey. After countless scientists departed with regrets, issues such as population explosion, resource scarcity, and social discord resurfaced, leading to new wars in our homeland that ultimately extinguished our last flicker of hope. The youth smiled as he recounted. Yet the Star Clan continues to exist unscathed in our world, occasionally succumbing to slumber as it did before. At that time, we could hardly fathom what this division had granted us. It simultaneously ushered our race into the cosmos, while also bringing us calamity. Tang Hao awaited the youth's next words. But the youth, with a smile, inquired, "How do you think the cells of the Star Clan exist in such a form?" Upon hearing the youth's question, Tang Hao fell into deep contemplation. The first thought that entered his mind was angelic gold. As a remnant of the deceased Star Clan, angelic gold naturally retained the characteristics of the Star Clan's body, possessing the ability to replicate any material. However, this ability requires energy activation and the infusion of corresponding programming information. So, what connection does this have with the Star Clan's unique cells? Angelic gold is a metallic amalgamation, while the Star Clan's cells are a mixture of elements. Could it be a stable chemical reaction? Is there a substance within the Star Clan that plays a stabilizing role? After uttering this thought, Tang Hao shook his head and chuckled. When discussing the most stable substance, helium, an inert element among rare gases, is certainly well known. However, this merely indicates its difficulty in reacting with other elements, not that it can prevent reactions among other elements. The Era people are carbon-based life forms, predominantly composed of oxygen. Surely the Star Clan cannot be filled with helium, right? Moreover, since the Divine Celestials believe that the Star Clan does not belong to any specific category of life, it implies that the internal chemical reactions of the Star Clan are complex and not solely dominated by one type of element. If helium truly inhibited such reactions, how could the life structure of the Star Clan form? It cannot have existed inherently, can it? Clearly, whatever plays this stabilizing role cannot be any single element or compound. The youth did not expect Tang Hao to provide an accurate answer. Upon witnessing Tang Hao shake his head in amusement, he smiled and said, "Yes. The Star Clan does not stabilize its structure with any particular substance. However, the question of what accomplishes this has perplexed us for a long time. It was not until the experiments of some scientific zealots that we began to uncover the answer." The screen once again transformed, presenting a scene of numerous cultivated flesh masses, which appeared rather repulsive. Following our division, the Star Clan could not be controlled by any single faction. Yet, until we discovered the answer to immortality, we would not allow anyone to eliminate this Star Clan. Thus, the tightly regulated cell trade we once maintained became accessible to many, regardless of the faction or individual. Anyone wishing to study the Star Clan could obtain its cells. The youth sighed softly. Prior to this, we found it challenging to cultivate the Star Clan's cells. But following our division, we unexpectedly acquired this technology. After initial failures with animal implantation, some individuals attempted human trials, and indeed, they succeeded. The screen displayed a humanoid black object, which made Tang Hao and Yuna feel somewhat nauseated. They never anticipated that the Divine Celestials would engage in such actions. As long as the Star Clan cells retained their vitality, they could proliferate successfully within the Divine Celestials. Our race gained more research materials, and the only price paid was the imposition of even stricter laws. Naturally, regarding the allure of immortality, this was merely the first step. The youth presented a new image before the two, continuing, "Clone Star Clan cells still possess a lifespan limitation to sustain the materials for research and to attain everlasting bodies. Some began implanting Star Clan cells into embryos." At this point, Yuna interrupted the youth. Her expression filled with anger as she questioned, "Do you realize what you are doing?" The youth gazed directly at Yuna, calmly responding, "We are aware. Which is precisely why we preserve these records. If you wish to understand the birth of the Star Clan, please continue to watch." Yuna took a deep breath to steady her emotions, yet she felt a profound aversion towards the Divine Celestials, whom the Chen clan revered as deities. From the implantation of star clan cells to the cultivation of cells within humans, and then to the implantation of cells into embryos, after countless experiments. We did not succeed in creating a clone of the star clan. We merely obtained exceedingly anomalous data. The youth displayed the data corroborated by countless individuals on the screen, stating, "Initially, we needed to inject various elements into the human body to obtain the star clan cells. However, as cell cloning was repeated, we discovered that this requirement gradually diminished. Ultimately, we merely injected cells that had undergone repeated cultivation into the embryos, and we still attained complete clones of the star clan cells. Such occurrences were exclusive to repeatedly cultivated cells, and this extraordinary deviation could only be produced through embryonic cultivation. We speculated that the star clan cells lost a portion of their functionality upon detaching from the maternal body, but as our research progressed, this capability re-emerged, and what it required was the subconsciousness present at the genesis of life. The emergence of consciousness and the initial nature of our thoughts do not necessarily demand definitive answers. We remain oblivious to the essence of life's inception, yet the primal instinct of existence is self-replication. From a single cell to a complex organism, the process can be simplistically observed as a cycle of consumption and growth, with the embryo within the maternal womb embodying this subconscious drive most profoundly. In that moment, Tang Hao reflected upon the two essential elements required by the angelic beings, energy and informational programming, while the divine race undoubtedly pursued misguided answers. The patterns on the screen shifted once more, yet this transformation appeared unrelated to the star race. Only a single line of text emerged: the four fundamental forces of the universe: gravitational force, electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force. As Tang Hao remained transfixed by the screen, the youth uttered a statement that further deepened his incredulity. Due to the anomalous data from the star race's cells, we embarked on a more profound investigation, ultimately reaching a conclusion that could alter the future of our kind. The youth stared into Tang Hao's eyes, articulating each word with intention. The force that stabilizes the material structure of the star race is, in fact, the interplay of strong and weak interactions. Tang Hao felt as though he had misheard, murmuring, "How can this be possible?" Indeed, how could it be? The boy, with an enigmatic expression, sighed, reaffirming his prior suspicions. He then regained his gentle smile and turned his gaze to the screen, stating, "After our scientists reached this conclusion, a shared objective once again united us. Our ancestors relinquished their fantasies of immortality and wagered the remaining resources on this star race." Tang Hao pondered the history of the Ayla people, his expression reflecting complexity as he sighed in response to the youth. "It may not necessarily be that way." The boy chuckled lightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead focusing on the images displayed on the screen. At that time, we had nearly exhausted the resources of our home planet, and the survival of our civilization relied solely on other resource-rich planets within our solar system. However, our navigational technology could not reduce transport times, leading to a gradual demise for our kind. Individual lives are minuscule in the vast universe, even with bases established on these resource planets. Our people could not sustain prolonged existence there. Thus, the discovery by the star race became our sole beacon of hope. The collective desire of the masses outweighed individual aspirations. Amidst the clamor of scientists, we achieved a new unity through warfare and began to redirect resources towards scientific research. The boy gazed at the colossal facilities established on the screen, a flicker of pride illuminating his face as he raised his voice. "Our material existence may be regressing, yet our civilization is advancing. Only those who can assist our kind deserve to maintain their former way of life. Where there is oppression, there is resistance." And the catalyst for this transformation was a slave within the research institute. On the screen appeared a gaunt young man, his attire appearing threadbare and tattered, yet his piercing eyes conveyed a compelling intensity. The boy remarked with a smile, "His name is Qin Yuming, the first survivor of the Consciousness Research Institute, who later overthrew the ruling powers. What is the essence of consciousness? What governs our actions?" He provided us with the answer, which we termed the spiritual body. You may understand it as a collection of programs or information. Suddenly, the boy turned to Tang Hao and asked, "What is your name?" This question encapsulated the essence of the inquiry. The boy continued with a smile, "The transformation of material forms necessitates various forces. Yet altering your actions requires merely a single word. We have consistently wielded the abilities bestowed upon us by the universe, yet we have never truly harnessed them. We often assert that light lacks rest mass because we cannot comprehend its existence. Similarly, What is our consciousness? Our bones? Our faces? Our organs? The boy observed Tang Hao, who was deep in thought, and inquired, "Do you believe my earlier question bears a resemblance to the answer?" Even the self-proclaimed genius Tang Hao found himself at a loss for clarity. However, the boy did not dwell on this topic, redirecting his attention to the young man on the screen. He possessed a formidable spiritual body and the ability to manipulate minds. His emergence was both a catastrophe and an extraordinary coincidence for our people. The Dragon Slayer ultimately became the dragon, disrupting our stable social structure while failing to resolve the issues we faced. The only correct action he undertook was to dismantle the star race. Of course, his singular error lay in approaching this star race. The boy expressed a certain joy at this juncture, his eyes sparkling with mirth. His appearance was an accident, and so was his demise. Yet, after the calamity, our people acquired the key to the answers we sought. We once believed that only embryos could generate such phenomena, however. It was merely our failure to comprehend our own existence. The star rays could transform any material into its cells, and the cells within our bodies are, in essence, a different form of transformation. Turning stone into gold. If a stone desires, it can surely achieve it. Indeed, the dismembered star race still endures. The boy turned his gaze to the videos and images on the screen, stating, "The cells extracted from the star race's body will lose vitality over time." Yet the dismembered body of the star race has maintained its vitality, a piece of information we had long sought. In the initial video, the young man named Qin Yuming, adorned in luxurious robes, approached the star race, which was now merely ahead. After a flurry of gunfire, Qin Yuming seized an axe-like weapon from a guard and struck the star race's eye with tremendous force. The star race's shell, previously impervious to bullets, bore a deep gash from the axe before an astonishing event transpired. The star race suddenly extended a long tongue and engulfed Qin Yuming. The star race awakened and consumed Qin Yuming. Strangely, those who had moments ago been horrified and seeking to rescue him now stared vacantly at the unfolding chaos, one by one succumbing to the star race's grasp. The scene abruptly ceased, prompting the boy to sigh. He never contemplated how a being that was practically immortal could simply perish. He sacrificed but a single life, yet it exacted an unbearable toll on our people. However, this is not solely his fault. It is also due to the other dismembered parts of the star race that regained vitality. The essence of the star race fell once more into slumber, and our people once again experienced a brief period of chaos. Ultimately, we regained our previous structure. Yet due to the exodus of numerous scientists and a shift in the ruling class, our research became exceedingly disordered. The boy turned to the two of them. Tang Hao and Yuna immediately heightened their focus, aware that the most crucial information was imminent. We no longer seek new technologies to depart from our home planet. Qin Yuming unveiled a possibility, transforming the star race into a manufacturing factory. The star race can convert any material into its cells, and under the guidance of consciousness, it can likewise transmute these materials into other substances we require. This path is significantly simpler than researching the interplay of strong and weak forces. We need not comprehend the essence of it all, for we only need to apply it indirectly. At that time, the situation of my clan was exceedingly grim, and thus this perspective swiftly became mainstream, initiating a series of research endeavors. Initially, we cultivated the corporeal remnants of the star. If a singular cell could not yield a clone of the star, perhaps these continuously active remnants would offer us unique possibilities. Due to countless previous attempts at cellular cloning, our clan had already attained proficiency in this domain. Nonetheless, despite our decades of efforts, we had yet to produce a replica of the star. The youth proceeded to display numerous images, some depicting the implantation of star cells into plant organisms, others showcasing direct injections of liquid into star cells, while some illustrated the exposure of star cells to intense light, and still others showed star cells affixed to the surfaces of objects. However, a commonality among these visuals was the presence of the star head, adorned with numerous lines. Although our cloning endeavors bore no fruit, our plans to transform the star body into a biological factory were persistently underway. This experiment, involving various materials, spanned over 50 years, during which our research into spiritual entities began to yield results, ultimately allowing us to harness the abilities of the star to create a replica. The youth gazed at a small piece of black iron on the screen, stating, "Stellar nuclear fusion ceases upon the generation of iron, and our first replica is also iron." To achieve such a result, our clan sacrificed the lives of tens of thousands of our kin, alongside countless resources and experiments. Yet we ultimately succeeded in taking our first step. It took us over 50 years to replicate iron from iron, but we transformed manganese, chromium, titanium, calcium, and potassium into iron in less than a decade. Subsequently, we successfully replicated substances beyond iron and, a century later, attained the materials necessary for nuclear fusion. With a wry smile, the youth remarked, "We no longer need to gaze towards the cosmos. Even soil or refuse can be transformed into what we require, thanks to the existence of the star." At that moment, a figure appeared once more on the screen, but this time it was not a gaunt slave, but rather a formidable middle-aged leader. The youth, with a look of reverence, bowed slightly to the screen and then turned with pride, proclaiming, "This is our clan's greatest scientist." Yang Weili, however, a millennium later, we all referred to him as the deity. Tang Hao suddenly felt a surge of respect, just as the divine emperor was to Era. This individual was also a transformative figure for the race. The youth, observing Yang Weili on the screen as he raised his fist, spoke in a similar tone. "How much longer do you wish to remain in slumber? Is our existence merely to squander time here? No, this is not my destiny, nor should it be that of my clan. Lift your heads and inquire of the vast, mysterious galaxy. What significance does your existence hold? I will not disrupt your indulgent lives, but as long as there are those willing to advance with me, our journey shall be towards the stars and the sea." After finishing, the youth chuckled. Excessive indulgence leads to a languid will, yet the fulfillment of personal desires does not satiate our collective aspirations. And it was during that time that Chief Scientist Yang Weili awakened our desires. The right person appeared at the right moment. Throughout this millennium, many like the deity emerged. Yet only the deity guided us toward the cosmos. For only the deity could achieve our clan's most significant technological advancement, the birth of the Star Track, a product transcending time and space. Mid-volume, what is reincarnation? Chapter 8, Seeking a Homeland. In the cosmic expanse, one determines the advancement of a civilization by examining its methods and distances of interstellar travel. As the sole means of interstellar navigation for the Li Chen clan, the Star Track naturally reflects the civilization level of the deity clan. From the data available, Tang Hao inferred that this technology bore similarities to the Era Stargate. This implies that from the moment the Star Track was conceived, the deity clan transitioned from a race confined to its home planet to one capable of traversing vast star systems in an instant. Remarkably, all of this was orchestrated by a single individual, as recounted by the youth. At this juncture, the youth displayed an image of the Star Track on the screen. Unlike the patterns provided to the Li Chen clan, this depicted an operational Star Track. The outermost colossal ring remained stationary, while the second largest ring at the center gradually revolved, accompanied by a dozen smaller rings that either turned or paused. As these rings rotated with a blue aura, one could distinctly observe the distortion of space at the center, with the brightness of the distorted core intensifying over time. Under the leadership of the deity, the long stagnant research recommenced, and this time we possessed inexhaustible resources. The once daunting task of constructing large-scale apparatuses or supplementary facilities now merely involved the relocation of the populace. However, the true emergence of the Star Track was rooted in the deity's comprehension and application of the forces of strength and weakness. Without the deity, this grand hypothesis and discovery would have remained forever elusive. As Tang Hao focused intently, preparing to document this paramount secret of the deity clan, the youth once again shifted the topic, choosing not to delve further into the forces of strength and weakness. The Star Track, after decades of reconstruction and refinement, was unveiled on the deity's 90th birthday, as a vessel laden with researchers successfully traversed the Stargate, reaching a nearby star system several light years away. Impatiently, Tang Hao interjected, urgently inquiring, what advancements have been made in the deity's study of the forces of strength and weakness? The youth responded, if you're interested, the Star Track in this realm may provide answers. I can only remind you that the microcosm reflects the macrocosm. The infinite can be both grand and minute. If the Star Track here can be studied, why can you not grasp its principles? Tang Hao, undeterred by the youth's words, pressed on. A new scientific theory, especially one validated, held significance far surpassing the threat posed by the star to the divine nation. After a moment of contemplation, he pursued, how were these insights replicated? How did you construct the Star Track within the Li Chen clan? When a race faces annihilation, what do they most desire to preserve? The traces of their existence. and Tang Hao and Yuna were thus listeners and witnesses to this history. Please forgive my intrusion. The youth waved his hand, continuing to recount the history of the deity clan, seemingly unfazed by the earlier matter. That star system was another target for our interstellar migration. We successfully leaped there, only to find no trace of our kin, who theoretically should have arrived long before us. A celestial image appeared on the screen, showcasing a star that appeared exceedingly bright. Tang Hao's face registered surprise, soon realizing the youth's implication. It was a supernova or hypernova explosion. As expected, the youth continued. Our clan had long forgotten the perils of the cosmos. After a millennium of complacency, we were horrified to discover that we had been living in danger. A massive star, 500 light-years from our home planet, erupted, and coincidentally, our home planet lay within the range of the gamma-ray burst. Our sole stroke of luck was that we detected its approach a year in advance. Tang Hao identified a contradiction in the youth's narrative, questioning, "What happened to your interstellar migration vessels?" The youth, gazing at the jubilant scene on the screen, softly replied, "This was a selection process. Upon realizing our clan's future, many awakened from their indulgence, yet far more remained on the home planet. Within the span of a year, those of our kin who yearned to depart from our homeworld embarked on their journey, while the elder deity chose to remain with those unwilling to leave. The elder deity expressed his reluctance to abandon his homeland, perhaps burdened by the guilt of not being able to save everyone. At that time, our population numbered in the hundreds of billions, yet only 3 billion ventured forth from our mother planet, leaving the rest to fate. Before us appeared a fleet of immeasurable magnitude, densely navigating the cosmos, sequentially entering the vast stellar tracts ahead. A total of 150,000 vessels, organized in units of 10,000, were dispatched in accordance with the elder deity's final command, seeking a new abode suitable for our kind. The cosmic environment is fraught with complexity. Even with the stellar tracts at our disposal, we find ourselves powerless against the perils of the universe. Centuries later, upon our reunion, we discovered that 10 factions of our kin had permanently departed from our midst. Some had found new homes, yet perished on alien worlds due to bacteria or viruses. Others encountered dangers akin to gamma-ray bursts. The youth paused, his eyes glistening with emotion, and murmured, "They perished among the stellar kin." Of course. The clarity of this truth dawned upon us only 5 millennia later, while the preceding millennium marked the last splendor of our race and the origin of our name. Trapped on our home planet, technologically stagnant and besieged by chaos, we encountered several races that bore striking resemblance to us in appearance and language. The elder deity, the Supreme One, embodies greatness. The cosmos is vast, as are the heavens and the earth, and thus humanity too is grand. Hence the human form takes precedence. Above all is the supreme, and above humanity is the divine. Thus our kind rightfully claims the title of the supreme deity. The youth declared with a smile, "This is the genesis of our lineage, a testament to our blind arrogance." What does it mean to be supreme? What constitutes divinity? We emerged from the stellar kin, only to ultimately perish within their grasp. At this moment, the imagery shifted dramatically. The visage of the stellar kin resurfaced before Tang Hao. Over 6 millennia ago, our race made significant advancements in the study of spiritual entities, and the concept of immortality once again became a focal point of our concerns. If the stellar kin could achieve eternal existence, why could we, as the supreme deity, not do the same? Our footprints traversed much of the supreme star system. Yet our lifespans remained a mere 200 years, a paltry duration for those who deemed themselves divine. The spiritual entities of the stellar kin were formidable. If our spiritual essence could attain similar prowess, perhaps we too could transcend our corporeal forms and exist eternally. The spiritual entities of the stellar kin replicate themselves upon dissolution. Yet we were incapable of such feats. Thus, we sought an alternative path, merging our consciousness to transform into a new form of immortality. I think, therefore I am. Hence you are, and thus we exist. Our communication transcended the material. Our existence extended beyond the confines of the universe, granting us our own realm. However, in our quest for immortality, we found ourselves unable to govern our own life and death. The individual became a mere component of the collective. We attained eternal existence, yet forfeited our individuality. At this juncture, Tang Hao recalled the system's utterance. Without self, there is no other. This phrase can also be interpreted as the absence of self equating to the absence of existence. If the other persists, then I shall not fade away. Upon death, the spiritual entity dissipates. What we achieved was merely to prevent its dissolution, yet we could not transcend the rules to return to this world. Our only capability lay in communication with others. Our corporeal forms possess a lifespan, and so do our spiritual entities. As we cannot replicate ourselves, we rely on others for our continued existence. Our lifetimes may no longer be confined to 200 years, yet we shall not achieve eternal life in this realm. Any denial of self accelerates this process, and the collectivist denial renders us incapable of re-emerging. The youth gazed at the massive devices displayed on the screen and remarked, "Before the arrival of the stellar kin, we deactivated these devices, allowing the immortal spiritual entities to cease receiving the sustenance of consciousness, thereby vanishing from our perception. 3 years after their disappearance, the stellar kin, dormant across the cosmos, awakened, manifesting before us the very beings we could never replicate. The remnants of our vessels began to stir, transforming into brand new ships. Those regarded as manufacturing entities of the stellar kin also morphed into various individual forms. More astonishingly, on one planet, countless skyscrapers collapsed, the ground became molten, the oceans turned to hell, and the planet itself transformed into a colossal writhing organism. The youth lifted his gaze to the apocalyptic scene above, smiling as he declared, "That is our mother planet. We rebuilt it after all had been destroyed." Where the greatest number of spiritual devices and the abandoned cells of the stellar kin reside. In the next moment, this hellish planet suddenly regained its original visage, as if nothing had ever transpired, save for the multitude of stellar kin now crawling upon its surface, while the supreme kin congregated around them. In the middle of this chapter, What is Reincarnation? The 9th chapter, a gamble, every mystery revealed answers, yet remained unanswered. Whether the stellar kin were crafted by the supreme kin, or if the stellar kin existed in such a manner from the beginning remained an enigma to Tang Hao. What he knew for certain was that thousands of years after the discovery of the stellar kin by the supreme kin, they evolved into an almost invulnerable species. The youth observed the stellar kin on the screen and remarked, "It is only at this moment that we comprehend why our erstwhile kin failed to find a new haven. We remain unaware of why, during our quest for a new home, those few factions were consumed by the stellar kin while we were spared. Yet all of this has lost its significance. Perhaps it was the dissolution of countless spiritual entities from our race that roused the stellar kin from their deep slumber, while we, having reached the pinnacle, were cast down to the mundane." As the youth concluded, he pressed a button, and with a mechanical whir, the top panel opened, revealing the metallic sphere Tang Hao had previously encountered descending slowly. The youth turned to Tang Hao and Yuna, stating, "Perhaps you have surmised that the core of consciousness was indeed fashioned from the dormant head of the stellar kin. Upon gaining clarity regarding spiritual entities, the necessity to preserve that head of the stellar kin diminished. We divided the consciousness of the stellar kin into 5 segments, with each segment controlling our largest manufacturing facilities. As the stellar kin emerged in the external world, it was only these 5 major factories that remained unchanged, perhaps a stroke of fortune, as they were distanced from one another, and much of the territory connecting them had yet to witness the awakening of the stellar kin." Observing the harrowing scenes of war upon the screen, the youth clenched his teeth and said, "Unfortunately, the awakened stellar kin had no intention of communicating with us. From the moment they stirred, their sole purpose was to consume and replicate matter. Our kin, our warships, all that we possessed, fell prey to these fiends. Initially, we were oblivious to the implications of this. We even believed we could vanquish the stellar kin and drive them from our planetary surface into outer space. Indeed, in the early days of the conflict, we were not inferior to the stellar kin. However, we expended the lives of our kin, while the stellar kin could continually replicate themselves. We obliterated their fleets traversing the stellar tracks, yet new vessels would inevitably materialize before us. Our numerous life-bearing planets dwindled to 50 within the 3rd year of war. Had the stellar kin not initially been unable to penetrate the coverage of the core of consciousness, perhaps I would not be standing before you now." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao expressed his confusion. If the stellar kin could not access the core of consciousness, then who controlled their warships? Were they the surrendered factions of your kin? Surrender? The youth shook his head with a smile and remarked, "For those of the star race, who hold little regard for their own existence, how could they possibly concern themselves with those who surrender? When the star race replicates objects, it manifests variations depending on the nature of the object. If they replicate our kin, then our kin becomes part of the star race. If they replicate our warships, those vessels merely become warships under the control of the star race." This understanding became evident to us during the mid-course of the war. as both the star race and those who resembled our kin would transform into a peculiar metal upon their demise. However, the warships remained as mere warships. Albeit the star race's vessels do not require human operation. Perhaps they exist in a different sense, possessing their own consciousness, yet they do not transform into that liquid metal. The youth spoke nonchalantly, but Tang Hao understood that the celestial race must have paid an unimaginable price to acquire this knowledge. However, Tang Hao harbored questions regarding the star race. Thus he inquired, why did the star race not transform into the heavens or metal in the past, yet now exhibit such transformations upon awakening? The youth smiled and replied, because those star race factories of old cannot be deemed as life. Only those with vital characteristics can truly be called star race, and only they may transmute into what you refer to as angelic gold upon death. The expressions of Tang Hao and Yuna darkened. They were uncomfortable with the sensation of being scrutinized. The youth, undeterred by their demeanor, continued, at that time, our consciousness core became our sole safeguard, prompting us to explore its myriad functionalities. Initially, we hoped that the consciousness core could suppress the awakened star race. In the early stages, we indeed achieved some success. After we injected information commands into the consciousness core, the star race did not encroach upon our territory for a full century, granting us a fleeting respite. At that time, although we still possessed over 50 planets, only 17 remained inhabited by our kin, and our population dwindled to 320 billion. It was during the subsequent 50 years that the external star race acquired their name. This marked our first and last interaction with them. The youth unveiled the construction process of a star track and stated, our task was to identify the weaknesses of the star race, or rather, to lead our kin away from the celestial star system. The maximum distance our star track could traverse was a mere 300 light-years. While our celestial star system spans 150,000 light-years, with the nearest neighboring star systems lying at least 1,300,000 light-years away. To achieve this vast distance through spatial cutting, we placed a consciousness core upon this star track. The star track requires a consciousness core and the capability for long-distance spatial cutting? Tang Hao regarded the youth in silence. This young man clearly understood certain matters, but was reluctant to divulge them. Did he wish for Ella to confront the star race alone? Apart from this star track, over the decades of warfare, we also succeeded in grasping certain vulnerabilities of the star race. Primarily, they harbor a fear of lightning and are defenseless against material assaults. However, they are indifferent to high-temperature thermonuclear weapons or low-temperature zero-point weapons. Even our most formidable void weapons could inflict no harm upon them. Of course, only the true essence of the star race remains unperturbed by void weapons, while those resembling our kin and other varieties of the star race do not share this immunity. And only the essence of the star race possesses the ability for consciousness control. The youth sighed. This knowledge cost us the lives of 100 billion of our kin. Yet in the face of an ever-growing star race, such answers bear little significance. We are acutely aware that we can no longer vanquish the star race. Fleeing has become our sole escape. Yet at this juncture, our kin outside acquired 2 items. A black mineral hidden within a secret laboratory on our home planet, and a black plant that coexists with the mineral. These items ignited a glimmer of hope, yet they also truncated our momentary respite to roughly a century. The youth shook his head and chuckled. We believed the star race had not approached this laboratory, assuming it held something of great importance. Little did we know that it was merely materials fortuitously obtained by some scientist. The star race indeed feared these 2 items, but it was merely a fear. Different entities within the star race reacted variably to these items. However, the true fear was harbored by the consciousness cores we constructed. The star race is governed by consciousness, and these minerals and plants can disrupt that connection, inducing chaos within their stable structure. Yet at the time, we were oblivious to these intricacies. We simply believed they would inflict harm upon the star race. Subsequently, we made the gravest miscalculation. We commanded the star race factories to produce the black mineral. Just as we prepared to launch another offensive against the star race with a continuous supply of the black mineral, the star race descended upon our planet. The youth sighed. Only later did we realize that it was not our orders that deterred the star race from invading. Rather, any star race entity that entered this region was assimilated by their mother entity, and our commands merely intensified that assimilation. Even the star race's warships would lose their control systems. However, due to the presence of the black mineral, the star race factories severed that assimilation during replication. The consciousness cores no longer shielded us, or rather, more star race entities detached from their mother, evolving into new individuals. We deployed the black minerals in battle. But perhaps due to the star race's prior replication of the minerals, their effects paled in comparison to those of the black plant. As the star race launched another assault, we were compelled to abandon that region, retreating within the protective confines of 4 consciousness cores. Our gravest error lay in failing to secure that consciousness core. Shortly after the star race occupied that planet, they began to appear on our other planets as well. Although few in number, we understood that our time was running thin. As time passed, the star race would multiply, and we might even lose our chance to escape. Tang Hao recognized that the history of the celestial race had reached its twilight. Indeed, the youth spoke, in this final hour. We constructed a mothership capable of sustaining our existence, which is the very vessel you see now. We embedded the remaining minerals within the ship's exterior. While inside, we created a living space for our kin. Most of the ship's structure was inspired by the characteristics of the star race, and with our own strength, we forged a unique material capable of absorbing the majority of attacks. This was our last hope, yet we understood that we might not evade the star race's pursuit. Thus, our mothership also served as our tomb, a grave shared with the star race. In order to rescue more of our kin, we reactivated the spiritual entity device. Perhaps sensing our imminent escape, the star race launched a final assault before our departure. Countless star race entities perished, yet they ultimately crossed into our realm. And on that fateful day, we fled to this star track, theoretically capable of traversing beyond the star system. The youth sighed once more. What we did not comprehend was that this star track was unlike any before. It no longer permitted life to pass through. Except for the spiritual entities among us, all our kin residing within the ship perished during this voyage. Indeed, we departed from our celestial star system. Yet we could not elude the relentless pursuit of the star race. We gradually descended upon the bodies of our deceased kin. With the assistance of the consciousness core, we momentarily evaded the star clan. We incessantly constructed stellar tracks, navigating through that galaxy. However, after living safely aboard the mothership for several decades, the star clan caught up with us once more. This time, they posed no threat. They merely arrived in the form of light upon the planet where we docked. We were oblivious to how they accomplished this, yet armed with the consciousness core, we swiftly eradicated the newly emerged star clan on this planet. We constructed the stellar tracks once again to depart, only for them to reappear in light form. Through this repetitive cycle of over a dozen iterations, we gleaned a significant truth. The star clan could replicate anything, yet the living beings among them were incapable of replicating the stellar tracks, or rather, they could not alter the coordinates of the stellar tracks. In essence, whenever we replenished our resources, they could only pursue us in the form of light. The youth turned to Tang Hao and said, "Though we remain uncertain about how they ascertain our location, we are convinced that the Star Clan's fleet is perpetually behind us. Given the paramount importance of the stellar tracks to our people, we have always fortified their protection. At that time, we lacked the means to destroy them. Thus, while we explored ways to obliterate the stellar tracks, we installed navigation devices upon them. As long as the Star Clan lingered behind us, the ever-progressing stellar tracks would extend the duration of their approach ad infinitum. Perhaps in those times, our people truly ascended to divine status. Perceiving the existence of all cosmic entities and the demise of certain ancient deities, it was then that we discovered the Li Chen clan. The central star materials at the base of our spacecraft and the gravity you can now sense were all fabricated by us. The materialization of the virtual also originated from that era, allowing us to traverse 1,000 light-years without reliance on stellar tracks. Yet, the cosmos granted us neither the time for resurgence nor the opportunity for continuation. By that point, we were incapable of descending once more. Thus, apart from commanding robots to record these chronicles, we inscribed our technological system into the assimilated spacecraft, a gift we left for that race and a testament to our former existence. As the youth recounted this, his voice suddenly grew rigid, as if stripped of human emotion. He seemed haunted by this matter, his tone wavering, yet still appearing quite wooden. The Li Chen clan, the greatest sinner of our race, was also our sole hope. We became their gods, utilizing the last remnants of indescribable memories to create stellar tracks for them, leaving behind prophecies concerning the Star Clan. Our only remaining task was to await their arrival. Finally, after a millennium, the Star Clan arrived, and the consciousness core awakened once more, allowing our slumbering kin to fleetingly awaken through the souls of the Li Chen clan. However, we were unprepared for the fact that this time, The Star Clan could infiltrate the interior of the spacecraft. What was once a hopeful, distant galaxy for our people turned into a mere fantasy due to the Star Clan's intrusion. Ultimately, we could only rely on the last vestige of memory to guide the mothership on its final voyage alongside the Star Clan. Our existence serves as the key to unveiling the mysteries of the universe. All rules extend from the small to the vast. We do not seek your assistance in vanquishing the Star Clan, but it is undeniable that they are the adversaries of all races in our universe. The first race likely to perish at their hands is the Divine Clan. The youth raised his head, his gaze devoid of any fluctuations, before dissipating into specks of starlight before Tang Hao and Yuna. As Tang Hao and Yuna contemplated deeply, moved by the youth's words, several figures suddenly appeared in the control room, their voices chaotic and tumultuous. The unexpected arrival of Tang Hao and Yuna visibly startled those present, plunging the room into a momentary silence. One envoy stood before the console, shock written across his face as he muttered, You, the divine, the god, the divine minister. Where have you all gone? In that moment, Bus collapsed to the ground, his attire appearing tattered from a struggle, his face marred by various wounds. Forgive me, esteemed divine minister. I failed to stop them. Please, punish me. Witnessing the lamentations of her appointed subordinates, Yuna's face quickly darkened with anger. She cast a cold glance at the crowd and said icily, Did I not explicitly state that no one is permitted to enter without my consent? Several envoys exchanged glances, their expressions filled with conflict, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, one envoy stepped forward and spoke in a somber tone, Esteemed divine minister. It was not our intention to defy your orders. It is simply that the Star Clan appeared at our origin star, leaving us no choice but to breach this place. Yuna scoffed. Is there a correlation between the Star Clan's appearance and your presence here? Divine minister, the control room is where we command. Only here can we grasp the overall situation. Have you managed to grasp it then? The envoy found himself at a loss for words in response to Yuna's inquiry, and a flicker of anger was evident in his eyes. Yuna did not spare him a glance, turning instead to the control room screen, addressing those behind her. Is it that my people can no longer command you? Or have you become the masters of this mothership? My people have forgiven your past transgressions, but that does not mean we will tolerate a second offense. Bus, without me, could you not have halted them? Yuna furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the images on the screen, her tone laden with inquiry. Bus, pale-faced, lifted his head and then bowed heavily to the ground, exclaiming, Esteemed divine minister, I. He raised his head, swallowed hard, and after a brief moment of indecision, nodded, Esteemed divine minister, I shall detain them immediately. Yuna frowned slightly. It appeared that this individual was still not suitable for her. She shook her head and declared, Strip them of their envoy status. If they favor the Star Clan, then let them accompany the Star Clan. This. Bus was utterly taken aback by the divine minister's words. After all, these envoys were the highest authority under the Supreme Lord, and the initial female envoy was one matter, but did the divine minister intend to offend these power brokers? Ultimately, they too fought for the Mo Chen clan. How could this enigmatic young woman so easily strip them of their identities with a mere statement? Yuna regarded the envoys, who seemed on the brink of revolt, and coldly remarked, What, are you dissatisfied? One envoy similarly retorted, We do not dare to offend the esteemed divine race. But your actions seem rather tyrannical, leaving us to wonder if you act for our race or the Star Clan. Bus, hearing this, rose in fury, his trembling hand pointing at the envoy, Sheikah envoy. How dare you? Sheikah envoy coldly regarded Bus, seemingly dismissing him entirely, a slowly dawning contempt evident in his eyes. Yuna approached Sheikah, staring intently at him. And what have you done for the Mo Chen clan? Sheikah defiantly faced Yuna, retorting, Naturally. I have fought for our race's resistance against the Star Clan. And have you succeeded? Yuna pressed once more. Sheikah fell silent, for Yuna's words bore no significance. She scanned the envoys with a mocking gaze. You each claim to fight for the Mo Chen clan. Yet to me, you are all expendable waste. I do not need you. The Mo Chen clan does not need you. And what of you? The arrival of the celestial deities is surely not merely to confront us. The envoys. An envoy, unable to bear Yuna's derision, laughed heartily and questioned, What use is there in keeping you around? Yuna directed her gaze towards the speaker, a hint of mockery still lingering on her face. And what purpose do you serve? Can you repel the celestial clans on this planet? We cannot. But do you think you can? Yuna's eyes brimmed with confidence as she replied, I certainly can, thus I have no need for you. Several envoys flushed with indignation. Rendered speechless, anyone can boast, yet this young girl truly spares no words. Very well, if the revered Celestial Lord can indeed drive back those celestial clans, I would not mind relinquishing my position as an envoy. A female envoy finally interjected at that moment. Yuna turned coldly to regard the others, inquiring, "And what of you? Should you truly repel the celestial clans, then we shall willingly accept our fate. But if you fail, will you not owe us an explanation?" "I concur. Me too. I also agree." Buse glared at the crowd, scolding, "You, how dare you?" Yuna turned to Buse and said sternly, "Step down and arrange for a team to escort these envoys out shortly." "Ah, certainly, Celestial Lord." Once Buse departed, Yuna addressed the envoys, saying, "I understand your reluctance to accept my status as a celestial deity. Thus, I shall not impose my identity upon you. If I triumph over the celestial clans on this planet, you shall depart obediently. If not, then I shall leave." Yuna calmly surveyed the crowd and asked, "Is this satisfactory to you?" "Good." The envoys could hardly contest this. If it were so easy to defeat the celestial clans, they would not be hiding within their ships. Given that this young girl has boasted, they are all too willing to witness the spectacle. After all, with the identity of the celestial deity, had Yuna not sought to strip them of their envoy status, they would not have obstructed her from assuming command. Now, this situation appears to be the most favorable outcome for the envoys. Should she truly be a celestial deity, the technology of the celestial deities may indeed prevail against the celestial clans. If victorious, even without the envoy title, their lives would remain unaffected. Conversely, if she fails, then, as Yuna indicated, another celestial deity would pose no threat, allowing them to retain their esteemed positions as envoys. Both outcomes favor them. So what joy is there in this gamble? In the middle volume of the cycle, Chapter 10, Our Deity, Yuna observed the war scenes on the monitor. Addressing the gathered assembly, inform the defenders of Hijacking Star that reinforcements will arrive shortly. They must hold fast. However, one thing must be clear. No one is to venture to Hijacking Star without my command. Yuna's piercing gaze swept across the faces of the envoys, seemingly forbidding any dissent to her decree. The envoys exchanged glances before raising their hands in compliance. "Yes. Is that so?" Yuna scoffed. The envoys blushed. Bowing again, "We obey the divine command." Yuna nodded with a hint of mockery, then turned her attention back to the screen. "Envoys, please exit and assemble the fleet. Your presence is no longer required here." With that, Yuna dismissed them, refocusing on the battlefield data. In response to the clear dismissal, the envoys exited the control room, harboring a mix of anger and amusement. As Yuna prepared to speak to Tang Hao, she suddenly noticed a few individuals remaining in the room. Coldly, she inquired, "What are you still doing here?" "Celestial Lord, we are merely the newly appointed control personnel for the ships." The members of the Machin clan spoke with utmost respect, their faces betraying their uncertainty. Following the elimination of the previous control team by the Supreme Envoy, they had been promoted. Thus Yuna's order to dismiss the envoys was understandable. Yet, if they were to leave, how would the Celestial Lord's orders be conveyed? Surely, she would not operate the controls herself? After a moment of silence, Yuna considered the situation. The ship's systems were uncertain, and these individuals might indeed be needed for future commands. So she softened her tone. "I will call for you if needed. You may leave for now." Once they had vacated the control room, Yuna glanced at the door before turning to Tang Hao. "What suggestions do you have regarding the current situation?" Yuna fixed her gaze on Tang Hao, questioning, "Is it meaningful for you to speak of this now?" The Machin clan's rule is indeed founded on faith in the celestial deities. Yet the celestial deities have not descended upon the Machin clan in many years. Should I and Tang Hao encroach upon the interests of these envoys, their reactions are entirely unpredictable. These envoys possess ample reasons to be here. Yet they have defied Yuna's command. Any sign of retreat on her part would only invite further disobedience. Until absolute authority is established, any form of compromise is a sign of weakness. The celestial clans here do not possess the capabilities of the celestial deities. Perhaps we can devise a strategy against them based on this. Tang Hao's primary concern is Yuna's safety. While he understands her actions, he would not emulate them. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Tang Hao remains determined to assist Yuna to the best of his abilities. Yuna nodded gravely, stating, "I am aware of this, so what then? The celestial clans represent an adversary with boundless resources. This is both their greatest strength and their most evident weakness. Thus, Confronting the celestial clans is akin to confronting a mirrored version of oneself. Yuna would not seek Tang Hao's counsel on warfare strategy. What she needed to ascertain was how she could support him beyond merely defeating the celestial clans, or what he might require. This is a hallmark trait of most commanders in divine realms. Warfare transcends mere victory over an enemy. Otherwise, it becomes a mere drain on the lives of subordinates. An exemplary commander should not merely revel in battle. Meaningless conflict is a disgrace to any commander. Dialogues among the astute seldom require explicit clarity. Yuna, when addressing Tang Hao, would not articulate her thoughts so transparently. Should Yuna refuse to relinquish power, she cannot forsake this planet. Tang Hao's seemingly trivial remarks hold considerable significance for her. Tang Hao gazed at the central screen, stating solemnly, "The Machin clan has destroyed most of the star tracks to thwart the advance of the celestial clans. Therefore, at this moment, the Machin clan is temporarily safe, for even if the celestial clans descend in light, it requires time. However, those celestial clans are not only arriving in light, but have also appeared with fleets in the space beyond the planet." Tang Hao turned to Yuna, stating with seriousness, "The celestial deities have claimed that the celestial clans cannot replicate or alter the star tracks, but I suspect circumstances may have changed. We must understand the reasons behind these developments. Moreover, observing the distribution map of the Machin clan and the celestial clans. The nearest planet to the celestial clans should be Bayin Star, so why have they chosen the more distant Hijacking star? Furthermore, the celestial clans have consistently targeted the consciousness core aboard the ships. Logically, they should prioritize the planets closest to the celestial deity star, such as Chishui Star or Hongha Star. Why then select a seemingly inconsequential Hijacking star?" Tang Hao serves as a mirror for Yuna. Though she has contemplated these matters, she has not approached them with such clarity and comprehensiveness. Yuna furrowed her brow in contemplation. What they possess may be of greater importance to the celestial clans than the consciousness core at this juncture. What, then, could possibly be of greater significance to the Star Clan than the core of consciousness? Have they truly obtained such an object? After a series of expressions flitted across Yuna's face, she inhaled deeply and addressed Tang Hao. "I do not have the luxury of time to ponder these matters now. Simply tell me what I must do for you." "I require the angelic gold that remains after the demise of the Star Clan," Tang Hao responded, aware that such discussions were somewhat superfluous, and thus he articulated his needs directly. "Very well." Nodding, Yuna fixed her gaze upon Tang Hao and continued, "The other affair shall be entrusted to you." "Understood." Tang Hao nodded solemnly. It was the first time he felt such immense pressure. He was determined not to betray Yuna's trust, yet he feared overlooking critical information. Yuna suggested, "Have Bus accompany you. It will facilitate matters." Agreed. With a clearer understanding of the history of the Divine Clan, both Tang Hao and Yuna no longer needed to worry about revealing their identities. Consequently, the initial plans could be adjusted, allowing for more open inquiries without the constraints that had previously hindered them. Just as Tang Hao was about to exit the control room, he abruptly halted and turned to Yuna, cautioning, "We do not fully understand the Star Clan, so this may be a tactic to draw us out. You must remain vigilant." Surprised, Yuna regarded Tang Hao, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she replied, "I am aware. If it becomes necessary, we can dispatch the ship to Kitchen Star, perhaps." She paused momentarily before adding, somewhat irately, "Leave." Once Tang Hao departed, a wry smile appeared on Yuna's face. Did he truly perceive her as merely a vice captain? Regaining her icy demeanor as she gazed at the screen before her, she instructed the system, "Allow them to enter." However, this time, the voice of the youth did not resound. Yuna furrowed her brow, and just as she prepared to step out personally to summon them, the door to the control room swung open. Several control personnel entered respectfully, followed closely by armed temple guards. One control officer, upon noticing Yuna's frosty expression, shivered and quickly explained, "The Divine Lord commanded us to enter." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yuna's eyes, yet her tone remained aloof as she stated, "Attend to your duties. I need to be promptly apprised of the current situation." "Yes, Divine Lady." The remnants left by the Divine Clan for the Machin clan are scant. One is the trajectory of the Divine Star, another the current vessel, and perhaps there remains long-distance communication technology. Overall, the technology of the Machin clan is woefully antiquated. The backwardness of the Machin clan mirrors that of the Star Clan, and Yuna was uncertain whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. However, as Tang Hao had indicated, she now possessed time to negotiate with the Star Clan, granting the Divine Kingdom further insight. Observing the brutal melee on the screen, Yuna commanded, "Order the soldiers of the Li Chen clan to maintain the front line. The Star Clan is at its weakest now, and I will not permit any retreat." Understood. The control personnel conveyed the orders. After a moment's contemplation, Yuna scrutinized the data on the screen and continued, "Deploy all robots, be they military or civilian, into the fray, but I require you to disarm them of all weaponry." Divine Lady, would this not render the Star Clan even stronger? The control personnel gazed at Yuna, bewildered, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. Since the Star Clan's arrival and the destruction of the star trajectories, the Li Chen clan had already grasped the characteristics of the Star Clan, and thus their weaponry was quite rudimentary. If Yuna were to command the use of robotic forces, should the Star Clan begin mass-producing these military robots, how could the Li Chen clan hope to triumph against them? Yuna offered no explanation, her voice cold as she asserted, "My words require no reiteration. You need only relay my command and inform the frontline warriors that this is the decree of the Divine Clan. I do not require their hesitation." The temple personnel, sensing Yuna's ire, swiftly turned their attention to the control officers, their faces betraying a hint of anger. Yes, the sweating control personnel gritted their teeth and disseminated Yuna's orders. Initially, Yuna had intended to abandon this planet. As the lives of the Li Chen clan were of little significance to her, her sole concern was the annihilation of the Star Clan. Destroying all vessels capable of reaching space and concentrating all efforts on the warships arriving in a few hours had been Yuna's original strategy. Yet now, Yuna needed to safeguard this planet, preventing the Star Clan from acquiring what they sought, whatever that may be. She could not allow the Star Clan to expand indefinitely. The Star Clan's arrival had transpired less than half an hour ago, and the prompt response of the Li Chen clan provided Yuna with more options. After reaching this decision, she instructed, "Summon the Divine Lord." Yes, another control officer swiftly conveyed the command to the personnel outside the control room. The use of more powerful weaponry was unequivocally out of the question, yet allowing the Star Clan to replicate any weaponry was within Yuna's purview. Theoretically, the Star Clan's replication was limitless, but such replication also required time. Until Tang Hao found a solution, Yuna needed to prolong that time frame. The robotic forces possessed by the Li Chen clan appeared to be a commendable choice. Not much, but sufficient. After the previous control officer issued the command, they hesitantly inquired, "Divine Lady, should we summon robotic forces from other planets for support?" Yuna regarded the individual coolly and replied, "Inform the ground forces at Kitchen Star to immediately obliterate all structures within 100 kilometers of the Star Clan, ensuring that no weaponry remains for them. And all buildings and their contents must be utterly destroyed." Yuna recognized that the individual had not grasped her intent, and fixing her gaze upon them, she elaborated, "I require the ground forces to utilize nuclear weapons to flatten all structures, both above and below ground, in this area before the Star Clan expands its territorial grasp. Do you comprehend my meaning?" The temple personnel displayed shock, but quickly masked it. The commands of the Divine Clan were not to be questioned. The control personnel trembled, staring at Yuna in terror, "Divine Lady, but we still have many individuals, including the ground forces heading for support, who have yet to vacate this area." Yuna maintained a calm expression as she responded, "You need only execute my orders without considering other matters. If you wish to prevent the annihilation of everyone on this planet, then relay this command." Yuna lifted her gaze to the soldiers fighting valiantly on the battlefield. Closing her eyes as she murmured, "Before the underground facilities are completely destroyed, many of them will still have time to flee. As you command." The control personnel, eyes reddened, transmitted the order. Before them stood the Divine Lady, who had not granted any advanced technology of the Divine Clan to them. She was merely using the lives of the Li Chen clan to impede the Star Clan. The control personnel gazed at Yuna, internally screaming, "Our God, what exactly are you doing?" Yuna paid no heed to the reactions of the Li Chen clan, lifting her gaze to see Tang Hao, breathless and flushed, seemingly having rushed in. A playful smile graced her features. "You've arrived." In the middle of the chapter, What Constitutes Reincarnation? Chapter 11, Eternal Radiance of the Divine Clan. Yuna, smiling, inquired, "I require a tremendous solar wind. Are you capable of achieving this? What do you need a solar wind for?" Tang Hao began to ask, only to realize the implications, his eyes growing ever more brilliant. The technological prowess of the Machin tribe is relatively underdeveloped. When faced with the Star Clan, Utilizing stellar winds as a weapon is undoubtedly a bold and ingenious idea. After expressing his astonishment to Yuna, Tang Hao spoke. That is feasible, but I require some time. Moreover, I cannot control the intensity of the stellar winds here, so it would be prudent for the inhabitants of the planet to seek refuge underground. Otherwise, should the atmosphere be torn apart, the danger to them would be immense. Tang Hao's previous research focus was on stargates, which represent the pinnacle of the Ayla electromagnetic civilization's technological achievements. Thus, generating a stream of charged particles from a star is not particularly daunting. The only concern is whether the planet's magnetic field can provide adequate protection. Yuna shook her head and said to Tang Hao, I need you to maximize the power of the stellar winds. No, that would be far too perilous. Tang Hao thought Yuna was unaware of the stellar wind's potency and quickly began to explain. The stellar winds are. Yuna interrupted him, locking eyes with him and stating emphatically, I only require you to generate the stellar winds. I will handle the rest. Then ensure that the inhabitants of the planet, regardless of their orientation towards the star, take refuge deep underground. Tang Hao realized that this was one of the best strategies to overcome the Star Clan. To contemplate casualties at this juncture would be naively imprudent. Yuna's expression brightened significantly as she nodded. I understand. I shall prepare immediately. Tang Hao took a deep breath. Despite the fact that the people here had long since perished, the anticipation of what was to come filled him with a profound sense of guilt. Yuna called out to Tang Hao as he was about to leave, reminding him, do not leave the ship, understand? Rest assured. Tang Hao managed to smile. Even without the words of the High God clan, he would not easily venture beyond the confines of the ship, however. Yuna's concern for him in such matters brought him considerable joy. Just moments after Tang Hao exited the control room, he encountered several furious envoys, followed closely by armed soldiers. Could it be a mutiny? A chill coursed through Tang Hao's veins. If these Machin people truly lost control, Yuna would undoubtedly be the most endangered individual. The envoys paid little attention to Tang Hao, merely casting a few glances at him before directing their ire at the control room. I cannot allow them entry. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Hao, despite feeling a surge of fear, stiffly placed himself in front of the approaching envoys. Halt! Tang Hao's face, rigid with tension, forced itself into a semblance of anger as he fixed his gaze on the advancing envoys. Upon noticing Tang Hao obstructing their path, a few of the furious envoys frowned. Their target was Yuna, but with Tang Hao standing in their way, they could not simply disregard his presence. The envoys halted before Tang Hao, their angry expressions casual as they clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Greetings, Divine Lord. The situation was not as dire as he had imagined, and Tang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Adopting Yuna's tone, he vociferously demanded, What do you intend to do? That is a question for the two esteemed leaders of the High God clan, retorted the envoy, Shika, with unyielding defiance. Shika's tone and demeanor clearly conveyed his disdain for Tang Hao. Throughout, Tang Hao's presence had never matched Yuna's, thus Shika perceived Yuna as the true authority. Tang Hao paused, grappling with the confusion of the moment, unsure of how to respond. Could this be related to the stellar winds? Noticing Tang Hao's silence, Shika's eyes flashed with contempt as he purposefully bypassed him. Tang Hao's expression shifted, turning in anger. Did I permit you to pass? Yet, Shika appeared not to hear Tang Hao's words, continuing unimpeded towards the control room. After a brief hesitation, the other envoys followed suit, walking past Tang Hao. Stop right there. Tang Hao's face flushed crimson as he shouted. Being ignored by the envoys was one thing. His greatest concern lay in the potential conflict between Yuna and these individuals. The envoys clearly approached with lethal intent, and he could scarcely fathom the consequences that might ensue. The envoys did not halt at Tang Hao's command, but the previously hesitant soldiers and temple personnel, having awaited Tang Hao's lead, finally sprang into action. Shika, observing the gathering crowd, bellowed, I dare anyone to stop us. Nevertheless, after Shika's proclamation, the surrounding soldiers remained steadfast, weapons raised, obstructing the envoys. Power is a curious thing. When others heed your words, you feel invincible, yet when they do not acknowledge you, you become inconsequential. Most of the Machin soldiers aboard the divine vessel were under the command of the Grand Lord, while Shika may have commanded respect previously. In the face of the High God clan, a force earned through the Grand Lord's sacrifice, the choice was not particularly difficult. Earlier, these individuals seemed aligned with the envoys in the absence of Tang Hao's orders, But once Busi invoked the authority of the High God clan, they found the courage to oppose the envoys. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Shika's face turned ashen with rage, veins bulging as he realized the soldiers dared to impede him. After questioning the soldiers, Shika turned his finger toward Tang Hao, shouting, "Do you understand what they have done?" The crowd instinctively looked towards Tang Hao, bewildered by Shika's disregard for the High God clan and the implications of his words. Did a deeper truth lie beneath? Shika glared at Tang Hao, his voice thick with sorrow. The High God clan, the deities our tribe has always revered. But do you know what they have done? Shika surveyed the crowd with a pained expression, beginning, "Our kin, my tribe." Before Shika could finish, he sensed a sudden stillness in the air. And though the gazes of his kin were upon him, they seemed to drift away. After a few envoys exchanged glances, Shika slowly turned to see Yuna standing at the control room's entrance, her demeanor cold. "What have we done?" she inquired flatly. Shika's imposing presence faltered slightly as he questioned, "Why did you issue such orders? Do the lives of millions of my people not matter?" Yuna, her expression laced with sarcasm, replied, "Are you directing that inquiry to the hundreds of billions of Machin across 5 planets? You." Shika's fury ignited at Yuna's words. What connection did the fall of 5 planets have with her commands? The loss of 5 planets, the sacrifice of billions, and you now stand here, do you not? Yuna had no desire to engage in futile banter with Shika, continuing, "It is you who abandoned them, not us. If you are truly concerned for their lives, why not bring them all to the Divine Star?" Struck once more by Yuna's retort, Shika found himself at a loss for words. The Machin tribe possessed 12 life-bearing planets, and if the distances between them were condensed, they would not be clustered together, but rather arranged in an orderly fashion. Upon the Star Clan's arrival, they swiftly seized control of this planet before the Machin tribe could obliterate the star tracks. Through this, the Stellar Clan was able to utilize the celestial orbits of this planet, gradually conquering the other 4 planets after reinforcing their military strength. Before the destruction of these 4 planets' orbits, the upper echelons of the Machin clan had already departed aboard their ships. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that the hundreds of billions who perished were abandoned by the Machin clan. As for Kitchen Star, which is relatively close to these planets, the truly powerful and influential individuals had long since left before the arrival of the Stellar Clan, leaving behind nothing but the lower and middle classes of the Machin clan. Tang Hao, prompted by Yuna's words, began to ponder further. It was not just the Machin clan that was cold-blooded, but also the Taishan clan. Was the construction of temples truly an aspiration of the Taishan clan to become gods? The Taishan clan simply did not comprehend how the Stellar clan had located them. With this thought, Tang Hao sighed. Indeed, he was more suited to being a scholar, as he could not emulate the ruthless demeanor of others. Yuna regarded the flushed Shiku, speaking each word with precision. "You stand here because your kin have perished in your stead, so do not speak to me of such matters, for you are unworthy." "No, it is not like that." Shiku, struggling with his expression, protested. "This is different. This is different." Yuna, visibly impatient, retorted, "Then take your time to contemplate what is different." Suddenly, with reddened eyes, Shiku raised his head, pointing at Yuna with fervor. "It is different. It is different. We had no choice. But you are a band of demons. Indeed, the Stellar Clan. It was you who summoned the Stellar Clan. You are the true killers of my people, my kin I." Upon hearing these words, Bus charged forward like a bull, covering Shiku's mouth and bellowing, "Enough! Shiku, you are blaspheming. How dare you? You are insolent. You will pay for your words." Were it not for Shiku's status, Bus would have uttered even more venomous remarks. Realizing that the Taishan clan was observing him, Bus hurriedly knelt before Yuna, his expression one of terror. Trembling as he implored, "Eternal light of the Taishan, Shiku has offended the Taishan and committed an unforgivable sin. I beseech the divine priest to administer punishment." Tang Hao, pale-faced, watched Yuna. Once Shiku uttered those words, the situation had already shifted. He was uncertain how Yuna would quell these voices. They had reveled in the power bestowed by the Taishan clan, and now they were paying the corresponding price, due to the Machin clan's faith in the Taishan clan. Such words remained unspoken. However, once raised, the consequences were all too foreseeable. Yuna remained unmoved by Shiku's statements, maintaining her cold demeanor at the doorway. Firstly, she was not of the Taishan clan. Secondly, she could not afford to waver. "Do you think the Stellar Clan is what you perceive?" Yuna gazed at Shiku, who was struggling with his mouth covered, and calmly stated, "My people have left you prophecies, have given you the celestial orbits. Do you think this was for what purpose? Hearing these words, the Machin clan, now perplexed, turned their gaze upon Yuna, their faith steadily crumbling, seeking answers from her. Yuna surveyed the assembly with a sweeping glance, slowly proclaiming, "The Stellar Clan is the enemy of all races in the universe. They are our foes, and yours as well. Even if we were no longer present here, they would still come." Yuna suddenly raised her voice, addressing the crowd. "If it were not for you, why would my people remain here? Could we not go elsewhere?" A flicker of change finally emerged in the eyes of the Machin clan. Once more, Yuna scanned the faces before her, sighing, "My people remained here. My ancestors remained here. This is your homeland, as well as the home of my clan. We could have departed, and the Stellar Clan would never have caught up with us, yet we chose to stay. Was it merely to await the arrival of the Stellar Clan?" Yuna fixed her gaze upon Shiku, questioning, "When you spoke those words, did you consider why my people chose this path?" She then surveyed the assembly once more, her voice gravely resonating. "Yes, my clan has not entrusted you with too much. This is not due to unwillingness, but rather an inability. Look at the Stellar Clan. They are an evil race that even my people cannot conquer, only avoid. Had my clan given you everything, perhaps the Machin clan would have already ceased to exist." With a trace of helplessness on her face, Yuna shook her head. "My clan originally hoped that you would carve out a different path with your strength before the arrival of the Stellar Clan. Yet that did not come to pass. We had already informed you of the existence of the Stellar Clan, but what have you done in preparation for this day? We could have continued our slumber, yet we awakened. We could have departed, yet we remained." Yuna looked at the crowd, softly stating, "I know you fear the Stellar Clan, but fear resolves nothing. This is a war concerning the very survival of the Machin clan. So I need you to fight for time with your lives. Are you afraid? Are you fearful?" As faith began to be re-established, the Taishan clan remained their deities. No, their gods fight for them, and they too shall fight for their gods. The assembly knelt, united in their fervent cries, "Eternal light of the Taishan." Mid-volume segment. What is reincarnation? Chapter 12. A dispute. Tang Hao did not anticipate that Yuna could weave such a tale so convincingly, managing to truly sway the Machin clan. Of course, there were many flaws within her words, and he hoped that the Machin clan had not yet discerned them. Due to Bus's act of reverence, Shiku was finally liberated, yet witnessing the other envoys kneeling before Yuna left, Shiku feeling quite unsettled. Although he had initiated this visit to Yuna, everyone else had agreed. Why did it seem that he alone was shouldering the blame now? Insolence. After Bus solemnly proclaimed the eternal light of the Taishan, he noticed that Shiku still held his head high and furiously pressed his hand down. Shiku, who had initially lost the desire to contend with Yuna, now felt a surge of anger, swatting Bus's hand away and shouting, "Get away." In that moment, Bus was unafraid of Shiku and prepared to teach him a lesson. However, Yuna's voice rang out, prompting Bus to quickly lower his head once more. Observing the disheveled Shiku, Yuna inquired, "Do you have anything left to say?" Shiku, aware that his fortunes had turned, faced Yuna's seemingly taunting words. Despite his inner resentment, he found himself powerless. "I have one question left. Why did the Taishan clan not take my people away back then?" Shiku rose, clutching to his final shred of dignity. Yuna nodded. "We could have taken the Machin clan away back then, but why should we have done so?" Shiku's eyes brightened as he challenged. "If you claim it was for our benefit, then why did you possess the ability to rescue us, yet chose not to?" With a cold smirk, Yuna continued, "With so many races in the universe, should my clan rescue each and every one? Then why did you descend upon the Machin clan?" Upon finishing, she could turn to the surrounding Machin clan and cried out, "Why give us hope? Only to plunge us into despair." Disappointment flickered in Yuna's eyes as she addressed the assembly. "Those who can save you have always been yourselves. My clan chose you. We believed in you, yet you have disappointed us. Indeed, my clan could have taken you away, just as you are here now. But what significance does that hold? Lacking the courage to resist the Star Clan, devoid of the determination to save oneself, willing to sacrifice others while unwilling to sacrifice oneself." Yuna turned her head and said, "Lord Shiku, our mothership has always been here. Even if we cannot defeat the Star Clan, we can still take a portion of our people away. We granted you the time to develop your civilization, and it is you who have squandered the hope of triumph over the Star Clan. Even so, we did not depart alone. So you have no grounds to point fingers at us." After speaking, Yuna turned and entered the control room, leaving the Mo Chun clan in stunned silence. After a moment of silence, Bus looked at the speechless Lord Shiku and exclaimed, "Get him subdued and send him to the battlefield." "Yes, Yuna." stepping into the control room, felt rather disheartened. She was unaccustomed to the sensation of deceit, which filled her with guilt. However, often there are choices to be made, and she merely hoped to avoid such situations in the future. The personnel in the control room had also overheard the earlier conversation and developed a different perspective on Yuna's initial command. Thus, they harbored no grievances, diligently focusing on their tasks. Lord Divine, the ground forces have destroyed all structures related to the Yu-Tai Divine clan as per your previous orders and are now physically dismantling the remaining underground facilities. Yuna perked up and inquired, what is the status of the Star Clan's expansion? Aside from the Eastern War Zone, the Star Clan has expanded less than 5 kilometers in other directions. Yuna frowned as she gazed at the screen, where the red circle in the Eastern War Zone clearly indicated the nearby mountains. The Star Clan had descended amidst the mountains, and this expansion was also directed towards them. Was there an undisclosed connection within? Yuna resolutely commanded, deploy reinforcements to the eastern battlefield immediately and inform them that regardless of the sacrifices required, I will not allow any Star Clan members to approach the mountains before they are obliterated by nuclear weapons. Yes. Furthermore, send me the detailed topography of the Eastern War Zone along with the data from the ground forces. Understood, Lord Divine. The relevant intelligence quickly appeared on Yuna's screen, allowing her to comprehend the situation without needing to manipulate it. Just as she was deeply contemplating the battle arrangements, Tang Hao unexpectedly entered the control room, his expression notably grim. Lord God, the personnel present promptly lowered their heads upon seeing Tang Hao's entrance. Ignoring them, Tang Hao approached Yuna and asked, why did you issue such an order? Yuna, slightly taken aback by Tang Hao's arrival, turned to him and replied with a smile, what are you talking about? Tang Hao, his face darkening, pressed, why did you give that command? The smile on Yuna's face slowly faded as if she could not comprehend why Tang Hao would utter such words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Tell me. Tang Hao gazed at Yuna, his eyes reddening, yearning for an answer from her. I cannot allow the Star Clan to obtain what they desire. Have you considered how many lives your decision might cost? A hint of disappointment and anguish flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. He did not wish to witness such an unfeeling version of Yuna. Yuna turned her head and coldly replied, so what do you want me to do? It is impossible. Yuna raised her voice, showing no sign of retreat, her demeanor growing agitated. The Chen clan in the control room lowered their heads in fear. They had not anticipated a confrontation between the two divine beings, leaving them momentarily startled and helpless, unsure of whose words to heed. Yuna glared at Tang Hao, her voice laced with sarcasm. Time? Do we have time? If there were another way, do you think I would choose this course of action? As she spoke, Yuna became increasingly agitated, glaring at Tang Hao, enunciating each word. Did you not promise to help me with all your might? Then I ask you to fulfill your promise immediately, will you? Tang Hao calmed himself and replied softly, for everyone here, they are real individuals. I do not wish to see you like this, for this is not a game. Yuna's eyes reddened. Are you saying I am cold-hearted? Tang Hao remained silent for a moment, then stared at Yuna, gritting his teeth. Yes. The person she trusted most, the one she sought to protect with all her strength, was now opposing her because of these non-existent Chen clan members. This was something Yuna had never anticipated. Did Tang Hao wish to be the good person, while she was to be the villain? Yuna initially looked at Tang Hao with a mix of anger and amusement, but her expression gradually turned cold as she said, if you are unwilling to help me, then I ask you to leave immediately. Tang Hao was taken aback. Like Yuna before him, he had not expected her to say such a thing. In the brief moment of his surprise, Yuna spoke again. Send him out of the control room. No one is permitted to enter without my command, including him. With that, Yuna once again focused her gaze on the screen. Yet the pain in her expression lingered. The Chen clan exchanged uncertain glances, deliberating whether to heed the divine command, especially since the one they were to expel was the god lord of the divine clan. Yuna did not turn around, but coldly stated, Did you not hear my words? Why yes, my lord, they stammered. After an internal struggle, the Chen clan ultimately chose to follow Yuna's command, for in their eyes, she had always been the one in charge, presumably holding a higher position than Tang Hao. Several Chen clan members bent toward Tang Hao, their expressions somewhat obsequious as they pleaded, Lord God, what do you think? However, Tang Hao fixed his gaze on them and said, This is not your concern. Please leave. The Chen clan members were dumbfounded. They could not forcibly remove Tang Hao, could they? The atmosphere in the control room grew tense and awkward, as if time had frozen, with only the sound of machines operating in the background. At that moment, Yuna turned around, her expression one of fury. Tang Hao. Tang Hao lifted his head, meeting Yuna's gaze directly. This was his conviction, and he did not wish to retreat an inch. Yuna gritted her teeth, looking at Tang Hao with palpable hatred. Silence ensued, once more enveloping them. Tang Hao felt a measure of relief within, yet he was far from pleased. Yuna had taken a step back, but the estrangement in her tone left him feeling discomfort. The fondness he had for her diminished, while the chasm between them widened significantly. This was not the outcome he had desired, nor should it have been. Perhaps experiencing a moment of clarity, Tang Hao approached Yuna and said apologetically, "I did not mean to upset you. I simply do not want you to bear the consequences of this command." Yuna turned her head with a cold laugh. "Oh really? Are you satisfied now?" Tang Hao scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I forgot to mention earlier that even if the Star Clan obtains that item, it is of little consequence. Otherwise, we will never know what they truly desire." This thought had only just occurred to Tang Hao, but he understood the art of language well enough to mask his true intentions. Yuna blinked, momentarily frozen in thought as she considered Tang Hao's words. After a while, her face flushed crimson, a mixture of anger and embarrassment as she pointed at Tang Hao. You get out." This was the first time Tang Hao had witnessed Yuna in such a state, and he found it immensely amusing. However, recalling that she was still upset with him, he quickly added, "Let me assist you. Consider it my apology for earlier." No need. Yuna's feelings had yet to settle. If Tang Hao had mentioned this point sooner, she would not have become so enraged. Tang Hao, of course, would not retreat at this moment. He feigned ignorance and said, "I excel at retreats. You command the battle while I lead the withdrawal." Yuna looked at him in surprise and asked, "You can do that?" "Absolutely." Tang Hao nodded vigorously. In the 13th chapter of the mid-length volume, What is Reincarnation? Yuna, due to her cognitive bias, found Tang Hao's anger diminishing. Now that Tang Hao had volunteered to command the evacuation, Yuna was curious to see how he would execute this task. She turned to him and inquired, "What about the stellar winds?" "That's up to you." Yuna did not refuse Tang Hao's request. After all, he still needed to oversee the battlefield, leaving him little time to handle other matters. Inform the Eastern Theater that the original plan remains unchanged, but limited withdrawals are permitted. Understood, Lord Deity. Tang Hao's words reminded Yuna that this was not the real world. The Star Clan had already obtained what they desired. Thus, there was little need to hinder them here. Yuna's primary responsibility was to fulfill her initial promise, to eradicate the entirety of the Star Clan on the Kitchen Star. As for what the Star Clan sought, knowing would be ideal, but ignorance would not significantly affect the situation. The Southern Theater coordinated with the Northern Theater to support the Western Theater's operations, while the Southern Theater advanced along the Wulong River to assist the Eastern Theater, and the Northern Theater maneuvered through Shuani Town to infiltrate the rear of the Eastern Star Clan. "Yes, sir." After conveying these orders, Yuna addressed Tang Hao. "I need you to evacuate all the Machin clan from this area as swiftly as possible. Can you manage that?" Tang Hao gazed at the screen, which displayed the chaotic scenes in the towns behind the Western Theater. "Do you intend to intercept the Star Clan here?" Yuna nodded. "The Star Clan, lacking conventional weaponry, fears complex terrains. I need to lure them here to buy time for the creation of stellar winds." "Understood." Tang Hao nodded gravely. On the map, outside the Star Clan's occupied territories, besides the large city at the rear of the Western Theater, numerous Machin clan members were fleeing in various directions. The previous evacuations from several planets had resulted in increased population density on Kitchen Star, particularly around the large city, which was already teeming with Machin clan members. Although Yuna intended to draw the Star Clan here, it was merely a plan. Tang Hao could not afford to neglect other directions while evacuating city residents. This intricate situation, even with the assistance of intelligent programs, proved exceedingly challenging. Tang Hao was determined not to abandon anyone, and should the Star Clan latch onto their tails, the situation would become exceptionally dire. His task was to analyze the Star Clan's offensive directions and timings, then evacuate the areas most likely to be targeted. This required not only synergy with Yuna, but also a broad perspective on his part. Otherwise, he would merely hinder her efforts. By assigning this task to Tang Hao, Yuna effectively indicated her intention to refrain from meddling in these affairs. How many people Tang Hao could save was entirely up to him. Observing the satellite images, Tang Hao instructed the control personnel, send all evacuation ships temporarily to the Northern and Southern Theaters to assist the residents here in evacuating. Additionally, direct personnel with vehicles nearby to drive towards Lo City. If anyone disobeys orders, I, in the name of the Tai deity, Permit the nearby forces to eliminate them. Yes, Lord Deity. The control personnel took a deep breath and said, Lord Deity, there are too many Machin clan members in this area. I fear chaos will ensue. Tang Hao shook his head. This is our final defense line. Order the troops to fortify this area until I issue further commands. Only allow the Machin clan to pass on foot. Lord Deity, shouldn't the troops support the front lines? Tang Hao replied, aside from the main entrances, there should not be too many troops in other directions. What if someone abandons their vehicle and flees? Tang Hao fixed his gaze on the screen and said sternly, allow them to be eliminated. Understood. Yu Na, commanding the Eastern Theater's operations, was somewhat taken aback. The first surprise was Tang Hao's evacuation of the Machin clan from the Northern and Southern Theaters. The second was his capacity to issue such orders. Some of the Machin clan would undoubtedly perish due to Tang Hao's commands, yet they were merely ordinary civilians, not soldiers. Yu Na's lips curled into a faint smile, realizing that Tang Hao's earlier words to her were not so different from her own intentions. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao spoke again. Convey my decision to everyone in the name of the Tai deity. The Tai deity requires their assistance. If they still have faith, they should not fear the Star clan. I will do my utmost to protect them. Yu Na sighed. The Machin clan had long revered the Tai deity, and combined with Tang Hao's previous threats, the situation might indeed change. After making this statement, Tang Hao added, I will broadcast the status of the battle against the Star clan to everyone. I will not lead them to their demise. I merely urge them to save their compatriots. Yu Na's expression darkened as she recalled a phrase. The divine kingdom will not abandon anyone. Tang Hao thought this way and acted accordingly. But what about her? Yu Na refrained from dwelling further on this, gazing at the blood-soaked battlefield on the screen, and asked, are the ambushes prepared? Lord Deity, most areas have been arranged. Order the Eastern Theater to retreat, drawing the Star clan into the ambush zone. The Northern and Southern Theaters should continue to strike at the Star clan's rear to slow their advance. Understood. Due to the Star clan's replication abilities, the Machin clan quickly devised a method to counter the Star clan. The ambush was one such solution. This weapon resembled an ancient longbow, but possessed greater power and speed, capable of piercing most Star clan members. Even if this weapon were replicated, it posed less of a threat than missiles. For early encounters with the Star clan, individual weapons were undoubtedly the best choice, including specialized sniper rifles. However, when facing the Star clan, the primary weapon remained the slowly moving armored vehicles, which, like the ambush, were not significantly threatening even if replicated. Additionally, the meteoric blades distributed among the soldiers were common weapons. However, the high-frequency vibrating meteoric blades often required considerable time to slay a Star clan member, meaning that each Star clan death was typically accompanied by the loss of many Machin clan soldiers. The Machin clan strategy against the Star clan in the early stages involved a war of attrition with multiple casualties. Once the Machin clan's endurance reached its limit, conventional weapons would likely be employed to unleash destruction on the majority of the Star clan before facing annihilation. Naturally, during this period, the Machin clan would also confront the replicas of their own kin created by the Star clan. In the chaotic battlefield, discerning friend from foe became exceedingly difficult, and often, it was at this juncture that defeat began. Currently, the Machin clan had yet to grasp the Star clan's replication characteristics and could only react once the changes commenced, placing them at a disadvantage. Fortunately, no Machin clan replicas had appeared on the battlefield thus far. Under Yu Na's command, the troops of the Eastern Theater began a methodical withdrawal without granting the Star clan any opportunity to break through. However, due to the fierce battles that had preceded, many colossal Star clan members had emerged among their ranks, having either devoured their companions or consumed Machin clan members. Facing them was akin to ants confronting elephants, placing immense pressure on the soldiers in the field. If not for the presence of armored vehicles and similar weaponry, they would have likely already succumbed to chaos. Yu Na surveyed the satellite images on the screen and stated firmly, halt the withdrawal. Let the Eastern Theater advance, and together with the Northern and Southern Theaters, we shall divide the Star clan. Yes. After the order was conveyed, the soldiers of the Eastern Theater once again charged at the Star clan. Due to a strategic retreat, numerous Star tribes found themselves within the range of piercing strikes, rendered helpless as they were impaled by long spears. Some of the Star tribes perished instantly, while others roared in defiance, beginning their assimilation of the spears. To prevent these tribes from breaking free, soldiers from the Eastern War Zone surged forward, wielding their meteor blades to launch a counterattack against the Star tribes. Yu, a member of the daring squad responsible for luring the Star Tribes into traps, charged ahead with bloodshot eyes, propelled by the recent orders to attack. As two towering Star Tribes, each 5 meters high, charged towards him, Yu disregarded them. These Star Tribes had dedicated armored vehicles for assault. His focus was on those immobilized. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a whistle pierced the air, and several soldiers reached out from their vehicle. "Brother, get in." One soldier patted Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done." Just then, a series of explosions erupted nearby, causing the soldiers on the vehicle to hold their breath. The vehicle meant to intercept the Star Tribes had been destroyed, and 2 Star Tribes were barreling towards them. Everyone understood that even if they managed to slay the approaching foes, their own survival was not guaranteed. Yet, this was a commonplace occurrence for them. The vehicle accelerated towards the impaled Star Tribes, and the soldiers jumped off at lightning speed, charging towards the adversaries. Yu readied his grappling device, aiming for the head of a Star Tribe as he launched the ropes. Several spiked ropes pierced through the Star Tribe's skin, tugging the soldiers off the ground. The immobilized Star Tribe swung its massive arms in fury, slamming 2 soldiers to the ground. Yu averted his gaze from the grisly scene, his fury directed solely at the Star Tribe. "Monster, perish." Beneath the Star Tribe, other soldiers diverted its attention, and one soldier successfully fired a small explosive into its mouth. After a muffled grunt, black smoke billowed from its maw, though it seemed to have little effect. Nevertheless, this was not in vain. After the loss of 2 more soldiers, Yu finally joined his comrades on the back of the Star Tribe. Only Yu stood atop its head, while the others struggled to crawl up. The Star Tribe's violent thrashing made it difficult for Yu to maintain his footing, but the grappling device was securely fastened, allowing him to remain steady. Shouts echoed from below. Hold on, hurry." Yu realized his comrades were risking their lives to buy them time, preventing the Star Tribe's arms from reaching its head, but this reprieve would not last long, compelling Yu to hasten his actions. He retrieved the Stardust core from his pocket, carefully placing it beneath him before pressing it firmly against the Star Tribe's skin. The switch activated, and after a tremor, the core began its work. Fragments of skin and blood scattered as the core embedded itself deep within the Star Tribe's flesh. However, the Star Tribe seemed to anticipate Yu's intentions, its body convulsing violently, as if to flee with the spears embedded within. A soldier behind Yu gasped at the writhing skin of the Star Tribe. "This Star Tribe can shapeshift. Hurry, we don't have time." Yu's expression darkened. If the Star Tribe were to regenerate, how could he face the fallen brothers? "Brother, catch." A Stardust core was tossed to Yu, who grasped it tightly, aware that all hope rested upon him. The core he had embedded was primed to explode, capable of creating a substantial wound. Yet that alone would not suffice to slay the Star Tribe. Its rapid regeneration demanded that he deliver a fatal blow simultaneously with the detonation. Clutching the new Stardust core, Yu inhaled deeply and plunged his meteor blade into the core. A burst of flames erupted beneath him, tearing open a colossal wound in the Star Tribe's head. The creature's roars filled with agony, hastening its transformation as it attempted to seal the wound. Yu, fixed in place atop the Star Tribe's head, spat blood, enduring excruciating pain as he forced the core into the gaping wound. He collapsed onto the Star Tribe's skin, expending his final ounce of strength to press down on the core, and then fell into unconsciousness. A soldier, panting heavily, reached Yu's side. His face flushed as he thrust his meteor blade downward. The blade pierced through Yu's palm and into the Stardust core. The second explosion launched the unprotected soldier into the air, his blood splattering the ground upon impact. Star Tribe, perish. With only 2 soldiers remaining on the Star Tribe's back, one soldier leaped forward, momentarily suspended in the air before diving into the gaping wound on the Star Tribe's head. He drove the meteor blade deep into the wound. Once, twice, thrice. Blood mixed with viscous white matter sprayed across the soldier's face, and he too produced a Stardust core, inserting it into the freshly created wound before stabbing downward once more. After the final explosion, the Star Tribe finally closed its eyes, collapsing helplessly against the long spear, blood pooling around it. "We did it. Haha." The remaining soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, oblivious to the 2 approaching Star Tribes that were now alarmingly close. With a resounding clap, the 2 Star Tribes swung their massive hands, slamming the remaining soldiers to the ground, their blood staining the enormous palms. After dispatching these soldiers, the Star Tribes advanced towards the corpses of their fallen comrades, their eyes gleaming with ravenous desire. They opened their gaping maws, devouring the remains, their bodies gradually swelling in size. In the Eastern War Zone, or rather in the ongoing conflict between the Li Chen tribe and the Star tribes, such occurrences transpired with alarming frequency. Although the Li Chen soldiers managed to kill the Star tribes, they could not eliminate the corpses in a timely manner, allowing them to serve as nourishment for the others. After consuming their fallen kin, the Star tribes would grow larger, ultimately stabilizing at approximately 10 meters in height. These colossal beings became a source of despair for the Li Chen tribe. On the battlefield, several 7-meter-tall Star tribes had already emerged, rendering the soldiers' lives insufficient to eradicate them. Even the armored vehicles dispatched required 5 or 6 units to halt the advance of such titans. Lord Divine Envoy. The commander of the Eastern War Zone has sent word that their defenses can hold for a maximum of 5 more minutes and requests further instructions. Lord Divine Envoy. The Northern War Zone is under missile attack from the Star tribes and inquires whether to retaliate. Lord Divine Envoy. Enough, I can see, Yuna interrupted, her expression calm and collected as she gazed at the screen. Next time, refrain from addressing me as Lord Divine Envoy. I prefer not to be called that. Furthermore, notify all war zones to disregard the larger Star tribes and focus all efforts on the smaller ones. Additionally, we shall utilize the same weaponry as the Star tribes. Under no circumstances shall this happen again before I issue my command. Understood? The control personnel promptly replied, understood. Commanding the Machin clan and the Star clan in battle, particularly on the ground, left Yuna with a sense of powerlessness. What, after all, were the Star clan's true intentions? Yuna had been unable to grasp their motives. If the Star clan sought to conquer Kitchen Star, then a fleet was already en route from the distant outer space, rendering their premature arrival here seemingly unnecessary. She surveyed the topographical map of the area, alongside the marked landmarks and buildings. What could possibly compel the Star clan to descend in such a manner? Yuna fell into deep contemplation. Kitchen, meaning the rising sun, was merely a name without any particular significance. The mountains in the Eastern Theater were the primary direction of the Star clan's assaults, yet offensives from several other directions had not ceased. The roars of the Star clan could induce a state of stupor, yet such a phenomenon had not materialized on the battlefield thus far. The Star clan descended from the distant void of space in a manner akin to light, making it improbable for them to control the timing and location of their arrival. Shaking her head, Yuna resolved to relinquish these unresolvable thoughts, trusting that others would address such matters. Teng Hao, she called out. Teng Hao, who was overseeing the evacuation of the Machin residents, looked up, furrowing his brow. What is it? He inquired. Once the evacuation plan is finalized, leave it to them. I require your assistance with something, Yuna replied. Without hesitation, Teng Hao recognized the gravity of the situation. After the evacuation plan was established, constant vigilance was unnecessary. Nonetheless, before departing, he reminded the control personnel, document the movement directions of each major Star clan unit and prioritize the evacuation of residents in that direction. Understood, they replied. After managing the evacuation, Teng Hao approached Yuna and asked, has your battle strategy proven ineffective? Yuna appeared somewhat fatigued, sighing. I merely optimized the combat capabilities of the Machin clan. It could not genuinely alter the situation. Teng Hao nodded in understanding. Although Yuna's initial strategy had not yielded results, it did not significantly impact Teng Hao's evacuation efforts, allowing him to appear considerably more relaxed than Yuna. Let us not dwell on that, she said, shaking her head, then gazed at the screen, her voice steady. What do you believe the Star clan's objective is? Unfazed by the presence of the Machin clan behind him, Teng Hao responded directly, the divine ancients, or perhaps remnants they left behind, or certain materials on the planet. Yuna's eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a look of helplessness as she murmured, until I ascertain the Star clan's precise purpose, I find it challenging to devise an effective countermeasure. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall block it. In truth, Yuna's options were limited, lacking any initiative. And she could only use the lives of the Machin clan to impede the Star clan's relentless expansion. Teng Hao, uncertain how to console Yuna, was further burdened by their recent conflict and had no time to seek information regarding Kitchen Star. Our knowledge of Kitchen Star is limited. Perhaps we should consult the Machin clan for their insights, he suggested, leaning close to Yuna. Them? Yuna hesitated briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. Initially, she refrained from seeking the Machin clan's help to minimize the risk of exposure. However, now, with her authority established through the Sheikah command, they need not worry about their identity before the battle's outcome was determined. With this thought, Yuna turned to the control personnel in the room and commanded, "Bring in those familiar with Kitchen Star. I have questions for them." "Yes, ma'am." At that moment, another control personnel interjected, "My lady. The first batch of disassembled intelligent robots has been delivered to the Northern Theater. Should they be deployed to the battlefield immediately? Not for now." The Southern Theater's battlefield presented a mixed intensity of conflict. Some areas were heavily engaged, while others saw little presence from the Star Clan. The Xiaohai area, relying on the adjacent river, was one such region with minimal Star Clan activity. This small sector allowed the Southern Theater to penetrate deeper into the Star Clan's territory, thereby delaying their offensive. However, this depth ultimately fell. Yuna observed the chaotic scenes of missiles raining down on the screen and stated, "Order the various theaters to abandon their current defensive lines and gradually retreat, expanding the engagement area with the Star Clan." Although command of the battlefield rested with Yuna, the unfolding events were beyond her foresight. After deploying missiles merely 3 times in the Western Theater, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn, and Yuna found no inclination to assign blame. The ground battlefield was the immediate focus. Even if neglected, the Star Clan could not conquer the entire planet in a short time. Ultimately, the fate of the battle rested with the approaching Star Clan warships from outer space. Observing the satellite footage, Tang Hao asked Yuna, "Have we still not acquired any angel gold?" "No." Yuna shook her head. In her attempts to assist Tang Hao in obtaining the necessary angel gold, she had indeed issued commands to all theaters. However, killing the Star Clan was inherently difficult, and transporting their remains was utterly unfeasible. Upon the death of each Star Clan member, they were invariably consumed by their comrades, leaving no trace of angel gold whatsoever. Tang Hao contemplated this for a moment before stating, "I believe these Star Clan members may not be the true Star Clan, because they do not immediately transform into angel gold." Yuna pondered Tang Hao's words. He gazed at the screen's center, where a hellish sea of lava bubbled, with Star Clan members continuously emerging from the molten mass. On the periphery of this area, several factories resembling black sludge replicated Machin soldiers and relentlessly launched missiles skyward. "I think we might consider a different approach. Since we are currently uncertain of the Star Clan's intentions, let us contemplate our own objectives," Tang Hao continued. Looking at Yuna, "Even with our formidable weaponry, we cannot triumph over the Star Clan in this state. Since we cannot halt their expansion, why not gather more resources from the battlefield to prepare for our next encounter with them? What do you propose?" Yuna refrained from countering Tang Hao's suggestion. He pointed at the Star Clan stronghold on the screen and declared, "Let us hurl objects in that direction." "Hurl objects?" Yuna could hardly fathom Tang Hao's suggestion. He nodded. "The Star Clan requires analysis to replicate objects. If we were to cast our weapons and various debris at them, how do you think they would discern these items?" Yuna regarded Tang Hao with surprise. His unconventional thinking sparked a new perspective in her, highlighting an aspect she had overlooked. Why did the Machin clan hesitate to bombard the Star Clan's stronghold? Because the Star Clan's ability to replicate, coupled with their inherent vitality, would expedite the countdown to destruction of any Machin assault. Even detonating a nuclear bomb above the Star Clan's stronghold would only yield initial devastation. The Star Clan would not perish as a result, but rather consume any unexploded nuclear devices thereafter. After a couple of futile attempts, the Machin clan abandoned the notion of annihilating the Star Clan and began to strategize on how to defend against their assaults, consequently developing numerous high-impact weapons. Yuna also exhibited this cognitive inertia, showing little interest in the location of the Star Clan's descent, instead focusing her attention solely on direct confrontations. Every decision and command was intended to delay the Star Clan's advance, including the deployment of intelligent robots, which merely served to waste the Star Clan's time without affecting them in the slightest. Tang Hao's words appeared to have no impact on the Star Clan, yet they served as a beacon, illuminating a path for Yuna. This path was one of saturation attacks. The Mo Chen clan had always directed weapons towards the Star Clan, never once casting food or daily necessities in their direction. Consequently, the Star Clan had naturally come to accept the Mo Chen clan's armaments. While deploying a nuclear bomb might inflict casualties upon the Star Clan, such a scenario would not repeat itself. However, if a multitude of nuclear bombs were unleashed, the Star Clan would assimilate them entirely, causing no discernible disturbance. It could be asserted that regardless of what the Mo Chen clan fired at the Star Clan stronghold, the latter would absorb these objects. But what if these objects transcended mere weaponry? Energized by this revelation, Yuna promptly commanded, "Instruct everyone on Chichen Star to surrender any conceivable items to the fleet stationed in outer space. Furthermore, all nuclear bombs, regardless of their size, must be camouflaged, whether concealed within stones or animal carcasses, it matters not. My sole requirement is that these items be dropped into the Star Clan's stronghold from a great height, as swiftly as possible. Understood. Perhaps influenced by Yuna's fervor. The personnel responsible for relaying her commands were imbued with newfound confidence. As the order was issued, Yuna distinctly sensed an acceleration in her blood flow. Excitement, exhilaration, reflection, and release flooded her being. She found it challenging to articulate her emotions at that moment. Yet this feeling of transcending her limitations was undeniably real. To think what others would not, to act where others dare not. Transitioning from passivity to proactivity, the scars left by a previous battle began to heal significantly. Thank you. Yuna expressed, her emotions complex as she gazed at Tang Hao. She had experienced disdain, annoyance, helplessness, anger, sadness, and a myriad of feelings towards him. Yet affection was absent. Her heart forever belonged to another. Yet now, Tang Hao bore a resemblance to that person, an echo, not quite identical, yet strikingly similar. A ripple stirred in the lake of her heart. Tang Hao smiled gently and replied, "No need for thanks. This is the final time." Yuna chuckled, offering no explanation. Tang Hao chose not to dwell on the implication of her words. As long as she was no longer irritated by recent events, that was sufficient for him. However, he had not anticipated that Yuna would make such a daring decision influenced by his words. Contemplating, Tang Hao's expression turned serious as he addressed Yuna. While your actions might temporarily lead to the Star Clan's annihilation, they could also expose Li Chen's star to catastrophic repercussions. If your intent is solely to obliterate the Star Clan's stronghold, I believe the use of nuclear bombs is unnecessary. Yuna inquired, without nuclear bombs, how can we ensure the Star Clan's destruction? Tang Hao responded, to completely eradicate the Star Clan seems an implausible endeavor. Yuna's brow furrowed in confusion. Why? We are pressed for time. Tang Hao continued, gazing at the combat scenes on the screen. Transporting the materials you require to outer space. Given the current technology of the Li Chen clan, will not be a swift affair, and the Star Clan will not remain confined to this small area. However, the number of nuclear bombs required to eliminate such a vast array of the Star Clan, along with the resulting consequences, is beyond what Li Chen Star can withstand. Moreover, while the Star Clan has yet to manifest any angel gold, it does not imply that the Star Clan outside cannot replicate objects. If we fail to annihilate the Star Clan on this planet entirely, we will face those who possess nuclear bombs. Tang Hao intoned gravely. Thus, prior to that, we must ascertain the properties of the Star Clan outside to determine if they can indeed replicate our weaponry, perhaps due to Tang Hao's prior assistance. Yuna quickly acquiesced to his counsel, nodding slightly. All right. In truth, Yuna was acutely aware that her earlier command was tantamount to wagering the Li Chen clan of Li Chen Star, while Tang Hao did not overtly oppose her. She understood that should the worst-case scenario arise, he would once again contest her decisions. Although Yuna remained indifferent to these concerns, she was willing to accompany Tang Hao in this trial, for he had not wholly dissuaded her from her choice. Even if the simultaneous detonation of these nuclear bombs would unleash a force akin to an unprecedented earthquake, Tang Hao leaned towards supporting her. What more could she desire? Reflecting on her previous conflicts with Tang Hao, a smile finally graced Yuna's lips. She was not truly devoid of empathy. Otherwise, why would past events weigh heavily upon her conscience? The Li Chen clan she once knew no longer existed, reduced to mere data within a system. Yuna thought this way and acted accordingly, yet ultimately it was a decision made after weighing consequences. If possible, she would have preferred not to issue such commands. Tang Hao did not comprehend her, just as she did not fully grasp him. Yuna gently shook her head and smiled at Tang Hao. I will delegate a portion of command authority to you. How you experiment with the Star Clan on the battlefield is entirely up to you. Tang Hao felt overwhelmed. On one hand, there was the generation of stellar winds. On the other, the evacuation of the Li Chen clan, and now another task had been added. When the Li Chen clan from Li Chen Star arrived, he would need to divide his attention. Observing Yuna's smiling countenance beside him, Tang Hao let out a deep sigh, seemingly aware that she had placed a considerable burden on him. Yuna's eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully remarked, "Rest assured, I will help you intercept other Star clans." "Thank you," Tang Hao replied, managing a wry smile in response to Yuna's teasing, feeling a sense of unspoken frustration. Yuna's face radiated with a sweet smile as she cheerfully said, "No need for thanks." Middle volume. What is reincarnation? Chapter 15. Urgent news amidst the battlefield shrouded in smoke. The conflict had escalated into an exchange of conventional weaponry. Countless missiles ascended from both sides, showering the battlefield like a meteor storm. Explosions, thick smoke, and flames created a hellish panorama, signaling the ground experimental troops that they could proceed with the plan. With a heavy heart, Tang Hao did not share the same exhilaration as the control personnel. To ensure the experiment's success, the southern war zone had sacrificed thousands, successfully luring suitable star clans into the missile-ravaged arena. 3-meter-tall small star clans, 5-meter-tall medium star clans, and 9-meter-tall large star clans. The losses for the first two types of star clans were minimal. Only the last large star clan, which consumed 10 armored vehicles and nearly 700 soldiers' lives, was successfully drawn into the designated A-15 experimental area. Originally a tourist town in the south, this area bore no particular significance or strategic value. Yet for Tang Hao's experiment, it was the ideal choice, possessing adequate above-ground and underground cover, situated on the battlefield's periphery. As the 9-meter-tall large star clan roared into the desolate expanse, the doors to the underground shelters swung open, and the soldiers who had long been in hiding sprang forth, weapons in hand, rushing to the bombarded ruins. A commander of the Li Chen clan, surveying the still smoldering and smoky wreckage, laughed heartily. "Brothers, this is the task bestowed upon us by the divine. Are you afraid?" The fearless soldiers responded in unison, "Not afraid." "Then let us charge forth together. Onward." This band of hundreds was not the experimental team. Their mission was to prevent the medium star clans from escaping. One could say that from the very moment they emerged onto the battlefield, their fate was sealed. They were destined to perish here. Furthermore, should the star clan exhibit any signs of withdrawal, designated personnel would be tasked with interception. The regions beyond Area A-15 had already transformed into a veritable inferno, with missiles continuing to rain down. Neither the Star Clan nor the Machin clan could hope to survive for long outside this devastated zone. Tang Hao gazed somberly at the soldiers depicted on the screen. They risked their lives to carry out his orders, while he remained safely ensconced, awaiting the outcome. This situation felt grossly unfair, yet it was an inescapable reality. As Yuna oversaw the missile deployment, she kept a vigilant eye on Tang Hao's demeanor, naturally noting his expression. They were alive, yet in a sense, they were already dead. Such was the nature of the battlefield. One must acclimate to it. After a moment of silence, Yuna positioned herself beside Tang Hao, offering silent companionship to ease his burden. Moments later, she inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be directing the battle?" Tang Hao, his expression complex, turned to Yuna. In response, she smiled playfully. Which commander needs to monitor the battlefield incessantly? Tang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him at Yuna's teasing smile. After exhaling slowly, however, his countenance shifted abruptly, and he urgently asked, "How long until the Star Clan's fleet arrives?" "Why do you ask?" "In 5 hours." Tang Hao's brow furrowed as he unconsciously bit his fingers, his eyes shimmering with the depths of distant stars, reflecting a myriad of thoughts. Yuna, sensing the need for tranquility, signaled the others not to disturb Tang Hao and approached a control officer, quietly inquiring, "Is the radiation containment setup fully operational?" Since Yuna intended to launch a widespread nuclear strike against the Star Clan, it would inevitably lead to severe seismic activity and nuclear contamination. Fortunately, despite the Machin clan's relatively primitive civilization, they had devised solutions for dealing with the fallout from nuclear weapons. One such solution was the nuclear plant fog, a synthesized substance that could absorb radioactive materials from the air, chemically degrade them, or accelerate elemental decay to eliminate nuclear pollution. In addition, ionizing barriers were being installed across a radius of hundreds of kilometers in accordance with Tang Hao's directives. Yuna nodded and instructed, "Ensure that all transport aircraft avoid entering the Star Clan's coverage area." Understood. After issuing her command, Yuna moved to another control officer to assess the Machin clan's evacuation progress. To Yuna, Tang Hao's actions seemed futile, nonetheless. She assisted him in handling these seemingly trivial matters while he was lost in thought. "Lord, urgent news from the Northern Front. The missiles are nearly depleted and require immediate resupply." Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, the control officer disregarded Yuna's earlier commands, standing up in a panic to face her. Yuna's expression darkened. The weapon supplies for the Northern Front had already been arranged. How could such a situation arise? Have the Eastern and Western Fronts share the burden of the Northern Front's pressure and ensure the Star Clan does not escape from there? Yes. As a commander, it was indeed unnecessary to constantly monitor the battlefield after issuing commands. for the situation rarely changed so rapidly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to keep a watchful eye on battles that could last for hours, days, or even months. However, Yuna had not anticipated that mere moments after directing several fronts to maintain their positions, a significant issue would arise in one of them. It felt akin to playing a game of chess where, despite the board being unresolved, the pieces had vanished. At this juncture, the battlefield no longer required soldiers to sacrifice their lives to intercept the Star Clan. Sufficient missiles could repel their advances. Although this appeared to be a simple task, it was, in reality, the most perilous. The Star Clan could produce missiles in abundance, while the Machin clan stock was limited, with some long-range missiles rendered inoperable, further depleting their already scant resources. Moreover, to prevent the Star Clan from acquiring pinpoint strike capabilities, the Machin clan was launching missiles via soldier-operated systems. Though lacking in precision and unable to intercept the majority of Star Clan missiles, this method at least shielded them from targeted strikes. Thus, a delicate balance was maintained between the Machin clan and the Star Clan. The Star Clan could not expand under such relentless bombardment. Yet the Machin clan could not eradicate the Star Clan within this territory. This current equilibrium consumed the lives of Machin soldiers and dwindled their weapon supplies. Should it be disrupted, the consequences would be dire. My lord, news has arrived. The missiles in the northern front were destroyed during transport, and we have yet to ascertain the cause. Suddenly destroyed? Yuna's mind raced with possibilities, prompting her to ask, where did the destruction occur? On the Loxin Road, 10 kilometers behind the northern front. The control officer approached Yuna, pointing to several red markers on a display screen, his voice grave. We have not detected any attacks from satellite imagery, suggesting it may have been perpetrated by some of our own controlled personnel. I understand. With that, Yuna's expression grew grave as she surveyed the battlefield, casting her gaze upon the Star Clan she had previously underestimated. These creatures, resembling beasts, were perhaps not as simplistic as she had imagined. At the very least, they should not be regarded through the lens of mere animals. It was possible that they lacked any tactics simply because they did not require one, rather than being incapable. If they needed to, the Star Clan could have nearly incapacitated the northern front, just as they had done. No. As her thoughts spiraled, Yuna's expression shifted dramatically. If the Star Clan's intelligence was indeed on par with her own, what was their plan? More importantly, if their communication extended beyond mere language. Why had they not intervened in Tang Hao's conspicuous experiment, appearing oblivious until now? What are the results of the Star Clan's experiment? However, it was not Yuna who spoke, but Tang Hao, whose own expression mirrored her gravity. The control officer quickly responded. We have employed 3 types of weapons against the Star Clan. Aside from the first particle weapon, which proved ineffective, the remaining 2 have rendered the Star Clan incapacitated. Tang Hao continued, have any of these 3 weapons been deployed on the main battlefield? No. Tang Hao spoke firmly, immediately conduct experiments with the other 2 Star Clan units. Regardless of the results, retreat promptly after the attack. Understood. Perhaps sensing the urgency in Tang Hao's tone, the control officer's demeanor shifted to one of heightened tension as he relayed Tang Hao's orders to the front lines. Yuna regarded Tang Hao with a serious expression, inquiring, what have you discovered? Tang Hao shook his head, his voice low. It remains uncertain for now, but the Star Clan here may not truly be the Star Clan. Not truly the Star Clan. Yuna was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Tang Hao. If these monstrous beings resembling the Star Race are not indeed the Star Race, then what precisely is the Star Race? Furthermore, do these entities not possess the capability to replicate missiles and other objects? Tang Hao elucidated. It could be said that only a fraction of the beings here are genuine members of the Star Race, while the remainder, including the 3 experimental subjects of mine, are merely replicas that bear the appearance of the Star Race. Why do I assert this? Yuna still found herself perplexed by Tang Hao's words, as this seemed contradictory. What is the Star Race? Are these monsters before us not the Star Race? At present, aside from the absence of the Angel King, do we not observe all the attributes possessed by the Star Race? Just as Tang Hao was about to respond, the door to the control room swung open, and several venerable scholars entered with respectful expressions. We have encountered the esteemed lords of the divine race. SUSI, oblivious to his interruption of Yuna and Tang Hao's dialogue, wore a smile of self-satisfaction as he announced, My lord, I have brought several scholars familiar with the Star of Beginnings for you. Although Yuna yearned to hear the unfinished words of Tang Hao, she recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded, saying, Thank you for your efforts. You may leave now. Tang Hao, too, understood that this was not the moment to delve into other matters, even though he had developed a different hypothesis regarding the star race. The most pressing concern remained to uncover the true intentions of the star race. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the scholars. Would you kindly come forward? I wish to ascertain what, if anything, the star race regards as significant on the Star of Beginnings. What might it possess that other planets do not? The scholars gazed at Tang Hao in blank astonishment, seemingly devoid of any leads on this matter, rooted to the spot. After a moment of silence, the scholars gradually shared their knowledge regarding the Star of Beginnings. Although they were unsure of what Tang Hao sought to uncover, they merely needed to recount what they knew. One scholar spoke first. My lord, the Star of Beginnings is the fifth life-bearing planet discovered by the divine race. While it possesses a relatively rich array of mineral resources, it does not differ significantly from our other planets. Another scholar quickly added, if there is a distinction to be made, it is that the Star of Beginnings has 2 moons, and its geological activity and climate are somewhat more complex. A third scholar raised his head and remarked, the soil of the Star of Beginnings contains. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, interrupting them, and inquired, is there anything related to the divine race? One scholar shook his head and replied, although the Star of Beginnings has numerous temples, these hold no connection to the divine race. Historically, the divine race has never visited this place. They merely indicated the trajectory of the divine star. Is there any other unique aspect? Tang Hao was taken aback that calling these individuals had yielded no useful information and left him feeling increasingly directionless. The scholars, too, were at a loss. They were aware of little else, and the nature of what was unique remained elusive to them. If you think of any pertinent information, do return to inform me. Tang Hao, observing their expressions, recognized that further inquiries would likely be fruitless. My lord, we shall take our leave, they said. Very well, Tang Hao nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened. Initially, he had anticipated that this dialogue would reveal some secrets of the divine race or the past connections between the Li Chen race and the divine race. But none of that materialized. The divine race had not even set foot here. This revelation dashed Tang Hao's initial speculations into mere vapor, leaving him adrift without a clue. After the scholars departed, Yuna approached Tang Hao, her brows furrowed with concern. Have we still not located what the star race seeks? Tang Hao glanced at her. His expression tinged with melancholy as he sighed. There is nothing here connected to the divine race, and I remain unclear as to what the star race wishes to obtain. Yuna pondered. If it is unrelated to the divine race, then it must pertain to either the Star of Beginnings or the Li Chen race. Tang Hao shook his head, stating, the Star of Beginnings is merely an ordinary planet, even if it possesses some unique compounds. I doubt these would be of interest to the star race. With no ties to the divine race and no connection to the Star of Beginnings, we are left with only the Li Chen race. But what could the Li Chen race possibly possess that would captivate the star race? Their eyes met, and a spark of realization flickered within them as they simultaneously exclaimed, technological records. Indeed, such records might be the only thing capable of piquing the star race's interest. Yet how did the star race come to know of the existence of these technological records here? If the divine kingdom were to obtain this information, Yuna's eyes sparkled with determination as she turned to Tang Hao, declaring, we must acquire it before the star race does. I understand, Tang Hao responded, his demeanor invigorated and electrified. Firstly, a seemingly reliable answer had finally emerged. Secondly, he was eager to discern what the technological records, revered by the divine race as the essence of cosmic law, truly entailed. But would the destroyed records indeed resurface here as they hoped? How had the Li Chen race deceived the divine race into believing that such records had been obliterated? The scholars who had just departed were summoned back to the control room and led by Tang Hao into a private chamber, the same one where the Supreme Lord had initially entered. Upon entering, the scholars felt an air of tension, uncertain as to what had transpired to cause the Divine Lord to adopt such a grave demeanor and summon them into this room. Once seated, one scholar, filled with urgency, asked, my lord, what is the purpose of your summons? Tang Hao surveyed the group before responding, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of our race's technological records. Though his tone was courteous, the scholars felt an unsettling sense of impending accountability, their faces paling. They had encountered the wrong people at the wrong time and in the wrong place. Tang Hao nodded, his voice low. I need to ascertain whether those records were indeed destroyed by you. He pressed further, no one took any part of the records, nor did any copies remain? None. The scholars collectively shook their heads. Frowning, Tang Hao inhaled deeply, aware that matters could not be this straightforward. Otherwise, the divine race would not have been unable to locate those items, regardless of whether the Imochen race had concealed the truth. It was imperative for Tang Hao and the others to unearth every potential lead. The star race's presence on the Star of Beginnings was to procure those records. If we cannot ascertain their whereabouts, we stand no chance in this battle. Upon revealing the rationale for summoning them, the scholars sat in stunned silence. Disbelief etched across their faces as if they had forgotten how to breathe. After a profound stillness, one scholar sprang to his feet, his face flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "My lord, are you saying that those records still exist?" "Marvelous, absolutely marvelous." An elderly scholar rose, tears glistening in his eyes, as though he wished to celebrate with exuberance in the room. The other scholars mirrored similar expressions of elation. Their primary concern was not the repercussions for the Star Clan upon acquiring the information, for that was the original sin of the Imochen clan. Time was of the essence, as each moment wasted risked the Star Clan obtaining this knowledge. Thus, Tang Hao rose. Addressing the assembly with urgency, "I need you to tell me where this information might still reside if it still exists." Following his words, the previously animated scholars quickly settled into a solemn demeanor. Indeed, this was not a time for celebration if the Star Clan were to seize the information. The original sin of the Imochen clan would deepen, an outcome they could not fathom. The scholars engaged in fervent discussion, contemplating which factions had initially been involved, who might have acquired the information, whether any remnants of the destroyed documents remained, and who could conceal the existence of such information from the scrutiny of the divine clan. One scholar, amidst the debate, suddenly lit up with excitement, rising to address Tang Hao, "My lord, I believe I have discerned where the information is most likely to be found." "Speak." Tang Hao's heart raced with anticipation. He had not expected such swift progress. After all, these individuals had previously been as lost as he was regarding the matter. Yet, any advancement was a positive development, and he held no intention to cast blame. "My lord," the scholar continued, "most of those who had contact with the information were cast into stars, with only a handful surviving. Among them was one who was buried on Chen star. I believe that is where the information is most likely to be preserved." After his proclamation, the other scholars fell into contemplation, but soon one stood to refute him. "Are you suggesting the Lord of Jianglu? That is impossible. As one of the original envoys and divine messengers, how could the Lord of Jianglu possibly conceal such information? The Lord's burial goods were meticulously documented. It would be implausible to deceive others and smuggle documents into the tomb. Is it possible the Lord of Jianglu left these items for his descendants? Are you referring to Envoy Luowen? Yet, Envoy Luowen has long since fled Chen star. Why would the Star Clan still descend upon that place? Humph. We all know Chen star is essentially under the control of the Luo family. If the information is not within the Lord's tomb, it is most likely in the envoy's hall of the Luo family or one of the many estates they possess. How could the Lord of Jianglu conceal such information from the Imochen clan and the Divine clan? The Star Clan has already descended. Do you believe that is feasible? I too believe that the individual most likely to have preserved this information on Chen star is the Lord of Jianglu. There are no other viable possibilities. Hearing this, Tang Hao's expression grew grave. Are you certain the most probable suspect is the Lord of Jianglu? After a serious discussion among the scholars, one nodded toward Tang Hao, stating, "My lord, of those who survived, only the Lord of Jianglu remained on Chen star. The rest, either other lords or those who interacted with the divine artifacts, did not stay long enough to conceal such information." "Excellent. If you make any further discoveries, you must inform me at once." After nodding, Tang Hao swiftly departed the control room, determined to relay this information to Yuna and to uncover the documents before the Star Clan could. Yuna, commanding the battle, immediately issued orders upon hearing Tang Hao's account. Every individual associated with the Luo family, as well as their estates or burial sites, required thorough investigation. Meanwhile, the scholars stood alongside various control personnel, fervently deliberating to pinpoint relevant locations on Chen star. The Jianglu family had flourished for generations, their presence ingrained throughout Chen star, with countless branches and offshoots. Identifying where these individuals had been buried or the locations they had visited was no simple task. The scholars relied on their memories and knowledge to identify potential sites connected to the Luo family as swiftly as possible, but beyond that, they could offer little more assistance to Tang Hao. The remaining locations where information might be hidden would necessitate a vast search effort from countless individuals on Chen star. This was an immense undertaking, perhaps even more challenging than combating the Star Clan. Yuna and Tang Hao stood together, their expressions grave as they gazed at the screen before them. The image displayed numerous rotorcraft transporting various machinery, converging upon an imposing array of tombs. Amidst the grand sepulchres adorned with countless stone tablets and trees, a multitude of workers scurried about like ants, diligently demolishing stones and trees before beginning to excavate the central structure of the tomb. Notably, no explosives were employed, and all personnel exhibited extreme caution, with some even employing manual methods to avoid damaging the tomb's integrity. Occasionally, individuals were seen directing the efforts with handheld screens, creating a scene that, despite its scale, exhibited an orderly chaos reminiscent of industrious ants at work. Yuna observed the tomb and remarked, 257 kilometers from the Eastern Front. This is indeed one of the Star Clan's most likely targets. Tang Hao nodded in agreement, saying, there is also the Northern Tomb. That too could potentially harbor information. Yuna understood that he referred to the resting place of the Lord of Jianglu's personal attendant, which was also under meticulous search by the Li Chen clan. Let us hope for a discovery. The current state of the battle against the Star Clan had taken an unexpected turn for Yuna, yet the outcome of the search mattered infinitely more than the conflict itself, fueling her hope for a fruitful revelation. Indeed, Tang Hao reaffirmed with another nod. In this unfolding narrative, a series of commands wove together like the threads of an intricate web, gradually instilling a semblance of order amidst the chaos of Li Chen Star. Under this newfound structure, all entities connected to the Jianglu family were systematically compiled and organized, leading to a sweeping operation of apprehension and search across the planet. Due to the urgency of time, these orders inadvertently intensified the turmoil on the planet. However, unlike before, the populace now possessed a clear direction and purpose. The disorder was merely superficial chaos, failing to impede the efforts to capture and investigate the Jianglu family. In fact, thanks to the relentless endeavors of the Li Chen clan, an increasing number of previously undiscovered leads came to light. The Jianglu family, entrenched on Li Chen Star, was not as pristine as it appeared. Beneath the veil of absolute power lay a sordid history, the public face of the Jianglu family and their estates, bolstered by the continuous flow of information from the Li Chen clan, rapidly expanded to over double its initial size. Most of the heinous acts one could conceive had transpired within this hereditary envoy's lineage, an ongoing cycle of transgressions that never ceased, perpetually repeating. These tarnished legacies plunged the already fervent Li Chen clan into a state of extreme fervor, while Tang Hao and Yuna had mobilized the entire Li Chen clan on Li Chen Star. The majority remained unaware that their mission was entwined with the Jianglu family and the Star Clan. As more blood-stained histories were unearthed, the pursuit transformed into a massacre against the Jianglu family. By the time this news reached Tang Hao, nearly 50,000 individuals associated with the Jianglu family had perished, and the trend of this slaughter was escalating. The circumstances surrounding this situation remained obscure, as the entire planet seemed to have undergone this transformation simultaneously. Like a raging inferno of vengeance, it swiftly ignited the entire planet. It can be considered a minor yet significant interlude. Despite the ongoing search across the planet, no promising news has emerged. For instance, the burial site of the sovereign of Zhongluo, which Tang Hao has been particularly concerned about, has even seen the excavation of its long-decayed coffin, yet no fruitful discoveries have been made. It seems as though the relevant information never existed, leaving no trace upon the planet. While the quest for Li Chen Star remains fruitless, the battlefield has undergone considerable transformation. The once balanced confrontation between the Star Clan and the Li Chen clan has devolved into a one-sided onslaught by the Star Clan's missiles, expanding their territory to a staggering 150 kilometers. Even with a continuous influx of reinforcements, the battlefield is teetering on the brink of collapse. With the four major war zones fragmented into numerous factions, unable to maintain a cohesive interception network. Although Yuna has exerted every effort to salvage the dire situation, the scarcity of missiles renders her tactical formations mere facades of utility. With 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining until the arrival of the Star Clan fleet, Yuna's greatest concern has materialized. Sir, the transport units in the northern war zone encountered the Star Clan near the mountains. A transport aircraft was unable to retreat in time and has been struck by a Star Clan missile, crashing into the forest. The control personnel, upon receiving this news, displayed expressions of sheer terror, fully aware that if the Star Clan were to seize the aircraft, they could swiftly spread across the planet, leaving no alternative but mutual destruction. As the commander, Yuna understood the necessity of remaining composed. Despite having only a few subordinates present, she instinctively inquired, did the Star Clan obtain the transport aircraft? No. The transport unit has destroyed the aircraft, but the Star Clan is heading towards the wreckage. Our forces are currently engaged in combat with them. Yuna nodded and commanded, immediately dispatch nearby units to provide support. Under no circumstances must we allow the Star Clan to acquire those remains. Understood. However, summoning nearby units for support would inevitably rupture the interception network in that area. Consequently, Yuna made certain adjustments to the interception network following her command. After completing these tasks, she approached Tang Hao with a serious expression, stating, the Star Clan has exhibited some form of change. I believe you need to take a look. Tang Hao, who was instructing the Mo Chun clan scientists, nodded and exhaled, responding, I understand. But currently the stable wave particle bomb designed to create stellar winds is undergoing testing. I may require some time before I can come over. Yuna recognized the gravity of the situation and pondered for a moment before asking, can you tell me, at the current progress, how long until the stellar winds reach Kitchen Star? After reviewing the data, Tang Hao considered for a moment and replied, at the earliest, 1 hour, at the latest. Approximately 1 hour and 50 minutes until the stellar winds arrive at Kitchen Star. However, aside from the stable wave bombs, there are other devices that also need testing. If you intend to deploy those robots, I suggest waiting another half hour. Yuna shook her head and said, we cannot afford to wait any longer. If we delay, these robots will lose their efficacy. Tang Hao did not expect the battlefield situation to have deteriorated to such an extent. Thus turning to Yuna, he said, give me 2 minutes. All right. In less than 2 minutes, Tang Hao delegated all data analysis and adjustments to the scientists aboard the Mo Chun fleet. Is the Star Clan doing anything with the wreckage? He asked with a serious demeanor as he stood beside Yuna, fixated on the battlefield displayed on the screen. The screen was obscured by billowing smoke. Apart from the continuous explosions, visibility was severely limited, leaving uncertainty as to whether the Star Clan had indeed acquired the remnants. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Hao queried, is there a route map indicating the movement of the Star Clan towards here? A route map? Yuna replied, somewhat puzzled. The Star Clan's movement is simply a broad diffusion, presenting an irregular circular pattern. Is there anything particularly noteworthy about this movement? Understanding her confusion, Tang Hao elaborated. There has always been a peculiar aspect regarding the Star Clan's ability to replicate our weapons. For instance, in my previous experiment, it seemed that the Star Clan had lost this capability. This is something I have been pondering. As he observed the movement patterns of the Star Clan on the screen, Tang Hao continued, these are merely my speculations. However, if they prove incorrect, we will lose all initiative on the battlefield. Yuna furrowed her brow. What speculation? The Western War Zone initially contracted the encirclement as per your orders, correct? Tang Hao persistently adjusted the video timeline, enlarging a specific segment on the screen. Is there a problem? Yuna inquired, glancing at Tang Hao. Tang Hao nodded, gazing at the screen as he said, to fulfill your command. The Western War Zone utilized missiles during one of their offensives, thereby allowing the Star Clan to acquire similar weaponry. Yuna recognized that Tang Hao was spiraling into his thoughts yet again, but she indulged him, indeed. The missiles from the Western War Zone, after initially eliminating a few Star Clan members, did not continue their assault, leaving the Star Clan with only fragments of the missiles. Correct. In my previous experiment, I employed some of the Mo Chun clan's most formidable individual weapons. These weapons possess considerable lethality for both the Star Clan and the Mo Chun clan. Yet the Star Clan failed to replicate them. Exactly. Have you ever considered why the Star Clan would exhibit such behavior? Yuna glared at Tang Hao impatiently. Continue. Feeling somewhat awkward, Tang Hao quickly added, we are all aware that once the Star Clan descends upon a new planet resembling light, all previously replicated items are erased, forcing them to revert to their primordial state in search of new objects to replicate, such as the missiles they replicated here. This characteristic of the Star Clan, to some extent, mirrors the continuity of species or the transmission of civilization. All Star Clan members that descend appear akin to newborns, having not inherited anything from their predecessors. It is as if the stored information within a system has been purged. While the system itself remains unaffected, it has lost many of its functionalities. Tang Hao continued to observe the expansion of the Star Clan's movements, explaining, in fact, the same applies to the Star Clan here. Initially, all missiles existed only adjacent to the Star Clan's main base. It was only as the battlefield expanded that they relocated these missile bases outward. Tang Hao fixed his gaze on Yuna, stating, if each of these Star Clan members could replicate missiles, their rate of expansion would not be so sluggish. They could easily convert any location into a missile base. Although Yuna recognized this situation, it held little significance for her, even if what Tang Hao claimed was true. Only a fraction of the Star Clan here were genuine. Could they not launch other weapons at these Star Clan members? It is crucial to understand that a complete Star Clan can consume any weapon and transform it into their own. At that point, not only would eliminating these Star Clan members become impossible, but the entire Kitchen Star would face an even greater peril. Nonetheless, Yuna understood that Tang Hao would never broach such trivial matters, so she fixed her gaze on him, asking, what assistance does this offer us? Tang Hao nodded, distance. The Star Clan's replication requires distance. Distance? Yes. Do you recall those Star Clan battleships in outer space? Yuna swiftly comprehended why Tang Hao had previously posed such a question, a point she had long overlooked. The communication among the Star Clan could occur through a mental network, given that a fleet from the Star Clan had already arrived in space. It raised the question, why were the Star Clan here unable to replicate those warships? Tang Hao nodded and remarked, the Star Clan can communicate with one another to replicate identical entities, yet such communication may be constrained by spatial limitations. For instance, the Star Clan here is currently unable to replicate the fleet from outer space. Additionally, there is another point I wish to address. Only a fraction of the Star Clan present here are genuine members, while most of those we see on the screen are likely mere individuals controlled by that small fraction. The Divine Clan had imparted numerous matters to Tang Hao and Yuna. Although their understanding of the Star Clan was not particularly profound and time constraints limited the information available to them, they could still deduce many things from these clues. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Yuna's expressive black eyes as she inquired, is there a maternal entity akin to the insectoid species among this Star Clan? Tang Hao did not entirely concur with the concept of insectoid species, but nonetheless nodded in response to Yuna, stating, I am uncertain whether such a transformation within the Star Clan is a norm, yet it is evident that we currently see no trace of heavenly gold. While the Star Clan can consume their kin or assimilate the prior protrusions, their attributes are evidently not wholly intact. Are these remnants of the Star Clan? A fleeting light danced in Yuna's eyes as she posed a question to Tang Hao. He, however, was too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty of her gaze, shaking his head in response, not at this moment. Hence, I wish to observe the movement patterns of the Star Clan. Since they are seeking the remnants of the transport ship, it stands to reason that genuine members of the Star Clan would approach that vicinity. Upon grasping Tang Hao's intention, Yuna began to scrutinize the footage before them with heightened diligence. If they could devise a means to distinguish these Star Clan members and ascertain the distance required for their replication, the entire battlefield would undergo a transformation. The Li Chen clan had refrained from deploying more powerful weaponry primarily because the Star Clan could assimilate such devices. However, if this assimilation necessitated genuine members of the Star Clan, considerable operational latitude would exist. For instance, Yuna could command the Star Clan to expand their territorial grasp and subsequently eliminate those members that could not be assimilated, thereby significantly diminishing the threat posed by the Star Clan. Nonetheless, a pressing question remained. Did the Star Clan require a complete object for replication, or merely fragments thereof? Should the Star Clan only need the remnants, then even if a substantial number of them were eradicated initially, they could utilize these remains to replicate weapons. This was a scenario Yuna was reluctant to witness. In observing the movement trajectories of the Star Clan, it indeed aligned with Tang Hao's anticipation. Following the crash of the transport ship in the mountainous terrain, 3 members of the Star Clan immediately advanced towards that location. Regrettably, these individuals bore no discernible differences from the others at first glance. The Star Clan had not afforded Tang Hao and Yuna the opportunity to distinguish them visually. Disheartened upon noting the lack of distinction among the 3 members, Yuna bit her lip and remarked, even if there are different varieties of the Star Clan present, it serves no purpose for us. If we cannot identify these members, we will be unable to formulate an effective response. Even with certain clues confirming the Star Clan's resemblance to insectoid species, it bears no significance for this battle. However, at this juncture, Tang Hao shook his head and smiled at Yuna, stating, actually, this is already sufficient. What do you mean? Yuna asked, her expression one of confusion and surprise. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered within her. Tang Hao gazed into Yuna's eyes and replied with a smile, although the cunning of the Star Clan exceeds our expectations, our understanding of them has also deepened. At the very least, it is clear that the Star Clan does not possess unlimited replication capabilities. Their mental communication requires a certain distance, which I believe is linked to the strength of their mental entities. Mental entities? Yuna inquired, intrigued. Yes, Tang Hao affirmed. The consciousness or soul of the Star Clan cannot manifest out of thin air as they do with physical replication. While the Star Clan can continuously divide themselves, those fragments may not necessarily be authentic members of the Star Clan. Yuna pondered for a moment, still struggling to grasp the implications. Is this useful to us? Tang Hao focused on the imagery of the transport ship's crash site displayed on the screen, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied. If the Star Clan can indeed replicate a transport ship from its remnants, then I believe I may discern what they are seeking here. As the narrative unfolds, the nature of reincarnation is explored in the 18th chapter, Creating Troubles. It remains uncertain whether the Star Clan has acquired these remnants. But based on the engagement between the support troops and the Star Clan, the likelihood that they have not obtained the remnants appears to be greater. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to continue advancing towards the debris. However, if Tang Hao's hypothesis holds true, relinquishing these remnants would necessitate Yuna obtaining something of equivalent value from Tang Hao. Yuna was uncertain of the source of Tang Hao's confidence, but fixated her gaze on him, saying earnestly, "If the Star Clan can replicate a transport ship from its remnants, what exactly are they searching for here?" Tang Hao was not inclined to simply surrender the remnants to the Star Clan. Thus he smiled at Yuna and clarified, "There is no need to hand over the remnants to the Star Clan. Rather, if they can replicate a transport ship, my hypothesis gains considerable credence." Furrowing her brow, Yuna coldly demanded, "Elucidate." Having tolerated Tang Hao's erratic tendencies to the best of her ability, she now felt an overwhelming urge to cast him onto the battlefield for his indiscreet behavior. Tang Hao, feeling awkward, hastily explained, "I only recently contemplated this notion. The Star Clan is indeed in pursuit of technological records, yet this record may not necessarily be inscribed on a physical medium. Given the current circumstances, it is plausible that the Star Clan seeks the remains of the Lord of Jiangluo, or rather, the memories of the Lord of Jiangluo that linger in this world." The technology of the Divine Clan had already astounded Yuna, who was born of the Era clan, but Tang Hao's fantastical conjecture struck her like a thunderbolt. She even questioned whether Tang Hao had lost his senses, her eyes scanning him skeptically before she queried, "The Star Clan desires the memories of the Lord of Jiangluo?" Tang Hao nodded earnestly. "Have you heard of a place where the sounds of ancient battles can be heard during thunderstorms, or where one might witness scenes from past wars surrounded by rocks?" Such occurrences have been chronicled in the history of the Era Divine Clan, often passed down through legends without any genuine confirmation. This phenomenon was referred to as the Yin Soldier's Borrowing Path, regarded as a supernatural phenomenon worthy of scholarly investigation. Explanations for the Yin Soldier's Borrowing Path remained confined to the notion that special magnetic fields could record sounds and images, often dismissed as fanciful tales by many scholars. Yuna had indeed heard of such bizarre occurrences, yet hearing them spoken so earnestly by Tang Hao, coupled with the Star Clan's quest for the transport ship remnants, seemed to weave a connection at that moment. If the Star Clan could replicate a complete transport ship from the wreckage, could they not also extract knowledge of the Divine Clan's technology from the remains of the Lord of Jiangluo? While Yuna grasped Tang Hao's implication, she still found it challenging to accept. Aware of her skepticism, Tang Hao pressed on, "Do you know the ship of Theseus?" Philosophical confusion clouded Yuna's expression. Reminiscent of a student grappling with a complex question, her brow furrowed as she struggled to recall the answer. The ship of Theseus is a renowned thought experiment. It describes a ship capable of sailing the seas for centuries, thanks to continuous maintenance and replacement of its components. Whenever a wooden plank rots, it is replaced, and this process continues until none of the original functional parts remain. The question arises, is the ship that ultimately results still the original ship of Theseus? Or has it become an entirely different vessel? If it is not the original ship, when exactly did it cease to be the original? This inquiry leads to further contemplation, such as if the old parts removed from the ship of Theseus are used to construct a new vessel. Which of the two ships can truly be considered the authentic ship of Theseus? While the concept of borrowing the essence of a magnetic field is somewhat comprehensible, the ship of Theseus presents a philosophical dilemma. Is there a connection between the two? Tang Hao chuckled. Do you not perceive that the wreckage of the transport ship is, in a sense, a manifestation of the ship of Theseus? Yuna, perplexed, responded, but isn't the ship of Theseus a paradox concerning identity transformation? The Star Clan indeed desires the wreckage of the transport ship, but how can the transport ship replicated from this wreckage relate to the ship of Theseus? Tang Hao shook his head. It seems you have misunderstood my point. I am not questioning whether the ship is still a ship. What then? Have you ever pondered a question? If half of the ship of Theseus is dismantled, is it still a ship? Indeed. And if the entire ship is completely dismantled? Yuna gazed at Tang Hao as if he were foolish. Once a ship is entirely taken apart, it is merely a pile of wood. Even if these pieces are from the ship, they cannot be considered a vessel. Tang Hao remained unfazed by Yuna's expression and responded with a smile. Our ability to discern what an object is entirely depends on our perception and the state in which the object presents itself to us. This time, Tang Hao refrained from further complicating the discussion and addressed Yuna. While the ship of Theseus is a discourse on the identity of objects. If we merely dismantle without replacing, it cannot be deemed a ship. Yet, if we continue to reassemble it, it will reclaim its identity as a ship, rather than merely a heap of wood. If these pieces of wood are not components of a ship, they remain just wood. We would not associate them with a ship. If a ship appears unship-like, we would not consider it a ship. Nonetheless, regardless of our thoughts, it does not alter the fact that these pieces of wood were once integral parts of a ship. Those new pieces of wood, before being affixed to the ship, bear no relation to it, regardless of their shape. Tang Hao observed Yuna, who appeared to be somewhat bewildered, and found the situation amusing. He chuckled. The wreckage of the transport ship is merely debris to us. If we were to scatter this pulverized wreckage, we might not even think of it as related to the transport ship. Yet, fundamentally, they have always been components of the transport ship. Yuna gradually grasped Tang Hao's meaning and pondered aloud. Are you suggesting that the wreckage of the transport ship encodes the data of the complete vessel? Essentially, yes. Tang Hao smiled. The records of past occurrences cannot conjure events that never transpired. Although the ship of Theseus presents an identity paradox, the essence of this identity can only be discussed if it has existed. Otherwise, it is merely a collection of mundane wood. If there exists any connection between the two, it can be summed up in one word: existence. For this world, they once existed. This existence is independent of cognition and solely pertains to whether they have ever existed. In terms of cosmic principles, it is impossible to deny the fact that an object has existed. Tang Hao remarked. The ship of Theseus can only be debated in terms of whether it is indeed the ship of Theseus after new wood has been added. Prior to that, wood is simply wood. This implies that existence is what endows something with significance. While we cannot imagine the shape of a ship using the wood from its hull, for that wood, it undeniably remains a part of the ship. Likewise, the wreckage of the transport ship is merely a pile of scrap metal to us. But for that wreckage itself, it was once a complete transport vessel. The Star Clan is capable of replicating many things. But the prerequisite is that the object must have existed. Otherwise, the Star Clan cannot conjure it from thin air. Tang Hao's explanation was quite lucid. The entire universe is akin to a vast database. Things that once existed do not vanish. They persist in an incomprehensible semblance. Information itself is not a tangible entity. Even without photographs and written records, one cannot negate the existence of that information. From transport ship to scrap metal, and back to transport ship, Yuna suddenly inquired, what if we were to take away a portion of the transport ship's wreckage? Tang Hao chuckled. This relates to the ship of Theseus. It raises the question of when this ship can be considered a new vessel or when it ceases to be a ship entirely. Are you suggesting that the Star Clan does not necessarily require the complete wreckage of the transport ship? That is my hypothesis. Similar to the infinite extension of numbers or the individual replication of cells, perhaps the Star Clan does not need the entire wreckage of the transport ship, as there may be rules we are unaware of at play. Yuna frowned. You seem rather like a charlatan. The very existence of the universe is beyond our comprehension. Tang Hao is aware that his conjectures were somewhat tenuous, yet some matters do not necessitate a thorough exploration of their underlying causes. The pursuit of knowledge through exploration is indeed valid, yet adaptability is essential for progress, lest one becomes ensnared in obstinate reasoning. Yuna seemed to concur with Tang Hao's perspective and asked, so what shall we do now? Tang Hao responded with a smile. Matter is in a state of perpetual transformation. For instance, the wreckage of the transport ship, if we trace its lineage, can even be linked back to the moment of the universe's inception. Therefore, let us create some trouble for the Star Clan. Upon hearing that they could use the wreckage of the transport ship to create some difficulties for the Star Clan, Yuna's interest piqued, and she inquired, what kind of trouble? Have the frontline troops collect this wreckage and, as swiftly as possible, fabricate some long swords or items we can comprehend. Isn't it feasible to simply melt down the wreckage? Tang Hao chuckled. It is possible, but from my perspective, creating something we can recognize is relatively safer. Your idea does not seem very scientific. Trying is always worthwhile. Tang Hao did not feel embarrassed when confronting a star clan that lacks discernible weaknesses. Adhering strictly to conventional methods might yield no results. In such instances, it is better to be bold. Perhaps unexpected outcomes will arise. Under the relentless bombardment of the Star Clan's missiles, the area where the Li Chen clan and the Star Clan competed for wreckage gradually manifested a peculiar magnetic field, the cause of which remains unclear for the time being. Initially, this was due to the inability to transmit news of the commander's demise. Yet it soon led to complete chaos within the command systems of the battling forces. As of now, the soldiers on the battlefield are nearly engaged in solitary combat. Even with reinforcements continuously arriving, they become increasingly dispersed while evading the Star Clan's bombardments. However, the troops are aware that their primary objective is to prevent the Star Clan from acquiring the wreckage, thus they remain closely encircled around the debris, continuously burying or transporting it to the rear under the hail of missiles. Unfortunately, due to the lack of transport vehicles in the early stages and the relentless bombardment by the Star Clan, the speed of wreckage transportation is exceedingly slow. Due to the immovable nature of the trench warfare, the Li Chen clan's initial interception net against the Star Clan transformed into a surrounding net by the Star Clan to ensnare the Li Chen clan. Consequently, the supporting troops faced the daunting challenge of confronting the vast numbers of Star Clan forces encircling the wreckage. This predicament hindered numerous vehicles laden with the remnants of transport ships from exiting, while subsequent reinforcements found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the core battlefield. However, this situation remained obscured from the beleaguered Li Chen combat units, who valiantly endeavored to relocate the debris, oblivious to the reality known only to the Star Clan. Upon the arrival of Yuna's new operational orders, the supporting combat units, despite their lack of comprehension regarding the command's implications, promptly commenced the unloading of all cargo from hundreds of transport vehicles, hastily charging into the deathly battleground rife with missile bombardments. In an attempt to relay Yuna's directives to the beleaguered forces still unaware of their dwindling numbers, the supporting units expended nearly all their missiles to carve out a handful of paths for advancement. After incurring overwhelming casualties exceeding 90%, these transport vehicles finally succeeded in delivering the command. In a fierce atmosphere of isolation and desperation, a transport vehicle, nearly disintegrated by the shockwaves of bombardments, careened through the smoke-laden battlefield. As comrades fell one by one to the onslaught of the Star Clan's bombardments and ferocious claws, the vehicle, on the verge of collapse, stumbled upon a squad of soldiers engaging the Star Clan with missiles and firearms near the border of the wreckage in the mountainous region. This Li Chen soldier, a mere shadow of his former self, much like the battered transport vehicle, clung to a thread of life. The soldiers within the transport were bloodied and disoriented, their ears deafened by explosions, and their vision blurred from impacts. Yet, upon hazily spotting the small squad, he summoned his last reserves of strength, excitement coursing through him as he steered the vehicle closer. The squad, embroiled in combat with a 5-meter-tall Star Clan entity, quickly noticed the dilapidated transport vehicle and, in a state of alarm, shouted commands to halt. However, the cacophony of warfare rendered their voices inaudible, and the soldiers aboard the transport remained oblivious to the warnings. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao and Yuna, the battlefield's dynamics had shifted. The Star Clan was no longer the greatest threat. It was the Li Chen clones, birthed by the Star Clan, that wreaked the most havoc upon the combat units. Amidst the relentless bombardment, the battlefield devolved into chaos with each faction fighting in isolation, and the Star Clan struggled to advance. To clear the obstacles surrounding the wreckage, the Star Clan deployed larger units, but primarily relied on clone soldiers to engage the Li Chen forces, the frequency of missile strikes gradually diminishing. Initially, these cloned Li Chen soldiers decimated the unprepared units, and had it not been for the timely intervention of reinforcements that obliterated the area with missiles, the Star Clan might have seized the remnants of the transport ships. Now, the combat units encircling the wreckage were dwindling in number, their attempts to relocate the debris having ceased. At present, any Li Chen soldiers approaching the wreckage became targets for the combat units. The Star Clan may have refrained from further damaging the transport wreckage, or perhaps the overwhelming bombardment impeded their advance. Regardless, aside from the remaining missile strikes from the combat units, the vicinity of the wreckage was relatively tranquil, akin to the eye of a storm. This lull provided the beleaguered units a moment's respite. Yet the presence of cloned soldiers transformed the battlefield into a realm of indiscriminate hostility. Any encounter with a Li Chen soldier could erupt into brutal conflict. The final supporting unit suffered nearly half its strength due to this tense atmosphere. This squad, engaged in combat with the Star Clan, represented one of the few remaining operational units near the wreckage. Having endured the prior brutal infighting, they remained exceedingly cautious of any approaching soldiers. The squad leader, having rejected his team's suggestion, solemnly commanded, "Fire a warning shot. If they continue to approach, we shall destroy them with direct fire." With prompt obedience, several soldiers discharged their weapons around the transport vehicle, attempting to halt its enigmatic advance. However, the soldier at the wheel, already in a state of confusion, could neither hear nor perceive the attacks. The transport vehicle maintained its course, and a shell embedded itself in its chassis. When the explosion erupted, the already crumbling vehicle shattered violently. The squad leader, witnessing the destruction, inhaled deeply, his expression grim. "Send a few men to investigate," he ordered. Swiftly, 2 soldiers detached from the squad, which was still engaged with distant StarClan forces, to approach the wreckage. The soldier within the transport, shielded from the brunt of the blast, yet with his legs obliterated, bled profusely upon the blackened soil. In his final moments, he clutched a blood-stained piece of paper tightly. When this grim token was presented to the squad leader, an indescribable sorrow enveloped the unit, casting a heavy silence over them. On this desolate battlefield, where friend and foe were indistinguishable, they had unwittingly slain their own comrade, nearly extinguishing the hope of conquering the Star Clan. They bore the guilt, the weight of their actions marking them as sinners within the Li Chen clan, devoid of justification, simply for existing in this realm. Now, the valiant Li Chen soldier had exchanged his life for a sacred message that reached their hands, compelling them to fulfill their duty and seek redemption for the Li Chen clan. With reddened eyes, the squad leader bowed deeply toward the transport vehicle, then clenched his fist and shouted to his comrades, "Everyone, heed my command. Relay the order of the Li Chen clan at once. Even in death, you must ensure that it reaches the front lines." This combat unit had remained at their post for far too long, despite their dwindling ammunition amidst continuous skirmishes. Retreat was not an option. They understood that moving toward the wreckage would invite further attacks from other units. Yet, they had no alternative, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Since the arrival of the Star Clan, their existence had been reduced to mere survival. Now, they could exchange their lives for the future of the Li Chen clan. There were those among them who discarded their weapons and equipment, for such sacrifices would hasten the delivery of orders to the rear units. Ignoring the dying Star Clan soldiers in the distance, this combat unit dispersed, sprinting toward the wreckage. Similar to their prior encounter with the transport vehicle, the units near the wreckage, upon spotting these individuals, immediately launched an assault following nearly futile warnings. In this manner, several members of the squad perished, yet some succeeded in conveying the Li Chen clan's orders to the rear combat units. A soldier, having bravely approached the combat forces, fell into a pool of blood after being struck. With the last vestiges of his strength, he bellowed, "Divine Clan, Oracle, Photograph." Although the technological advancement of the Machin tribe has been gradual in a broader sense, their products aimed at serving the public are not lagging behind. The microcomputer, a device capable of communication and entertainment, naturally includes a photographic function. This soldier, who perished before the combat troops, succeeded in transmitting this command through his life and fortune. Yuna's order was straightforward. As Tang Hao had articulated, it was to transform the wreckage of the transport aircraft into something else, though what that something was remained undetermined, leaving the nearby combat troops to conceive and execute their own ideas. Despite the dubious nature of the command transmitted with such peril, in the face of the current battlefield littered with wreckage, nothing was more dreadful than awaiting death. Furthermore, the command did not seem to favor the Star Clan, prompting several teams that successfully received the order to, like the previous squad, pay the ultimate price to propagate it further inward. Swiftly, the combat troops closest to the wreckage sprang into action. However, due to the bombardment by the Star Clan on the outermost parts of the debris, their modifications were concentrated in the areas adjacent to the Star Clan for safety reasons. The transport aircraft was substantial, and after its destruction, the wreckage was relatively dispersed, thus allowing the soldiers engaged in its transformation to remain in a relatively secure state for the time being. Yet, This security might alter should the Star Clan discover their intentions, compelling the soldiers to expedite their efforts in modifying the wreckage. Lacking the necessary tools, these soldiers had to rely on their imagination, constructing a small furnace and cooling it with shaped clay, in contrast to the fierce battleground outside. This area was imbued with a long-lost sense of childhood wonder, occasionally echoing with laughter. It was both genuine and brutal. This battlefield had once existed in reality, without communication. The conditions within the battlefield remained a mystery, enveloped by dense smoke. Yuna was uncertain whether the order had been successfully transmitted. Do you understand how these magnetic fields are formed? Yuna approached Tang Hao once more. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Are you suggesting that this magnetic field was created by the Star Clan?" Tang Hao nodded, responding, "If you observe closely, you would notice that prior to the Star Clan's approach, the communication disruptions there were not as severe." Yuna pressed on. "But why doesn't the Star Clan simply render those soldiers unconscious?" After speaking, she fell silent. A complete Star Clan can incapacitate certain individuals, yet thus far, they have refrained from employing this tactic, a perplexity that lingered in Yuna's mind. After Tang Hao revealed that the Star Clan was not truly the Star Clan, Yuna had initially thought she understood the reason. Yet now, it appeared otherwise. Tang Hao sighed, quietly stating, "You should be able to deduce it." He chose not to elaborate further, and Yuna refrained from probing deeper. Tang Hao's reluctance to discuss this matter stemmed from a desire to prevent Yuna from deepening her understanding of this world, which might lead her to make another harsh decision as she had before. He hoped for her to remain unchanged, though he recognized it was merely a hope, feeling powerless to alter her path. At that moment, another Machin tribesman communicated with Yuna, "Lady Divine, the robotic combat unit has assembled and is ready to enter the battlefield at any time." Instantly, Yuna regained her commanding presence, ordering, "Deploy 100,000 robotic troops to the conflict zone of the wreckage immediately. We cannot leave our valiant warriors isolated and unsupported." The Machin tribesman, visibly exhilarated, replied, "Yes." With a smile lingering on his lips, Tang Hao refrained from glancing at Yuna again and immersed himself energetically in his work. While coordinating the movement of the coffin with the Lord of Jiangluo, Tang Hao also organized the scientific personnel aboard the warship, preparing to present Yuna with a small surprise.